You wake up, or more accurately, you regain consciousness, in a space barely large enough to turn around without elbowing a wall. Congratulations, you live in a cellar, the ancient Roman version of a work-from-home setup, if your home was a broom closet and your job required body oil. These rooms were standard issue for many of Rome's working women. Located in brothels, lupanars, or stacked above taverns and bathhouses, they were tiny, windowless chambers that doubled as both living quarters and workspace. Think of it as a studio apartment, designed by someone who hates light, air, and privacy. Your mattress is straw-stuffed, possibly shared with fleas, and smells faintly of wine, smoke, and disappointment. If you're lucky, there's a small oil lamp. If you're really lucky, it hasn't been stolen. Your few possessions, some cheap makeup, a comb, and maybe a bronze mirror if times are good, are shoved into the corner like they too are tired of being here. There's no running water. There's no plumbing. There's a bucket you try not to think about. Bathing? That'll be a group activity later at the nearest public bathhouse, where the water is communal and the awkward eye contact is free. But there's no time to lounge, because your room is also your office, and business hours are whenever someone knocks, or barges in, or yells through the door. Yes, privacy is a modern concept. Here in Rome, walls are suggestions and doors are decorative. Most days begin with a quick clean-up of the room. Sweep out yesterday's dust, wine stains, and any lost sandals left behind by last night's visitors. Then comes the prep. Face powder, rouge, and enough perfume to qualify as flammable. You're not trying to smell good. You're trying to smell better than the guy in line behind you. You practice your best sultry half-smile in the bronze mirror. Not because it works, but because pretending helps. A customer once described you as charmingly awake, and you're still riding the emotional high from that. Because here in the cellar, every day begins the same, cramped, rushed, and filled with just enough dignity to make it to lunchtime. After waking up in your glorified broom closet, it's time to prepare for another day of impressing clients and surviving public judgment. But first, hygiene, or what passed for it in ancient Rome. There is, of course, no private bathroom. That luxury is reserved for the wealthy, and even they just had pots with ambition. As a working girl in a city that worships marble statues but accepts open sewers, your best option is the nearest public fountain or bathhouse, depending on your mood and threshold for awkward nudity. If you're pressed for time, and let's face it, you usually are, you go for the quick rinse at the communal fountain. Splash some water on your face, rinse out your mouth with wine if you're fancy, and hope the fountain hasn't been used to clean a chicken that morning. There's no soap, but maybe you've got a bit of natron, a salty cleaning powder that exfoliates your skin and your self-esteem. If business is slow and coins are jangling in your little purse, you might splurge on a visit to the public baths, the great Roman equalizer. Everyone's there. Merchants, soldiers, philosophers, and that guy who talks too loudly about his hemorrhoids. You undress, store your belongings in a niche you trust way too easily, and wade into tepid water full of floating philosophical debates and someone else's toenail. Inside, you sweat in the steam room, scrape yourself with a strigil, a curved metal blade, and enjoy a brief moment of being the cleanest person in your street, a title that lasts about 5 minutes. After the bath, you dry off, apply more perfume, and try to remember if anyone's invented deodorant yet. They haven't. To finish the look, a bit of chalk-based face powder, a hint of rouge for the cheeks and lips, and kohl around the eyes. Not to highlight your beauty, to hide the fatigue. Clients don't want to see the woman who's already dealt with 3 senators and a sailor before noon. They want mystery, allure, and someone who doesn't smell like old lentils. Now that you're washed, or at least convincingly perfumed, it's time to get dressed. And while Roman society had a lot of complicated opinions about fashion, there was one outfit that made things very clear. The female toga. Yes, toga. That flowing white garment we usually associate with senators, emperors, and frat parties. But here's the twist. In Rome, a woman wearing a toga wasn't making a political statement. She was making a professional one. It was a visual billboard for, I'm not a respectable matron, and I am available for negotiation. Proper Roman women wore the stola, a long layered dress that said, My husband controls my dowry, and I go to bed at 9. Prostitutes, on the other hand, were denied the stola by law and required to wear a toga, often short, brightly coloured, and intentionally flashy. Think less Grecian goddess, more visible from across the forum. The look was usually accessorised with cheap jewellery, bronze or glass beads, maybe some loud earrings. The goal wasn't elegance, it was visibility. When you're competing with 20 other women in a 100-metre radius, subtlety is a luxury you can't afford. Footwear? Likely simple sandals, maybe even barefoot depending on location and budget. Comfort wasn't a priority. You're going to spend a lot of the day standing, walking, and occasionally sprinting away from a bad client or an overzealous moralist. Hair was its own ordeal. Roman prostitutes often curled and dyed their hair, sometimes wearing wigs, especially blonde ones, imported from Gaul. Blonde hair had a certain exotic appeal in Rome, kind of like imported luxury soap, only more alive. And let's not forget the finishing touches. Makeup. Pale face powder to contrast with red lips and cheeks, and thick kohl eyeliner to make your eyes pop. Or at least look less sleep-deprived. Once fully dressed, you looked obvious. And that was the point. In a city of 1 million people, your outfit was your business card. If it made you look bold, scandalous, and economically available, then congratulations. You were ready for another glorious day of being judged by society while being actively funded by it. So you're dressed, painted, perfumed, and hopefully not too hungover. Now comes the fun part. Drumming up business in a city where everyone wants sex but pretends they're shocked when they find out it's for sale. In ancient Rome, marketing wasn't subtle. There were no pamphlets, no websites, and definitely no branding consultants. If you wanted clients, you had to be seen, be loud, or be immortalized in graffiti. Preferably all three. Let's start with location strategy. If you worked out of a lupanar, brothel, your office was already built for visibility. Brothels were often located near bathhouses, markets, or drinking establishments. In short, anywhere people might already be sweaty, bored, or easily persuaded. Think ancient foot traffic optimization. Standing in the doorway, wearing your finest look-at-me outfit, you'd call out to passers-by with a mixture of flattery, negotiation, and time-sensitive offers. 2 denarii if you're quick. Hey, might sound desperate, but hey, rent was due and the next girl over just dropped her rate to 1. If you were freelance, it was all about roaming visibility. You might hover near temples, because nothing says divine inspiration like temptation, or hang around taverns, ready to flirt with a tipsy legionary who still had some coin left and questionable judgment. But perhaps the most bizarre, and weirdly effective, form of Roman advertising. Wall graffiti. Yes, Pompeii has immortalized the genius of ancient street marketing. Brothel walls were plastered with handwritten reviews like, "Maritimus gave me the best time of my life," or "Felicia, 2 denarii, very fast service." These weren't just vandalism, they were ancient Yelp, unfiltered, unregulated, and very, very public. Some women even paid someone to write their name and specialty somewhere visible, usually near tavern entrances or on columns. Others let their clients do the writing, which, as you might expect, ranged from glowing praise to confused haikus about being robbed. All this made one thing clear. A prostitute's survival depended as much on marketing as on skill. If people didn't know your name, your rates, and your approximate level of enthusiasm, someone else was getting the business. Because in ancient Rome, as now, the secret to success wasn't always talent. Sometimes it was just better PR. So you've advertised yourself. You've got the outfit, the eyeliner, and just enough confidence to fake a good mood. Now it's time to talk pricing, the part where ancient Rome pretends to be a free market while secretly judging you anyway. Let's be clear, there was no union. Rates were set by supply, demand, and whatever you could get away with before someone bartered you down with a loaf of stale bread. For street-level workers, or those in lower-end lupanars, prices could be as low as 1 or 2 asses, a small bronze coin that wouldn't even get you a glass of wine. That's right, Some clients were paying less than the cost of a decent lunch. If that feels depressing, remember, some women accepted food, sandals, or even promises as payment. Yes, in a city with an empire's worth of coinage, IOUs still existed. On the other hand, high-end prostitutes, often called meretrices, operated more like luxury brands. These women could charge in denarii, silver coins, sometimes multiple per client, especially if they had skills beyond the bedroom. Conversation, music, poetry, basic literacy, anything that let a client believe they weren't just hiring company, but taste. Some prostitutes even had niches, not architectural ones, marketing ones. Maybe you specialized in working with sailors, or performing erotic dances, or reciting poetry during the act. Don't laugh. Ovid probably inspired someone. The more unique your brand, the less replaceable you became. Repeat clients might get a discount, or not. It depended entirely on whether they paid on time or smelled like fermented cabbage. And if you worked under a pimp or brothel owner, a hefty cut of your earnings disappeared before you saw a single coin. Some women were enslaved, which meant they didn't get paid at all, just food, shelter, and a vague promise that one day they might buy their freedom if they somehow won the Roman lottery. Welcome to the lupanar, the Roman brothel. It's not luxurious, but it has walls, which already makes it more dignified than working behind a tavern. Technically, it's a place of business. Realistically, it's a sweaty stone maze of bad decisions. The term lupanar comes from lupa, meaning she-wolf, which the Romans used as slang for prostitute. That's right. Your job title was also your animal comparison. Not exactly empowering, but at least it's consistent. Most lupanars were two-story buildings crammed between bathhouses and bars, perfect for catching foot traffic from half-drunk senators and bored sailors. Inside, you've got a narrow hallway lined with tiny rooms, each equipped with a stone bed, a thin mattress, and just enough space to reconsider your life choices. No doors, just curtains, for that open floor plan vibe. Privacy? That's something rich matrons had. You've got damp linen and the sound of someone snoring through your shift wall. You're not alone, of course. A proper lupanar had several working women and one delightful parasite known as the leno, pimp, or lena, madam. Their job was to take a cut of your earnings, promise repairs that never happened, and occasionally yell things like, "Work faster, he's important." Clients ranged from nervous teenagers to sweaty legionaries and balding senators claiming this was just a philosophical visit. Some were in and out faster than a dropped denarius. Others tried to talk about their poetry, which frankly was worse. During downtime, you'd sit near the entrance, giving your best "I'm flirty but dead inside" expression while calling out to passing foot traffic. Marketing was mostly volume-based. 2 coins! Special today! I'll pretend to listen. And yes, the walls were covered in graffiti, ancient Yelp reviews etched lovingly into the plaster. Felix was here, twice, or Thais gives a good time. Occasionally someone got artsy and drew pictures. Proportions were rarely accurate. Confidence, however, was never lacking. Working in a lupanar wasn't glamorous, but it was consistent. A roof over your head, a bed, if you squint, and if nothing else, you'd always have a front row seat to humanity's weirdest parade. Not every Roman prostitute worked in a lupanar. Some preferred, or were assigned to, the equally glamorous world of taverns. If the brothel was a chaotic office cubicle, the tavern was more like working in an open-air startup, with more vomit and fewer stock options. Taverns, kolpanai or popinai, were where Rome's finest drunkards, merchants, off-duty soldiers, and guys named Gaius with gambling debts gathered to drink, shout, and pretend they understood Virgil. For prostitutes working here, the motto was simple: serve the wine, sell the charm, dodge the gropes. A typical shift involved pouring watered-down wine into dirty cups for people who wouldn't notice the difference anyway. With your other hand, you flirted just enough to keep the denarii flowing, but not so much that a brawl broke out. Unless that brawl was entertaining, in which case, carry on. Unlike the brothel, taverns were technically food establishments, so you had the delightful backdrop of boiled cabbage, fish sauce, and body odour. It was an aroma that clung to your tunic and your soul. but it also meant you could upsell a client. For 2 more coins, I'll pretend you don't reek of garum. Some women worked the back rooms or upstairs areas, making the tavern a part-time brothel with table service. Others kept things more casual, offering company, lap sitting, and heavily suggestive compliments like, "Your toga looks clean." This was high praise in Rome. Payment was often immediate. Credit did not exist. If a client tried to delay, you had options: yell, threaten, or grab the bouncer, who was usually a retired gladiator with one eye and a short temper. The upside: taverns offered more foot traffic and sometimes better tips. The downside: you were a waitress, therapist, and hostage negotiator all at once, and no one tipped for emotional labor. And of course, there was the endless soundtrack: shouting, dice clacking, lyre players trying to impress women, and the occasional argument over who invented democracy. Working tavern duty was unpredictable, exhausting, and smelled like despair. But it paid the bills. Sometimes, if the customers didn't vomit on your sandal first. For the entrepreneurial spirit with no brothel affiliation and too much confidence, there was always the street. Freelance prostitution in Rome meant walking the line between independent contractor and please don't arrest me. The Roman streets were alive with opportunity and sewage. Prostitutes who worked outdoors were called prostibulae, and they roamed the alleys, bathhouse entrances, marketplaces, and occasionally temple steps, because nothing says divine intervention like offering a discount outside a shrine to Venus. Daylight hours were decent for traffic, but risky. You had to navigate gawking citizens, nosy magistrates, and angry matrons who thought your existence was ruining their husband's self-control. Spoiler, it wasn't. You dressed brightly to stand out. Think short tunics, flashy jewellery, maybe a wig made from imported German hair. It was less understated elegance, more visible from across the Circus Maximus. The goal was to catch a client's eye before his wife caught him. Approaching a potential customer involved a delicate dance of flirtation, timing, and not getting mistaken for someone's runaway slave. You'd smile, compliment his sandals, and casually mention your rate before the local vigils, street guards, decided your entrepreneurialism was public disorder. Some clients were polite, others were aggressively cheap, and a few were very confused and just wanted directions to the bathhouse. You learned quickly to tell them apart, mostly by the level of eye contact and how many coins they jingled. Competition was fierce. You weren't just up against fellow prostibulae. You were up against free lovers, drunken party girls, and retired gladiators with a side hustle. Everyone was trying to make a denarius. There were no benefits, no security, just your charm, your wits, and the ability to walk very fast in sandals. Some carried small knives or relied on nearby tavern bouncers. Others simply prayed that tonight's customers weren't philosophers with commitment issues. Still, for all its chaos, the street scene had its advantages. You set your own hours, kept your own profits, and didn't have to answer to a Leno breathing down your neck. Sure, the job came with the occasional drunk goat or philosophical heckler, but at least you were your own boss, in a city where bosses were rarely the good guys. If you thought the life of a Roman prostitute was already tough, allow us to introduce your least favorite client, the Roman tax collector. Yes, the Roman Empire, brilliant engineers, conquerors of the Mediterranean, champions of togas, also invented a dedicated tax on prostitutes. It was called the vectigul ex capturis, and it ensured that even your most awkward encounters contributed to Rome's public infrastructure. Congratulations, your nightly services just funded another aqueduct. The tax wasn't just unofficial pocket skimming either. This was a state-sanctioned system, managed by professional collectors known as publicani, men who were somehow both boring and terrifying. They kept detailed records, demanded payment in cash, and probably judged your perfume choices while scribbling on their wax tablets. To legally operate, prostitutes had to register with the aediles, the Roman equivalent of a city inspector with an affinity for paperwork and moral superiority. Upon registration, you were entered into an official list of sex workers. Think of it as joining a trade union, except there were no benefits, and instead of a card, you got a branding. Literally. Yes, some sex workers, especially enslaved ones, were branded or tattooed with marks like Luper or their owner's name. If you're wondering how that made clients feel, don't worry. The branding wasn't for them. It was to ensure you couldn't pretend to be respectable later. And the tax rate. It varied depending on location, class, and whether your clients were sad senators or discount gladiators. But it always stung. You paid per act or per week depending on the region, and there was no deduction for emotional labor, uncomfortable silences, or existential dread. Refusing to pay could result in fines, arrest, or being barred from working, though enforcement was spotty, especially if you were paying under the table or knew how to flirt with an aedile. Still, for a profession already swimming in stigma, this tax added insult to injury. Rome was essentially saying, "We disapprove of your lifestyle. Also, give us 10%. But hey, on the bright side, at least you could proudly say your labor was helping to fund another temple, probably dedicated to a goddess who still wouldn't return your prayers. In Rome, being a prostitute meant you had legal permission to exist, and social permission to be endlessly judged. Yes, prostitution was tolerated by the law, taxed, regulated, even registered, but that didn't stop every senator, priest, and bored philosopher from telling you how much they disapproved of you, often while zipping up their tunic. Enter the moral police, not an official squad with batons, but a vast, unpaid network of senators, priests, matrons, and writers who all believed it was their divine duty to shame you while enjoying the fruits of your labor behind closed doors. At the top of the hypocrisy food chain was the Roman Senate, a group of aging elites who believed in preserving Roman virtue, a concept they typically defined as whatever we're not caught doing. Many of them publicly railed against moral decay while maintaining discreet tabs at every brothel from the Forum to Subura. Then you had the aediles, Rome's actual public officials who enforced laws on cleanliness, order, and decency. Their job was to regulate brothels, inspect establishments, and sometimes fine women for being too obvious about their profession, which, again, was legally required to be obvious. You couldn't make it subtle if you tried. Writers like Juvenal and Seneca had a field day. They mocked prostitutes in verse, lumping them in with greedy merchants, loud women, and, horror of horrors, women who read books. And yet these same writers gave vivid, suspiciously detailed descriptions of brothel life. Almost as if they'd done extensive research. Even Roman matrons, the respectable wives of the elite, got in on the judgment. They wouldn't speak to you, of course, but they'd walk past your street corner with a gaze that could sterilize a fig tree. Some even petitioned for laws banning prostitutes from wearing jewelry or entering public baths, which is rich considering many of their husbands treated bathhouse visits like part-time jobs. Working as a Roman prostitute came with certain occupational hazards, namely disease, injury, and whatever that thing was the sailor from Brundisium left behind. Welcome to the health and wellness chapter, where the only prescription is, hope you survive. Let's begin with the big one, venereal disease. Ancient Rome didn't have germ theory, but they did know that some men left you with more than a coin purse and a bad poem. There are Roman texts that describe symptoms ranging from persistent itching to things falling off that shouldn't. The medical advice? Usually a mix of vinegar washes, herbal ointments, and desperate prayers to Venus. Pregnancy was another ever-present concern. There was no birth control pill, but there were options if you had the guts and the budget. Prostitutes used natural contraceptives like silphium, an extinct plant famously over-harvested for this exact reason. Animal intestines as crude condoms, and wool tampons soaked in herbal concoctions. Effectiveness? Somewhere between maybe and miracle. If pregnancy occurred, things got complicated. Some women carried to term and raised their children, often within the brothel itself. Others gave infants up to foundling homes, or worse, the open streets. Infanticide wasn't legal, but turning a blind eye, that was practically a civic duty. For day-to-day ailments, sore muscles, cuts, stress-induced rage blackouts, the go-to remedy was usually wine, opium, or a slap from your leaner to stop whining. If that failed, you might visit a temple of Asclepius and sleep on the floor hoping for a healing dream. Ancient wellness culture was less spa weekend and more mystical nap with side effects. Infections were common. Hygiene was ambitious. There were no gloves, no antiseptics, and absolutely no one washing their hands before sticking fingers where fingers had no business being. And let's not forget the emotional toll. Depression, trauma, anxiety, all part of the job. Rome didn't have therapists. You had fellow prostitutes, wine, and the occasional stray cat who listened without judgment. In a city where divine intervention was blamed for everything from floods to flatulence, prostitutes weren't just dodging moral judgment. They were also trying to stay on the gods' good side, or at least bribe them for health, luck, and a low-maintenance clientele. Religion in Rome was a full-time job, and the gods were always watching, judging, occasionally cursing. But the divine pantheon had a few deities who were, let's say, more lenient toward your profession. First there was Venus, goddess of love, beauty, and general poor decision-making. Many prostitutes dedicated small altars to her in their rooms. Offerings of flowers, perfume, or a coin were made in hopes of attracting wealth, charm, or at the very least, clients who didn't smell like boiled goat. Then came Fortuna, goddess of luck. Given how random your daily income was, ranging from a gold bracelet to 3 mouldy grapes and a promise, Fortuna was kind of a big deal. You might wear a charm bearing her likeness, or mumble a quick prayer before a customer with too many rings and suspiciously clean sandals walked in. But religion wasn't all glitter and flirtation. The darker side of belief included superstition, omens, and magical countermeasures, because when in doubt, blame the spirits. You'd burn incense to ward off the evil eye, tie red cords around your ankle for protection, or hire a professional witch to curse a rival prostitute's hairline. Don't laugh. Cursed tablets, called defixiones, have been found all over Roman brothel districts, many reading like ancient Yelp revenge reviews. May her tongue rot. May her clients dry up. May she trip in the street and land in donkey dung. If you were enslaved, you might also pray to Mercury, the god of commerce and transactions, because let's be honest, your life was one long receipt. And if you were lucky enough to save up for freedom, Libertas, the goddess of liberty, got a private altar and a slightly more expensive candle. All this spiritual effort wasn't just tradition, it was survival with flair. When Rome gave you judgment, disease, and rude senators, the gods were your HR department. Mostly useless, occasionally helpful, and always accepting offerings. Love, in the Roman world of prostitution, was complicated. At best, it was a pleasant delusion, and at worst, a financial liability in a tunic. Clients fell in love all the time, or claimed they did, usually after 3 cups of wine and half a monologue about their mother. Some were sincere, some were drunk, and some were trying to get a discount. "But baby, I'm different," they'd say, clutching your hand like a tragic poet. And you'd nod politely, mentally calculating how much they still owed you. Some working women reciprocated these feelings, or at least pretended to. Emotional labor was part of the package. Smile, listen, pretend his toga doesn't smell like despair. For a few clients, you might even develop something real: attachment, affection, or just mutual exhaustion. But more often than not, romance was a dangerous distraction, especially when you remembered that Rome legally categorized you as infames, meaning you could not legally marry a citizen even if you wanted to. That didn't stop people from trying. There are tales of prostitutes who fell in love with their regulars, who were promised freedom, marriage, a house with a garden, only to end up abandoned the moment another woman with better eyeliner walked by. There were also clients who genuinely adored their favorite companion, showering them with gifts, poems, and occasionally actual manumission, the legal act of freeing a slave. These stories exist, but they were the exception, not the rule. Among fellow prostitutes, real bonds were more likely. You worked side by side, endured the same insults, shared the same lice. Some of these friendships became sisterhoods. Others became quiet romantic partnerships, hidden beneath the radar of Roman patriarchy, which believed women couldn't fall in love with anyone except a man with a sword collection. And of course, there were lies you told yourself. That one day you'd quit, that your best client really would take you away, that if you could just save a little more, you'd open a perfume shop in Ostia and never look back. Maybe it wasn't true, but in Rome, everyone had a fantasy. Yours just came with better lighting and lower expectations. In the Roman world of sex work, beauty was currency, and youth was the exchange rate. So what happened when the blush wore off? The client stopped lingering, and your joints started popping louder than your earrings. Simple. You aged out, but you didn't disappear. Some women, having saved carefully, or miraculously had a client with both money and follow-through, managed to buy their freedom if they were enslaved and start over. The luckiest opened taverns or bathhouses, renting out rooms to the next generation of desperate optimists. Others became madams, line, the brothel version of upper management. Less action, more shouting. As a leaner, you didn't need to be young or pretty. You needed to be sharp, intimidating, and fluent in threats involving sandals and overdue debts. You ran the schedules, kept the books, and made sure the curtains were only mildly horrifying. Clients feared you. Workers pretended to respect you. The Eadles sighed when they saw you coming. Other retired sex workers leaned into fortune-telling. After all, when you've heard every confession and watched every mistake walk through the door, predicting doom becomes second nature. A few became unofficial therapists, wise women, or herbalists, offering advice laced with sarcasm and slightly incorrect medical suggestions. But many simply kept working, because Rome wasn't in the habit of offering pensions to women who'd spent 2 decades in a toga. Older prostitutes still had clients, they just adjusted their marketing. Less blushing flower, more experienced, discreet, and tolerates poetry. Physical appearance mattered, but so did reputation. A woman known for conversation, kindness, or mind-blowing. Astrology readings could remain in demand long after her prime. And for those with no savings, no patrons, and no lucky breaks, the options weren't kind. You begged, you cleaned temples, you worked in laundries until your hands turned into shriveled olives. Rome didn't care how you got old, only that you did so quietly. But here's the truth they didn't carve into marble. For many, survival itself was the achievement. And if you made it to old age with your wit intact and at least one working sandal, you were already a legend. When people think of ancient Rome, they picture marble statues, grand speeches, and emperors with questionable family trees. What they rarely picture: the woman leaning in a brothel doorway, adjusting her wig, and mentally calculating how many coins she needs to not starve next week. Roman prostitutes didn't just work in the shadows. They've been kept there by history, carefully edited out of the noble narrative so school children could learn about aqueducts without asking uncomfortable questions. Yet they were everywhere. In graffiti, legal records, satire, poems, love letters, curse tablets, and receipts. Yes, actual receipts. They were a fixture of daily Roman life, even as society treated them like morally contagious wallpaper. What history usually gets wrong is the assumption that these women were powerless victims or morally bankrupt seductresses. In reality, many were savvy, adaptable, and, dare we say, better at business than half the Senate. They knew how to read a client, negotiate terms, avoid danger, and hustle a living in a city that cheered gladiators and stoned anyone who wore the wrong shoes. And they weren't all the same. Some were enslaved, some free. Some catered to the wealthy, others to whoever had 2 coins and bad breath. Some hated every second, others carved out small corners of power and routine. Most existed somewhere in between, like everyone else in Rome, pretending they weren't tired. Their stories were rarely written by them. Instead, they were remembered by poets looking for metaphors, by moralists clutching their pearls, or by archaeologists piecing together Pompeii's raciest wall scribbles. But here's what's remarkable: they're still visible. In stone carvings, in sarcastic graffiti, in laws and loopholes and offhand mentions in love poems. These women were erased from respectability, but not from reality. They worked, they laughed, they scammed, they wept, and they endured. All without marble statues or gilded tombs, just faint ink on a crumbling wall. Maritima was here, and worth every coin. So the next time someone waxes poetic about the glory of Rome, remember, behind every toga-clad philosopher was a working girl keeping the economy and the gossip alive. In the world of the Vikings, warfare was a constant presence, and with it came injuries, deep cuts from swords, axe wounds, broken bones, and burns from fire and frost. On the battlefield or back in the village, it was the leknir, the healer, who was called upon to treat the wounded. These individuals were respected members of society, combining the practical knowledge of herbs with the spiritual traditions of Norse belief. Among the most trusted herbs in a Viking healer's collection was yarrow, Achillea millefolium. Known for its ability to staunch bleeding, yarrow was used widely across northern Europe. Viking healers would crush the leaves and apply them directly to wounds, either alone or mixed into a poultice. Yarrow acted as a coagulant, helping to stop blood flow and prevent infection. It was believed to possess sacred properties, with legends connecting its power to Odin himself. The preparation of such remedies was both methodical and rooted in cultural ritual. The healer might wash the wound with boiled water infused with antiseptic herbs, apply crushed yarrow, and bind the area tightly with linen or animal skin strips. In some cases, chants or prayers were recited during the process, invoking protection or healing from the gods. Healing was not just physical, it was also spiritual. Beyond battlefield wounds, yarrow was used internally as well. A tea made from its flowers and leaves could reduce fevers, ease digestive complaints, or help relieve menstrual cramps. It was a versatile plant, and one that could be found growing throughout the Viking homelands, in fields, near rivers, or in small garden plots maintained by women of the household. Healers in Viking society had a deep understanding of their environment. They knew which plants grew in which seasons, how to harvest them properly, and how to preserve them for use during the long, dark winters. Knowledge was passed down through generations, often from mother to daughter, or from elder to apprentice. These traditions blended elements of Germanic herbal lore with the rich cosmology of Norse mythology. In a world without hospitals or modern antibiotics, the skill of the healer and the power of plants like yarrow were essential to survival and to maintaining strength in a warrior-driven culture. While yarrow addressed bleeding and surface wounds, the Viking healers' battle against infection required deeper remedies. One of the most revered herbs in this regard was Angelica, Angelica archangelica, a tall aromatic plant with hollow stalks and umbrella-shaped clusters of greenish-white flowers. It thrived in the cold climates of Scandinavia and was considered so valuable that it was cultivated in monastery gardens long after the Viking Age ended. Angelica held a central place in early northern European medicine, prized for its broad-spectrum medicinal properties. Viking healers used the root, leaves and seeds to prepare a variety of treatments. Most commonly, the root was dried and then steeped into decoctions to fight internal infections. It was known for its warming effect on the body and was used to stimulate circulation, cleanse the blood, and reduce inflammation. The antiseptic properties of Angelica were vital in treating infected wounds, especially those that had been neglected or exposed to dirt and decay. A healer might grind the root and mix it with animal fat or beeswax to create a salve, then apply it to festering injuries. When ingested as a tea or tincture, Angelica helped combat respiratory infections, fevers and digestive issues, ailments that could become life-threatening in a time without antibiotics. But Angelica's power extended beyond physical healing. In Norse cosmology, certain plants were believed to carry divine energy. The name Angelica itself, though Latin in origin, echoes the spiritual reverence surrounding the plant. In Christianized Europe, it was said to have been revealed by an angel to cure the plague. While Viking belief systems were different, they too held that some plants were gifts from the gods. It is likely that Angelica, with its strong scent and dramatic appearance, was associated with protection and sacred power. Women, who often served as herbalists within the household, used Angelica to treat gynecological conditions. It was thought to regulate menstrual cycles and ease childbirth, a dangerous and sacred moment in Norse society. Because of its reputation as a purifier, Angelica was also used in smoke rituals to cleanse homes and ward off disease during times of illness. In every Viking community, from remote farms to coastal trading towns, Angelica was a cornerstone of natural medicine. Its effectiveness and symbolic weight made it a trusted ally in the healer's quest to preserve life in a harsh and unpredictable world. As spring arrived in the Viking world, it brought with it one of the most vital remedies for fever and fatigue: birch sap. The birch tree, widespread across Scandinavia, was more than just a source of wood. It was a living pharmacy. Vikings tapped the tree in early spring, collecting the clear, slightly sweet sap as it rose from the roots to nourish new leaves. This seasonal practice required skill and timing, as the sap could only be harvested for a short period before the tree fully awakened. Healers used birch sap as a tonic for those weakened by long winters, illness, or lingering fevers. It was served fresh or fermented into a lightly alcoholic drink known for its revitalizing qualities. Rich in minerals, electrolytes, and natural sugars, birch sap helped rehydrate the body and restore lost energy, especially after the depletion caused by sickness or extended fasting. In an era without formal nutrition science, Viking healers recognized the restorative power of this gift from nature. In cases of fever, healers often paired birch sap with infusions of cooling herbs such as meadowsweet or elderflower. This gentle combination helped bring down body temperature while nourishing the patient. In more serious cases, the sap might be mixed with bitter herbs like wormwood to purge the body of what was believed to be harmful humours. The logic was simple: cleanse, restore, and rebalance. Beyond its internal uses, the birch tree had a role in external treatments too. The bark, when boiled, produced a tar-like substance with antiseptic properties. It was used to treat skin infections, minor burns, and bites. Birch leaves were also used in poultices and steam baths to draw out toxins from the body, often accompanied by prayer or ritual to align the physical with the spiritual. Symbolically, the birch tree represented renewal and purity. It was often the first tree to grow after land was cleared or burned, and this regenerative quality made it sacred in both Germanic and Norse traditions. The use of its sap in healing reflected this belief, returning vitality to the sick and offering the promise of recovery after hardship. In the healer's practice, birch sap was a seasonal treasure, a clear, life-giving elixir that marked the changing of the year and the persistence of health in a cold and often merciless land. In Viking herbal medicine, juniper was revered for its powerful cleansing properties, both physical and spiritual. Growing abundantly in the rocky soils of Scandinavia, juniper bushes with their prickly needles and aromatic berries were among the most trusted tools in a healer's repertoire. Whether burned, boiled, or brewed, juniper was used to purify the body, the air, and even the spirit. Juniper berries were commonly used as a diuretic and a remedy for urinary tract infections. When consumed as a tea or decoction, they stimulated kidney function, helping the body to flush out excess water and harmful substances. This made them especially useful during illnesses that involved swelling, bloating, or lingering fevers. The berries also had mild antiseptic properties, allowing them to address infections from within, a crucial function in an age with no antibiotics. For respiratory issues, juniper smoke played a vital role. Healers would burn dried juniper branches and let the smoke fill a room or a tent, believing it could drive out disease. This wasn't just symbolic. The antimicrobial compounds in juniper smoke helped disinfect the air. During outbreaks of sickness or after a death, Viking homes and ships might be cleansed in this way. The practice was both practical and spiritual, banishing what could be seen and what could not. In steam baths and sweat lodges, a tradition shared across many northern European cultures, juniper branches were sometimes laid on the hot stones or added to the water. As the vapor rose, it carried the sharp, invigorating scent of the plant, opening the lungs and inducing heavy sweating. This was thought to cleanse the body of toxins and the soul of imbalance, reconnecting a person with the rhythms of nature and health. Juniper also held ritual importance. Branches might be hung over doorways to ward off evil, or carried in small bundles by travelers for protection. Its strong, earthy fragrance symbolized resilience, and its presence in healing was a reminder that purification was as much about the unseen forces as it was about physical ailments. For Viking healers, juniper was not merely a remedy, it was a symbol of renewal and defense, a guardian plant that stood between the fragile human body and the chaotic forces of the world. Its sharp needles and potent berries helped them keep sickness at bay, one breath of smoke or sip of tea at a time. Among the many herbs known to Viking healers, meadowsweet, Filipendula ulmaria, was particularly valued for its ability to ease pain and reduce inflammation. Found in damp meadows and along riverbanks, this fragrant plant with creamy white flowers was a staple in early Germanic and Norse herbal medicine. Though they lacked modern terminology, Viking healers recognized that some plants had the power to cool fevers, relieve discomfort, and help the body recover more gently. Meadowsweet was often used to treat headaches, joint pain, and digestive problems. The flowers and leaves were dried and steeped into teas, which were given to patients suffering from fevers or general aches, common complaints in a harsh climate where physical labor and exposure were part of daily life. The herb's soothing effects made it an essential remedy during times of illness and recovery. Unbeknownst to the Vikings, meadowsweet contains compounds similar to salicylic acid, the basis for modern aspirin. This natural pain-relieving ability explains why it was so effective and frequently used. Healers didn't know the chemistry, but they knew the results: less fever, reduced swelling, and relief from discomfort. These benefits were especially important during the winter months, when colds, joint pain, and respiratory infections were widespread. For digestive issues, meadowsweet was considered a gentle treatment for nausea, heartburn, and stomach cramps. Its calming properties helped settle the stomach, and it was sometimes combined with other herbs like chamomile or mint if available, to create a broader treatment. The plant's sweet scent also made it a comforting addition to healing rituals, which often blended the sensory with the medicinal. Meadowsweet's role wasn't limited to physical healing. Its delicate, almost ethereal presence tied it to the natural cycles of growth and decay, life and death. As with many Viking remedies, its use may have included symbolic gestures, such as laying its flowers near the ill, or including it in burial rites to ease the journey to the afterlife. Some sagas and later folk traditions refer to sweet-smelling herbs as gifts from the gods or spirits of the land. In a culture that respected strength, but understood the necessity of healing, meadowsweet was a quiet, yet powerful ally. It helped warriors rest, allowed children to recover, and gave the elderly comfort in their final years. For the healer, it was one of the gentlest and most reliable tools in their care. Mugwort, Artemisia vulgaris, held a special place in the Viking healer's practice, not only as a medicinal herb, but also as a spiritual tool. Known across northern Europe for its bitter aroma and silvery leaves, mugwort was considered one of the most sacred plants in Germanic tradition. For Viking societies, where healing was never just physical, mugwort served as a bridge between the body, the mind, and the unseen world. Medicinally, mugwort was used to treat a wide range of ailments. It helped with digestive problems, menstrual irregularities, and fatigue. A tea made from its leaves was used to ease stomach cramps, stimulate appetite, and support the liver. Viking women in particular relied on mugwort to regulate their cycles and aid with childbirth. In a world without midwives or formal obstetrics, the healer's knowledge of such herbs was vital for survival during pregnancy and delivery. Mugwort also had powerful nervine properties, meaning it calmed the nervous system. For warriors who experienced restlessness or nightmares, mugwort tea or smoke was thought to restore inner balance and protect the mind. Sleep, which was often disturbed after battle or illness, could be coaxed back by burning dried mugwort near the bedside or placing it under the pillow. This wasn't simply superstition. Many aromatic herbs do have mild sedative effects, but beyond its medicinal uses, mugwort was strongly linked to ritual and magic. Viking healers and wise women, often referred to as volur or seidkunur, used mugwort in ceremonies to invoke dreams, protection, or visions. It was sometimes burned during rites of cider, the Norse form of trance magic and prophecy. The rising smoke was believed to carry prayers to the gods or ward off harmful spirits. Healers might also use mugwort during solstice ceremonies, seasonal changes, or in times of emotional distress. A bundle of mugwort could be hung over the door for protection, carried in a pouch during travel, or placed on the body during healing rituals. Its bitter scent and strong energy made it a plant of thresholds, used when the body or soul was in transition. To the Viking healer, mugwort was more than a plant. It was an ancient ally, one that stood at the intersection of medicine and magic, guiding the sick not only toward physical recovery, but toward spiritual realignment with the world and the gods. Among the most practical and powerful remedies in the Viking healers' collection was garlic, Allium sativum. Though not native to Scandinavia, garlic had long been traded across Europe and may have reached the Viking world through early contact with the British Isles, Frankish territories, and Eastern markets. Its strong scent and potent medicinal qualities made it an essential part of early Norse medicine, especially for infections, parasites, and protection against disease. Garlic's antibacterial and antifungal properties were well known, even if not scientifically understood. Viking healers used crushed garlic in poultices to clean wounds and prevent festering, particularly important for injuries sustained during battle or travel. When applied directly to cuts, garlic could kill harmful microbes and reduce inflammation. Though painful, this treatment was effective in preventing deeper infections in a time when even minor wounds could turn deadly. Internally, garlic was often eaten raw, pounded into pastes, or brewed into strong infusions. It was believed to strengthen the immune system, purify the blood, and warm the body during illness. In harsh northern winters, when colds, fevers, and coughs were widespread, garlic served as a valuable tonic. It was sometimes combined with honey, another antimicrobial agent, to make the strong flavor more palatable and to enhance its healing effect. Garlic was also used to treat parasites, especially intestinal worms, which were common due to poor sanitation and frequent contact with livestock. A mixture of garlic and vinegar was administered in small doses to purge the body. Its pungent nature made it a strong cleansing agent, and its association with vitality gave it symbolic weight in Norse healing traditions. Beyond the body, garlic was believed to repel evil spirits and malevolent forces. Healers or household members might hang braided garlic near doorways or in sleeping areas, not just to ward off disease, but to protect from unseen dangers, especially during times of illness, war, or childbirth. It served both as a physical remedy and a spiritual safeguard. For Viking warriors, garlic was not only a cure, but a form of daily defense. Before raids or journeys, some are believed to have consumed it as part of preparation, viewing its strength and fire as a shield within the body. In this way, garlic stood as a symbol of endurance, fighting infection, energizing the weak, and anchoring the body in a dangerous, ever-changing world. In the Viking Age, the stinging nettle, Urtica dioica, was more than a nuisance. It was a plant of power. Despite its painful sting, nettle was one of the most useful and respected herbs in Norse healing traditions. It grew abundantly in meadows, forest edges, and near settlements, making it easily accessible to healers and households alike. Its medicinal benefits were numerous, and its resilience in harsh conditions mirrored the strength and endurance the Vikings valued. Nettle was used primarily to treat conditions related to blood and vitality. Viking healers prepared nettle teas or broths to combat fatigue, iron deficiency, and overall weakness. Rich in iron, calcium, and vitamin C, nettle acted as a natural tonic, especially important during long winters when fresh food was scarce and illness spread easily. Warriors recovering from battle or children recovering from fever were often given nettle to rebuild strength. The leaves were dried or cooked to reduce their sting and then brewed into infusions. These drinks were believed to purify the blood, promote circulation, and encourage the body to rid itself of harmful substances. Nettle also had a mild diuretic effect, making it useful for treating fluid retention and joint pain, common issues among labourers and older community members. In external treatments, nettle was sometimes used in surprising ways. The practice of urtication, striking sore limbs with fresh nettle stalks, was used to stimulate circulation and relieve arthritis or muscle stiffness. Though painful, it was believed to bring warmth and life back to cold or stiff areas of the body. This method, though unusual by modern standards, was rooted in generations of observation and belief in the plant's invigorating properties. Nettle also served practical roles beyond medicine. Its fibers were used to make rope, fishing nets, and even cloth, especially during times when flax or wool were scarce. This dual utility, nourishing the body and supporting daily life, made nettle a deeply integrated part of Viking culture. Symbolically, nettle was a plant of resilience. It thrived in disturbed soil and returned year after year, no matter how often it was cut back. In Norse society, where survival required both strength and adaptation, nettle embodied those values. For the healer, it was a reminder that even the most painful plants could bring healing, and that power often came from what first seemed harmful. Viking herbal medicine was never written down in formal texts during the age itself. Instead, it lived in the spoken word, in chants passed from mother to daughter, in gestures shared among wise women, and in the quiet work of healers who blended tradition, observation, and belief. These practices formed a body of knowledge deeply rooted in both the natural environment and Norse cosmology. To treat illness in the Viking world was not just to cure the body, but to restore balance to the person, the household, and the invisible threads connecting them to the gods. Healers in Viking society worked with what the land provided. They knew which herbs to gather in spring, which roots to dry in autumn, and how to preserve medicinal plants through the long winter months. Yarrow, angelica, birch, juniper, meadowsweet, mugwort, garlic, and nettle. Each had a specific role, but all were part of a larger system of understanding the body in harmony with nature. Treatments were physical, yes, but also symbolic. Illness might be seen as a disturbance in fate, a challenge from the gods, or an imbalance between the seen and unseen worlds. Women played a central role in maintaining and passing down this knowledge. In longhouses and farmsteads, female healers oversaw the care of families and communities. Some took on more specialized roles, like the volur, seers who blended healing with prophecy, often called upon during crises. Their work often included sacred herbs, spiritual rituals, and appeals to divine forces like Frigg, Air, or Freya. Healing was not just a duty, it was an act of connection between mortal life and the mythic world. With the spread of Christianity and the decline of Norse paganism, much of this oral tradition faded or was absorbed into new religious frameworks. Monasteries adopted and preserved some of the herbs and techniques, while others disappeared or became entangled in superstition and fear. But echoes of Viking herbal medicine can still be found today, in Scandinavian folk healing, in modern herbalism, and in the renewed interest in ancestral plant knowledge. The legacy of Viking healers lies not just in the herbs they used, but in the worldview they preserved, that nature holds power, that healing is both physical and spiritual, and that wisdom often resides in the hands of those who listen to the land. Joan of Arc was born in the winter of 1412 in the rural village of Domremy, a quiet hamlet in northeastern France, nestled near the border of Burgundy. At the time, France was fractured by war and civil unrest. The 100 Years' War between England and France had already dragged on for decades, and northern France was caught in the crossfire. Joan was born into this turbulence, the daughter of Jacques d'Arc and Isabelle Romay, devout peasants who raised their children in the Roman Catholic faith. Her family lived modestly. They owned a small patch of land, a few animals, and relied on farming to survive. Joan was not taught to read or write, like most girls of her class, but she was known for her hard work and deep religious devotion from an early age. She spent much of her childhood helping around the house, tending sheep and attending church. Her world was humble and steeped in faith. The voices she would later claim to hear would come to someone who already spent hours in prayer and contemplation. Domremy itself was a contested area. Though technically loyal to the French crown, it bordered Burgundian territory, a faction allied with the English. The threat of violence was constant. Raids by Anglo-Burgundian forces occasionally swept through the region, destroying crops and burning homes. Joan would have grown up with stories of heroism and defeat, of saints and warriors, of kings and traitors. Her early years were shaped by instability, fear, and a longing for peace. Despite the fear that hung over France, Joan's childhood was not without community. She was well liked in the village and described by neighbours as kind, pious, and unusually serious for her age. She often prayed at a nearby chapel dedicated to the Virgin Mary, where she would later claim her divine mission began. These years laid the spiritual and emotional foundation for what would come. Her faith, her loyalty to the king, and her sense of purpose were not formed in the royal court, but in the fields and chapels of her village. From such humble origins, no one could have imagined that this peasant girl, illiterate, unknown, and barely a teenager, would one day stand before kings, lead armies, and challenge the might of empires. At the age of 13, Joan of Arc's life changed forever. She later testified that in the summer of 1425, while alone in her father's garden, she experienced a vision, accompanied by a voice that seemed to come from beyond this world. At first, she was afraid. The voice, surrounded by a dazzling light, was accompanied by the appearance of figures she identified as Saint Michael, Saint Catherine, and Saint Margaret, three powerful saints in Catholic tradition. These visions would continue, growing in intensity and clarity over time. The message was clear but extraordinary. She was chosen by God to help save France. More specifically, her divine mission was to drive the English out of French territory and to ensure the coronation of Charles, the Dauphin, as the rightful king of France. It was a staggering revelation for a young peasant girl with no military experience, no formal education, and no standing in society. Joan told no one at first. She kept the visions private, fearing disbelief or punishment. But the voices persisted, urging her to act. Over the next few years, she became increasingly convinced that her mission was real. She began to devote herself even more deeply to prayer, fasting, and religious discipline, believing that her purity and obedience were essential for fulfilling God's will. By 1428, the political and military situation in France had worsened. The English had captured much of northern France, and the city of Orléans, a key stronghold, was under siege. The Dauphin Charles remained uncrowned, his legitimacy in question. Joan, now 16, believed the time had come to act. She travelled to the nearby town of Vaucouleurs and requested an audience with the local commander, Robert de Baudricourt, claiming she had a message for the king. At first, Baudricourt and his men laughed her off. The teenage girl claiming divine guidance was hardly taken seriously. But Joan was persistent. She returned again and again, speaking with a conviction that unsettled some and impressed others. Eventually, after hearing reports of her reputation for piety and learning that she had predicted a military setback in Orléans before news had reached the town, Baudricourt relented. He agreed to send her, dressed in men's clothing and under armed escort, to meet the Dauphin. Joan's journey from peasant child to military envoy had begun, led by visions, faith, and an unshakable sense of destiny. In early 1429, Joan of Arc arrived in Chinon, where Charles, the uncrowned Dauphin of France, held his court. The journey had been long and dangerous. She travelled more than 300 miles through enemy territory, dressed as a man to avoid attention and assault. When she finally stood before the royal court, she was met with skepticism and curiosity. Charles, unsure of her motives and wary of trickery, decided to test her. To begin, he disguised himself in plain clothes and hid among his courtiers. Joan, having never seen him before, immediately picked him out and addressed him directly. Witnesses were astonished. She reportedly told him details that only he and his closest advisers would have known, possibly regarding a private prayer or secret doubt. For many in the court, it was the first sign that something beyond explanation was at work. Still, Charles was cautious. He ordered that Joan be examined by theologians and church officials in Poitiers. For several weeks she was questioned about her visions, her morality, and her doctrine. She was a teenage girl being grilled by learned men, yet she answered with composure and confidence. Her virginity was tested, as it was believed her purity was essential for her divine mission. The examiners found nothing heretical in her claims, and noted her remarkable character and intelligence, despite her lack of formal education. The court's advisers concluded she could be sent to Orléans with the army. But first, Joan requested something symbolic, something that would signal her role not merely as a soldier, but as a divine emissary. She asked for a banner. The banner she received was white, embroidered with an image of Christ and the words Jesus Maria. It would become her most treasured possession, and she carried it into every battle, declaring that she preferred the banner to the sword. She was also fitted with a custom suit of white armor and given a sword, which she claimed to have been divinely led to discover behind the altar of a chapel in Sainte Catherine de Fierbois. With her armor, banner, and a company of soldiers, Joan prepared to march toward Orléans. She was just 17 years old, young, untrained, and utterly convinced that God had sent her to save France. Her arrival at the besieged city would mark the beginning of one of the most legendary military campaigns in European history. By the spring of 1429, the city of Orléans had been under siege by the English for several months. Its fall would have opened the way to the heart of France, and with it, likely the collapse of French resistance. Morale was low, supplies were dwindling, and the Dauphin's cause teetered on the edge of defeat. Then Joan of Arc arrived. She entered the city on April 29th, met by cheering crowds who believed her to be a miracle sent by God. Clad in white armor and riding a white horse, she quickly became a symbol of hope and divine favor. Her presence reinvigorated the French troops and citizens alike. Though she had no formal military training, Joan spoke with boldness and authority, urging immediate action against the English fortifications. French commanders, initially hesitant to take orders from a teenage peasant girl, soon found themselves drawn to her conviction. Joan urged an aggressive strategy, claiming her voices had promised victory. Despite her youth, she rode into battle beside the soldiers, often placing herself in the most dangerous positions. Her courage on the field inspired others to fight with renewed determination. Over the course of a week, the French launched a series of offensives to break the siege. Joan wielded not just her sword but her banner, rallying the troops with cries of faith and purpose. She was wounded during the assault on the fortress of Les Tourelles, shot in the shoulder by an arrow. Refusing to retreat, she returned to the field after having the wound dressed, continuing to urge the men forward. On May 8th, the English finally lifted the siege and withdrew. It was a stunning victory, one that changed the momentum of the war. For the first time in years, the French had dealt a decisive blow to English forces. Joan's role was undeniable. Her leadership, her fearlessness, and her spiritual authority had turned the tide. The victory at Orléans was more than a military achievement. It was a turning point in the national consciousness of France. The peasant girl from Domremy had fulfilled the first part of her divine mission. Now, she turned her focus toward her second goal, to see the Dauphin crowned as king at Reims, the traditional site of French coronations. The road to legitimacy had begun. With the siege of Orléans lifted, Joan of Arc's mission shifted toward a far more symbolic objective, the coronation of Charles the Dauphin. In her visions, this was not merely a political event, it was a divine command. Charles needed to be crowned at Reims, the traditional site where French kings were anointed with sacred oil. But Reims was deep in territory controlled by the Burgundians, allies of the English. To reach it, Joan and the French army would have to march through hostile lands. Despite the risk, Joan was adamant. Her belief that God had cleared the path gave her confidence, and her conviction began to influence even the cautious Charles. After several victories along the Loire Valley, including battles at Jargeau, Meung-sur-Loire, and Beaugency, momentum was on their side. The army gained strength as towns submitted and morale surged. By July 1429, Joan and the royal court set out on what would later be called the coronation journey. Along the way, cities and castles opened their gates without resistance. Word of Joan's miraculous success had spread. Many believed that to resist her was to resist divine will. Her presence in the army, young, determined, and riding under her white banner, created an aura of invincibility. On July 16th, the French forces reached Reims. The city's leaders, after some hesitation, surrendered peacefully. The next day, inside the Cathedral of Reims, Charles was crowned King Charles VII of France. Joan stood beside him, holding her banner high. For her, it was the fulfillment of the prophecy she had received from her voices. The coronation was a moment of triumph, both for the new king and for Joan. From an obscure village, she had risen to command armies and to place a crown on a monarch's head. The people saw her not just as a heroine but as a chosen messenger of God. Her presence had transformed the war from a political struggle into a spiritual cause. But success brought tension. With Charles now crowned, some at court questioned Joan's continued influence. Politics returned to the forefront. Joan had completed the task she was called to, but she was not finished. Her next desire was to press forward, to reclaim Paris. Yet the support she once commanded so easily was beginning to waver. After the coronation at Reims, Joan of Arc pushed for a bold new objective: the liberation of Paris, still under English and Burgundian control. For Joan, reclaiming the French capital was not just a political necessity. It was part of her divine mission to fully restore France to its rightful king. But not everyone shared her urgency. King Charles VII, newly crowned and politically cautious, hesitated. His advisers urged diplomacy, favouring a negotiated truce with the Burgundians. But Joan remained resolute. She believed that delay would only strengthen the enemy, and that God had already cleared the way for victory. Eventually, Charles agreed to an assault on Paris, though without full commitment. He provided limited troops and delayed the campaign, weakening the effort before it began. Joan arrived outside the city in early September 1429 and prepared for battle. Paris was well defended with strong walls and experienced English and Burgundian forces inside. On September 8th, she led an assault on the Porte Saint-Honoré, one of the city's main gates. As always, she carried her banner and fought at the front lines, encouraging the troops with prayers and determination. The fighting was fierce. The defenders poured down arrows and stones. Joan was struck by a crossbow bolt in the thigh, but refused to abandon the field. She continued to direct the battle from behind the lines, calling for another charge. But the attack stalled. With nightfall approaching and casualties rising, Charles's commanders ordered a retreat, against Joan's protests. The failed attack on Paris marked a turning point. Joan's reputation remained intact among the common soldiers and citizens, but at court, doubts began to grow. Her influence over royal policy started to wane. Charles, now king, no longer relied on her as he once did. Political interests, fear of provoking further conflict, and distrust of Joan's spiritual authority began to eclipse her earlier triumphs. Yet Joan was undeterred. She continued to lead minor campaigns in the following months, capturing towns like Saint-Pierre-le-Moutier and La Charité, often financing the operations herself with donations from supporters. But the tide was shifting. Her vision of total victory clashed with the king's increasingly cautious stance. Despite her injuries, her dwindling support, and the growing political isolation, Joan remained convinced that her mission was not yet complete. She would not stop until France was free, but in the shadows, betrayal and danger were closing in. In the spring of 1430, Joan of Arc continued her campaign, though her position had grown increasingly precarious. Her successes on the battlefield had not translated into lasting political power. King Charles VII, now more focused on diplomacy than war, offered only lukewarm support. Joan, acting largely on her own initiative, turned her attention to the town of Compiègne, which was under threat from Burgundian forces. She arrived in May 1430, hoping to defend the city and rally the local population. But the odds were stacked against her. The Burgundians, allies of the English, were closing in with superior numbers. On May 23rd, Joan led a small force in a sortie to challenge the besiegers and disrupt their lines. As the battle unfolded outside the city walls, French forces were pushed back. Joan remained behind to cover the retreat, determined to protect her soldiers. In the chaos, the city gates closed too soon. Joan and a few companions were trapped outside. Surrounded by Burgundian cavalry, she fought until she was pulled from her horse and taken captive. Her capture was a devastating blow, not only for Joan herself, but for the morale of the French people. The girl who had once lifted the siege of Orléans and crowned a king now found herself a prisoner. The Burgundians held Joan for months, treating her more as a political prize than a common captive. She was eventually sold to the English for a large sum, an act that confirmed her status as a threat to their cause. The English viewed her not only as a military adversary, but as a dangerous symbol of resistance and divine legitimacy. Throughout her captivity, Joan attempted escape more than once. In one instance, she jumped from a high tower, injuring herself badly, but surviving. Even in chains, her will remained unbroken. She demanded to be treated as a noble prisoner of war, not as a criminal or heretic. But the English had other plans. They did not intend to hold her indefinitely. They meant to destroy her credibility, her image, and the power she had come to represent. Her trial was already being prepared. Joan's capture at Compiègne marked the beginning of her final, most harrowing chapter. She had risen from obscurity to the heights of power, only to be betrayed, abandoned, and delivered into the hands of her enemies. But her story was far from over. After months in Burgundian custody, Joan of Arc was transferred to English hands and brought to Rouen, the English administrative capital in occupied Normandy. There, beginning in January 1431, she faced a formal ecclesiastical trial, not as a prisoner of war, but as a heretic, a designation that allowed her captors to strip her of honour and execute her under church law. The trial was orchestrated by the English but carried out by a panel of pro-English French clergy, led by Bishop Pierre Cauchon, a staunch opponent of Joan and loyal to the Burgundian cause. Its true goal was not justice, but the destruction of Joan's legacy. By branding her a heretic, the English sought to undermine the legitimacy of Charles VII, whose coronation she had enabled. Joan was held in a secular prison, guarded by male soldiers, a direct violation of church law. She was denied access to legal counsel, threatened with torture, and interrogated repeatedly, often for hours at a time without rest or support. Despite being a 19-year-old peasant girl facing some of the most educated men in France, she defended herself with remarkable intelligence and composure. Over the course of several months, she was questioned about her visions, her clothing, her faith, and her role in the war. The judges focused especially on her claim to divine voices and her habit of wearing men's clothing, an act considered both heretical and unnatural by church standards. Despite their pressure, Joan remained firm in her testimony. She maintained that her voices came from God, that she had acted in obedience to divine command, and that she had always remained faithful to the church. At one point, when asked whether she believed she was in God's grace, she famously responded, "If I am not, may God place me there. If I am, may God keep me there." It was a powerful answer, neither arrogant nor self-condemning, and one that impressed even her inquisitors. But the outcome was never truly in question. Political necessity outweighed truth. Joan was eventually condemned for heresy, based largely on her refusal to renounce her visions and her insistence on wearing male attire, which she had resumed in prison for protection. Her sentence was death. The girl who had once lifted a nation would now be silenced, not by defeat in battle, but by a court of men determined to erase her from history, or so they thought. On the morning of May 30th, 1431, Joan of Arc was led to the marketplace in Rouen, tied to a wooden stake and burned alive. She was just 19 years old. As the flames rose around her, she reportedly called out the name of Jesus repeatedly and asked for a cross to be held before her eyes. A soldier, moved by her courage, handed her a small wooden cross. Witnesses said she faced death with calm resolve. Her execution was meant to be final, a warning, a silencing of a dangerous symbol. But it had the opposite effect. Instead of being erased, Joan became a martyr. Even English and Burgundian observers were disturbed by the spectacle. Some wept, others openly questioned whether the church had committed a grave injustice. One of the English clerics present was said to have exclaimed, "We are lost! We have burned a saint!" Over the years that followed, Joan's image only grew stronger. Her unwavering faith, her courage in battle, and her dignified defence at trial became the foundation for a powerful legend. In 1456, 25 years after her death, and following a formal investigation ordered by Pope Calixtus III, Joan's trial was declared invalid. She was officially exonerated, her name cleared of heresy. In the centuries that followed, Joan of Arc became a unifying symbol for France. During times of national crisis, particularly during the French Wars of Religion and later during the Franco-Prussian War, her story was invoked as a beacon of courage, patriotism, and divine mission. Artists, writers, and historians immortalized her life. Her face appeared in stained glass, sculpture, and literature. She was celebrated as both a warrior and a mystic, a simple peasant and a national heroine. In 1920, nearly 500 years after her execution, the Catholic Church formally canonized Joan of Arc as a saint. The girl who had been condemned by church officials was now one of its most revered figures. Her feast day is celebrated on May 30th, the anniversary of her martyrdom. Today, Joan of Arc remains one of the most iconic figures in world history. Her life defied every expectation. Peasant, prophet, warrior, prisoner, saint. Through faith and conviction, she altered the course of a kingdom. Through fire, she entered legend. And through memory, she lives on. The life of a medieval baker began in darkness. Long before roosters crowed or church bells tolled, bakers were already hard at work. Their day often started around midnight, when most of the town was fast asleep. The quiet streets were cold and still, but inside the bakehouse, flames crackled, flour dust hung in the air, and the rhythm of kneading began. Medieval bread wasn't made on a whim. It required precise timing and a practiced hand. Bakers relied on sourdough starters, carefully nurtured fermenting dough that gave rise and flavour to the loaves. There were no commercial yeasts. Everything was done by feel, smell, and experience. The flour was often coarse, ground at a local mill, and carried its own unique character based on region, season, and grain quality. Some bakers even mixed in bran, barley, or beans to stretch their flour supplies. Water was drawn from wells or public fountains. Everything had to be measured and mixed by hand, often in the dim light of oil lamps or candles. The mixing trough was usually wooden, and the dough had to be kneaded until it reached the right texture, a task that required strength and repetition. In colder months, the dough had to be kept warm with cloths or near the hearth to rise properly. The oven, usually a large domed brick structure, had to be heated long before baking. Bakers would burn bundles of wood inside until the walls radiated enough heat to bake several batches of bread. Ashes were raked out carefully, and the oven floor cleaned with a damp cloth or a wooden peel before the loaves were slid in. By the time the town stirred, merchants setting up stalls, church doors opening for morning mass, the baker's first loaves were already out of the oven. The smell of warm bread filled the air. It was the scent of sustenance, of daily survival. For many in the medieval world, bread was the cornerstone of every meal. But for the baker, it was just the beginning. Deliveries had to be made, customers served, and records kept. And once the ovens cooled and the counters cleared, there was little time to rest, because tomorrow's dough would need mixing before the moon set again. In medieval towns, the baker's work never truly ended. To master the daily grind of medieval baking, a baker needed more than just flour and fire. They relied on a trusted set of tools, each shaped by generations of craftsmanship. The bakehouse itself was often a simple stone or timber-framed structure, but inside, it was a specialized world. Every item had a purpose, and efficiency could mean the difference between profit and punishment. The heart of any bakery was the oven. Typically made of clay or brick, these were dome-shaped and massive, designed to retain heat for hours. Heating the oven wasn't quick. Bundles of wood, often oak or beech, were burned inside until the walls radiated the ideal temperature. Then the ashes were raked out and the bread loaded using a peel, a long-handled wooden paddle that allowed bakers to slide loaves deep into the hot chamber without burning themselves. The kneading trough was another essential item, usually carved from a single block of wood or built from heavy planks. These troughs were wide and low, allowing bakers to lean into their work. The dough was mixed and worked by hand, and larger bakeries sometimes had several troughs going at once to keep up with demand. Measuring tools were primitive, but vital. Most bakers used wooden scoops or hand-carved measures for flour and salt, though consistency varied. Scales were rare, and accuracy was often enforced by local guilds or town officials. Cheating customers by underweighting loaves could lead to heavy fines, or worse. Flour was stored in cloth sacks or wooden barrels, while water was hauled in buckets from wells or streams. Some bakeries also had sieves for removing husks or debris, especially in more prosperous towns where finer bread was expected by wealthier clients. Coarser flours, however, were common for the lower classes. Perhaps the most valuable tool was the baker's hands, calloused, experienced, and trained by years of repetition. They knew when dough was ready, when the oven was hot enough, and when a loaf was just beginning to sing its final crusty notes. Everything had to be cleaned and prepared before the next day. The tools, humble though they seemed, were part of a larger rhythm, a cycle of labour, skill, and heat that transformed raw grain into life-sustaining bread. In the hands of a medieval baker, each tool helped feed a town. In the medieval world, bread was more than food. It was the foundation of every meal and a marker of social class. Nearly everyone ate it daily, but not all bread was created equal. What you ate said a great deal about who you were. The wealthiest citizens, nobles, clergy, and prosperous merchants demanded the finest bread, known as manchet, or white bread. Made from finely sifted wheat flour, this bread was soft, pale, and expensive. Producing it required extra labor, grinding, sifting out bran, and using only the most refined parts of the grain. This labor-intensive process raised its cost, placing it far out of reach for commoners. For townsfolk and tradesmen, ravel or wheaten bread was the standard. Still made from wheat, it was less refined, slightly darker, and more nutritious. It struck a balance between cost and quality, and bakers sold it in greater quantities than manchet. In some towns, regulations dictated that this bread must be sold at a fixed weight and price, preventing bakers from exploiting the hungry. But for the poor, the labourers, peasants, and beggars, there was maslin or black bread, often made from a mix of rye, barley, oats, and whatever else was available. This bread was dense, coarse, and sometimes bitter. In hard times, bakers might even stretch it with beans, peas, or chestnut flour. It was filling, yes, but also a reminder of one's place in society. In monasteries, bread varied depending on the order. Some monks ate simple loaves in keeping with their vows of poverty, while wealthier institutions produced high-quality white bread for guests and ranking clergy. Bread was also used as a social tool. During feasts, wealthy lords would use trenchers, thick slices of stale bread, as plates. After the meal, these were either eaten by servants or given to the poor. Charity was often dispensed in the form of bread, handed out at monastery gates or from noble kitchens. A skilled baker had to understand these divisions. They didn't just bake one type of loaf. They produced multiple varieties daily to meet the needs of the entire town. Bread wasn't just nourishment. It was economy, hierarchy, and identity, baked into every crust. In a world where most people lived on little, bread defined who had more and who survived on less. Being a baker in medieval Europe was not just a matter of skill, it was also a matter of law. Bread was considered so essential to life that its production was heavily regulated by local authorities and trade guilds. For a baker, failing to follow the rules didn't just mean bad business, it could mean public humiliation, loss of livelihood, or even imprisonment. In most towns and cities, guilds controlled the profession. These were associations of craftsmen who regulated quality, training, pricing, and supply. Bakers' guilds established strict standards for the weight, size, and ingredients of bread. These standards weren't optional. They were enforced through regular inspections and harsh penalties. New bakers often had to apprentice for several years before they were allowed to operate their own ovens. Guild membership was both a privilege and a protection. It gave bakers the right to sell in the town market and guaranteed some degree of economic stability. But it also bound them to a system of accountability. If a baker was caught selling underweight loaves or substituting poor ingredients, guild officials could fine them, suspend them, or revoke their right to bake altogether. Beyond the guilds, municipal authorities also monitored bread quality. In England, for instance, the assize of bread and ale, a law dating back to the 13th century, dictated exactly how much bread a customer should receive for a set price, which adjusted with grain costs. Officials known as bread weighers or ale tasters conducted surprise inspections and reported violators. Punishment for breaking bread laws could be dramatic. Some bakers were pilloried, locked into public stocks where they were mocked or pelted with stale bread and rotten food. Others were forced to parade through town with substandard loaves strung around their necks. In extreme cases, a repeat offender could be banned from the trade or exiled from the town altogether. These rules weren't just about fairness, they were about survival. Bread riots were a real threat in times of famine or inflation. Town leaders knew that if people suspected they were being cheated out of their daily bread, unrest could follow. For the medieval baker, then, precision wasn't just a point of pride, it was a legal obligation. Every loaf had to meet the mark, because in the eyes of both the guild and the town, baking was not just a trade, it was a public service. Running a medieval bakehouse wasn't just demanding, it was dangerous. Fire was both a necessity and a constant threat. Ovens had to reach incredibly high temperatures to bake dense loaves, and maintaining that heat meant burning large quantities of wood, often in enclosed spaces made of timber, thatch or stone blackened by years of smoke. Most bakehouses were constructed with a large domed oven built from clay or brick, positioned against an outer wall to allow for airflow and loading. To heat it, bakers lit a roaring fire inside the oven itself. This wasn't a casual campfire. This was an intense blaze meant to superheat thick walls that could radiate warmth for hours. Once the fire had burned long enough, bakers would rake out the embers, clean the hearth with a damp rag or sand-soaked brush, and begin baking. But even a moment's carelessness could lead to catastrophe. Embers could escape, thatched roofs could ignite, and in densely packed towns and cities, a bakehouse fire could spread with terrifying speed. For this reason, many towns required that bakehouses be located on the outskirts or built with specific fire-resistant materials, if the baker could afford them. Bakers also faced health risks. Prolonged exposure to heat and smoke took a toll on the lungs and skin. The heavy lifting of flour sacks and kneading of massive batches of dough wore down the body over time. Burns were common, on arms, hands, and faces, earned while loading and unloading hot loaves with long wooden peels. Some cities had communal bakehouses, especially in poorer neighborhoods. Families would prepare dough at home and bring it to a central oven managed by a professional baker. While this system saved fuel and reduced fire hazards in private homes, it introduced its own risks. Loaves could be burned, stolen, or tampered with. Bakers were held responsible for the integrity of each household's bread, and any negligence could lead to formal complaints. Because bread was such a vital staple, a disrupted bakehouse, whether due to fire, illness, or accident, could ripple across the whole town. It wasn't just the baker who suffered. The entire community felt the loss. Despite these dangers, the bakehouse remained the beating heart of daily life. It was a place of labor, heat, and vital routine, where risk and reward burned side by side with every glowing loaf. While the image of the medieval baker often centers on male guild members and apprentices, women played a critical, if often overlooked, role in the daily production of bread. In many towns and villages, especially outside major cities, women were the primary bakers for both family and community. Their presence in the bakehouse was essential to keeping the ovens hot and the population fed. In rural areas, household baking was typically done by women. They baked for their families using communal ovens or small hearths, and in times of surplus, they might sell loaves at market or from their doorstep. For many women, this side trade in bread offered a rare source of independent income. In cities too, widows of bakers were often permitted to continue their husbands' businesses, sometimes becoming successful bakery owners in their own right. Guilds were usually male-dominated, but not entirely exclusive. In certain regions, especially in parts of Germany and France, female bakers were formally recognized. Women could inherit licenses, run bakeries, and train apprentices, including daughters or nieces. Some even petitioned for full guild rights and won them, though this required navigating legal and social challenges. Women in bakehouses performed the same grueling work as men, mixing dough in massive troughs, hauling water and flour, managing oven temperatures, and selling bread in markets. Many also worked as bread sellers, walking through the streets with baskets balanced on their heads or carts loaded with loaves. These women were often the face of the bakery, dealing directly with customers and managing daily sales. Despite their labor, women were often paid less and received less recognition than their male counterparts. They were more vulnerable to accusations of selling underweight bread or poor quality loaves, and faced harsh penalties for infractions. Still, their contribution was essential, especially during times of war or plague when men were absent and communities relied on women to sustain the food supply. Baking also intersected with motherhood and caretaking. A woman who could bake well was seen as capable and respectable, keeping her household fed, preserving traditions, and passing down knowledge. In many families, recipes and baking techniques were handed down from mother to daughter like heirlooms. In every corner of medieval society, From noble kitchens to village ovens, women shaped the world through bread. Though history often left them unnamed, their hands were among the first to touch the dough that would nourish entire towns. In medieval Europe, bread wasn't just food, it was sacred. Few institutions influenced bread making more than the church, which not only consumed vast quantities of bread, but also shaped its symbolism, regulation, and distribution. In monasteries, cathedrals, and village chapels alike, bread was a symbol of life, sacrifice, and divine presence. At the heart of this connection was the Eucharist, the Christian rite in which bread became the body of Christ. The preparation of this bread, often called the host, was subject to strict guidelines. Only the finest white wheat flour could be used, and it had to be unleavened. In monasteries, specific monks were assigned to this holy duty, baking in silence, often at night, in special ovens. These wafers were stamped with sacred symbols and handled with extreme reverence. But the Church's relationship with bread went far beyond ritual. Monasteries were among the largest landowners and food producers in medieval Europe. Many ran their own bakehouses, producing vast amounts of bread for the monks, their workers, and guests. The daily monastic diet typically included multiple servings of bread, paired with cheese, ale, or pottage. For the poor, monasteries also served as lifelines, distributing alms bread to beggars and travellers who waited at the gates. Cathedrals and parish churches frequently received bread donations from local bakers and wealthy patrons. These offerings might be displayed on feast days, distributed to the needy, or used in ceremonial processions. Some towns even had special bread altars, where loaves were blessed and handed out in memory of the dead. The church also played a regulatory role. In some towns, ecclesiastical courts handled disputes between bakers and customers, especially in areas where the local clergy governed commercial life. They helped enforce fair prices and weights, often motivated by the belief that cheating customers of bread was not just dishonest, but sinful. On religious feast days, special breads were baked, rich, spiced loaves shaped into crosses, doves, or other sacred forms. These celebratory breads marked the rhythm of the liturgical year and were often shared in the community to strengthen bonds of faith and fellowship. In the medieval imagination, bread was not only sustenance, it was spiritual nourishment. For the baker, supplying bread to the church meant more than earning money. It meant participating in the sacred economy of life, where dough became divine, and the oven echoed with ritual as much as routine. In the medieval world, bread was deeply entwined with power. For rulers, mayors, guildmasters, and kings, controlling the price, supply, and quality of bread was as important as maintaining order. Because bread was the staple food for most of the population, often making up 70% or more of a person's diet, its availability was directly linked to political stability. The most visible way this played out was through price controls. Cities and kingdoms established official rates for bread through laws like the assize of bread and ale in England, which tied the price of a loaf to the current cost of grain. If grain prices rose due to poor harvests, drought, or war, bakers were expected to adjust the size of their loaves, not the price. This meant that during times of scarcity, bakers had to produce smaller loaves for the same price, often cutting into their own profits. But if a baker was caught short-changing customers or selling loaves below the legal weight, the punishment could be harsh. Authorities saw cheating as not just theft, but a betrayal of the public trust. In some towns, bakers were pilloried, forced to stand in public stocks while holding underweight loaves. Others were fined, shamed, or even banned from baking. Bakers were also required to keep detailed records of grain purchases, flour usage, and the number of loaves baked. Inspectors could show up unannounced to weigh loaves and examine ovens. In particularly tense times, such as during war or famine, bakers were sometimes placed under military guard to ensure fair distribution. Bread riots were among the most feared expressions of unrest. When bread became scarce or unaffordable, mobs could form quickly. In such cases, bakers might be accused of hoarding flour or favouring the wealthy. Entire shops could be looted and records destroyed. To maintain peace, city officials would sometimes seize grain stocks or subsidise bread to prevent starvation and protest. Because of its centrality to life, bread became a tool of both charity and control. Rulers handed out bread during public celebrations or religious festivals to win favour with the people. In castles, lords ensured their retainers and servants had ample supplies, reinforcing loyalty. And in towns, a steady stream of affordable bread was seen as the mark of good governance. In medieval politics, bread wasn't just food, it was power. And the baker stood at the intersection of hunger and authority. Though rarely named in chronicles or praised in songs, the medieval baker left behind a legacy that shaped the very foundation of everyday life. In a world of castles and cathedrals, kings and knights, it was the humble baker who fed the people. And while their work was done in darkness, before the town ever woke, its impact touched every household. The baker's influence extended beyond the ovens and into the cultural fabric of medieval society. From birth to death, bread accompanied every stage of life. It was present at baptisms, shared during weddings, offered in mourning, and honoured at church altars. Every loaf baked carried with it centuries of tradition, belief, and survival. The skills of the baker were passed down through generations, often within families or apprenticeships. Techniques were taught by hand and by repetition. How to feel when dough was ready, how to read the oven's heat without a thermometer, how to stretch flour in lean times without sacrificing quality. These traditions were deeply rooted in place and community. A baker in one region might favour rye and oats, while another relied on barley or imported wheat. Every town had its own flavour. Over time, as cities grew and trade expanded, the role of the baker evolved. By the late Middle Ages, commercial bakeries became more common, and baking began to shift from small household craft to full-fledged industry. Innovations like windmills and watermills improved flour production, and better road systems helped grain move from farms to markets more efficiently. Despite this progress, the essential rhythm of baking remained unchanged: rise, knead, shape, fire, feed. It was a cycle as old as civilization, and the medieval baker stood as its quiet custodian. Even today, echoes of their work survive. In languages around the world, the word for companion derives from Latin com panis, with bread. A reminder that sharing bread meant sharing life. The guilds that once regulated bakers paved the way for modern food safety standards, and the communal ovens of medieval villages laid the foundation for today's neighbourhood bakeries. In the end, the medieval baker's legacy is not just in the loaves they made, but in the sustained life of a community. Through flour, fire, and faith, they fed more than bodies. They nourished entire societies. Hey guys, tonight we begin with the utterly unfortunate fate of being an Aztec sacrifice victim. A role nobody auditioned for, but somehow thousands got cast in anyway. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe. But only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And let me know in the comments where you're tuning in from and what time it is. It's always fascinating to see who's joining us from around the world. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. In the Aztec Empire, you didn't sign up to be a sacrifice victim. There wasn't a volunteer box on any form, no pamphlet explaining the benefits, and definitely no severance package. This was a role you inherited through bad luck, bad timing, or bad geography. The easiest way to get picked was to be a captured warrior. Now, you might think that meant you fought badly, but in Aztec warfare, it was actually the opposite. If you fought bravely and skillfully, the enemy would rather keep you alive. Not because they liked you, but because you'd make an impressive gift to the gods. Essentially, you were a living trophy, just one that didn't get to sit on a shelf. Slaves could also be chosen, sometimes after being treated suspiciously well. You'd be given rich clothes, a diet far better than you'd ever had before, and maybe even paraded around as the living embodiment of a god. Sounds nice. Until you remember, the final act involves an obsidian blade and a lot of chanting. It was the ancient equivalent of being wined and dined before being politely escorted out of existence. And then there were the unlucky civilians. Strong, healthy, in the prime of life. Congratulations. You had the perfect resume for being ceremonially removed from the population. A job offer you couldn't refuse. From the outside, the role looked glamorous. You'd get fine garments, ceremonial jewelry, and an audience wherever you went. People might even look at you with admiration, though, let's be honest, part of that was relief that they weren't the one in your sandals. To the Aztecs, you were chosen for the highest honor, helping keep the sun moving across the sky. To you, it was more like winning the worst lottery in history. A jackpot that came with free meals, new clothes, and a guaranteed one-way trip to the top of the Great Temple. It was all part religious devotion, part public spectacle. Your final moments weren't just for the gods. They were for the crowd, the priests, and anyone in a neighboring city thinking about challenging Aztec power. In short, you were about to be famous, for about 2 minutes. Once you were chosen for sacrifice, the Aztecs made sure you knew it wasn't random. It was destiny. The gods, they said, had smiled upon you, which is a poetic way of saying you'd been hand-picked for an appointment you could never cancel. The Aztec worldview was built on reciprocity with the gods. The sun rose, the rains fell, and the corn grew because humans gave back, not in coins or flowers, but in blood. Your blood. To them, this was the highest compliment. You were worthy of feeding the divine. To you, it was like being told you'd been selected as Employee of the Month, only to find out the reward was being ceremonially fired from life. Priests would remind you daily how special you were. They'd talk about how your spirit would ascend to the highest heavens, how the gods themselves would welcome you, and how your sacrifice would ensure the world didn't collapse into eternal darkness. It was touching, really, except for the part where none of this changed the fact that you were on a countdown clock. Some chosen victims leaned into it. If you were already doomed, you might as well enjoy the perks, the richer food, the ceremonial drinks, the fact that you could say whatever you wanted without worrying about tomorrow, because, well, there wasn't going to be one. Others, however, had a harder time buying into the honor part. Being told you're special loses some sparkle when it comes from the same guy sharpening the obsidian blade. Your family might be proud, or at least pretend to be, because publicly questioning the ritual wasn't exactly safe. Neighbors would nod with solemn respect as you walked by, wearing fine clothes and painted in sacred patterns. But deep down, they were thinking, better him than me. To the outside world, you were now untouchable, revered, almost holy. In reality, you were the centerpiece in a grand performance that everyone was looking forward to, except you. The priests called it a sacred duty. You might have called it a one-way promotion to the afterlife. Being special in the Aztec Empire had its perks, but as you'd soon find out, it also had a very sharp, very ceremonial downside. One of the strangest things about being chosen for sacrifice in the Aztec Empire was how well you were treated before the big day. It was almost suspicious. You went from ordinary life, whether as a captured warrior, a slave, or a citizen, to what could only be described as the ancient equivalent of an all-inclusive resort. Suddenly, you were fed rich, flavorful meals. None of the bland maize porridge you might have been used to. We're talking tamales, fresh fruit, maybe even cacao drinks. Food normally reserved for nobility. Your clothes upgraded too. No more worn tunics. Now you wore fine cotton garments, dyed in bright colours and decorated with intricate patterns. You might even get jewellery. It was all very flattering, right up until you remembered why they were doing it. The reason was simple. Appearances mattered. You weren't just any sacrifice. You were a gift to the gods, and a shabby offering would be insulting. Think of it like wrapping a present in gold foil before handing it over, except in this case, you were the present. Some victims enjoyed the experience while it lasted. After all, it's hard not to appreciate good food, comfortable clothing, and the sudden interest everyone takes in you. You might even be given ceremonial tasks, singing, dancing, or appearing in processions as part of the festival build-up. Of course, the VIP part had limits. You couldn't exactly leave, and your schedule was not your own. Priests checked on you regularly, not because they were concerned for your well-being, but because losing you before the ceremony would ruin the program. You were essentially a walking, talking centerpiece that had to be kept in perfect condition until showtime. The public, meanwhile, would see you pass and whisper about how honored you must feel. They'd point out your fine clothes, your confident walk, and the fact that you were treated like nobility. Few mentioned the obvious, that all of this was temporary, very temporary. The Aztecs believed the gods deserved the best, so for a little while, you were the best. You ate like a noble, dressed like a noble, and were paraded like a noble. The only difference was that actual nobles got to keep enjoying those things after the festival. You, on the other hand, were on borrowed luxury, and the due date was approaching fast. As the festival approached, your VIP makeover wasn't complete without one final touch, the ceremonial body paint. The Aztecs took this seriously. You weren't just getting a few stripes and swirls. This was a full-on transformation into a walking piece of religious art. The priests would carefully paint your face and body with symbolic designs. Each colour and pattern meant something. Red for the rising sun, black for the underworld, white for death, and so on. Sometimes, they'd paint you to resemble a specific god you were meant to stand in for during the ceremony. This wasn't a casual face paint job from a village fair. This was sacred, deliberate, and done with pigments so vivid they'd probably still be visible after your final scene. To the crowd, these patterns weren't just decoration. They were a clear announcement. Here is the honoured sacrifice. In other words, the ancient equivalent of walking around with a giant neon sign saying main event. You couldn't blend in even if you wanted to. The process itself was surprisingly meticulous. You'd be seated or stood in a special area while the priests mixed the pigments from minerals, plants, and even insects. Yes, some of the most brilliant colours came from crushed bugs. It was all very creative, if a bit unsettling to realise your glowing red arm was courtesy of beetle powder. Once painted, you became part of the festival's visual spectacle. Children would point, elders would nod approvingly. Strangers might offer you flowers or food, partly out of respect and partly out of the belief that it was good luck to give a gift to someone destined for the gods. Of course, there was a double edge to all of this. The paint was meant to elevate you spiritually, but it also removed any last trace of anonymity. Not that you had much before, but now there was no mistaking you for an innocent bystander. You were a marked person in every sense. Still, there was something strangely empowering about it. You'd been chosen, dressed, fed, and now turned into a living symbol. It was pageantry at its finest, just with a slightly fatal ending. The Aztecs believed the gods would recognize you instantly when the time came. Unfortunately, so would everyone else. If you thought the morning of your sacrifice might at least start off peacefully, you'd be wrong. There was no gentle sunrise and birdsong to ease you into your last day. Instead, you woke up to the deep, pounding beat of ceremonial drums echoing across the city. And these weren't background drums. They were the kind of drums that made your chest vibrate and reminded you that, yes, you had an appointment on the great temple steps in just a few hours. The drums weren't there for your benefit. They were for everyone else, a signal to the city that the festival had begun, that the gods were about to be honoured, and that all eyes should be on the ceremonial proceedings. Of course, they also worked as an excellent alarm clock for the guest of honour. No hitting snooze here. Priests would arrive early to check on you. They'd offer food, perhaps some ritual drinks, and a final round of ceremonial blessings. It might almost feel comforting if it weren't for the subtle tension in the air. These weren't casual morning greetings. These were the last-minute rituals to prepare you for your starring role. By now, you were fully dressed in your ceremonial garments, adorned with feathers, jewellery, and freshly touched-up paint. The air smelled of incense, flowers, and anticipation. Somewhere nearby, other participants were also getting ready. Dancers, musicians, and fellow victims, each with their own assigned moment in the ceremony. As the drums grew louder, the atmosphere shifted from morning calm to public spectacle. The city came alive. People gathered in the plazas, climbing onto rooftops for a better view. Merchants sold festival foods. Children darted between the crowds, trying to catch glimpses of the preparations. The excitement was palpable, though you, of course, were experiencing a different kind of thrill. And here's the thing. The Aztecs genuinely believed this was a good day for you. They thought you were stepping into eternal honor, joining the gods in the afterlife. So when the priests looked at you and smiled, it wasn't sarcasm. They meant it. The reality? Your morning was less preparing for glory and more final boarding call. The drums didn't just mark the start of the festival, they were the countdown clock you couldn't ignore. After the drums had done their job of reminding you that this was, in fact, your final day, it was time for the next act, the ceremonial procession. This was not a subtle, slip-in through the side entrance type of affair. No, you were front and centre in a parade designed to make sure the entire city knew exactly who the main event was. Priests led the way, their robes flowing, incense burners swinging in slow arcs, filling the air with fragrant smoke. Behind them came dancers in feathered costumes, musicians with flutes and rattles, and attendants carrying banners. And then there was you, painted, dressed, and walking in the middle of the grand parade like an honoured dignitary, whose tenure was about to end abruptly. People lined the streets to watch. Some shouted blessings, some offered flowers, and a few probably made wagers about how composed you'd look on the altar. Children pointed with wide-eyed fascination. Elders nodded gravely. Merchants closed their stalls just to see you pass. It was a spectacle, and you were the star, even if you'd have preferred a less dramatic role. The procession wound its way through the main plaza, ensuring that as many people as possible got a good look at you. In a way, it was the Aztec version of a farewell tour, except instead of signing autographs, you were receiving ceremonial offerings. Every step was accompanied by music, pounding drums, piercing flutes, and the occasional cheer from the crowd. The noise was constant, impossible to ignore. It was meant to energize the festival, but it also made it impossible to pretend this was just another religious service. As you approached the base of the great temple, the crowd grew denser, and the anticipation thicker. You could see the steep steps ahead, rising toward the altar. The music swelled. The smell of incense was almost overwhelming now. This was the moment the parade transitioned into something else, the climb. The strange thing was, everyone watching truly believed this was an honor. They weren't mocking you, they were celebrating you. Unfortunately, their definition of celebrating involved you not making it back down those steps in one piece. The parade was grand, colourful, and unforgettable. For everyone else, it was a highlight of the year. For you, it was just the most elaborate walk to work you'd ever take, and the last. Standing at the base of the great temple, you finally got a proper look at the stairs. They didn't just lead up, they soared upward like the world's steepest treadmill, minus the handrails, and plus several hundred spectators watching your every move. If you weren't feeling nervous before, the sheer verticality of it all was enough to make you reconsider your life choices. Not that you had any left to make. These weren't short steps either. The great temple could be over 100 feet tall, and each step was deliberately steep. The climb was symbolic, rising from the mortal world toward the gods, but in practice, it mostly symbolized how much your legs were going to burn. You'd be barefoot or in thin sandals, so every stone was another reminder that you were very much alive. For now, priests escorted you, sometimes holding your arms to assist you. Whether they were helping you reach the top or making sure you didn't bolt halfway up is a matter of interpretation. The crowd's chanting and the rhythmic drum beats echoed up the temple's walls, making the climb feel even more surreal. Halfway up, you might glance back. The city stretched out below, bustling marketplaces, shimmering canals, distant mountains, a living postcard of the world you were about to leave. And if you turned forward, there was the altar, framed by the twin temples of Huitzilopochtli and Tlaloc, gleaming in the sunlight. Both gods were eager for your arrival, apparently. Some victims tried to climb slowly, hoping to delay the inevitable. Others climbed quickly, either to get it over with, or because the priests behind them were nudging a little too enthusiastically. There was no good pace. Every step was just another closer to the end. By the time you reached the top, the air felt thinner, the drums louder, and the reality heavier. The climb wasn't just physical, it was psychological. Each step stripped away any illusion that this was all ceremonial pageantry. Now, standing on the temple platform with the altar before you, the drums reached a fever pitch. You'd made it to the top, which, in this situation, was unfortunately not the kind of achievement anyone envied. Reaching the top of the great temple should have felt like a victory. After all, not everyone got to stand up here. But when the only way down involved not being alive anymore, the sense of achievement was mixed. From up here, the view was breathtaking. You could see the sprawling city of Tenochtitlan in all its glory, canals glinting in the sun, bustling markets, shimmering lakes stretching into the horizon. It was the kind of view real estate agents would kill for, or in this case, sacrifice for. For a fleeting moment, you might even forget why you were here. Then, the altar came into your peripheral vision, and the illusion crumbled. The priests were already in position, their ornate headdresses swaying in the breeze, obsidian blades gleaming just enough to catch the light and your attention. Their faces were calm, almost businesslike. This wasn't personal. To them, you were one part of a sacred schedule, slotted neatly between morning dances and the afternoon feast. The crowd below looked smaller now, but the sound carried. Drums thundered, shells rattled, voices chanted in unison. It was like standing on stage in front of thousands of people, except instead of delivering a speech, you were about to deliver your heart. Literally. Up here, the air smelled of incense and flowers, masking, for the moment, what was about to happen. Colourful banners flapped against the temple's edges, and offerings of maize, cacao, and feathers lay in neat piles. It was beautiful in the way only something both sacred and terrifying can be. Some victims reportedly felt a strange calm at this point. The climb was over, the crowd was here, the gods were watching. There was nothing left to do but go through with it. Others found their senses sharpening, noticing every tiny detail. The texture of the stone beneath their feet, the glint of the ceremonial jewellery, the heat of the sun pressing on their back. From this vantage point, you were at the pinnacle of Aztec life, literally and figuratively. Unfortunately, the only way forward from the pinnacle was straight into legend, and the afterlife. The view from the top was magnificent, yes, but it was also the kind of view you could only enjoy once. The moment had finally arrived. The chanting below swelled into a steady, hypnotic rhythm, as if the entire city were holding its breath. Up here, on the temple platform, the priests moved with deliberate precision. No one rushed. No one fumbled. This was a performance they had rehearsed countless times, though never with you in the starring role. First came the ceremonial blessings. The head priest circled you, sprinkling sacred water, waving incense smoke in your direction, and chanting prayers to the gods. If you didn't know better, you might think they were preparing you for a wedding. The difference was that in this ceremony, the vows were entirely one-sided. The crowd below could see you clearly now. From this height, their faces were tiny, but their unified chanting was unmistakable. Every beat of the drum seemed to echo in your chest, keeping pace with your heartbeat, which, ironically, was about to become the centerpiece of the event. Then came the positioning. 4 attendants stepped forward, each taking an arm or a leg. Not roughly, but firmly, as though you were being tucked into bed. A very permanent bed. The priests didn't waste time explaining what would happen next. In the Aztec world, everyone already knew the steps, quite literally, by heart. The obsidian blade was brought forward. It was a beautiful tool, razor-sharp, black as midnight, and capable of slicing through flesh like a hot knife through soft maize bread. This wasn't some dull prop. It was the real deal, meticulously crafted for the god's satisfaction. From the corner of your eye, you might notice other offerings laid out nearby. Maize, cacao beans, colourful feathers, perhaps even small figurines. These were the supporting cast to your main act, the extra tokens of devotion to accompany your contribution. The air grew heavy. The incense smoke thickened, the chanting intensified, and the priest's hands became steady as stone. This wasn't chaos. It was choreography. The Aztecs prided themselves on the precision of their rituals. At this point, you realized there was no more next. The ritual wasn't about to start. It was starting. And as far as the Aztecs were concerned, the gods were leaning in, eager for the show. If there was ever a point in the ceremony where all pretense fell away, this was it. The blessings were over. The crowd's chanting was at full volume, and you were lying on your back, staring up at the open sky. Somewhere above, the gods you were supposedly helping must have been leaning over the clouds like curious spectators. The 4 attendants kept you firmly in place. Again, they weren't cruel about it, more like craftsmen holding a precious object steady. It just so happened the object was your ribcage. The high priest, blade in hand, stepped into your line of sight. Obsidian doesn't gleam like metal. It catches the light in sharp, glassy flashes. Beautiful, in an unnerving way. The priest raised it to the sun for a brief moment, offering it symbolically to the heavens. Then, without hesitation, he began. The Aztecs prided themselves on speed. This wasn't meant to be a prolonged ordeal. A skilled priest could make the cut and remove the heart in mere seconds. The obsidian edge sliced cleanly. It was sharp enough to make modern surgeons nod in approval, though the operating room etiquette was slightly different here. From the crowd's perspective, this was the climax, the sacred exchange between human and divine. From your perspective, it was, well, probably best not to dwell on that. The heart, still beating, was lifted high toward the sky, the priest chanting words of offering. The symbolism was clear. Your life force was now quite literally in the hands of the gods. The crowd erupted in renewed chants and drumbeats. Down below, people believed they were witnessing the moment the sun's journey across the sky had been assured for another day, that the rains would come and the crops would grow. Meanwhile, the rest of you was respectfully placed aside, ready for the next phase of the ritual. In the Aztec worldview, nothing here was wasteful. Your body had spiritual, ceremonial, and sometimes even practical uses afterward. It was over quickly. The anticipation had been far longer than the act itself. For the Aztecs, this was the pinnacle of devotion. For you, let's just say it was a very one-sided arrangement. You might think that once your heart was lifted skyward, your part in the ceremony was done. In a way, yes, you'd finished your active role. But in the Aztec world, even the after had its own ritual choreography. First, the heart was placed in a sacred vessel or on a stone altar dedicated to the god in question, usually Huitzilopochtli or Tlaloc. This was the divine handoff, the moment when your essence officially switched teams from mortal to eternal. The priests treated this part with deep reverence, because if the gods weren't satisfied, well, the harvest could fail, the rains might not come, and everyone would be cranky. Your body, meanwhile, didn't just get tossed aside. It was carefully handled, sometimes rolled down the temple steps as part of the dramatic symbolism. Watching this from below was a reminder to the crowd. This was the price of keeping the world running. Plus, let's be honest, in terms of stagecraft, nothing made a bigger impression than a body making its way down 100 feet of stone stairs. Once at the bottom, your remains could serve multiple purposes. Sometimes they were given to important warriors or nobles, not as a trophy, but as a sacred connection to the gods. In rare cases, your bones might be cleaned and preserved as relics, a permanent testament to your service. In certain festivals, parts of the sacrificed might even be used in ritual meals, not because the Aztecs were looking for extra protein, but because they believed consuming a piece of someone who had been so honored allowed the eater to share in their divine essence. To them, this was spiritual recycling at its finest. The ceremony didn't end abruptly. It flowed right into dances, songs, and feasting. The city was alive with celebration, not mourning. For the crowd, you had just completed the ultimate act of devotion, ensuring life and balance for everyone. For you, it was, well, you weren't in much of a position to complain anymore. In the Aztec mindset, you hadn't been lost. You'd been transformed. Though from your perspective, the transformation was a little too final for comfort. Once your part in the ceremony wrapped up, and by wrapped up, I mean completed in the most permanent way possible, the festival didn't pause for mourning or reflection. In fact, it did quite the opposite. The drums kept beating, the flutes kept wailing, and the dancers picked up where they left off, as if nothing particularly dramatic had just happened on top of the great temple. The city square became a whirlwind of movement. Vendors reopened their stalls, hawking tamales, tortillas, cacao drinks, and roasted maize. Children darted between legs, chasing each other with sticks and feathers. Couples leaned against walls, enjoying the music and keeping half an eye on the next phase of the ceremonies. This wasn't disrespect. It was the Aztec way of honoring the gods. Life went on, because that was the whole point of the sacrifice, to keep the sun moving, the rain falling, and the crops growing. Stopping to grieve would have been seen as missing the bigger picture. Musicians roamed through the crowd, rattling shells and striking drums in intricate rhythms. Dancers, still in elaborate feathered headdresses, spun and stamped in time with the music. Their movements were symbolic, reenacting myths, battles, and celestial stories. Somewhere in the choreography, the act you'd just been part of was being retold in a stylized form. It's possible your role was already being interpreted by someone else in the square. Feasting began in earnest. Communal meals were a vital part of any major religious festival. Nobles ate rich stews and delicacies, while commoners enjoyed simpler but plentiful fare. Cups of fermented maguey drink were passed around. Toasts were made, to the gods, to the warriors, and yes, to the sacrifices that made the day possible. From a bystander's perspective, it was joyful, even uplifting. From your perspective, well, you weren't exactly at the table anymore. But in the Aztec worldview, your spirit was present, watching, and possibly enjoying the festivities from a front row seat in the afterlife. The festival would last well into the night. More ceremonies, more dances, more songs. And somewhere in the rhythm of it all, the people of Tenochtitlan felt secure, certain that their world was still in balance. For everyone else, the festival was a high point of the year. For you, it was, quite literally, your grand finale. In the Aztec worldview, becoming a sacrifice didn't make you a tragic figure. It made you a celebrity. Granted, it was the sort of fame you couldn't exactly enjoy in person, but your name, if people actually remembered it, was now tied to the sacred duty of keeping the cosmos in order. Among your family, you'd likely be spoken of with pride. Yes, my cousin helped make sure the sun rose last week. No big deal, they might say at future gatherings, conveniently omitting the part where you had no say in the matter. You'd be remembered as brave, chosen, and favoured by the gods, which is a nice spin on unfortunate lottery winner. If you were a captive warrior, your story took on an extra layer of prestige. The fact that you'd fought valiantly before your capture meant you'd be honoured not just for dying, but for proving your worth on the battlefield. Songs and poems might even immortalise you, though these would focus more on your valour and less on the part where your heart was raised to the sky. Your likeness might appear in painted codices, surrounded by symbols indicating your role in the festival. In these illustrations, you'd look calm, noble, and perfectly composed. Artists tended to skip over the messy reality in favour of something spiritually uplifting. Centuries later, historians would study these images and note your contribution without ever knowing if you were inwardly screaming the whole time. In the eyes of the community, your sacrifice was the ultimate act of giving. The rains that fell, the crops that grew, the victories in war, all of it was, in part, thanks to you. People might invoke your spirit in prayers, hoping you'd put in a good word with the gods. Of course, outside the Aztec world, the memory was a little less flattering. Spanish chroniclers would write about sacrifices in horrified tones, turning you into a cautionary tale about barbaric customs. Over time, the meaning of your death would be filtered through outsiders' perspectives, some seeing it as noble, others as brutal. Still, for the people of Tenochtitlan, you weren't just a victim. You were a hero, a vital thread in the vast tapestry of cosmic order. It's just that your heroic career was also very, very short. If there was one silver lining to being an Aztec sacrifice, it was the afterlife package. The Aztecs didn't believe in a one-size-fits-all eternity. Instead, where you ended up depended on how you died. And for those offered to the gods in a grand ceremony, the destination was surprisingly prestigious. Your soul's first stop was not some shadowy underworld full of misery. Instead, you were believed to be escorted to the realm of the god you'd been sacrificed to. If it was Huitzilopochtli, the sun god, congratulations, you'd join him on his daily journey across the sky. In fact, for the first 4 years, you'd accompany him from sunrise to noon, fighting off cosmic monsters. After that, you'd get to return to Earth as a hummingbird or butterfly. Not bad, considering the alternative was eternal darkness. If you were sacrificed to Tlaloc, the rain god, your afterlife perks included a lush, paradise-like realm filled with endless greenery, sparkling streams, and, presumably, a total absence of obsidian knives. This watery paradise, known as Tlalocan, was essentially the Aztec version of a luxury resort, minus the swim-up bar. The point was clear. You didn't just vanish into nothingness. Your soul had a role, a purpose, and in many ways, more adventure ahead. In the Aztec worldview, your death was less of an ending and more of a high-status transfer to the divine department. There was also a social bonus. You'd be remembered during festivals, with your name or symbolic likeness included in rituals. People might even call on you for spiritual assistance, imagining you whispering to the gods on their behalf. You went from person in the crowd to permanent member of the cosmic VIP list. Of course, whether you personally felt that these perks balanced out the whole having your heart removed thing is another matter, but for the Aztecs, this was the ultimate honor. In their eyes, your sacrifice wasn't tragic. It was a ticket to an exclusive eternity most people could never dream of. So in a sense, you didn't just die for your people. You got promoted. It's just that the promotion process was abrupt. On paper, or more accurately on painted codex, being an Aztec sacrifice looked like a noble gig. You got paraded through the city, dressed in fine clothes, fed well in your final days, and given a front row seat to the most sacred ceremonies of the year. You'd be remembered as a hero, immortalized in stories, and fast-tracked to a divine afterlife. But the job description had some fine print. The kind printed so small that you only realized it existed when you were halfway up the temple steps. Yes, the perks were undeniable. But so was the part where you lost your heart before lunch. The problem wasn't just the ending, it was the lack of personal choice. Sacrifice victims didn't exactly sign consent forms. Whether you were a captured warrior, a tribute from a conquered town, or even someone chosen in a festival lottery, you didn't get much say in your career trajectory. The gods needed fuel, and you happened to be in the right or wrong place at the right time. Then there was the pressure. Sure, you were told this was an honor, but the unspoken truth was that if anything went wrong during the ritual, the priests weren't the ones who'd get blamed. It'd be your spirit. Imagine carrying the cosmic guilt of a bad harvest just because you flinched at the wrong moment, and while the afterlife benefits were generous, they came with conditions. 4 years as a celestial warrior might sound glamorous, but battling mythic creatures every day before lunch could get exhausting. Returning to Earth as a hummingbird was charming in theory, but one hungry frog could ruin your entire reincarnation. In the end, the reality of being an Aztec sacrifice was simple. It was a role designed to look glorious to everyone except the person in it. The community saw you as a savior. You probably saw it as a very permanent scheduling conflict. So yes, the songs, dances, and eternal honor were lovely. But if given the choice, you'd probably prefer to cheer from the crowd rather than take center stage. Sometimes the greatest wisdom is knowing when to let someone else be the hero. Long before tea became the poetic symbol of elegance and conversation in Chinese culture, it was a humble leaf with a job to do: keep you alive, alert, and hopefully free from stomach troubles. In the Han Dynasty, which began in 206 BCE, tea wasn't sipped for pleasure. It was boiled like medicine, because that's exactly what it was considered to be. Picture a Han Dynasty apothecary, shelves lined with jars of dried roots, barks, and leaves. Somewhere in there, tea leaves, freshly plucked from the misty hills, waited their turn. Physicians recommended them not because they were fragrant or delicate, but because they believed the brew could ease digestion, reduce fatigue, and cleanse the body of excess heat. You didn't curl up with a cup of tea for comfort back then. You grimaced, swallowed, and hoped it worked. The preparation was also far from the refined brewing rituals of later centuries. The leaves were steamed, then pressed into hard, portable bricks, a form that made them easy to store and transport. These bricks could be shaved into small pieces and tossed into boiling water with an assortment of other ingredients: scallions for warmth, ginger for spice, and even dried citrus peel for a tangy edge. The resulting liquid was more like a hearty herbal soup than the delicate drink modern tea lovers would recognize. Tea also carried a subtle social weight. In the Han court, offering a medicinal tea was a gesture of care and refinement, even if the flavor was questionable. It was a way of saying, "I respect your health," rather than, "Let's enjoy this moment together." The drink's medicinal associations meant it appeared in early medical texts, where scholars carefully documented which ailments it was supposed to treat. Yet even at this early stage, tea had begun its slow transformation. The more it was consumed, the more people grew accustomed to its taste. Over time, some began to enjoy its bitterness, associating it with vitality and clarity of mind. The Han dynasty may have treated tea as medicine first and foremost, but it was here, in those steaming, pungent pots, that the seeds of China's tea culture were planted. By the time the Tang dynasty arrived in the 7th century CE, tea had undergone a transformation worthy of a royal makeover. No longer just a bitter medicinal concoction, it had evolved into a drink of refinement, artistry, and, most importantly, pleasure. The Tang court embraced tea as both a daily habit and a cultural statement, and with imperial approval, tea culture flourished. One of the most influential figures in this era was Lu Yu, a scholar monk who became known as the Sage of Tea. Around 760 CE, he wrote the classic of tea, Cha Jing, the first known treatise devoted entirely to tea. This wasn't just a recipe book, it was a complete philosophy. Lu Yu described the ideal growing conditions for tea plants, the proper methods for processing leaves, and the etiquette of preparing and serving tea. In doing so, he elevated tea from a mere beverage to an art form. Tang-era tea was still quite different from the loose-leaf style familiar today. The leaves were steamed, pounded into cakes, and dried. When ready to drink, a piece of the cake would be broken off, ground into powder, and whisked into hot water, sometimes with salt or spices, depending on the region. This method created a frothy, rich infusion that symbolized harmony and refinement. The Tang capital, Chang'an, became a hub for tea appreciation. Tea houses began to appear, public spaces where scholars, merchants, and travelers could gather to drink, talk politics, recite poetry, or simply watch the city's bustle. These establishments weren't just cafes, they were cultural crossroads. Diplomats from Korea, Japan, and the Middle East encountered Chinese tea here and carried both the drink and its traditions back to their homelands. For the aristocracy, tea gatherings became a form of social display. The right utensils, the right water source, the right poetic mood, these details mattered. Serving tea poorly could be a social faux pas. Serving it perfectly was a mark of refinement. Even the act of pouring became graceful, deliberate, almost theatrical. By the end of the Tang dynasty, tea was no longer just a medicinal brew. It was a symbol of intellectual elegance, hospitality, and cultural sophistication. From the imperial court to the bustling tea houses of Chang'an, the Tang set the stage for the tea traditions that would shape China and much of Asia for centuries to come. If the Tang dynasty gave tea its cultural foundation, the Song dynasty, 960–1279, draped it in silk and gold. The Song elite approached tea like fine art. Every leaf, every cup, and every motion of the hand was part of a refined performance. In this era, tea drinking reached a new level of sophistication, and the style was unlike anything you'd see in modern tea houses. The tea of choice was powdered, much like the Tang eras, but the Song perfected the whisked method. Instead of boiling tea cakes in water, they ground the tea into a fine green powder, placed it in delicate porcelain bowls, added hot water, and whisked it briskly with bamboo. The result was a pale jade-green froth that was as pleasing to the eye as it was to the palate. This method would later inspire Japan's chanoyu, or tea ceremony. Tea gatherings became a kind of competitive art form known as dusha, or tea contests. Participants were judged on the colour and foam of their whisked tea. The finest foam was dense, smooth, and lasted the longest, sometimes holding its form long enough for poetry to be written on its surface. A thin or quickly dissipating foam. That was the tea equivalent of showing up to a royal banquet in muddy shoes. The Song emperors themselves were deeply involved in tea culture. Emperor Huizong, an accomplished calligrapher and painter, even wrote a treatise titled Daguan Chalun, Treatise on Tea, detailing the aesthetics of tea preparation. Under his reign, tea became an emblem of imperial refinement, and owning the finest tea bowls from kilns like Jianware was a matter of prestige. Tea was also tied to the visual arts. Painters depicted serene scholars sipping tea in bamboo groves, while poets used tea as a metaphor for purity, clarity, and the fleeting nature of life. In elegant pavilions by lotus ponds, courtiers exchanged verses over steaming bowls, the frothy green surface reflecting the surrounding beauty. For commoners, tea drinking was simpler but still influenced by the elite. Street vendors sold whisked tea in busy markets, and though the bowls might not have been imperial porcelain, the drink carried the same warmth and energy. The Song dynasty turned tea into a visual, tactile, and poetic experience, less about quenching thirst, more about cultivating beauty. By the time the dynasty fell, tea drinking had become inseparable from the ideals of elegance, artistry, and refined living. When the Mongols swept into China and established the Yuan dynasty, 1271–1368, they brought with them new tastes, customs, and a far more practical approach to food and drink. For tea culture, this meant a shift away from the refined, whisked style of the Song and toward heartier, more utilitarian brews. The Mongols were horse-riding conquerors, not porcelain-polishing aesthetes, and their influence reshaped tea into something bolder, more sustaining. Under Mongol rule, compressed tea cakes made a comeback, this time not just for storage but for travel and trade across the vast Mongol Empire. Caravans carried tea bricks along the Silk Road, and they became a form of currency in some regions. In the steppes, tea was often boiled with milk, salt, and sometimes butter, creating a rich, savoury drink designed to nourish rather than dazzle. This was tea as fuel, not art. Still, the Yuan dynasty didn't erase the earlier traditions entirely. In the cities, particularly in former Song cultural centres, the love for elegant tea preparation lingered among scholars and merchants. Tea houses continued to operate, but the competitive whisking contests of the Song largely disappeared, replaced by simpler brewing methods. Interestingly, the Mongol palate influenced tea flavouring. Spices like cardamom, cloves, and even black pepper occasionally found their way into tea, flavours borrowed from Central Asian and Middle Eastern culinary traditions. This created blends far removed from the delicate green froth of the Song era, but they had their own appeal, especially for travellers and traders who associated these spiced brews with the cosmopolitan roots of the empire. The Yuan also expanded tea's geographical reach. Through the Mongol postal and trade networks, Chinese tea travelled farther than ever before, into Persia, Russia, and beyond. Though these regions would adapt the drink to their own cultures, the Yuan period marked the beginning of tea's truly global journey. In the eyes of the refined tea connoisseurs of earlier dynasties, this might have been a cultural step backward, less poetry, more practicality. But the Mongols were nothing if not pragmatic, and under their rule, tea proved its versatility. Whether in an urban tea house or a windswept yurt on the steppe, tea in the Yuan dynasty was about sustaining life in a vast and demanding empire. When the Ming dynasty took power in 1368, they didn't just restore Chinese rule, they restored elegance to tea. Gone were the frothy whisked powders of the Song and the milk-salted brews of the Yuan. The Ming court ushered in a simpler, more graceful approach, loose-leaf brewing. The shift came largely thanks to Emperor Hongwu, the dynasty's founder. Practical to the core, he issued a decree banning the production of compressed tea cakes, favouring whole leaves instead. The change transformed the entire tea industry. Farmers began cultivating leaves specifically for loose brewing, developing new varieties with delicate aromas and subtle flavours that could shine without being ground or heavily flavoured. Loose-leaf brewing changed everything about the drinking experience. Instead of whisking powder into a foamy suspension, tea drinkers now placed whole leaves into a pot, poured hot water over them, and let them steep. This method allowed the natural shape, fragrance, and colour of the leaves to be appreciated, a more direct connection to the plant itself. It was tea stripped back to its essence, The Ming also revolutionized teaware. With powdered tea no longer the norm, bowls gave way to teapots, and the humble clay pot became an art form. In Yixing, artisans crafted unglazed clay teapots that absorbed the essence of the tea over time, enhancing its flavor. Porcelain makers in Jingdezhen produced fine, thin-walled teacups that showcased the clear liquor of green teas. A well-brewed cup wasn't just tasted, it was admired like a painting. Culturally, tea became an even more intimate companion to scholarship and the arts. Poets described the sound of water boiling as a wind in the pines. Painters depicted solitary scholars brewing tea in mountain retreats, using the act as a metaphor for clarity of thought. Even among common folk, tea drinking became more accessible. Loose leaves could be brewed without elaborate equipment, and roadside tea stalls flourished in towns and villages. During this era, regional teas began to develop distinct reputations. Dragon Well from Hangzhou, Biluo Chun from Jiangsu, and countless others. Merchants competed to supply the finest harvests to the court, creating the early outlines of China's famous tea trade. The Ming dynasty's embrace of loose-leaf brewing didn't just refine tea, it set the standard for how much of the world still enjoys it today. From elegant Yixing pots to the first flush of green leaves in spring, the Ming made tea a celebration of purity, simplicity, and the beauty of nature itself. When the Qing dynasty rose to power in 1644, tea was already the soul of Chinese daily life. But under Qing rule, tea would leap beyond China's borders, becoming one of the most sought-after commodities in the world. What began as a local cultural treasure was now on its way to fueling empires, wars, and global trade networks. Domestically, the Qing court maintained tea's role as a symbol of refinement. The emperors, especially Kangxi, Yongzheng, and Qianlong, were connoisseurs who supported both the cultivation of fine teas and the artistry of teaware. This period saw further refinement of varieties like Tie Guanyin Oolong and the development of elaborate brewing techniques that balanced aroma, flavor, and appearance. But it was beyond China's borders that tea's influence truly exploded. The Qing dynasty oversaw an unprecedented expansion of the tea trade with foreign powers. By the 17th century, Dutch and Portuguese traders had introduced tea to Europe, but it was during the Qing era that British demand skyrocketed. Chests of tea left the port of Canton in massive quantities, bound for London and beyond. The British East India Company became a major customer, paying for tea with silver, and later, controversially, with opium, setting the stage for conflict. Alongside green tea, black tea, known in China as Hongcha, gained prominence. Black tea's longer shelf life made it ideal for long voyages, and varieties like Lapsang Souchong found eager markets abroad. The Qing also introduced compressed pu'er tea to Tibet, Mongolia, and Central Asia, where it was traded for horses and other goods. Tea houses flourished within China, becoming centers not only for drinking, but for opera performances, business negotiations, and social gatherings. In Beijing, a tea house might serve as both a cafe and an informal office, while in southern China, the Cantonese tradition of yum cha, tea paired with dim sum, blossomed into a beloved culinary ritual. By the late Qing, however, the once profitable tea trade had a darker side. Britain's opium imports into China, designed to offset the silver drain caused by tea exports, led to widespread addiction and the Opium Wars. Tea, once a gentle cultural ambassador, was now entangled in geopolitics. Even so, the Qing dynasty had cemented tea's place as a global commodity. From the drawing rooms of London to the monasteries of Tibet, tea carried with it the essence of Chinese tradition, even as it became a force that would reshape world history. In China, tea was never just about quenching thirst, it was a mirror for the soul. By the time centuries of dynasties had passed, tea drinking had woven itself into the fabric of Chinese philosophy, merging seamlessly with Taoist, Confucian, and Buddhist thought. A simple cup of tea could be an act of meditation, a lesson in virtue, and a reflection on the fleeting nature of life. Buddhist monks were among the earliest to embrace tea for spiritual purposes. Monasteries, often perched high in mist-covered mountains, cultivated tea to help monks stay awake during long hours of meditation. The quiet act of brewing became a kind of moving meditation itself. Rinsing the leaves, pouring the water, watching the steam curl into the air. In the stillness of the tea room, the world outside dissolved, and the drinker's mind was anchored in the present moment. Taoist influence infused tea with a sense of harmony between humanity and nature. The best teas were grown in remote, unspoiled landscapes, where mist, soil, and climate worked in perfect balance. Sipping tea was seen as a way to absorb that balance into one's own being, nature's qi made tangible. The appreciation of tea's aroma, taste, and afterglow reflected Taoist ideals of simplicity and purity. Confucian scholars brought another layer of meaning. For them, tea was a symbol of civility, moral discipline, and respectful social interaction. A host offering tea to a guest was performing more than hospitality. It was a small act of moral cultivation. In the Confucian tradition, the tea table became a stage for manners, poetry, and intellectual exchange, where the quality of one's character was judged as much by the conversation as by the leaves in the pot. Philosophers and poets often used tea as a metaphor. A good cup was like a virtuous life, clear, balanced, and free from excess. A poor brew, cloudy and bitter, could stand as a warning against haste or greed. Some wrote of tea's second flavour, the lingering sweetness after bitterness, as a reminder that life's difficulties often yield quiet rewards. By blending physical refreshment with moral and spiritual reflection, tea became more than a drink. It was a bridge between body and mind, self and world. Every sip carried centuries of thought, a silent dialogue between nature, wisdom, and the human heart. If monasteries gave tea its spiritual depth, tea houses gave it a heartbeat. By the height of the Ming and Qing dynasties, tea houses had become an inseparable part of Chinese urban life. Bustling, noisy, and alive with the sounds of clinking cups, shuffling tiles, and heated debate. These establishments came in many shapes and sizes. In big cities like Beijing or Hangzhou, there were elegant, multi-story tea houses where silk-robed patrons could sip rare brews served in fine porcelain, attended by servers who seemed to glide rather than walk. In smaller towns and rural markets, there were humble roadside stalls. Just a few benches, a kettle over a charcoal brazier, and a proprietor who knew everyone's preferred brew. Tea houses were never just about the drink. They were the living rooms of the city, places where merchants negotiated deals, scholars exchanged poetry, storytellers spun epic tales, and amateur actors performed snippets of opera. In bustling Chengdu, some tea houses even offered ear-cleaning services alongside refills, turning a tea visit into a full sensory experience. The atmosphere varied with the clientele. Scholars' tea houses were quiet, punctuated by the scratch of calligraphy brushes and the low hum of philosophical discussion. Merchant tea houses buzzed with the sharp talk of business, the air thick with incense and ambition. The common tea house was a democratic space where farmers, labourers, and travellers could share a table and a story for the price of a single pot. Entertainment was a major draw. Tea houses often hired performers, musicians, acrobats, or actors to keep patrons lingering. Storytelling was especially popular, with skilled narrators holding audiences spellbound for hours, their voices rising and falling like the steam from the kettle. Patrons sipped slowly, unwilling to leave before the tale's final twist. Hospitality was a point of pride. A skilled tea master didn't just brew leaves, they read the room. A weary traveller might be offered a bold, restorative black tea, while a refined guest might receive a delicate green in a cup warmed just so. In a society where public life was often regulated and formal, the tea house was a rare space of fluidity, a melting pot where social boundaries softened over shared cups. Whether in the grandeur of a capital or the dust of a roadside stop, tea houses kept the rhythm of the community, one pour at a time. From its humble beginnings as a medicinal brew in the Han Dynasty, to the refined loose-leaf rituals of the Ming and the global trade networks of the Qing, tea has remained one of China's most enduring cultural treasures. Its journey through the centuries is more than just a story about a drink. It is a reflection of China's values, philosophies, and adaptability. Tea became a unifying thread across a vast and diverse empire. In the remote mountains of Yunnan, farmers plucked wild leaves from ancient tea trees. In the imperial palace, connoisseurs debated the merits of spring versus autumn harvests. Rich or poor, scholar or farmer, emperor or merchant, tea was a common language that bridged social divides. Its symbolism ran deep. Tea embodied harmony, balance, and the appreciation of life's subtleties. It was tied to Confucian ideals of respect and civility, Taoist notions of simplicity and connection to nature, and Buddhist practices of mindfulness. In every dynasty, tea adapted to the needs of its time, whether as medicine, art, trade, or spiritual companion, without ever losing its essential identity. Tea also became a vessel for Chinese craftsmanship. The art of porcelain making in Jingdezhen, the earthy elegance of Yixing clay teapots, the intricate bamboo whisks, and the poetic inscriptions on teacups. These were not mere accessories, but expressions of a culture that understood beauty as inseparable from function. Even beyond China's borders, tea carried with it the imprint of its homeland. From Japan's tea ceremony to Britain's afternoon tea, from Tibetan butter tea to Moroccan mint tea, the leaf's journey always led back to China's misty mountains and meticulous cultivation. In the modern era, tea continues to evolve. Contemporary tea houses blend tradition with innovation, offering cold brews, scented teas, and experimental blends alongside centuries-old classics. Yet, at its core, the act of brewing remains timeless, heating the water, releasing the leaves' aroma, and taking that first thoughtful sip. Tea's endurance lies in its dual nature. It is both ordinary and extraordinary, an everyday drink and a ritual, a simple leaf and a cultural emblem. To drink tea in China is not just to taste a beverage, but to take part in a tradition that has flowed unbroken for over 2,000 years, carrying with it the wisdom, artistry, and soul of a civilization. In ancient Greece, athletic competition was never just about glory for the athlete. It was an act of worship. Sport was woven into religion, and the track, the wrestling pit, and the chariot course were as sacred in their own way as the temples that stood nearby. To compete was to honor the gods, and victory was considered a sign that the divine had smiled upon you. The most famous example of this union between faith and sport was the Olympic Games, first recorded in 776 BCE. These were not just casual contests. They were held in Olympia, a sanctuary dedicated to Zeus, king of the gods. Before the games began, athletes, officials, and even spectators participated in elaborate religious rituals. At the altar of Zeus, bulls were sacrificed, prayers were recited, and offerings of incense filled the air. The stadium and the temple were two sides of the same coin, both designed to draw the favor of the divine. Other festivals followed a similar pattern. The Pythian Games at Delphi honored Apollo, featuring not just athletics, but also music and poetry competitions. The Isthmian Games celebrated Poseidon, god of the sea, fitting for a venue near the water. Each god had their own set of games, rules, and symbolic connections. To win at the Nemean Games, dedicated to Zeus and Heracles, wasn't just a personal triumph. It was proof that your strength and skill aligned with the heroic virtues those deities embodied. Athletes themselves approached competition with a sense of religious duty. Many trained in gymnasia attached to sanctuaries, and before an event, they swore oaths before the gods to compete honorably. Cheating or dishonorable conduct was not merely a breach of sporting etiquette, it was sacrilege. Punishments could include public shaming, fines, and the erection of statues called zanes, funded by the fines, to remind everyone of the gods' disapproval. Victories were celebrated with both earthly and divine rewards. Winners received olive wreaths or crowns of laurel, symbols tied to the gods, and often dedicated a portion of their prizes, or even statues of themselves, to the sanctuaries. In doing so, they made their success part of the temple's legacy, ensuring their name and deeds would be remembered in both mortal and divine realms. In short, athletics in ancient Greece was a sacred conversation between human ambition and divine will, a test of strength, speed, and skill offered up to the heavens. If the games themselves were the grand stage, The gymnasium was the rehearsal hall where champions were forged. In ancient Greece, the gymnasium was far more than a place to work up a sweat. It was a hub of education, philosophy, and civic pride. Training the body and training the mind went hand in hand, and both were considered essential to being a complete citizen. The word gymnasium comes from gymnos, meaning naked, because athletes trained without clothing. This wasn't for shock value, it was a practical choice that allowed freedom of movement and celebrated the idealized human form. In the Greek worldview, a well-trained body was an outward sign of inner discipline, balance, and harmony. Gymnasia were open-air complexes, often built near sanctuaries, with running tracks, wrestling pits, and spaces for discus and javelin practice. They also included shaded porticos and gardens where athletes could cool down, discuss philosophy, or listen to lectures from prominent thinkers. Some of history's greatest philosophers, including Plato and Aristotle, spent time teaching or training in these spaces, seeing physical exercise as part of a well-rounded education. Training was strict and highly specialized. Young athletes, often starting in their teens, followed regimens designed by experienced trainers known as paidotribai. These instructors oversaw drills for strength, agility, and endurance, tailoring exercises to the demands of specific events, whether sprinting, wrestling, or pancration. Nutrition was also a part of the discipline. Athletes consumed diets rich in bread, cheese, figs, and sometimes meat, paired with wine diluted with water. Competition for a spot in the great festivals was fierce. Months before the games, athletes gathered for intense training at designated sites, living together under supervision. They swore oaths to Zeus to train honestly and refrain from cheating, and the pressure to prove oneself worthy was immense. But gymnasia were not exclusive to elite athletes. They were civic centers for male citizens. Even those who never competed in the Olympics could train for personal fitness, socialize, and engage in political discussion. Friendships, rivalries, and alliances were all forged in these spaces, making them as much about community as competition. In the Greek mind, the gymnasium wasn't just where you built muscles, it was where you shaped character. The dust of the wrestling floor, the rhythm of pounding feet on the track, and the hum of philosophical debate all merged into a single unified ideal, the pursuit of excellence in body and mind. Every 4 years, the sanctuary of Olympia transformed into the beating heart of the Greek world. The Olympic Games, first recorded in 776 BCE, were not just athletic contests. They were a unifying celebration of religion, culture, and shared identity. For the duration of the festival, city-states set aside their rivalries, and a sacred truce, the Ekacheria, was declared so that athletes and spectators could travel safely to Olympia without fear of war. The event lasted 5 days, but its impact was eternal. Before a single race or match began, the focus was on ritual. Athletes, judges, and officials processed to the great altar of Zeus, where they offered sacrifices and swore solemn oaths to compete fairly. These promises were made before the god's colossal statue, one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world, a constant reminder that victory was a divine favor, not just human achievement. The games themselves included a range of events: foot races, long jump, discus and javelin throws, wrestling, boxing, the grueling pancration, a no-holds-barred blend of wrestling and striking, and the prestigious chariot races. Each discipline tested a different facet of human endurance, speed, and skill, and every competitor represented not just themselves, but their home city-state's honor. Spectators filled the stadium, their cheers echoing off the surrounding hills. Merchants set up stalls, poets recited verses, and philosophers engaged in debates under the olive trees. For many, attending the Olympics was as much a social and cultural pilgrimage as a sporting event. Winners received an olive wreath cut from a sacred tree in Zeus's sanctuary. Though it held no monetary value, the honor it bestowed was priceless. Returning home, victors were celebrated like heroes. Parades, feasts, and sometimes even free meals for life awaited them. Statues might be erected in their image, and their names would be remembered for generations. But the glory of the Olympics wasn't limited to the winners. Simply competing on Olympia's sacred ground was an honor, proof of exceptional skill and discipline. To the Greeks, these games were a living testament to arete, the pursuit of excellence, and a reminder that in striving for greatness, humans could reflect the divine. The Olympic Games were more than a festival. They were a mirror of Greek ideals, where athletic triumph and sacred ritual intertwined in a celebration that resonated across centuries. If the foot race was the purest test of human speed, chariot racing was the most thrilling and the most dangerous spectacle of the ancient Greek games. Held in the Hippodrome, a massive oval track designed for horses and chariots, these races combined athletic skill, animal mastery, and sheer nerve. Victory could bring immense prestige, but the path to it was lined with dust, danger, and broken wheels. Chariot races were among the marquee events of festivals like the Olympics, the Pythian Games, and the Panathenaic Games in Athens. The competition was fierce, not only because of the glory at stake, but because these events attracted the wealthiest and most ambitious patrons. Unlike foot races, where the athlete competed for personal fame, chariot racing allowed owners, often aristocrats or even monarchs, to win without ever stepping onto the track. Professional drivers, or charioteers, risked their lives to secure victory for their patrons. The chariots themselves were light, two-wheeled vehicles made of wood and leather, built for speed rather than safety. Teams of 2 or 4 horses were harnessed to the chariot, and the driver had to control them with remarkable precision, especially around the dangerous turning posts, or nisi. These sharp turns were notorious for causing collisions, and a single mistake could send chariots careening into each other in a chaotic tangle of wheels, hooves, and splintered wood. Races could last several laps, with strategies shifting between bursts of speed and careful positioning to avoid crashes. Drivers leaned their bodies to guide the chariot, sometimes wrapping the reins around their waists for extra control, a technique that could prove fatal if the chariot overturned. For the victors, the rewards were immense. The owner's name, not the driver's, was announced as the winner, and their prestige skyrocketed. Victorious patrons often commissioned monuments, statues, and victory odes by famous poets like Pindar to immortalize their triumph. For drivers, especially slaves or lower-born professionals, a win could mean manumission, wealth, and enduring fame within the racing world. The spectacle drew massive crowds. The thunder of hooves, the creak of wheels, and the shouts of the crowd created an atmosphere of pure adrenaline. Chariot racing blended the elegance of horsemanship with the raw thrill of danger, making it one of the most unforgettable and high-stakes traditions in ancient Greek sport. If wrestling tested strength and boxing tested endurance, pancration tested everything: strength, skill, toughness, and above all, sheer will to win. Introduced to the Olympic Games in 648 BCE, this brutal blend of wrestling and striking was considered the pinnacle of Greek combat sports. The name itself means all power, or complete strength, and the rules were simple. Almost anything was allowed. Competitors could punch, kick, trip, throw, choke, or twist joints to force submission. Wrestling grips were combined with boxing blows, and fighters constantly shifted between standing strikes and ground grappling. The only officially banned moves were biting and eye gouging, though even these prohibitions were occasionally ignored in the heat of competition. There were no timed rounds, no weight classes, and no protective gear. Matches continued until one man submitted by raising a finger or was rendered unconscious. This could take minutes, or drag on for hours under the punishing sun. The only real referees were judges armed with switches to strike rule breakers, though in pankration, the definition of rule breaking was already quite flexible. Training for pankration demanded more than raw muscle. Fighters honed their bodies through a mix of wrestling drills, boxing sparring, and conditioning that included running, lifting stones, and practicing holds in sandpits. Equally important was mental preparation. Pancratiasts were trained to endure pain, remain calm under pressure, and exploit every small opening in an opponent's defences. The sport produced legendary figures, such as Aricion of Phegalia, who won an Olympic crown in 564 BCE under extraordinary and grim circumstances. In his final match, Aricion was caught in a chokehold, but managed to dislocate his opponent's ankle. His rival surrendered, granting Aricion victory, only for it to be discovered that the champion had died from the choke. He was still crowned posthumously, a testament to the Greeks' reverence for determination. Pancration wasn't just sport, it was also preparation for war. Many techniques mirrored those used in real combat, and the ability to subdue an enemy without weapons was highly valued. It blurred the line between athletics and martial skill, embodying the Greek belief that a true man must be ready for both the games and the battlefield. For spectators, Pancration was both thrilling and terrifying, a raw display of human endurance and ferocity. It stood as the ultimate test of an athlete's physical and mental limits, and those who triumphed in its unforgiving arena were immortalized as warriors in every sense of the word. In a world where specialization often brought glory, the pentathlon crowned the most complete athlete of them all. Introduced to the Olympic Games in 708 BCE, this 5-event competition tested speed, strength, skill, and adaptability, qualities prized both on the athletic field and the battlefield. Winning the pentathlon was a statement. You weren't just good at one thing, you excelled at everything. The pentathlon consisted of the stadium foot race, long jump, discus throw, javelin throw, and wrestling. Unlike today's decathlon, the events were held in a single day, demanding both explosive power and endurance from the competitors. The exact order varied, but the contest typically began with the running event to test raw speed. The stadion race, about 180-200 meters, was a sprint that required a perfect balance between pace and control. Overexertion early could ruin an athlete's performance in the later events. The long jump, performed with the aid of small weights called halteres, tested coordination and leg strength. Athletes swung the halteres forward to gain momentum before leaping into a sandpit, releasing them just before landing. The discus and javelin throws followed, each requiring a blend of technique and muscle. The discus was a heavy, circular stone or metal plate, while the javelin, a long wooden spear tipped with bronze, was launched with the help of a leather strap for greater distance. The final event was wrestling, and it often decided the champion. Here, technique and endurance became crucial, especially after a full day of exertion. The wrestling match in the pentathlon was less brutal than Pancration, but still physically demanding, with the goal of throwing the opponent to the ground 3 times. Victory in the pentathlon didn't just prove physical versatility, it reflected the Greek ideal of arete, excellence in all things. The skills mirrored those needed by a hoplite soldier, running into battle, leaping over obstacles, throwing weapons with precision, and grappling with enemies in close combat. This made the pentathlon not just an athletic challenge, but a demonstration of martial readiness. Because of its demanding variety, the pentathlon was considered one of the most prestigious events in the Games. Poets praised its winners as the embodiment of the balanced Greek spirit, capable of adapting to any challenge. In the eyes of the spectators, a pentathlon victor wasn't merely an athlete, he was the living image of physical harmony, discipline, and versatility. While most ancient Greek athletic festivals were dominated by male competitors, there was one notable exception, the Heraean Games. Held at Olympia, and dedicated to Hera, queen of the gods, these competitions gave women, specifically unmarried women, a rare chance to demonstrate their athletic ability on a public stage. Though smaller in scale than the Olympic Games, the Heraean Games carried religious and cultural significance of their own. The festival's central event was foot racing, conducted in the same stadium used for the Olympics, but with a slightly shorter track. According to tradition, the racecourse for the Heraean Games was reduced by about 1/6 of the Olympic length, possibly to reflect a symbolic distinction between the male and female competitions. Competitors wore short, sleeveless tunics that reached just above the knee, and their right shoulder was left bare, allowing for freedom of movement. The Heraean Games were divided into age categories, allowing younger and older girls to compete separately. As with the men's Olympics, winning was an immense honor. Victors were awarded olive crowns, much like their male counterparts, and could dedicate statues or offerings to Hera within her sanctuary at Olympia. This connection between sport and piety was as strong for the Heraean Games as it was for the male-dominated festivals. The origins of the Heraean Games were deeply tied to myth and ritual. According to legend, the event was established by Hippodamia, the wife of King Pelops, in gratitude to Hera for her marriage. Another tradition claimed that 16 women from Elis organized the games to honor Hera after mediating a political dispute. Whatever the origin, the festival reinforced Hera's role as a guardian of marriage and womanhood, even though the participants were unmarried girls. Training for the Heraean Games is less well documented than for men's athletics, but it likely involved running drills, physical conditioning, and perhaps participation in local games before travelling to Olympia. These competitions gave young women a sanctioned space to engage in physical activity within a society that often restricted female athleticism. Though the Heraean Games never rivaled the Olympics in scale or fame, they remain significant as a reminder that athletic competition in ancient Greece, while overwhelmingly male-focused, was not exclusively so. For the young women who raced along Olympia's track, the Heraean Games were more than sport. They were a rare opportunity to earn honour, connect with the divine, and step briefly into the public spotlight. In ancient Greece, athletics and warfare were two sides of the same coin. The skills honed on the running track, wrestling ground, and throwing field were not just for sport. They were the foundation of a soldier's training. The Greek city-state, or polis, expected its male citizens to be ready for war at a moment's notice, and athletic discipline was viewed as essential preparation for the hoplite phalanx. From youth, boys were introduced to physical training through the agoge in Sparta or local gymnasia elsewhere in Greece. Running built the stamina needed to march long distances in armour. Wrestling and pankration taught close-quarters combat skills, conditioning men to grapple with opponents while wearing heavy gear. Javelin throwing developed the precision and strength required for spear use in battle, while discus throwing trained the arms, shoulders, and torso for the repetitive motions of weapon handling. Sparta is perhaps the clearest example of athletics as military preparation. Spartan boys began state-controlled training at the age of 7, living in barracks, enduring harsh discipline, and engaging in daily athletic drills. Their races might be run in armour, and their wrestling bouts were often rougher than those in civilian gymnasia. The goal was not to create champions for the games. It was to produce soldiers who could endure exhaustion, pain, and fear. Even in less militaristic city-states like Athens, the link between athletics and defence was strong. The Ephebic training program, which young men entered at around 18, combined physical exercise with weapons training, ensuring they could run, fight, and maneuver effectively in the line of battle. Festivals and games also reinforced the martial spirit. Many athletic events mirrored battlefield movements, and victory brought prestige that could translate into leadership roles within the polis. A champion wrestler or runner was not only admired for his skill, he was seen as a capable and courageous defender of his homeland. The Greek ideal of arete, excellence, applied equally to athletics and war. To neglect one was to weaken the other. This belief ensured that physical training was woven into the fabric of civic life, from schoolyards to gymnasia to the great festival arenas. In the end, Greek athletics were never purely games. They were rehearsals for the most serious contest of all, the defence of the city-state. On the field of sport, men learned the strength, discipline, and unity they would need when the stakes were far higher than olive wreaths. The athletic traditions of ancient Greece did not vanish with the last Olympiad of antiquity. They left a cultural imprint that continues to shape sport, competition, and physical education to this day. From the ideals of fair play to the spectacle of organised games, the Greek approach to athletics laid the groundwork for much of the modern sporting world. Central to this legacy was the concept of arete, or excellence, which held that true achievement came from perfecting both body and mind. This ideal survives in the modern Olympic motto, Citius, Altius, Fortius, faster, higher, stronger, which mirrors the Greek pursuit of pushing human limits. While today's athletes compete for medals instead of olive wreaths, the principle of striving for personal and collective glory remains the same. The structure of international sporting events also owes much to Greece. The quadrennial cycle of the modern Olympic Games directly mirrors the ancient schedule, and events like wrestling, discus, javelin, and long jump still feature prominently, preserved in forms remarkably close to their classical origins. Even the idea of bringing athletes together from across nations for peaceful competition echoes the ancient Olympic truce, when Greek city-states set aside conflicts to gather in Olympia. Greek influence extended beyond the games themselves. The gymnasium, once a training ground for both the body and intellect, inspired modern sports facilities and physical education systems. The belief that physical fitness was a civic duty, as well as a personal pursuit, still underpins many national athletic programs. The ancient Greek emphasis on spectatorship also foreshadowed modern sports culture. Just as stadiums in Olympia or Athens drew massive crowds for chariot races, foot races, and combat sports, today's arenas, broadcast networks, and online platforms carry the same energy to a global audience. The spectacle of athletic achievement remains as captivating now as it was 2,000 years ago. Even the ethical dilemmas of sport, cheating, professionalism, nationalism, were debated in Greece. Ancient athletes faced penalties for bribery or dishonourable conduct, and the discussions surrounding fairness and sportsmanship continue in our own era. From anti-doping rules to questions about technology and competition, ultimately, the athletic traditions of ancient Greece endure because they were never just about winning. They were about testing human potential, fostering unity through competition, and honouring something greater than the self, whether that was the gods, the city-state, or the shared spirit of humanity. In that sense, every modern sporting event is, in some way, a continuation of the ancient Greek games. Cyniska entered the world around 440 BCE in the heart of Sparta's most powerful era. She was no ordinary Spartan girl. She was born into the royal Agiad line, one of the two dynasties that shared Sparta's kingship. Her father, King Archidamus II, was a respected military leader, and her mother came from a noble family that valued both tradition and discipline. Cyniska's birthright placed her at the intersection of political power, military prestige, and social expectation. In most of ancient Greece, such a position for a woman meant a life spent indoors, managing household affairs and leaving public life entirely to men. But Sparta was different. Here, women had a role that startled outsiders, freer, more physically active, and more independent than anywhere else in the Greek world. From a young age, Cyniska, like other Spartan girls, was expected to train her body. She ran, threw the discus, wrestled in light forms, and rode horses with the same determination as her brothers. Her education, too, was shaped by Sparta's unique culture. While male citizens were forged in the agoge, the harsh military training system, girls underwent their own regimen, focusing on strength, endurance, and discipline. Spartan society believed that strong women produced strong warriors, and a princess like Cyniska was expected to embody the ideal. Her upbringing would have been a blend of athleticism, household management, and awareness of her political standing. Her royal status also brought her into close proximity with the great figures of her time. Her brother, Agesilaus II, though not yet king during her youth, was already a prominent figure in Spartan politics. The two shared a close relationship, one that would later prove instrumental in shaping Cyniska's path to the Olympic Games. Life in Sparta was not luxurious in the way other Greek elites might enjoy. Even as royalty, Cyniska would have lived in relatively simple quarters, eaten the same plain meals of barley bread and black broth, and adhered to the same austere values as other Spartans. Yet the resources at her disposal, especially horses, trainers, and connections, would one day give her the means to enter a realm few women had ever touched, the world of Olympic chariot racing. In this environment, Cyniska's character was forged, disciplined, ambitious, and unafraid to step into arenas traditionally reserved for men. She was a princess of Sparta, but more importantly, she was being prepared, knowingly or not, to make history. To understand Cyniska's path to Olympic glory, one must first understand the extraordinary place women held in Spartan life. In most Greek city-states, women's roles were strictly domestic. In Athens, for example, women of status rarely left the home and had little public presence. Sparta was the exception, so much so that outsiders often viewed Spartan customs with a mix of shock and fascination. From an early age, Spartan girls were encouraged, indeed expected, to train their bodies. Physical strength wasn't seen as a masculine trait. It was a civic duty for women. The reasoning was blunt. Strong, healthy women would bear strong, healthy children, ensuring the city's military dominance. Girls practiced running, wrestling, discus throwing, and javelin, often competing in public festivals. Unlike the long, heavy garments worn elsewhere, Spartan women trained in short tunics that allowed freedom of movement, further shocking conservative Greek observers. This emphasis on physical fitness was matched by a notable degree of independence. While Spartan men spent most of their lives in military service, women oversaw the estates, managed finances, and made decisions about agriculture and property. In a society where wealth often came from land worked by helots, enslaved laborers, Spartan women could become significant landowners in their own right. By the 4th century BCE, they controlled a large portion of Spartan property, an unthinkable reality in most of Greece. Education for Spartan girls, while not as formal as the male agoge, still emphasized discipline, resilience, and public confidence. They were taught songs and dances for religious festivals, but also how to speak directly and assertively. Ancient writers often remarked, sometimes critically, that Spartan women were outspoken, unafraid to challenge men or voice political opinions. This cultural environment created a unique opportunity for someone like Cynisca. Her athletic training was not an anomaly, it was part of her expected upbringing. Her access to horses, stables, and skilled trainers, thanks to her royal status, meant she could excel in equestrian pursuits. In other Greek cities, a woman openly managing a racing team would have been unthinkable. In Sparta, it was unconventional, but not impossible. Spartan society had its rigid hierarchies and harsh realities, but for women, it offered a measure of public presence and physical freedom that was unparalleled in the ancient Greek world. It was this blend of athletic expectation, economic influence, and social boldness that gave Cynisca the platform from which she could attempt something no woman had done before: winning at the Olympic Games. In the ancient Greek world, chariot racing was one of the most prestigious and dangerous events in the Games. Unlike foot races or wrestling, which tested the athlete directly, chariot racing combined human skill with the speed and stamina of horses. It was a spectacle of power, wealth, and daring, and for centuries it was dominated by men of means. The races took place in the Hippodrome, a large elongated arena with 2 sharp turning posts, nisi, at either end. These turns were the most treacherous part of the race. Drivers had to steer their teams of 2 or 4 horses at high speed around these posts, without flipping the lightweight wooden chariot. Collisions were common, and a crash could take out multiple competitors at once. Owning and training a racing team was no small feat. It required stables, skilled grooms, trainers, and access to the finest horses. Because of this, chariot racing often became a contest between wealthy patrons rather than between the drivers themselves. The person officially recorded as the winner was not the charioteer, but the owner of the team. This rule would become the crucial loophole that allowed Cynisca to compete, without ever holding the reins in the race itself. Victories in chariot racing brought immense honor. Winning at Olympia or another pan-Hellenic festival could elevate a family's status, solidify political influence, and immortalize a name in victory odes composed by renowned poets. The prizes themselves, such as the olive wreath at Olympia, held symbolic rather than material value, but the prestige was worth far more than gold. Chariot racing was also a deeply symbolic sport. Horses were associated with nobility, strength, and martial readiness, and the event reflected the elite's ability to command both wealth and power. For many city-states, a victory was a matter of civic pride, not just personal achievement. For a woman, however, this world was nearly inaccessible. Women were forbidden from entering the Olympic Stadium as competitors, or even, in most cases, as spectators. But because the rules recognized the owner of the horses rather than the driver, there was no law that said that owner could not be a woman. This subtle technicality created a rare opening, one that Cynisca of Sparta would seize with historic consequences. Her decision to enter this elite, male-dominated sport would not only challenge the traditions of Olympia, but also set her on a path to become the first woman ever to win at the Olympic Games. Cynisca's journey to Olympic glory began with a combination of personal ambition, royal influence, and a keen understanding of the loopholes in the Olympic rules. As a princess of the Agiad line, she possessed the wealth necessary to own and maintain horses, one of the most significant barriers to entry in chariot racing. Yet wealth alone didn't explain her decision to enter. In a society where women were excluded from competing in the games, Cynisca's move was nothing short of audacious. Historians often point to the role of her brother, King Agesilaus II, in encouraging her Olympic ambitions. Agesilaus was a shrewd and sometimes provocative leader, and some sources suggest he urged Cynisca to compete partly to prove that winning Olympic chariot races was more a matter of money and horse breeding than personal athletic skill. Whether his motivations were political, familial pride, or a mix of both, his support gave Cynisca the political backing to proceed. With resources and royal connections at her disposal, Cynisca assembled a team of top-tier horses and skilled trainers. Her stables would have been among the finest in Greece, staffed by experienced grooms and handlers who understood every nuance of preparing a team for the grueling Olympic course. She oversaw breeding programs, selected the best animals, and ensured they were conditioned to handle the demands of high-speed turns and long, hard sprints. The decision to compete was also a statement of Spartan boldness. Sparta was already viewed by other Greeks as an unconventional society, especially in its treatment of women. For a Spartan princess to step into the Olympic sphere was provocative, but not entirely unthinkable given her city's unique culture. Cynisca's entry into the games was a calculated challenge to the norms of the wider Greek world. When the time came to enter her team, Cynisca did so as the official owner, the name that would be recorded in the Olympic registers should her chariot win. She would not hold the reins herself during the race. That role fell to her professional charioteer. But under Olympic law, the victory would belong entirely to her, cementing her place in history should her horses cross the finish line first. It was a daring gamble, both a test of her stable's excellence and a bold step into a domain no woman had claimed before. Cynisca was ready to stake her reputation on the speed of her horses and the precision of her team. The year was around 396 BCE, and the air at Olympia was thick with dust, anticipation, and the scent of sacrifice from the altars of Zeus. For Cynisca, this was the culmination of years of preparation. Though she would not stand in the chariot herself, the outcome of the four-horse race, the most prestigious event in the Games, would determine whether her name would be etched into history. The hippodrome stretched before the competitors, a long, treacherous course with two perilous turning posts at either end. Crashes here were common, and a single miscalculation could send a team into ruin. As the starting signal was given, the horses surged forward in a thunder of hooves and the creak of straining wheels. Cynisca's team, trained to perfection, kept a steady but aggressive pace, avoiding the chaos that claimed less disciplined competitors. Races were as much about strategy as speed. Cynisca's driver knew to conserve the horse's strength early on, biding his time for the final push. On the last lap, the team made its move, hugging the turning posts with daring precision. Competitors who had led early faltered, their horses tiring under the strain. Cynisca's team surged ahead, crossing the finish line first amid the roar of the crowd. When the victory was announced, it was her name, not the driver's, that was proclaimed. The rules of the Olympics made the owner of the team the official victor, and for the first time in recorded history, that victor was a woman. In a festival where women were forbidden even to watch the events, with rare exceptions, Cynisca had not only participated, she had won. The symbolism of her triumph was unmistakable. It was a direct challenge to the idea that women could not gain honor in the public sphere. Her win proved that, at least in chariot racing, wealth, strategy, and skill in horse management could overcome gender barriers. The aftermath was immediate. Her name spread across Greece, and poets and historians recorded her achievement. Statues were commissioned at Olympia itself, an unprecedented honor for a woman, depicting her and her chariot, ensuring that every visitor to the sanctuary would see the proof of her victory. For Cynisca, this was more than personal glory. It was a statement that the playing field, under the right circumstances, could be widened, if one had the courage, resources, and determination to race upon it. Cynisca's first victory had already secured her a place in history, but she was not content to be remembered for a single triumph. 4 years later, at the next Olympic Games in 392 BCE, she entered the four-horse chariot race once again, bringing with her the same meticulous preparation, elite horses, and unshakable determination that had propelled her to glory the first time. Her repeat participation was itself a statement. Some might have dismissed her initial win as a stroke of fortune, a one-time challenge to tradition that would fade into novelty. Siniska's return sent a different message. She was no curiosity. She was a competitor. By now, her stables had an even greater reputation. Breeders and trainers across Greece knew that her horses were among the best in the land, bred for endurance, speed, and obedience. Her team arrived at Olympia with the quiet confidence of champions, but the stakes were higher. Rivals had studied her previous victory, and many sought to dethrone the woman who had dared to invade their domain. The race unfolded with the same high drama that defined the event: close calls at the turning posts, crashes that eliminated contenders, and the relentless pounding of hooves on packed earth. Siniska's driver, experienced from the first win, once again employed disciplined pacing and strategic overtaking. On the final lap, her horses surged forward, overtaking the competition in a display of sheer power and coordination. When the dust settled, Siniska had done the unthinkable. She had won the Olympic chariot race for the second consecutive time. This second victory silenced critics and cemented her status as one of the most remarkable figures in Greek sporting history. Her achievement was not an accident. It was the result of calculated investment, exceptional management, and a willingness to defy societal norms. In the aftermath, her fame spread even further. Her statues at Olympia, already a rarity for women, stood as enduring symbols of her triumphs. Inscribed on them were the words that proclaimed her the only woman to have won such honors in the Games, a boast no one could challenge. Visitors from across the Greek world would see her name and image, and her victories became part of the lore of Olympia itself. Through her second win, Siniska transformed from a daring pioneer into a legend whose legacy would inspire debate, admiration, and imitation for centuries. Siniska's twin victories at Olympia were celebrated far beyond the Hippodrome, but nowhere did they resonate more deeply than in her home city of Sparta. In a society already famed for its unconventional treatment of women, her achievements became a point of civic pride, reinforcing the idea that Sparta was unlike any other Greek city-state. For Spartan women, Siniska's success was both inspirational and affirming. She had proven that women could claim public honor through sport, a realm overwhelmingly dominated by men. While no tidal wave of female Olympic competitors followed, Greek traditions were still too deeply entrenched. Siniska's wins planted the idea that a woman's achievements could be immortalized alongside those of men. In a world where most women's names were lost to history, hers would be carved in stone. Her victories also reflected the Spartan ideal of arete, excellence in all endeavors, an ideal not confined to the battlefield. For male Spartans, her triumphs were a testament to the city's resources, discipline, and breeding expertise. For female Spartans, they were a demonstration of their own potential within the cultural freedoms their society allowed. Siniska's status as a member of the royal family amplified her influence. Her victories were not just personal, they were political. They showcased Sparta's wealth, its mastery over elite horses, and its ability to dominate even in competitions that did not require spears and shields. For Agesilaus II, her brother and the reigning king, Siniska's success was a tool to underscore Sparta's prestige in the Greek world. Her legacy took physical form in the statues erected at Olympia, bronze images of her chariot and horses, accompanied by inscriptions boldly declaring her the first woman to win at the Games. Such monuments were unprecedented, and they ensured her name would be spoken by pilgrims, athletes, and poets for generations. Back in Sparta, she returned not just as a sister of the king, but as a figure who had bent tradition without breaking it. She had competed within the rules, exploited their loopholes, and emerged victorious without directly confronting the deeply ingrained gender barriers of her time. In doing so, she achieved something rare, lasting fame without triggering the kind of backlash that might have erased her memory. In the quiet streets and training grounds of Sparta, young women would hear her story. They would know that one of their own had raced in the most prestigious arena of Greece, and won. Twice. Siniska's victories at Olympia did not open the floodgates for women to participate widely in the Games. ancient Greek society was still bound tightly by traditions that kept athletics largely male. But her success cracked the door, showing that female achievement in sport was possible, even within the rigid framework of the time. In most of Greece, women were still excluded from direct competition. The Olympic Games remained closed to them as athletes and, in most cases, even as spectators. However, Cynisca's wins set a precedent that could not be ignored. The rules recognized the owner of the horses, not the driver, and nowhere did those rules explicitly bar women. This subtle distinction meant that wealthy women in other city-states could, in theory, follow her example. A handful eventually did, especially in equestrian events at other Pan-Hellenic festivals, though none matched Cynisca's renown. Her achievement also fueled conversation across the Greek world. In Athens and other conservative cities, her story was sometimes framed as a curiosity, a Spartan eccentricity rather than a model to follow. But in more progressive or competitive circles, it was a reminder that honor was not inherently male. This shift in perception was small, but it marked an early challenge to the notion that sport was the exclusive domain of men. The symbolic value of her victory extended far beyond athletics. In literature, her name began appearing as an example of ambition and boldness. Her story was woven into discussions of women's capabilities in politics, property management, and public life. Philosophers and historians recorded her feat not just as a sporting fact, but as evidence of Sparta's unique approach to gender roles. Over time, Cynisca became part of the broader narrative of exceptional women in the ancient world, those rare figures who crossed into traditionally male arenas. While she did not inspire a full-fledged movement for women's athletics in antiquity, she became a touchstone for later generations, studying the intersection of gender, wealth, and power in Greece. In the centuries that followed, her name endured precisely because it was rare. The Olympic registry still bore the record of a woman who had triumphed twice in one of the most prestigious events of the Games. For ancient women, Cynisca's victories were a distant beacon, proof that under the right circumstances, determination and resources could bend the rules of tradition. Cynisca's exact date of death is unknown, but by the time her life drew to a close, likely in the early 4th century BCE, her name was already etched into the annals of Greek history. She had accomplished something no other woman had before her, not just entering the Olympic record books, but doing so twice in consecutive victories. For a society where women's names were rarely recorded outside of marriage contracts or funerary inscriptions, this was extraordinary. In Sparta, her death would have been marked with the quiet dignity befitting a royal. Yet her legacy was anything but silent. The statues she had commissioned at Olympia, featuring her chariot and horses, stood as a permanent reminder of her triumphs. These monuments were not modest. They carried inscriptions proudly declaring her as the first woman to win at the Olympic Games. Visitors to Olympia would see them and speak her name, ensuring that her story lived on with every retelling. Her historical significance extended beyond her own lifetime. In the centuries that followed, historians such as Pausanias recorded her achievements, marveling at how a woman had managed to secure victory in such a male-dominated sphere. They recognized that she had worked within the rules, not by breaking them, but by exploiting a rare opening, owning a team rather than driving it, and using that to claim victory. This distinction is crucial to understanding her impact. Cynisca's victories did not dismantle the gender boundaries of the Olympic Games, but they revealed their weaknesses. They proved that women could earn honor on the same public stage as men if they had the means, ambition, and courage to try. This lesson resonated not just in athletics, but in other areas of Greek life where traditions seemed immovable. In modern times, Cynisca has become an emblem for early female achievement in sport. Her story is cited in discussions of women's barriers in athletics, often as a reminder that those barriers have always been challenged, even in the most tradition-bound eras. She stands alongside other pioneering women in history whose accomplishments were rare but transformative. Cynisca of Sparta lived in a world where her victories were considered anomalies, yet she turned them into monuments of permanence. Through her horses, her victories, and her unyielding ambition, she claimed a slice of immortality, ensuring that, millennia later, we still remember the princess who outran the limits of her time. Hey guys, tonight we begin with a subject both scandalous and scholarly, the intimate, confusing, and occasionally downright bizarre world of medieval sex. It was an era of chivalry and deeply suspicious herbal remedies, a time when foreplay often meant asking politely and hoping no one's watching. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And let me know in the comments where you're tuning in from and what time it is for you. It's always fascinating to see who's joining us from around the world. Now, dim the lights. Maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. Let's start with the biggest misconception. Medieval intimacy did not unfold beneath silk sheets in candlelit chambers, while a lute played softly in the background. In reality, the setting was usually a small, single-room home shared by an entire family, including children, aging relatives, a couple of goats, and a chicken who had strong opinions about personal space. Privacy, as we think of it, simply didn't exist. Most peasants lived in homes where the kitchen, bedroom, and stable were technically the same square footage, just with different smells. If a couple wanted some alone time, they had to get creative. Timing mattered. So did volume. And ideally, so did whether the kids were asleep and facing the wall. Curtains were a luxury. Beds were shared. And even among the upper classes, servants might be asleep at the foot of the bed, or standing in the corner pretending not to notice anything. Many noble households kept records of bedroom arrangements for legal or religious reasons, which is exactly as awkward as it sounds. Travelling also didn't help. Inns often had shared beds. That's right. Total strangers might sleep side by side for the night, which made things even more complicated. Want a little affection? You better check if there's already someone in the bed, and whether or not they brought their boots. If you were married, and both parties were still awake and reasonably clean, you could share a mattress of straw and hope for the best. If you weren't married, well, you had to be twice as quiet and 3 times as careful. Communities were small, walls were thin, and gossip travelled faster than plague rats. For those living in monasteries or convents, the rule was simple. No. No privacy, no distractions, and certainly no late-night whispers. But even there, human nature occasionally made things complicated, which explains why many abbeys had unusually high garden walls. In the medieval world, few things shaped private life more than the church, and it had a lot to say about what went on behind closed doors, or more accurately, behind shared curtains. According to church teachings, physical intimacy had one primary function: making more people. That was it. Not pleasure, not bonding, not stress relief. Just reproduction. Everything else? Distracting at best, sinful at worst. This wasn't just Sunday sermon material. Bishops, theologians, and confessors wrote detailed instructions on what was and wasn't acceptable, in case anyone dared to improvise. Certain days of the week were off limits. So were major feast days, fasting days, holy days, and, in some regions, entire liturgical seasons. Want to be close to your spouse during Lent? Think again. Advent? Also no. That left maybe Tuesdays in April. Even within marriage there were expectations. Couples were encouraged to approach one another with modesty and restraint. Expressions of affection were acceptable, but not excessive. Displays of passion were, to put it mildly, frowned upon. One 13th century guide suggested that married couples should engage in intimacy without pleasure, without sin, and without delay, which is, by all accounts, a fairly joyless checklist. The preferred method was missionary, and not just for religious symbolism. It was deemed the most natural, and therefore the least likely to offend God, the saints, or your local priest. Anything else was considered suspect. That includes things like enthusiasm. Confession also got involved. Priests often asked pointed questions during confession to determine whether couples had broken any moral or ecclesiastical guidelines. These weren't vague spiritual inquiries, they were very specific. Sometimes uncomfortably so. Let's just say the average 14th century friar knew far more about his parishioners' bedrooms than their birthdays. Still, enforcement was uneven. Some regions were stricter than others. Some priests ignored these rules entirely. and many laypeople, particularly peasants, simply smiled, nodded, and did what they were going to do anyway, quietly. If you think modern couples have trouble syncing their schedules, spare a thought for medieval folks. Planning a romantic evening in the Middle Ages required a calendar, a priest's blessing, and the luck of St. Valentine himself, who, ironically, was never married. The church had opinions, and by opinions we mean strict prohibitions, on when intimacy was allowed. Sundays? Absolutely not. That was the Lord's Day. Fridays? Still no. Day of penance. Wednesdays? Suspicious. Add in Lent, 40 days. Advent, another 40. Various saints' feast days, holy days, fast days, and even certain moon phases, and you'll find the calendar was less of a schedule and more of a divine obstacle course. The idea was to keep the soul focused on heaven, even when the body had other ideas. There were even lists, actual lists, of forbidden days. Some confession manuals outlined nearly half the year as off-limits. And if you were feeling particularly affectionate during one of those forbidden days, well, enjoy your spiritual guilt and an extra trip to confession. One 13th century bishop scolded a married couple for their excessive affection, which translated to more than once a month. He recommended they direct their passion toward prayer. The couple was reportedly not thrilled. Naturally, the upper classes were more exposed to these restrictions. They had chaplains, confessors, and spiritual advisors breathing down their necks. Peasants, meanwhile, had a more flexible approach. Their lives revolved around livestock, weather, and not freezing to death, which left less time for worrying about whether Tuesday was the feast of St. No Fun. To make things worse, some believed that intimacy during the wrong time could result in sickly children, divine punishment, or, worst of all, a reputation. If your neighbours caught wind that you were celebrating a little too enthusiastically during Lent, it could lead to shame, gossip, or a strongly worded sermon delivered with maximum eye contact. Romance in medieval Europe was less about falling in love and more about falling into a legally binding agreement. If you were hoping for candlelit dinners, poetry, and whispered confessions, you'd be better off reading a troubadour ballad. Real-life courtship for most people involved livestock, land rights, and two families agreeing not to start a feud. Marriage was primarily a business deal. Daughters were exchanged to cement alliances, acquire property, or secure peace between neighbours who had previously disagreed over whose pig ate whose cabbage. A bride might come with a dowry of coin, linens, or a small patch of farmland. In return, the groom's family might promise not to be entirely insufferable. Courtship, when it happened, was supervised, sometimes literally. Young people rarely courted alone. A maiden might be watched over by her mother, a stern aunt, or, if things got really serious, an entire village that was very invested in whether or not you held hands. Among the nobility, arranged matches were the norm. Kings and lords negotiated marriages like chess moves, and affection was something you developed later, or not at all. As one medieval proverb more or less stated, better a wealthy match with a grumpy face than a poor one with dimples. Romantic. Even among peasants, practical concerns ruled. A man's suitability was judged by his land, tools, or the size of his ox. And women? They were evaluated on their housekeeping skills, reputation, and general ability to not start drama at the market. This doesn't mean love didn't exist, it did, but it usually came after marriage, not before. If affection grew over time, that was considered a bonus, not a requirement. Think of it like medieval emotional DLC, not included in the base marriage package. Still, where there's a will, there's a workaround. Secret flirtations, playful songs, and moonlit walks to the village well became the unsanctioned side quests of medieval dating. Just be careful. Get caught kissing behind the barn, and you could face public penance, a fine, or a very disappointed father with a pitchfork. Let's clear up one of the most persistent legends about medieval relationships: chastity belts. Yes, you've probably seen them in cartoons, historical dramas, or very unfortunate museum gift shops. Those iron contraptions allegedly locked around a woman's waist while her husband went off to war, leaving her physically and morally sealed. Except, not really. There's no solid historical evidence that chastity belts were ever widely used in the Middle Ages. In fact, most examples we have today come from the Renaissance or even the Victorian era, periods more obsessed with the idea of medieval repression than with what actually happened. Many of these belts were created as joke items, warnings, or museum curiosities, not functioning devices. Medieval manuscripts, which often record all sorts of uncomfortable details, are suspiciously silent about mass belt distribution. No tailors advertised them. No laws regulated them. No churches handed them out during awkward marriage ceremonies. It's almost as if, and stay with me here, they weren't actually a thing. Which makes sense, because the design is wildly impractical. Medieval hygiene was already questionable. Now imagine adding a rusty metal contraption with no user manual, and a padlock that probably required a blacksmith. It would have caused more infections than it prevented indiscretions. So where did the myth come from? Likely from a combination of later moral panic and satire. Renaissance moralists and Victorian collectors loved the image of a repressed, over-controlled medieval woman. It fit their narrative. And nothing says virtue like a literal keyhole in your underpants. In reality, fidelity was enforced through more traditional and more effective means. Shame, surveillance, religion, and strategic matchmaking. Noblewomen were often chaperoned within an inch of their lives. Peasant girls had entire villages watching them like unpaid private investigators. And any whiff of scandal could lead to ruined reputations, lost dowries, or awkward confessions involving phrases like, "at the edge of the barley field." In a surprising twist that would shock many of their modern descendants, medieval towns didn't just tolerate brothels. In many cases, they regulated them. That's right. In several parts of medieval Europe, especially urban centres, brothels operated as legal businesses. Town councils licensed them, charged taxes, and even designated specific red light districts, long before the light bulb was invented. Some cities went as far as employing officials to manage them. These lucky souls were known as brothel keepers, or more colourfully, keepers of public women, which sounds like a very stressful line on a resume. The rationale behind this arrangement was pragmatic, if a little cynical. Officials believed that allowing a controlled outlet for men's desires would reduce the chances of greater sins, like adultery, assault, or, heaven forbid, dancing. Regulated brothels were seen as a necessary evil to keep society orderly, much like traffic signs or the existence of turnips. The church, of course, wasn't thrilled. Officially, it condemned the entire practice. But unofficially, many clergy turned a blind eye. Some even collected rent from the very same establishments. If that sounds like hypocrisy, congratulations. You've grasped the essence of medieval theology in practice. Working in a brothel was no fairy tale, but it wasn't necessarily a life of constant misery either. Some women chose the profession for economic reasons, especially widows or those without family support. Others were coerced or trafficked, particularly in port cities, where sailors brought in coin and complications in equal measure. There were even handbooks. Yes, actual handbooks, for how these houses should be managed. Clean sheets, basic health inspections, and set hours were all part of the regulation process. Patrons came from all social classes: knights, apprentices, merchants, even monks, despite vows that strongly suggested otherwise. Entry fees varied, services were catalogued, and in some cases, customers paid in eggs, wool, or whatever awkward barter they had on hand. Medieval tinder, it was not. Let's set the scene. Candlelight flickering, a soft breeze through the thatched roof. Your beloved whispers, sweet nothings, and then removes their wool tunic to reveal a powerful medieval musk. Because when it came to personal hygiene, medieval Europe had priorities. Staying clean was on the list, just somewhere after surviving the plague, fixing the roof, and catching the pig that got into the pantry again. Bathing did happen, but not nearly as often as modern noses would hope. Peasants bathed infrequently, maybe once a month, more if they fell into a river by accident. Soap was either homemade or imported, expensive, and used sparingly. And while public bathhouses existed in towns and cities, they were sometimes banned during outbreaks of disease or scandal, or both. If you were wealthy, you had options. A hot bath could be drawn, scented with herbs, and followed by being rubbed with linen cloths by attendants. If you were poor, your sponge bath involved a cold bucket and the vague hope that nobody would notice your aroma over the stables. To add complexity, water itself was occasionally viewed with suspicion, especially cold water. Some believed bathing too frequently could weaken the body or open the skin to illness. Others simply didn't have the time, or the tub, or any water that wasn't already being fought over by the local geese. Now, imagine trying to impress someone under these conditions. Perfume? Mostly for the elite. Deodorant? A dream of the distant future. Dental care? Well, you might rub your teeth with ash or chew mint leaves if you were fancy. Kissing was certainly an adventure. Clothing didn't help. Layers of wool, leather, linen, and fur trapped heat, sweat, and every scent you encountered during your day, including the contents of the chamber pot and the mystery stew. And yet, people still found ways to fall in love, flirt, and get close. Perhaps our standards were different. Or perhaps, when everyone smelled equally awful, love was truly blind. And nose blind. In medieval Europe, controlling the size of your family was a bit like trying to steer a cart with no wheels, no reins, and a particularly uncooperative goat. Technically possible, but not something you could count on. To be clear, people did try. Just because contraception wasn't effective by modern standards didn't mean medieval folks were oblivious. They were very much aware that certain behaviors led to babies, and many went to elaborate, if occasionally baffling, lengths to prevent it. Some of the more scientific methods included herbal mixtures, animal membranes, and rituals that involved burying certain objects near the doorstep. One popular approach advised drinking wine boiled with beaver testicles. Others recommended wearing amulets blessed by someone who hopefully wasn't guessing. A few guides even claimed jumping up and down vigorously after intimacy would help, which, if nothing else, probably burned some calories. There were also early versions of barrier methods, though calling them reliable would be generous. Linen soaked in various concoctions was one approach. A few brave souls tried wax. And there are scattered references to, let's call them medieval prototypes of what would later become familiar latex devices. But don't ask how they were made. You really don't want to know. The church, of course, was not amused. Any attempt to avoid conception was often labelled sinful or unnatural. Procreation was the stated goal of marriage, and anything that got in the way of that divine mission was frowned upon, or more commonly, denounced loudly from the pulpit. Still, not everyone followed church guidance. Among married couples, particularly those struggling with poverty, the desire to space out pregnancies or avoid another mouth to feed was very real. And among unmarried couples, let's just say the motivation was even stronger. But no matter the method, reliability was low. Birth control, such as it was, depended on folk wisdom, local herbs, and a surprising amount of hope. And when it failed, which it often did, well, that's where hasty marriages, hidden pregnancies, and a lot of awkward conversations came in. Despite what church authorities liked to pretend, not every medieval couple waited until the wedding bells rang before getting cozy. In fact, the practice of testing the goods before marriage was, well, common enough to require a lot of paperwork. Known as fornication in church records and getting ahead of yourself in everyday village gossip, intimacy before marriage wasn't exactly rare, but it was definitely monitored. In towns and parishes across Europe, local officials kept moral rolls, which were less like diaries and more like ledgers of shame. If a couple was caught, or even suspected, of jumping the marital timeline, they could be hauled before the local court and fined. Sometimes the fine went to the church, sometimes to the town, and occasionally to someone who claimed to have witnessed the event. Medieval snitching was alive and well. Fines varied, depending on whether it was a first offence, whether a pregnancy resulted, or whether the couple eventually got married. In some cases, getting married after the fact erased the fine, kind of like retroactive permission. In others, the fine was still applied, but at a discounted rate. Early bird penalties, if you will, and let's not forget the social consequences. In tight-knit communities, everyone knew everyone else's business. So even if your local priest was feeling merciful, your neighbours weren't. Gossip could spread faster than a poorly stored meat pie in July. Interestingly, many of these situations resulted in something called hand fasting, a sort of informal engagement where the couple considered themselves betrothed, and, in some regions, that was legally enough to begin cohabiting. The church later tried to tighten that loophole, but in the meantime, a lot of medieval babies were technically early arrivals. Among peasants, this was all handled with a bit more practicality. If a couple was clearly serious and a pregnancy had occurred, marriage usually followed, sometimes hurried along with a gentle nudge or firm push from both families. Among nobles, however, consequences could be far worse, especially if inheritance or reputation was on the line. In the medieval world, virginity wasn't just a virtue, it was a contract clause, a political tool, and occasionally a community-wide obsession. Among the peasantry, expectations varied by region and circumstance. A young woman was generally expected to arrive at marriage untested, at least officially. But if she didn't, well, some eyebrows would rise, and a small fine or shotgun wedding might sort things out. For the upper classes, though, things got serious. Noble women's virginity was directly tied to inheritance, alliances, and family honour. A broken engagement might spark a feud. A pregnancy out of wedlock could derail generations of planning. So how did they verify it? Well, badly. Sometimes it came down to vague testimony and character references. She seemed virtuous, or she avoided the stable boy mostly. Other times, more invasive methods were used, like midwives or matrons inspecting for the infamous hymen, which science has since confirmed is not, in fact, a medieval chastity barometer. But that didn't stop anyone. There were also attempts to prove virginity after the wedding, such as displaying a blood-stained sheet, like a very awkward medieval Yelp review. This tradition, while not universal, was expected in certain regions. And if the sheet stayed clean, cue lawsuits, annulments, and family drama on a scale rivaling a royal soap opera. Men, of course, were under no such scrutiny. Male virginity was considered an optional bonus. A future husband's experience level was rarely questioned. At most, he might be encouraged to avoid tavern maids or loose company, but no one was checking his laundry the next morning. Virginity was also linked to religious symbolism. Maidens were often praised as pure vessels, which is beautiful in theory and incredibly uncomfortable in practice. Young girls were raised with saintly ideals, often featuring horrifying martyrdom stories. And if a marriage was annulled on the grounds that a bride had been dishonest, it didn't just ruin her, it could drag down her entire family's honour and property claims. So yes, in medieval Europe, virginity wasn't just about morality, it was legal currency. If you're wondering whether same-sex attraction existed in medieval times, the answer is a resounding yes. Human nature didn't start in the 20th century, but if you're wondering whether it was openly accepted, that's where things get complicated. Medieval society was structured around religious doctrine, social roles, and property rights, and all three had a lot to say about who could love whom. Spoiler alert, it was usually a man and a woman within marriage, preferably for the purpose of making more villagers. Officially, same-sex intimacy was labelled a sin by the church, often lumped in with other unnatural acts, like dancing on feast days or reading too many books. Punishments varied wildly depending on region, time period, and who was involved. A peasant couple might get a scolding and penance. Nobles, they might face exile, or quietly be ignored if they had enough land. But while the church thundered from the pulpit, real life was messier. We have records, poems, letters, even legal documents that show emotional, romantic, and sometimes physical relationships between people of the same sex. Some monks wrote love letters to each other in Latin that sound suspiciously less brotherly and more longing. Noblewomen sometimes shared beds and declared exclusive devotion in terms that would make a troubadour blush. Medieval Europe also had social structures that blurred lines. All-male monasteries and all-female convents created deep emotional bonds. Knightly brotherhoods were full of vows and affectionate language. Some historians debate whether these were romantic, platonic, or something in between. But either way, there were feelings involved. And possibly poetry. As for terminology, the modern concept of sexual identity didn't exist. You didn't come out. You just lived, carefully, quietly, and often coded in allegory. There were no pride parades, but there were songs, saints' stories, and suspiciously intense pilgrimages taken in pairs. Adultery in medieval Europe was a bit like handling a live chicken while juggling knives. Risky, loud, and likely to end with someone losing a bit of pride, or property. Let's be clear, adultery wasn't just a personal failing. It was a social offence. Marriage was seen not only as a holy sacrament, but also a legal contract, a property deal, and often a strategic alliance. So when someone strayed, they weren't just breaking hearts. They were tampering with inheritances, dowries, and the always fragile local gossip equilibrium. For women, the stakes were significantly higher. A married woman caught in an affair could face public shaming, loss of dowry rights, forced penance, or even exile, especially if she had the audacity to get caught with evidence. Adulterous noblewomen might find themselves imprisoned, divorced, or, in extreme cases, discreetly removed from court life. Think less scarlet letter, more scarlet exit. Men, on the other hand, got more leeway. A married man having an affair with an unmarried woman might be seen as morally suspect, but not legally punished, unless the woman's family had powerful friends or the church was feeling unusually righteous that week. That said, not all adulterers got off easy. Some towns imposed steep fines or required public confession. A few legal records include creative punishments, such as parading through the village in nothing but a shift or having to pay for a new church bell. Because nothing says divine justice like bronze acoustics. The real danger, however, wasn't always the law. It was the husband. Honour killings weren't unheard of, particularly among nobles. If a cuckolded man discovered his wife's affair, medieval custom sometimes allowed him to take appropriate action. The definition of appropriate, of course, depended heavily on his status and how many swords he owned. For the wealthy, things could spiral into full-blown scandals, duels, annulments, or decade-long family feuds. For peasants, the consequences were usually financial. A fine here, a goat forfeited there, and a permanent place in village gossip. In medieval Europe, the idea of consent existed, but not in the way we understand it today. It wasn't about mutual respect or enthusiastic yeses. Instead, it was tangled in law codes, dowries, church doctrine, and the occasional shrug from society. Let's start with the basics. Medieval canon law did recognize the concept of consent in marriage. In fact, a marriage was considered valid if both parties verbally consented, even without a priest present. That's right. Two people saying "I will" in a field somewhere could technically be married. Romantic? Possibly. Legally confusing? Absolutely. But here's the rub. Just because consent was acknowledged in theory doesn't mean it was respected in practice, especially for women. For noble daughters, consent often came after arrangements were made. Families negotiated marriages like peace treaties. The young lady's opinion might be politely requested, or strongly implied. But in the end, the dowry talked louder than she did. For peasant women, choices were broader, but still pressured. Saying no to a match could mean economic ruin or social backlash. Saying no to the local Reeves' son? Riskier still. Inside marriage, consent became even murkier. Husbands had legal rights to their wives' bodies, and denying them could be grounds for complaint or annulment. Some church thinkers argued that spouses owed each other the marital debt, which sounds like a joint checking account, but was actually far less voluntary. Still, the picture wasn't all grim. Medieval courts did prosecute cases of coercion and assault, especially when witnesses were available or the accused didn't have powerful friends. In urban centres like London or Paris, court records show women and men bringing forward complaints, sometimes winning justice, or at least making a public stink. And let's not forget the literary side. Medieval tales are full of complex dynamics. Courtly love poetry, for example, often danced around consent. with knights pining, ladies refusing, and everyone dramatically swooning. If nothing else, they knew it was important to ask, even if they ignored the answer. If you ever felt like the medieval church had a complicated relationship with physical pleasure, you're right. It wasn't just complicated. It was borderline suspicious. And that suspicion extended right into the bedroom of every married couple, where the church preferred, ideally, that nothing too enjoyable was going on. To be fair, the church didn't outright ban marital relations. That would have been a logistical nightmare for inheritance, population, and, well, humanity. But it did strongly recommend moderation. Extreme moderation. Like, once a month, in the dark, no smiling kind of moderation. Theologians of the time praised celibacy as the highest form of spiritual discipline. Saints were celibate. Monks and nuns took vows. Even married couples were encouraged to live in continence, abstaining entirely, especially if they were older, holier, or simply tired of each other. A couple who voluntarily gave up intimacy was praised as being halfway to sainthood, or at least halfway to separate beds. Some church thinkers like St. Jerome went even further. He argued that even within marriage, desire was a weakness. Marital relations were acceptable only for procreation, not for fun, not for bonding, and certainly not because someone looked particularly fetching in their woolen nightshirt. This attitude filtered down into confessionals and moral manuals. Priests were instructed to ask married parishioners if they had been too lustful, even with their own spouses. Picture the awkward silence that must have followed that question at the altar rail. And yet, people still lived their lives. Most peasants, merchants, and even nobles nodded politely at the church's teachings, then went home and did whatever felt right between chores, taxes, and the odd peasant uprising. Let's be honest, after a long day threshing barley or settling land disputes, a little affection probably felt more comforting than shameful. But for the truly devout, celibate marriages were held up as models of spiritual partnership. These were couples who lived together, prayed together, and considered carnal urges a thing of the past, or at least a thing better left to younger, less holy villagers. After everything we've covered, arranged marriages, fines for flirting, herbal birth control, suspicious bath habits, and church warnings against smiling too much, you might be wondering, did medieval people actually fall in love? The answer is yes. Awkwardly, passionately, and sometimes even happily. Despite the rigid social structures and moral sermons, love found a way to bloom in the cracks. Peasant couples courted in fields and marketplaces, trading favours, flowers, and whispered gossip over turnips. Noble lovers exchanged poetry and secret glances during formal banquets while pretending to care about hunting falcon breeds. Monks and nuns wrote letters filled with emotion that modern readers still debate. Was it spiritual longing, or something more? Literature from the period is bursting with romance. Troubadours sang of distant ladies who inspired knights to go off and get very dramatically injured. Stories of courtly love glorified longing from afar, especially if you were pining for someone married to your boss. Sure, the love was often unattainable, but hey, that's where the best verses come from. In some cases, couples genuinely married for love. Records survive of peasants who eloped or refused matches arranged by their parents. Even nobles occasionally rebelled, much to the horror of their family accountants. The church, interestingly enough, actually required verbal consent from both bride and groom, even if that consent was delivered through gritted teeth while holding a goose as dowry collateral. And once married, many couples built strong partnerships. They worked side by side, raised children, endured plagues, and navigated taxes, which is basically the medieval version of a romantic getaway. Letters between spouses, especially during times of separation, show real affection, real longing, real commitment. Even widows and widowers sometimes remarried for companionship rather than political gain, choosing someone they like to spend their remaining years with. Because even after everything, the rules, the risk, the ritual, people still wanted to feel loved, preferably before curfew, and hopefully not during Lent. It all began with a disaster. Zeno of Citium, a wealthy merchant from the island of Cyprus, had it all: ships loaded with precious dyes, trade routes mapped across the Mediterranean, and the kind of fortune that made a man feel invincible. But fate, as ancient philosophers love to remind us, doesn't care how many ships you own. Somewhere near Athens, Zeno's fleet was caught in a violent storm. The sea didn't just swallow his cargo, it swallowed his identity. One moment, he was a merchant. The next, a man with nothing. When he finally reached the Athenian shore, he was broke, soaked, and, ironically, on the verge of something far more enduring than trade wealth. With nowhere to go and nothing left to lose, Zeno wandered into a small bookshop in the Athenian agora. It was here that he picked up a worn copy of Xenophon's Memorabilia, a text that preserved the wisdom of Socrates. Intrigued by the quiet power of the ideas within, Zeno asked the bookseller where he could find a man like Socrates. The bookseller simply pointed to a stooped, cranky philosopher named Crates walking by. And so, Zeno began studying under Crates the cynic, a man known for rejecting wealth and possessions with almost theatrical dedication. He once threw his money into the sea, just to prove a point. At first, Zeno struggled with this extreme lifestyle. He wasn't ready to live in poverty for philosophy's sake. But Crates planted a seed in his mind, one that grew into a new way of thinking. Zeno didn't stay a student forever. Over time, he pieced together his own worldview, borrowing Socratic ethics, cynic discipline, and the logical rigor of earlier thinkers like Heraclitus. Eventually, he began teaching in the painted colonnade of Athens, the Stoa Poikile, a public porch decorated with murals. That's where Stoicism got its name, not from an ivory tower or secret academy, but from a painted porch open to all. It's a fitting origin, a philosophy born not from luxury, but from ruin. Not in a palace, but in a moment of humility. Stoicism, from its first breath, was designed to help people navigate the wreckage, not avoid it. And Zeno was its first survivor. After the shipwreck and the scrolls, after the quiet conversations with cynics and the long walks under the Athenian sun, Zeno didn't just start teaching. He started redefining what it meant to live well. At the heart of his philosophy was one powerful idea: logos. To the Stoics, logos wasn't just reason. It was the divine, rational structure of the universe, the cosmic blueprint. Everything, they believed, happened for a reason, whether or not humans could understand it. The world, messy as it seemed, was ordered. And if you could align your thinking with that cosmic order, you could live with peace, clarity, and moral strength. Zeno and his early followers taught that virtue, arete in Greek, was the only true good. Not fame, not wealth, not even physical health. Those were indifferents, things that might be nice to have but didn't define your moral worth. What mattered was how you handled them. And that's where the Stoic mindset takes shape. The world throws chaos at you, but you remain unmoved. Not emotionless, but anchored. You can't control external events. You can't control what people say or do. But you can always control your thoughts, your actions, and your responses. It was radical. Most people back then, and let's be honest, most people today, chase comfort, admiration, money, or control. But Stoicism offered a quieter path. Live in harmony with nature, accept fate without resentment, and strive only to be good, not to feel good. Their favorite analogy? Life is like being a dog tied to a cart. You can either run with it or be dragged behind. Either way, the cart's going forward. Your choice is how you move with it. Zeno wasn't alone for long. His students began gathering in the Stoa, discussing how to master themselves rather than the world. Over time, this porch talk turned into one of the most quietly resilient philosophies in history, and one that would outlast empires. But philosophy doesn't live in theory, it lives in practice. And in the next generation, a new Stoic would take the reins. One who fought battles not with logic alone, but with discipline and steel. His name? Cleanthes, a former boxer who brought muscle to the mind. Cleanthes wasn't your typical philosopher. Before he ever scribbled a single scroll or stood beneath the painted porch, he was a boxer. Not metaphorically, a literal pugilist, earning his bread through sheer physical strength and relentless endurance. But when he discovered Zeno's teachings, he found a different kind of strength, the kind that didn't bruise but braced the soul. He worked by night carrying water for a gardener and studied philosophy by day. His hands were calloused, his muscles worn, but his mind unshakable. Cleanthes embodied the Stoic belief that virtue comes not from privilege, but from perseverance. He didn't speak of theories he hadn't tested. If Zeno taught that one should accept hardship with grace, Cleanthes lived it every sunrise. His most famous work, the Hymn to Zeus, is a poetic tribute to Logos, the divine rationality that governs all things. But don't let the title fool you. This wasn't religious flattery. It was a calm declaration of cosmic order. Everything, Cleanthes wrote, is woven into a grand plan, even the painful parts. His stoicism was like a glacier, silent, immense, and impossible to move. He also introduced a more emotional texture to stoicism. While Zeno emphasized logic and detachment, Cleanthes suggested that proper emotions, like awe at nature or love for wisdom, could have a place if they aligned with reason. He wasn't arguing for indulgence, just for balance. After all, what good is a philosophy that turns you into a robot? Cleanthes wasn't flashy, and he didn't gather crowds with clever wordplay. In fact, some mocked him for being slow of speech. But what he lacked in eloquence, he made up for in steadiness. And in Stoicism, steadiness was everything. He eventually succeeded Zeno as head of the Stoic school, not because he was charismatic, but because he lived the philosophy more fully than anyone else. His life was a kind of walking proof, a quiet testament that one could endure hardship without bitterness, question fate without rage, and remain grounded without giving up on greatness. Through Cleanthes, Stoicism gained muscle. Not the kind that wins applause, but the kind that holds your spine straight when the world goes sideways. And then came a man who sharpened Stoicism like a blade, Chrysippus, the logician who turned this porch-born philosophy into a towering system of thought. If Zeno founded Stoicism and Cleanthes gave it strength, Chrysippus gave it its skeleton. Without him, Stoicism might have crumbled into vague ideas and forgotten porch lectures. Instead, it became one of the most rigorous philosophical systems in the ancient world, thanks to a man who reportedly wrote over 700 books. Most of them now lost, but their influence? Undeniable. Chrysippus was relentless. He didn't just inherit the school from Cleanthes, he rebuilt it. Where Zeno had been reserved and Cleanthes poetic, Chrysippus was surgical. His specialty: logic. In a time when most philosophers leaned on rhetoric or emotional appeal, Chrysippus built a system of reasoning that could rival Aristotle's. He was obsessed with clarity. He believed that if Stoicism was to survive, it couldn't rely on charisma or tradition. It had to make sense. Ironclad. No loopholes. No fluff. He refined the Stoic distinction between what is in our control and what is not. He expanded their ethics, metaphysics, and physics into something coherent and unapologetically difficult. Chrysippus argued that virtue alone was sufficient for happiness, not virtue plus comfort or virtue plus friends. Just virtue, full stop. One of his most famous contributions was the lecton, a concept describing the meaning behind words. He argued that every spoken word had a sayable, a layer of content carried by speech, tied to logic. It might sound abstract, but this deepened the Stoic understanding of reason and clarity, which for them was essential to a good life. But he wasn't just dry parchment and dusty scrolls. Chrysippus had a biting wit. Once, when accused of not practicing what he preached, he supposedly replied, "Would you blame a doctor who gets sick? He still knows how to treat illness." Stoicism wasn't about pretending to be perfect. It was about trying, every single day, to close the gap between your actions and your ideals. Thanks to Chrysippus, Stoicism hardened. It became more than a comfort for shipwrecked merchants or poetic boxers. It became a discipline, something you studied, practiced, and used to cut through confusion and chaos. And that discipline would soon find its way out of Greece, into the heart of Rome, where emperors and slaves alike would grapple with its power. By the time Stoicism drifted into Rome, the philosophy had already weathered centuries of refinement. But in the hands of the Romans, it evolved from a Greek intellectual pursuit into a way of life suited for statesmen, generals, and even emperors. The Romans weren't interested in abstract metaphysics or syllogisms about lecture. They wanted practicality. They faced wars, conspiracies, betrayal, and personal ruin, and they needed a system that could hold their inner world steady while the outer world collapsed. Stoicism, with its focus on self-mastery and virtue in the face of chaos, was a perfect fit. Enter Seneca the Younger, philosopher, playwright, and reluctant advisor to the notoriously unstable Emperor Nero. Seneca wasn't born into hardship. He was a wealthy elite, well-educated, and dangerously close to power. But despite his position, his writings reveal a man deeply aware of life's fragility and the corrupting lure of comfort. In his letters to Lucilius, Seneca preached restraint, mindfulness, and simplicity. He warned against being ruled by emotion or desire, and yet his own life was a battlefield between Stoic ideals and political compromise. He amassed wealth even as he wrote about frugality. He served a tyrant even while writing about virtue. But rather than discredit him, this tension makes him more relatable. Seneca didn't pose as a saint. He was painfully aware of his contradictions. His advice to others often came with a quiet self-rebuke. "I am not a wise man," he wrote, "but a lover of wisdom." And maybe that's the most Stoic thing of all, not to claim mastery, but to pursue it humbly. While Seneca offered Stoicism to the elite, another Roman gave it to everyone else. Epictetus, a former slave. Crippled and impoverished, Epictetus owned nothing, not even himself, and yet he taught that true freedom comes from within. "You may chain my leg," he said, "but not even Zeus can conquer my mind." To him, life's hardships weren't obstacles. They were training grounds for virtue. His teachings, preserved by his student Arrian, became a Stoic manual for inner liberation. In Rome, Stoicism was no longer just philosophy. It was armor, mental armor. And soon, that armor would be worn by the man who ruled the known world, Marcus Aurelius, emperor, warrior, and the most unlikely of all, a philosopher king. It's one thing to read philosophy in peace. It's another to write it on the front lines of war, while ruling an empire crumbling at its edges. Marcus Aurelius, crowned emperor of Rome in 161 CE, was a man born into unimaginable privilege. And yet, his reign was anything but comfortable. Plagues swept across the empire. Germanic tribes pushed at the borders. His co-emperor Lucius Verus died early. His generals betrayed him. And worst of all, his own son, Commodus, would grow into the tyrant he had hoped never to raise. Amid all this, Marcus didn't write speeches or propaganda. He wrote to himself, quiet, personal reflections later compiled into the Meditations. Never intended for publication, these pages offer a window into a Stoic mind under siege. They read not like declarations from a throne, but like whispered reminders from a tired man trying to stay upright. "Begin each day by telling yourself," he wrote, "Today I shall meet with interference, ingratitude, insolence, disloyalty, ill will, and selfishness." That wasn't pessimism. It was preparation. Marcus believed that by expecting hardship, he could face it without being thrown off course. To him, people's actions were not insults. They were reflections of their ignorance. And his duty wasn't to control others, but to control himself. He often reminded himself, "You could die tomorrow. You could die today. So act now, not with anxiety, but with purpose." That wasn't despair. That was clarity. Despite commanding legions and managing a vast empire, Marcus was obsessed with inner life. He believed you could be surrounded by chaos and still remain untouched if your mind stayed anchored in reason and virtue. He rarely indulged in cruelty. He rejected opulence, and while he couldn't always live up to Stoic ideals, who could? He returned to them like a compass in a storm. Marcus Aurelius didn't invent Stoicism, but in many ways he lived it more visibly than anyone before him. He proved that Stoicism wasn't just for philosophers in togas or ascetic monks. It was for anyone, even the most powerful man on earth, who wanted to carry peace into the battlefield of life. And yet, after Marcus, the flame of Stoicism began to flicker. It wouldn't vanish, but it would retreat, waiting centuries to be rediscovered by new seekers of calm in the modern world. After the death of Marcus Aurelius in 180 CE, Stoicism didn't exactly die, but it faded. The philosophy that had once stood at the heart of Roman intellectual life began to slip quietly into the background. Part of this had to do with politics. Marcus's son, Commodus, inherited the empire and seemed determined to undo every Stoic virtue his father lived by. While Marcus embodied restraint and wisdom, Commodus embodied indulgence and vanity. The Roman court became a theatre of excess, and philosophy had no role in the spectacle. Meanwhile, a new force was rising: Christianity. As it spread through the Roman Empire and eventually became state religion, its theology, rituals, and worldview began to replace the ancient schools. Where Stoicism taught self-reliance, Christianity emphasized divine grace. Where Stoicism taught acceptance of fate, Christianity spoke of redemption and the will of God. Though these ideas weren't always in conflict, Christian thinkers often saw Stoicism as a noble but ultimately pagan system, admirable yet incomplete. And yet, Stoicism didn't vanish. It simply migrated, its core ideas seeping into early Christian thought. Many church fathers admired the Stoics. Thinkers like Augustine, though critical of Stoic pride, respected their moral seriousness. And monastic traditions, especially among Christian ascetics, borrowed heavily from Stoic discipline. Silence, simplicity, denial of luxury, and the examination of conscience, all of these would have felt right at home in the writings of Epictetus or Seneca. Throughout the medieval period, Stoicism became a sort of background philosophy, respected by scholars, cited by monks, but rarely practiced in full. It was no longer a public movement or a street-side school. It was a whisper in the margins, kept alive by scribes, theologians, and the occasional curious mind. But survival is sometimes stronger than success. Stoicism's quiet endurance meant that when the intellectual winds shifted centuries later, during the Renaissance and the Enlightenment, its ideas would be ready to return. For all its decline, Stoicism had left seeds buried in the soil of Western thought. And when people once again sought clarity, purpose, and strength without illusion, those seeds would bloom. And one day, they'd even show up in places no ancient philosopher could have imagined, in self-help books, leadership seminars, and yes, on your favourite podcast. Stoicism's comeback didn't arrive with a scroll in hand. It came through blogs, books, and podcasts. After centuries of quiet influence, the ancient philosophy found itself suddenly reborn in the digital age, repackaged for a world buzzing with distractions, anxieties, and the pressure to constantly optimize everything. In the 20th century, philosophers like Pierre Hadot began peeling back the layers of Stoicism, reminding readers that it wasn't just an intellectual exercise, it was a way of life. Not cold, but contemplative. Not harsh, but healing. Hadot argued that ancient philosophy was originally a spiritual practice, and Stoicism, more than any other school, was meant to be lived, not merely read. That message hit home for a new generation. In the early 2000s, authors like Ryan Holiday helped usher Stoicism into the mainstream with accessible books like The Obstacle is the Way and Ego is the Enemy. Drawing on Marcus Aurelius, Seneca, and Epictetus, Holiday framed Stoicism as a practical toolkit for resilience, something you could use whether you were launching a startup, coaching a sports team, or just trying to survive a bad Monday. Tech leaders and entrepreneurs soon latched on. Tim Ferriss, Naval Ravikant, and others began citing Stoic texts like instruction manuals for high-performance living. The idea was simple. In a world that moves fast, thinks shallow, and craves constant validation, Stoicism offers an antidote: stillness, control, and clarity. Even mental health professionals took notice. Therapies like cognitive behavioral therapy, CBT, borrow heavily from Stoic principles. Challenge your thoughts. Focus on what you can control. Don't let emotion dictate action. Sound familiar? But the revival wasn't without criticism. Some said modern Stoicism had been stripped of its depth, turned into motivational wallpaper for productivity bros. And there's truth to that. Not every inspirational quote on Instagram reflects the rigor or humility of ancient practice. Still, the fact remains. Stoicism survived not because it was trendy, but because it works. When life goes sideways, when we lose a job, face a diagnosis, or wake up unsure of our place in the world, Stoicism reminds us, you can't control what happens, but you can control what you become. That message has never been more timely, and so we arrive at the present, where ancient wisdom quietly guides modern minds. Today, Stoicism exists in a paradox. It is an ancient philosophy designed for inner peace, now living in a world obsessed with noise. Scroll through social media and you'll see a quote from Marcus Aurelius, sandwiched between cat videos and stock tips. Open a bestseller list, and there it is again. The Daily Stoic, waiting to be your morning mental vitamin. Somehow, a 2,300-year-old porch philosophy is trending. But Stoicism isn't popular because it's fashionable. It's popular because it addresses a very specific modern hunger, mental clarity in a world of confusion. When everything feels out of control, the economy, relationships, climate, algorithms, Stoicism offers a map inward. It teaches us to focus, not on the chaos around us, but on the choices we still own. The central questions remain the same. What is in your control? What kind of person will you choose to be, regardless of circumstance? And unlike some philosophies that demand total withdrawal from the world, Stoicism invites us to participate. Go to work, raise your kids, serve your community, but do it from a place of calm, not craving. Action, yes, but grounded action. In that sense, Stoicism is a kind of rebellion, not the loud, sign-waving kind, but a silent resistance against impulsiveness, distraction, and emotional chaos. It's the discipline to pause before reacting, the courage to stay kind in a cruel moment, the humility to know you're not the center of the universe, but you are responsible for how you move through it. More than ever, people are returning to this simple clarity. Athletes use it to manage pressure. Veterans use it to process trauma. CEOs use it to lead without ego. Teenagers, overwhelmed by the constant flood of comparison and digital noise, turn to Epictetus for a lifeline. Of course, no philosophy is a magic cure. You'll still feel grief, still fail, still lose your temper. But Stoicism gives you something rare, a framework to get back up, reflect, and recenter. In the end, it's not about being perfect, it's about progress. Quiet, steady, internal progress. And in a world that rewards loudness, maybe the most revolutionary act is to be still. To a modern visitor, an ancient Roman bath might look like a luxury resort. Marble floors, vaulted ceilings, statues of gods, and pools steaming in the morning sun. But to a Roman, it was just another Tuesday. Bathing wasn't an occasional treat. It was a daily ritual, and for many, an essential part of being Roman. By the height of the empire, there were over 900 public baths in Rome alone, ranging from grand imperial complexes to modest neighborhood facilities. Everyone from senators to shoemakers made time to bathe. Cleanliness was important, yes, but so was the rhythm of the experience, the routine, the conversation, the heat. The process was deliberate. You'd enter through the apoditerium, or changing room, where slaves might help wealthier patrons undress. From there, you'd ease into the tepidarium, a warm room that opened your pores and began the relaxation. Then came the caldarium, the heart of the experience, a hot, steamy chamber heated by an underfloor system called the hypocaust. Here, bathers would sweat, scrape their skin with strigils, curved metal tools, and sometimes even get a massage. Finally, you'd plunge into the frigidarium, a cold pool meant to tighten the skin and jolt the senses. It was this contrast, hot to cold, sweat to chill, that gave the ritual its power. Romans believed it was good for circulation, digestion, and even mood, And honestly, they were probably right. But more than hygiene or health, baths were about belonging. You went to see and be seen. You gossiped, networked, debated politics, made business deals, or just eavesdropped on the latest scandal. Some brought their own musicians. Others brought snacks. Poets recited verses. Philosophers argued under domed ceilings, echoing with laughter and steam. In essence, a Roman bath was a democratic space, at least by Roman standards. Status mattered, but even emperors might share a room with commoners. Slaves and women had restricted access or separate hours, but they too were part of this daily world. For the Romans, bathing wasn't about vanity. It was about routine, health, society, and rhythm. A place where the individual dissolved, just a bit, into the larger hum of the empire. One breath of steam at a time. Roman baths weren't just impressive. They were engineering masterpieces. Long before the modern sauna or heated flooring, the Romans figured out how to transform bricks, fire, and water into an immersive wellness centre. At the core of this innovation was the hippocaust system, an early form of central heating. Beneath the floors of the hot rooms, slaves stoked a roaring furnace, or prefernium. This fire heated a space beneath the raised floor, supported by small columns called pillae. Hot air flowed through this subfloor chamber and up through flues in the walls, radiating heat through the room like a gentle oven. The result? A consistent, enveloping warmth without smoke suffocating the bathers. The architecture itself was strategic. Vaulted ceilings trapped heat, domes diffused sound, and a complex arrangement of rooms regulated temperature flow, from the cooler apoditerium to the temperate tepidarium to the blazing caldarium. Windows were designed to harness sunlight, and water was constantly circulating, clean, flowing, and heated to exacting standards. And let's talk about the aqueducts, the silent heroes of the empire. These elevated stone channels delivered vast quantities of water into the cities, allowing even inland bath complexes to operate year-round. Some of the grandest baths, like those of Caracalla or Diocletian, consumed millions of litres of water daily. Yet the system was so well built that waste was minimal and flow was constant. The water wasn't just used for soaking. Romans also had steam rooms, saunas, and even primitive flushing toilets nearby. Sewage was carried away through underground drainage systems. Again, all gravity-powered. The baths weren't isolated marvels. They were integrated into the broader infrastructure of Roman urban life. Maintenance was constant. Workers known as fornicatores tended the furnaces, while others cleaned the pools, managed supplies of wood, or repaired tiles and plumbing. It was labour-intensive, but the reward was clear. These buildings didn't just last years, many stood strong for centuries. In an age with no electricity, no industrial machinery, and no digital thermostats, the Romans created a seamless experience of heat, comfort, and flow. That's why walking into a Roman bath wasn't just entering a building, it was entering a system, one powered by fire, sustained by water, and shaped by genius. Despite all the sweat, steam, and strigils, Roman baths were never just about physical cleansing. They were about information. In a society without smartphones, email, or newspapers, the baths functioned as a kind of open-air broadcast centre. Gossip didn't trickle here. It flowed. Senators, merchants, soldiers, and poets all mingled freely, with togas off and voices raised. Conversations carried across the tepidarium like wildfire. Who was sleeping with whom? What was the emperor plotting? Which general just lost a battle in the east? Who bribed which magistrate to get out of paying taxes? If you wanted to know what was happening in Rome, or what might happen soon, the bathhouse was the place to listen. This wasn't accidental. The Roman elite knew the baths were public arenas, and they used them strategically. Politics didn't stop at the Senate steps. They soaked right into the marble floors of the caldarium. A clever patrician might accidentally bump into a rival in the hot room and float a proposal under the haze of steam. Or perhaps a patron would meet a client to reaffirm loyalties, offer advice, or drop a veiled threat, all while lounging in the pool. Even emperors played the game. It's said that Hadrian and later Antoninus Pius made a point of visiting the public baths as an act of image control. appearing accessible, wise, and invested in the lives of ordinary citizens. Of course, they had private bath wings too, but showing up in the public zone was a statement. I'm still one of you, sort of. It wasn't just politics that steamed up the tiles. Businessmen negotiated deals, poets recited lines, philosophers debated ethics. The acoustics of the domed rooms often helped amplify voices, a useful trick for anyone who wanted their cleverness overheard. In a strange way, the bathhouse was Rome's version of Twitter, Wall Street, and the Senate floor, all at once. It was unfiltered, buzzing, and deeply performative, but it was also where strategy was born. Real decisions, military, financial, personal, often started here, far from the formal halls of power. Because when everyone is half naked, sweating and relaxed, masks fall away. And in the steam, the real empire whispered its plans. To the Romans, bathing wasn't just about feeling fresh or looking polished. It was a critical part of health and medicine. The bathhouse was where ancient wellness philosophy met practical self-care. Doctors recommended it, philosophers endorsed it, even the military encouraged it. Hot water, cold plunges, sweating, and massages were all believed to purify the body and balance the humours. The four fluids the Romans thought governed health: blood, phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile. If these got out of balance, you got sick. But a visit to the baths, with its cycle of heating, scraping, and cooling, could supposedly restore that balance. And there's some logic to it, even by modern standards. The heat of the caldarium opened pores, relaxed muscles, and helped with circulation. The cold plunge in the frigidarium reduced inflammation and invigorated the senses. The skin was scraped clean with strigils, which removed dirt, oil, and dead skin. Afterward, many Romans received massages using scented oils, sometimes infused with herbs, sometimes just olive oil. Today, we might call this detoxing or hydrotherapy. They just called it daily life. Some of the larger bath complexes even included small medical clinics where physicians, often Greek-educated, examined patients, offered treatments, or suggested dietary changes. If you had a cough, aching joints, or digestive troubles, your doctor might prescribe not a pill, but a visit to the tepidarium, or a change in your bathing routine. Exercise was part of the picture too. Many baths had attached palestra, open courtyards for physical activity. Romans boxed, wrestled, fenced, or played ball games before beginning the bathing process. The idea was to work up a sweat before entering the steam rooms. Health wasn't passive. It was earned, one push-up and plunge at a time. Even mental health wasn't ignored. The rhythm of the bath, its slow, deliberate transitions from room to room, encouraged reflection. Some Stoics and Epicureans even wrote about the baths as places to clear the mind and tame the emotions. In many ways, Roman baths were ahead of their time, an integrated space for exercise, cleansing, socializing, and healing. A kind of ancient wellness center, with better mosaics and slightly more gossip. For the Romans, a healthy body wasn't a goal. It was the foundation of virtue, clarity, and strength, and the bathhouse was where it all began. Walking into a grand Roman bathhouse wasn't just stepping into a building. It was stepping into an aesthetic experience. The architecture, the materials, the very air, everything was designed to impress, soothe, and elevate. From the moment you entered the apoditerium, changing room, you were surrounded by elegance. The walls were often painted in vivid frescoes, mythological scenes, pastoral landscapes, or even cheeky caricatures. Marble benches lined the room, niches held clothing, and on the better days, musicians played softly in the background while your sandals were taken by a servant. Then came the baths themselves. The tepidarium was usually the most beautiful room, designed as a kind of warm antechamber to the hotter and colder extremes. It was often circular or rectangular, with high vaulted ceilings, colourful mosaics on the floors, and large windows that diffused the afternoon light. The ceilings were sometimes coffered or domed, supported by columns of Egyptian granite or local stone. The caldarium, the hot room, featured heated pools and steam. You'd see bronze or terracotta braziers, and sometimes gilded taps that flowed with heated water. The floors were warm beneath your feet, thanks to the hypocaust system, and the air shimmered with heat. Decorative fountains and statues added a touch of divine elegance. Apollo, Venus, and Hercules all made appearances. The frigidarium, cool and serene, was usually the largest and most striking space. Its cold pool reflected a ceiling often covered in painted stars or geometric patterns. The water itself glistened, sometimes lit by small skylights or open oculi that allowed a beam of sunlight to cut through the mist. There was a quiet stillness here, a contrast to the chatter and bustle of the earlier rooms. Everything in the Roman bath was designed to inspire awe. The use of imported marble, colourful tilework, and advanced geometry wasn't just vanity, it was a statement. The baths were the empire distilled into stone, orderly, refined, and proudly extravagant. Even smaller local baths took design seriously. Mosaics often warned bathers with humorous Latin phrases like "Cave Canem, beware of the dog," or "Balneum Gratum, the bath is pleasant." These were spaces meant to charm the eye, calm the spirit, and remind you, in case you forgot, that you were living in the greatest civilization on Earth. And all of that before you even got wet. While Roman baths were public spaces in theory, not all Romans experienced them equally. The bathhouse was a microcosm of Roman society, a place where lines blurred, but never fully disappeared. Let's start with class. In the grand thermae of Rome, like those of Caracalla or Trajan, emperors might bathe in the same rooms as commoners. That sounds democratic, but social distinctions still lingered. The wealthy often arrived with entourages, slaves to carry towels, oils, and even portable benches. They could afford private massages or extra services in nearby rooms. Some larger baths had exclusive sections, scholae, reserved for upper-class patrons. Even in the shared pools, there was an unspoken hierarchy. You might rub elbows with a senator, but you weren't about to chat him up. Then there was gender. Men and women did not usually bathe together. Most large bathhouses offered separate hours or separate wings. Some emperors, like Hadrian, enforced strict segregation. Others, like Commodus or Elagabalus, allowed, or even encouraged, mixed bathing, much to the horror of conservative Roman moralists. Women's access depended on time, location, and the whims of local officials. In wealthier cities, women had beautifully appointed baths of their own. In poorer regions, they often bathed early in the day, before men arrived. While some women enjoyed regular access, others, particularly those of lower status, had to navigate schedules, scrutiny, and social stigma. Slaves and freedmen made up a significant portion of bath visitors. They were allowed in and often encouraged to attend, especially if their work was labor-intensive. However, they typically entered during off-hours or in more modest facilities. That said, many slaves worked within the bathhouses as attendants, masseurs, or fire-stokers, and some were known by name for their skill and charm. And what about outsiders? Foreigners, non-citizens, and provincials were welcomed in most Roman cities, especially in the empire's heyday. In fact, the spread of Roman baths across conquered territories was one of the empire's tools of cultural integration, a way of saying, "Welcome to Rome, now take your clothes off." So yes, the Roman baths were a shared space. But just like in the forums or the Senate, your experience depended heavily on who you were. Still, for a brief moment in the mist, the hot stone and the splash of cold water, those lines could blur. And that was part of the magic. Though bathing was the central activity, Roman bathhouses were far more than places to get clean. They were entertainment hubs, part gym, part theatre, part lounge, where you could easily spend an entire afternoon, and many did. In fact, larger bath complexes resembled ancient leisure centres. After a workout in the palestra, a courtyard used for wrestling, boxing or ball games, you might take a stroll to the library, located just off the main hallway. Yes, many baths had libraries. Romans could relax with scrolls by Cicero or Virgil, blending physical rejuvenation with intellectual stimulation. A healthy body and a healthy mind. Both were on the menu. Music filled the air too. It wasn't uncommon to hear live performances from flutists, harpists or singers echoing through the domed chambers. Bathers might be serenaded while reclining near a fountain or getting an oil rub down. In fact, some bathhouses employed professional entertainers to keep the mood light and luxurious, from acrobats to comedians. There were also food stalls and snack counters, often located in or near the apoditerium. Known as popinae, these small eateries served wine, bread, olives, cheese, and dried fruits. For wealthier patrons, personal slaves could bring more elaborate dishes, and the occasional exotic treat, from nearby villas. So yes, you could technically eat grapes in the steam room like a decadent emperor, though etiquette varied. Gambling was common too. Dice games, betting on athletic matches, or just casual wagers among friends added an air of mischief to the setting. These activities weren't always legal, but they were tolerated in bath culture. After all, people came here to let loose. The bathhouses also had spaces for intimate encounters. Some rooms functioned as private lounges or even brothels, depending on the time and location. Morally ambiguous? Definitely. But Roman society had a much different view of public space, privacy, and sensuality than we do today. And the steamy, dimly lit atmosphere of the Caldarium only added to the allure. One of Rome's most remarkable achievements wasn't just building an empire, it was standardizing the Roman experience across thousands of miles. And that included baths. From the misty highlands of Britannia to the deserts of North Africa, and from the forests of Gaul to the sands of Syria, the Roman bath became a unifying symbol of Roman identity. Wherever the legions marched and the engineers followed, they built roads, forts, and bathhouses. These provincial baths weren't just carbon copies. They reflected local resources and customs while still following the essential Roman layout: apoditerium, tepidarium, caldarium, frigidarium. In cold climates like Britain or Germania, the hot rooms were especially important. In warmer places like North Africa or the Levant, some bathhouses expanded the shaded colonnades and cooled pools, offering relief from the blistering sun. Cities like Timgad in Algeria, Jerash in Jordan, and Bath in England all featured impressive thermae, often with mosaics, sculptures, and inscriptions celebrating imperial generosity. These weren't just public works, they were propaganda in stone. Every polished marble slab and steaming pool reminded locals, this is Rome, and Rome takes care of its people. But baths also played a critical role in cultural integration. For newly conquered peoples, the bathhouse served as a soft introduction to Roman customs. You might still speak your own language at home, but once you stripped off your clothes and stepped into the steam, you were participating in a Roman ritual, one that transcended ethnicity, origin, or local tribe. It also became a mark of urbanization. A city wasn't truly Roman until it had proper baths. They often came bundled with forums, amphitheatres, and temples, creating civic centres that mirrored those of the capital. Bathing, then, wasn't just about hygiene, it was about civilization. Of course, local twists remained. In Syria, baths sometimes incorporated Eastern architectural styles and mixed gender spaces. In Britain, Celtic traditions subtly influenced the bathing sequence, and in Egypt, older Hellenistic models blended with Roman designs to create hybrid complexes with lush courtyards and incense-filled chambers. No matter the local flavour, the Roman bath became a universal experience, one that made an empire feel cohesive. A place where even at the farthest frontier, you could close your eyes in the Caldarium and, for a moment, feel like you were in the heart of Rome. Like so much of Roman civilization, the glory of the baths didn't last forever. As the empire weakened in the 4th and 5th centuries CE, so too did the great bathhouses. What had once been daily rituals for millions slowly slipped into disrepair, abandonment, and, eventually, ruin. Several factors contributed to this decline. First, the empire's economy crumbled under the weight of inflation, military overreach, and political instability. Funding the maintenance of vast bath complexes, which required teams of workers, constant fuel for the hypocaust, and clean water from aqueducts, became unsustainable. Then came the breakdown of infrastructure. Aqueducts fell into neglect or were deliberately destroyed during invasions. Without running water, the baths lost their core purpose. The once bubbling caldariums went dry, and the marble halls echoed with silence. Religion also played a part. As Christianity became dominant, public bathing, especially mixed or nude bathing, came under increasing moral scrutiny. Church leaders saw the baths as symbols of pagan indulgence and bodily vanity. While some Christian emperors tried to preserve the public health function of the baths, others shut them down or repurposed them into churches, monasteries, or administrative buildings. And yet, the legacy of Roman baths endured. In the Islamic world, the tradition continued through hammams, bathhouses that carried forward many Roman innovations, heated rooms, steam treatments, and communal cleansing rituals. These spread across the Middle East and North Africa, preserving the essence of Roman wellness in a new religious and cultural framework. In Europe, spas and mineral baths became popular during the Renaissance and later Enlightenment, especially in places like Bath, England, and Baden-Baden, Germany. These revived bathing as a therapeutic and social activity, echoing the Roman model even as the empire itself was long gone. Today, the ruins of Roman baths still captivate visitors. The baths of Caracalla, the Stabian baths in Pompeii, and countless smaller sites across Europe and the Mediterranean remind us that Rome didn't just conquer through the sword, it conquered through comfort, engineering, and shared ritual. Roman baths may have crumbled, but their spirit lives on. In our gyms, our spas, our hot showers, and our quiet moments of self-care. In a way, every time we draw a hot bath or sit in a sauna, we're channeling a bit of the empire, steam rising, tension fading, time slowing, just as it did 2,000 years ago. In ancient Egypt, medicine didn't live in a laboratory. It lived in the temple, the home, and the world of the gods. Healing was not just a science, it was a spiritual art, and the person who treated your illness might just recite a spell while applying a poultice to your wound. That's because Egyptian medicine was deeply intertwined with religion. Illness, to them, wasn't only about injury or infection. It could also be caused by the wrath of a god, the invasion of a malevolent spirit, or a disruption in Mayat, the cosmic order that governed all things. So, doctors, known as SWNU, weren't always working alone. They often collaborated with priests who specialized in ritual and incantation. Together, they formed a dual force of treatment, one applying remedies, the other invoking divine protection. Temples were more than places of worship, they were centers of healing. Specific temples, like those dedicated to Imhotep, the architect, physician, and later deified healer, served as proto-hospitals. People would sleep there in hopes of divine dreams that revealed the source of their ailment or the cure itself. This was called incubation, and it was a respected method of diagnosis. Medical training was rigorous. Physicians studied scrolls like the Ebers Papyrus and Edwin Smith Papyrus, which outlined hundreds of remedies, procedures, and case studies. These documents show that while the Egyptians invoked gods, they also observed symptoms, recorded outcomes, and developed surprisingly advanced techniques, from wound suturing to dental care. But make no mistake, incantations were not just decorative. Many prescriptions included spells as ingredients. A broken bone might be treated with honey and linen, plus a recitation to ward off evil spirits. Psychological conditions, now recognized as mental illness, were seen as spiritual afflictions, often requiring the intervention of a priest or magician. To us, this fusion of medicine and mysticism might seem contradictory. But to the Egyptians, it was holistic. Body, mind, and spirit were part of the same continuum. Healing one meant addressing all. In the land of the Nile, to be a healer was to walk between two worlds, with one hand mixing herbs and the other raised toward the gods. Long before stethoscopes and lab tests, ancient Egyptian physicians relied on their senses and experience. They became masters of visual diagnosis, feeling pulses, examining wounds, and interpreting subtle signs in the body, to understand what was wrong, even if they believed the root cause might be spiritual. The first step in diagnosis was always observation. Physicians would examine a patient's posture, skin color, breath, and even urine or feces to search for visible or olfactory clues. Was the swelling soft or hard? Did the discharge smell sweet or foul? These observations weren't just guesswork. They were documented, compared, and passed down through generations. The pulse held particular significance. The Egyptians called it the speech of the heart. They believed that the heart was the center of a system of channels, similar to a network of irrigation canals, through which air, blood, and spirit flowed. If the pulse was irregular or weak, it suggested that one of these vital channels was blocked or disturbed. Although their anatomical understanding wasn't perfect, their conclusions often reflected real symptoms and led to logical treatments. Yet when no physical explanation was found, the physician would turn to spiritual causes. Was the illness a punishment from a god? A curse from an enemy? A lingering spirit refusing to leave the body? In such cases, diagnosis involved more than examination. It required consultation with a priest-magician, dream interpretation, or even astrological analysis. The alignment of stars and the behavior of sacred animals might factor into the final verdict. In texts like the Ebers Papyrus, physicians categorized diseases based on patterns. They didn't always know why something happened, but they knew what usually followed. For instance, they could identify the stages of an infected wound or the course of a fever. These practical patterns formed the basis for treatment protocols, and interestingly, they were not always superstitious. Some medical texts explicitly separate physical ailments from spiritual ones. If a wound could be seen, smelled, and treated, no spell required. But if all else failed, it was time to invoke divine aid. To an ancient Egyptian, the world was filled with unseen forces. But through keen eyes, careful hands, and centuries of accumulated wisdom, their physicians sought to make the invisible visible. When it came to treatment, ancient Egyptian physicians had an astonishing arsenal of remedies and recipes. Their pharmacies weren't stocked with pills and injections, but with herbs, minerals, animal products, and oils, many of which they combined with surgical procedures and ritual chants. The result? A holistic approach that blended natural science with spiritual symbolism. At the heart of their medicine was the Ebers Papyrus, a 110-page scroll from around 1550 BCE. It contains over 700 prescriptions, addressing everything from stomach pain and toothaches to skin diseases and fertility issues. Each recipe was tailored, not just to the disease, but to the patient's body and social status, and often included precise instructions for mixing, timing, and application. One of their favorite ingredients? Honey. Prized for its antimicrobial properties and still used today in wound care. Honey was applied to cuts, burns, and ulcers, often mixed with other substances like crushed seeds or resin. They also used garlic, onion, juniper berries, and myrrh, not just for their aroma but for their antiseptic and anti-inflammatory effects. Their pharmacopoeia included more exotic fare as well: crocodile dung for contraceptives, lizard blood for skin treatments, hippopotamus fat, and even mummified human flesh for particularly superstitious cures. To modernize, this may seem grotesque, but these remedies reflected their belief that the power of the ingredient lay not only in its physical properties, but also in its spiritual essence. Minerals like natron, a naturally occurring salt, were used to dry wounds, cleanse infections, and preserve bodies. Copper, known for its antimicrobial qualities, was sometimes crushed and mixed into salves. Oils from lotus, castor beans, and black cumin were used for massage and pain relief. Doses varied depending on the affliction. A prescription might read, mix crushed sycamore fruit, honey, and natron. Apply for 4 days. Recite the following spell over the mixture. In Egypt, words were medicine too. The spoken charm activated the cure. A reminder that for them, healing was as much about meaning as it was about chemistry. Far from primitive guesswork, Egyptian medicine was highly systematic, documented, and refined. While some remedies were bizarre, many were surprisingly effective, and some survive in spirit or science, even today. Their medicine chest was drawn from the land, the body, and the gods, and they reached into all three to heal. While much of ancient Egyptian medicine focused on herbs and incantations, the Egyptians were not afraid to cut when necessary. They understood that some ailments needed more than a poultice or a prayer. They needed a steady hand and a sharp blade. The best evidence of Egyptian surgery comes from the Edwin Smith Papyrus, a 3,600-year-old medical text, unlike any other from the ancient world. It is methodical, clinical, and strikingly modern in tone. It describes 48 cases, mostly traumatic injuries, skull fractures, broken collarbones, spinal wounds, and includes step-by-step instructions on examination, treatment, and prognosis. What's fascinating is how pragmatic the document is. It even classifies cases into 3 outcomes: an ailment I will treat, an ailment I will contend with, and an ailment not to be treated. In other words, treatable, uncertain, and hopeless. This was triage, a concept we still use in emergency medicine today. Egyptian surgeons used a range of tools: bronze knives, scalpels, forceps, cautery hooks, and needles. They practiced stitching wounds, draining abscesses, setting bones with wooden splints, and even performing circumcisions. Some mummies show evidence of successful bone healing, indicating that patients survived their injuries and continued living for years. They were also pioneers in wound hygiene. Before stitching a cut, a physician might cleanse it with honey, beer, or resin, all of which have antiseptic properties. They then applied bandages soaked in oils or herbal mixtures to reduce inflammation and promote healing. Pain was eased with opium extracts or sedative herbs, though there's no evidence of general anesthesia. Surgery was likely painful, but quick and precise. One striking detail: Egyptians often left foreign bodies, like embedded arrowheads, in place if removing them posed greater risk. It shows a nuanced understanding of anatomy and risk management. They knew when not to intervene. Of course, surgery had its limits. There's no record of internal operations or major amputations. They lacked knowledge of circulation and infection the way we know it today. But within the boundaries of what was possible, Egyptian surgeons were remarkably skilled. They didn't just experiment. They observed, recorded, and passed their knowledge down. Through bandage and blade, Egypt laid the groundwork for practical hands-on medicine. And centuries later, those lessons would echo through the halls of Greek, Roman, and modern surgical practice. In ancient Egypt, women's health was not a fringe concern. It was central to medical practice. Fertility, pregnancy, childbirth, and contraception were all treated with serious attention, and women both received and sometimes practiced medical care themselves. One of the most fascinating sources on the topic is the Kahun Gynecological Papyrus, dating to around 1800 BCE. It's the oldest known medical text focused entirely on women's reproductive health. The document includes diagnoses and treatments for infertility, miscarriage, vaginal discharge, and birth complications. And like other Egyptian texts, each entry follows a familiar structure: the symptom, the examination, the diagnosis, and the treatment. Sometimes purely medical, sometimes magical, often both. For pregnancy, diagnosis began with clever experimentation. One common test involved having a woman urinate on barley and emmer wheat seeds. If the barley sprouted, she was said to be carrying a boy. If the emmer grew, a girl. If neither sprouted, she was not pregnant. Believe it or not, modern tests suggest this method may have had a modest accuracy, likely due to hormone levels affecting germination. Contraceptives were another area of focus. Ancient physicians used mixtures like honey, acacia leaves, and ground dates, inserted as a kind of barrier. Some recipes included crocodile dung, which sounds alarming, but was likely used for its sticky texture and symbolic potency. These were primitive forms of spermicides and barriers, aimed at preventing conception. During childbirth, midwives took the lead. They used birth bricks, platforms on which the labouring woman squatted, and offered both physical and spiritual support. Incantations were spoken to ward off the demoness Amit, who was believed to cause miscarriages or birth complications. Protective amulets, especially those depicting Taweret, the hippo goddess of childbirth, were worn to ensure a safe delivery. If labor was difficult, treatments ranged from massaging the womb with castor oil to having the mother breathe in herbal infusions or drink mixtures to stimulate the body's opening. Caesarean sections were unknown. If the birth could not be completed naturally, tragedy often followed. Still, much of Egyptian obstetrics was remarkably advanced for its time. It reflected a culture where fertility was divine, womanhood sacred, and life itself a process watched over by both healer and God. In the cradle of civilization, they respected the cradle of life, with every chant, every herb, every whispered hope. To modern minds, the blend of magic and medicine might seem contradictory, but in ancient Egypt, the two were inseparable. Healing the body meant treating the visible symptoms and the invisible forces, and sometimes the cure came as much from a spoken word as from a poultice. The Egyptians believed that illness could be caused by many things: natural imbalances, bad food, injury, but also curses, malevolent spirits, or the will of angry gods. If you broke your leg in an accident, that was one thing. But if your stomach hurt for days with no visible cause, that might be a demon, or even the restless soul of the dead, Ak, trying to torment you. In these cases, physicians turned to Heka, the sacred power of magic, which was thought to have been given to humanity by the gods themselves. Heka wasn't stage illusion, it was a legitimate divine force, just as real as water or fire. A healer might use it to activate a remedy, protect a wound from infection, or drive out an invisible entity. Spells were often included in medical texts, such as the Ebers Papyrus and the London Medical Papyrus. Some were poetic, others aggressive. One charm for treating burns reads, "O Isis, great magician, I call upon you to cool the fire in the flesh of your servant as you cooled the fire that scorched your own son, Horus." The spoken word was thought to imbue the remedy with divine power, turning herbs into miracles. Amulets were another form of protection and healing. People wore charms shaped like the eye of Horus, Ankhs, or the scarab beetle, each with symbolic significance. These amulets were believed to ward off evil, prevent disease, and protect both the living and the dead. Some were even embedded in bandages or placed directly on wounds. Specific deities were also invoked depending on the ailment. Sekhmet, the lion-headed goddess of plagues, was feared but also prayed to for healing. Thoth, god of wisdom, was called upon to guide the hands of surgeons and scribes alike. In Egypt, medicine without magic was incomplete. The chant, the gesture, the symbol, all were part of the cure. Because for the ancient Egyptians, healing didn't just mean removing pain, it meant restoring harmony between the body, the soul, and the cosmos. In ancient Egypt, death wasn't the end of life. It was the beginning of eternity. And to reach the afterlife, the body had to be preserved with precision and care. Enter the art of mummification, a practice that blurred the lines between medicine, magic, and mortuary science. At its core, mummification was about preserving the physical vessel so the soul could return to it in the afterlife. The body was seen as essential, not just a shell, but a sacred structure that the Ka, vital spirit, and Ba, personality or soul, needed to navigate the underworld and reunite in the next world. The process began shortly after death. Embalmers, who acted as both technicians and ritual specialists, washed the body with palm wine and Nile water. Then came the most critical step, removal of the internal organs, which were quick to decay. The stomach, intestines, lungs, and liver were extracted through an incision in the left side of the abdomen and placed in separate canopic jars, each guarded by one of the 4 sons of Horus. The brain, curiously, was considered unimportant and was removed through the nose using metal hooks. The heart, believed to be the seat of intelligence and emotion, was often left in place, though in later periods it too was removed and replaced with a sacred amulet. The empty body cavity was then stuffed with resins, myrrh, and linen, and the entire body was covered in natron, a natural salt mixture, to dry it out. After 40 days, the body was washed again, anointed with oils, and wrapped in hundreds of yards of linen, layer upon layer, often with protective amulets placed between folds, Each step was accompanied by spells, hymns, and rituals, particularly from the Book of the Dead. These invocations protected the deceased from demons and prepared them for judgment in the afterlife. The embalmer often wore a mask of Anubis, the jackal-headed god of mummification, to symbolize divine authority. In many ways, mummification was the Egyptians' most advanced medical procedure, a blend of anatomy, chemistry, and spiritual engineering. It wasn't about saving a life. It was about preserving it forever. To them, the perfect body was more than a sign of health. It was a passport to eternity. And in every carefully wrapped limb, they practiced medicine for the soul. While temples and tombs held the secrets of Egypt's gods, papyrus scrolls held the secrets of its doctors. Ancient Egyptian medicine was far from a series of oral traditions or tribal remedies. It was a well-documented, professionalized system. And much of what we know comes from the surviving medical texts, written with surprising structure and care. The most famous of these is the Ebers Papyrus, dating to around 1550 BCE, though it likely copied even older knowledge. Over 100 feet long, it contains more than 700 remedies for illnesses ranging from toothaches and stomach pains to mental disturbances and tumours. It includes detailed descriptions of symptoms, diagnoses, and treatments, often paired with spells or incantations. Another key text is the Edwin Smith Papyrus, a practical surgical manual written with clinical precision. Unlike other papyri filled with magic and prayers, this one reads like the notes of a war doctor. It presents case studies of traumatic injuries, mostly fractures, dislocations, and head wounds, and outlines step by step how to examine, treat, and prognosticate. It's a rare glimpse into how Egyptians could separate spiritual belief from empirical observation. The Kahun Papyrus is another treasure, focused specifically on women's health, fertility, and gynecology. It provides insight into birth control methods, pregnancy diagnosis, and even surgical procedures related to the uterus. These texts weren't hidden away. They were studied by scribes and physicians, many of whom trained at houses of life, scholarly institutions located within temples. Here, medicine was taught alongside mathematics, astronomy, and religious lore. Medical apprentices would copy texts by hand, memorize spells, and observe more experienced doctors at work. The Egyptians believed in preserving and transmitting knowledge across generations. Each scroll was a distillation of experience, observation, and divine insight, often attributed to gods like Thoth, the deity of wisdom and writing. Physicians didn't just treat bodies, they carried forward the knowledge of millennia. Interestingly, some Egyptian medical ideas made their way to Greece, especially through figures like Hippocrates and Galen, who studied Egyptian practices and praised their methods. Egypt's influence on classical medicine is undeniable. In an age where much of the world relied on superstition alone, Egypt gave us one of the first examples of recorded, repeatable, and structured medical science, written in ink, bound in papyrus, and passed on with purpose. Though the sands of time buried their temples and tombs, the legacy of ancient Egyptian medicine never truly disappeared. In fact, many of their practices, beliefs, and innovations quietly shaped the course of global medical history. Their echoes still felt in today's hospitals, pharmacies, and spiritual healing traditions. First, their systematic approach to medicine was revolutionary. The Egyptians categorized symptoms, recorded treatments, and made careful observations about cause and effect. They developed early ideas about diagnosis, prognosis, and hygiene, centuries before the Greeks formalized such practices. Their emphasis on cleanliness, daily washing, antiseptic salves like honey and natron, even the importance of bowel regularity, prefigured modern public health long before the word existed. Their understanding of the mind-body connection was also ahead of its time. Though they didn't possess neuroscience, they recognized that psychological states could affect physical health. What they called spiritual affliction might today be recognized as depression, anxiety, or psychosomatic illness, and their combined treatments of herbs, rituals, and social support were surprisingly holistic. Even their use of herbal remedies has endured. Substances like garlic, castor oil, aloe vera, and willow bark, a precursor to aspirin, are still used today. Some refined into modern drugs, Others sold in health food stores as supplements. And while crocodile dung didn't make the cut, their experimentation with contraception laid early groundwork for reproductive medicine. But perhaps most enduring is their idea of the healer as both technician and guide. In Egypt, a physician wasn't just someone who closed wounds. They were someone who understood suffering. Healing was physical, emotional, and spiritual. That human-centered model has re-emerged in modern holistic medicine, palliative care, and even psychotherapy. The fusion of medicine and magic might seem strange to us, but it points to a truth that still holds. People don't just want to be cured. They want to be seen, comforted, and understood. Ancient Egyptian doctors knew this, and their scrolls, amulets, and incantations were not just treatments. They were acts of care. Their medicine wasn't perfect, but it was daring, structured, curious, and deeply human. Hey guys, tonight we begin with the remarkable ruins and scandalous side streets of Pompeii, the ancient Roman city frozen in ash and time, where even the brothels were well planned, well decorated, and honestly, surprisingly organized. Now dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. Let's say you're a Roman merchant. You've just sold 2 amphorae of fish sauce, the kind that smells like it died twice, and you've got a few sesterces jingling in your toga. You feel the familiar itch of indulgence that no number of olives can scratch. So you do what many men in Pompeii did after a long day of capitalism. You follow the arrow, not a metaphorical arrow, a literal one. Carved into the paving stones of the city streets is a relief of a penis, proud, pointed, and doing its civic duty, directing foot traffic toward the local lupanar. Subtle, not remotely, but effective. Even the most directionally challenged Roman couldn't miss it. The ancient city planners, clearly concerned about urban efficiency, designed Pompeii's brothel navigation system with the same logic they applied to bathhouses and bakeries. If you can't find it, you don't deserve it. And to be honest, with that kind of signage, you'd have to be blindfolded and on fire to accidentally miss your destination. You turn down a narrow alley. The street noise fades. Fewer vendors shouting about garum, more whispered negotiations and the occasional chuckle that suggests a transaction has concluded early. Children aren't around, but cats are. They always are. You reach the entrance. A modest, 2-story building with dark stone walls and a surprisingly inviting doorway. Above the lintel, there's another carving, a charmingly grotesque priapus, with a feature so exaggerated it makes modern emoji look conservative. It's both a promise and a warning. Enter here, and you're stepping into a space where decorum is off-duty. A breeze carries the scent of wine, sweat, and something floral you can't quite place. Maybe lavender, maybe regret. And just as you prepare to walk in, another visitor exits, adjusting his tunic with the look of a man who's either very satisfied or trying to remember if he left his sandals inside. This isn't the elite's pleasure palace. This is a worker's delight, direct, practical, and built for throughput. No couches, no flutes, just the Roman version of Next. Step inside the lupanar, Pompeii's most infamous brothel. And the first thing that hits you isn't the decor. It's the practicality. There's no reception desk, no potted plants, no soft harp music, just a tight stone corridor, and the immediate realization that this place wasn't designed for lingering. It was designed for efficiency. The building has 10 rooms, or rather, cells, each about the size of a modern-day coat closet, if your coat closet had a stone slab in the middle and wall paintings to explain what happens on it. The beds are made of carved masonry, which is only slightly more romantic than a park bench in February. Customers were expected to bring their own comfort, which usually meant a mat of straw, a blanket if they were fancy, and some creativity. Above each door is a fresco. Think of them as visual resumes. One might show a couple in a rather athletic pose. Another might depict a woman with her foot on a man's shoulder, which is either a service or a very niche sport. These paintings weren't for ambiance. They were advertisements, because in a city where literacy was optional but libido was not, pictures got the point across faster than words. The rooms had no doors, just curtains if you were lucky. Privacy wasn't really the goal. Through the thin stone walls, you could hear everything. The groans, the coin clinking, the awkward apologies. It was a shared experience, in the most uncomfortable way possible. And then there's the graffiti. Oh, the graffiti, says every archaeologist who's had to translate it while trying not to snort. Some is enthusiastic. Felix had a good time. Others more specific. Matey did it well. Occasionally, someone offered ratings. If Yelp had existed, the Lupanar would have had an average of 4 stars and a lot of very graphic reviews. The women here, most were enslaved, some freed. Their names were often aliases. Fortunata, Crisis, Successor. Names meant to evoke luck, beauty, or favourable outcomes. They weren't working here for fun, but they knew how to market themselves better than a modern startup. Forget paper menus. Forget waiters. Forget verbal consent with polite small talk. In Pompeii's Lupanar, you simply glanced up at the wall and pointed. Above every room, lining the corridors like risque billboards, were frescoes, hand-painted advertisements for services rendered. And by services, we mean, well, let's just say they left nothing to the imagination and everything to gravity. Each image was a Roman snapshot of acrobatic intimacy, like the Kama Sutra, but with fewer rules and more sandstone. The paintings were meant to inform, not arouse, though depending on your tolerance for awkward angles and stiff elbows, they may have accidentally done both. They depicted men and women, sometimes men and men, or women and amphorae, we don't judge, in various enthusiastic arrangements. Some scenes were tender. Others looked like someone had lost a bet with a contortionist. You might wonder, were these customized to match each working woman's specialties? Honestly, it's unclear. Some scholars believe they were generic. Others think the women pointed at their favorite fresco and said, "That one's 20 extra, darling." What's clear is that this was not a subtle business. This was visual, direct, and transactionally unambiguous. The client didn't have to negotiate. He could just point to fresco number 3, hand over his coin, and be gently ushered into a room with a stone bed and the faint echo of someone else's awkward silence next door. And here's the twist. The menu wasn't necessarily about sex. It was also about class. A wealthy Roman would never be caught dead in the Lupanar. He had his own private courtesans, flute girls, and probably a villa with its own scandalous wing. But this place? This was for the working man, the fisherman, the baker, the guy who spent all day hauling bricks and now wanted 30 minutes of forgetfulness before dinner. For those men, the wall paintings were more than decoration. They were promises, dreams in faded red ochre. And like all dreams, slightly out of reach depending on your budget. Before there was Yelp, there was the wall. And in Pompeii's Lupanar, the walls were absolutely covered in reviews. Carved, scratched, and scribbled with all the subtlety of a drunk Roman with a stylus and a grudge. Graffiti wasn't just tolerated, it was practically encouraged, turning the brothel into a running commentary of lust, ego, and questionable spelling. Step into any room, glance at the plaster, and boom, you've just stumbled into the ancient equivalent of the comments section. Some notes were brief and enthusiastic. "I screwed here," one man proudly proclaimed. No date, no context, just vibes. Others were oddly poetic. One graffito read, "Gaius loves Daphne, but she prefers it with Marcus." Ouch, Gaius. That one stings. It wasn't just the men leaving reviews. There are traces, possibly forged, possibly authentic, of women leaving notes too. "Myrtis was here," reads one, scrawled like a signature. Was she a client? A worker? A bored bystander waiting for her turn with the mirror? No one knows, but she made the wall. And then there were the critics. One noble soul left behind this gem. Thrusting is tiresome. Short, brutally honest. Possibly the world's first one-star review. Graffiti gave customers a chance to brag, vent, or just leave their name like a teenager tagging a bathroom stall. The range of emotions was rich. From "Avitus had successor and she moaned delightfully" to "Maritus, you cheated here. I know." Ah yes, even the drama made the walls. Archaeologists, bless their patient souls, have spent years translating these erotic Yelp reviews, while trying to keep a straight face. Some inscriptions are scratched so deeply it's clear the writer meant every word. Others are faint, like someone had second thoughts mid-etching, possibly after remembering their wife also reads Latin. It's easy to forget, looking at those walls, that these weren't just reviews. They were human fingerprints. The Lupanar wasn't a place of passion. It was a workplace, a marketplace, and a message board, all in one. Let's clear something up right away. The women working in the Lupanar weren't there because they filled out an application and dreamed of upward mobility in the hospitality sector. Most of them were enslaved. Some were former slaves trying to survive. And all of them were trapped in a system that made freedom a luxury and choice a fiction. Their names, or at least the ones scratched into the walls or remembered in wax tablets, read like mythological wishful thinking. Fortunata, the lucky one. Felix, the happy one. Successor, the successful. It's a bit like naming your pet turtle Usain Bolt and hoping he'll sprint. The reality behind the names was far grittier. These women came from all over the empire, Gaul, Greece, Egypt, plucked from conquered regions or desperate cities. They didn't share a common language, but they shared a job title and a daily routine that involved stone beds and strangers. Many were owned by a leno, the Roman term for a pimp, although that makes him sound cooler than he was. The leno was a glorified landlord, except the rooms came with unpaid labour and a quota. He collected the profits. The women collected, well, clients. If a woman was lucky, and by lucky we mean in a very bleak Roman sense, she could eventually buy her freedom. This took years of savings, sheer endurance, and a client or two who paid in actual denarii and not vague promises. Now and then, a freedwoman might go into business for herself. These women were called meretrices, and while they still faced social scorn, they at least kept their earnings. They might even register officially and wear a stola to show they were no longer enslaved, because nothing says liberation like paperwork and uncomfortable formal wear. And don't forget the men. Yes, there were male sex workers in Pompeii too, though far fewer, and usually working outside the Lupanar. Their clients? Let's just say Roman aristocrats weren't as straight-laced as their busts might suggest. So, who were the workers? They were survivors, strangers in a city that promised pleasure but delivered power imbalances carved into stone. And yet somehow, they left their names behind, etched into the walls, immortal in fading graffiti. Because if history was going to forget them, they were at least going to write themselves into it first. So, you've pointed at your preferred fresco, handed over your coin, and been guided into a dim little stone room. You're not here for a long time, and let's be honest, you're probably not here for a good time either. That's because everything in the Lupanar was built for speed, efficiency, and zero emotional entanglement. These were not luxurious suites with scented oil and feather pillows. These were cramped stone cells, each just large enough for 2 humans, a lamp, and whatever dignity you had left. Spoiler, it probably didn't make it out with you. The beds were stone slabs, raised off the ground like altars to fleeting pleasure. If you were lucky, there was a mattress on top. If you were slightly less lucky, you got straw. If you were really out of luck, well, you got to contemplate life on bare volcanic rock, like a naughty monk with performance anxiety. The average visit lasted about as long as it takes to unwrap a piece of cheese. That's not just a joke. Roman graffiti literally mocks clients who took too long. The goal wasn't to woo, it was to move. Fast in, fast out, next customer please. The speed was partly economic. Time is money, and when you're running a business with 10 rooms and a long line of sweaty bricklayers outside, turnover matters. But it was also cultural. Romans didn't romanticize brothel visits. This wasn't the setting for sweeping violins and candlelit passion. This was plumbing the depths of desire with all the grace of a stampede. Privacy, minimal. Doors were often just curtains, and the walls were thin enough that you could hear your neighbours' review in real time. And yet somehow people kept coming back. Maybe it was the thrill. Maybe it was loneliness. Or maybe the stone beds just gave excellent lumbar support. Who's to say? One could argue that the whole Lupanar was a machine, an ancient Roman vending machine for intimacy. Drop in a coin, make your selection, and hope you don't run into your cousin on the way out. And yet, despite the rushed mechanics, there was something strangely human about it. Even if that humanity was wrapped in linen, sarcasm, and the constant sound of someone fumbling with a toga. Now, let's talk brass tacks, or in this case, bronze coins rubbed smooth by nervous fingertips. If you were a Roman citizen with a bit of spare change and a lot of unmet needs, a visit to the lupanar wasn't exactly bank-breaking. The standard fee hovered around 2 to 8 asses. And no, that's not a typo or a euphemism. An as was a low-value Roman bronze coin, roughly the cost of a loaf of bread or a cup of cheap wine. So yes, a session at the brothel could be cheaper than a night at the tavern, though arguably far more complicated. The most common price tag? 2 asses. That's right. 2 small coins for one very rushed encounter. Some clients joked that they paid more for olives, and they weren't wrong. Now don't let the pricing structure fool you. This wasn't the ancient world's version of a Costco deal. The reason it was cheap is because the workers weren't being paid, at least not directly. Most were enslaved, and the coins went straight into the Leno's pocket. If the woman was lucky enough to keep a cut, she could try to save for her eventual freedom. If not, she just earned money for someone else's wine jug. The payment process was swift and impersonal. You'd likely hand over your coins at the entrance, or to the woman herself, depending on the setup. There were no receipts, no tokens, and certainly no loyalty cards. The only membership benefit was maybe getting to cut the line if you were a frequent flyer with good manners. Interestingly, some brothels even had price lists painted or carved into the walls, complete with frescoes showing what you got for what you paid. Think of it as the world's oldest and least subtle value menu. And no, there were no combo deals. You paid a la carte. And just like any business, there were premium options. If you wanted privacy, a softer bed, red, straw, or someone who could speak your language, the price might creep up to 5 or even 8 asses. Still cheaper than a decent haircut today, and probably just as awkward. If you're picturing the lupanar as some candle-lit perfume temple of passion with silk sheets and hot towels, let's pop that fantasy like a Pompeian pimple. Let's start with the basics. Water. The lupanar didn't have running water in the rooms. No basins. No bathhouses attached. Just you, your toga, a stone slab, and a fervent wish that the person before you had the decency to wipe. Public bathhouses did exist in Pompeii, and they were quite sophisticated. Heated floors, cold plunges, even steam rooms. But the lupanar was not one of them. This was strictly a one-function facility, and that function was not sanitation. The stone beds, wiped down if you were lucky, possibly with water, possibly with the same rag used on all 10 beds. There's no record of disinfectant, unless you count the volcanic ash that later buried the place. Most likely, a quick sprinkle and a silent prayer to Venus did the trick. As for protection, forget about it. Romans didn't have latex. They had linen sheaths, animal bladders, or just good old-fashioned reckless optimism. Some graffiti suggest that diseases were rampant, though like everything else they made jokes about it. There's a certain resilience in turning venereal misfortune into bathroom humour. One famous line scratched onto a wall reads, "I paid 2 asses and got burning as a souvenir. Thanks, successor." That's not just a complaint. It's a Yelp review with medieval energy. The scent inside the lupanar? Likely a mix of sweat, oil, wine, incense, desperation, and maybe a faint note of plaster. It's a wonder people made it past the threshold without gagging. But Romans had different olfactory standards. This was, after all, a culture that used fermented fish sauce on everything. And don't forget the flies. With all that body heat and minimal ventilation, the lupanar was a bug's paradise. Imagine trying to focus while a mosquito lands on your thigh mid-transaction. Talk about killing the mood. If you thought brothels in ancient Pompeii were limited to a single dingy floor with groaning stone slabs and echoing regrets, think again. The lupanar, the most famous of Pompeii's brothels, came with 2 full stories, because even in ancient Rome, real estate was all about vertical expansion. The ground floor was where the magic, and by magic we mean brisk economic transactions, happened. 10 small rooms lined a narrow hallway, each furnished with a stone bed and just enough space for 2 consenting, or at least cooperating adults. This was the high traffic zone. Quick, cheap, no nonsense. A bit like a fast food drive-through, except with sandals and fewer pickles. But the upper floor? Ah, that was for the elite clientele. The ones who had a few more coins jangling in their tunics, and maybe expected their chosen companion to know a little Greek, the language or the style. Upstairs, things were quieter, slightly more refined. Maybe a cushion here, or a curtain there. You know, ambiance. Accessed via a stone staircase that likely doubled as a tripping hazard after too much wine. The second floor may have hosted longer engagements, repeat clients, or simply those who didn't want to bump elbows with a dozen sweaty sailors waiting their turn downstairs. The extra privacy came at a cost, of course, but nothing says, "I care," quite like buying 5 extra minutes on a straw bed with a better view. The upper rooms may also have served as living quarters for some of the women, or at least a place to collapse after a long shift. It's unclear how strictly the floors were divided by purpose, but archaeologists have noted the remains of a latrine on the second floor. Whether this counts as a luxury feature, or just a convenience, depends on your feelings about shared bathroom space and the Roman approach to plumbing. Spoiler, it involved buckets. Interestingly, the Lupanar's 2-story structure also helped advertise its services. The painted signs outside were clearly visible from the street, and with the right lighting and a hint of perfume, the brothel almost seemed inviting, from a distance. Visiting the Lupanar wasn't a silent, introspective experience. It was more like trying to have a very personal moment in the middle of a fish market. Pompeii was a noisy city. Streets bustled with vendors shouting out the virtues of their olives, garum sellers sloshing fermented fish sauce, and blacksmiths pounding out the soundtrack of ancient capitalism. If you were trying to sneak into the brothel unnoticed, good luck. The clatter of your sandals on the stone pavement already announced your arrival to half the neighborhood. Once inside, the walls weren't soundproof. Far from it. The rooms in the Lupanar were little more than closets, separated by thin masonry and the Roman equivalent of wishful thinking. Every cough, grunt, groan, or unexpected joke echoed from room to room. If you were shy, you left that at the door, or drowned it in cheap wine. Outside, donkey carts rumbled by, and the occasional Roman citizen might stumble past, yelling a drunken ode to Venus or arguing over who'd stolen their sandals. Children played, taverns clanged, and musicians with questionable talent wailed on pipes. It was like trying to concentrate during a street parade, except the parade never ended, and everyone smelled vaguely of sweat and seafood. Oh, and let's not forget the upper-level commentary. Sometimes wealthier clients upstairs would have a better auditory vantage point, and they used it. One can imagine a smug merchant reclining on a straw mat, wine in hand, chuckling at the performance art unfolding below. Free entertainment included. In the rare quiet moments, perhaps during siesta hours, you might catch the cooing of doves, the shuffle of feet in the atrium, or the distant rhythm of gladiator training at the amphitheatre. Even the gods, it seemed, had to deal with background noise. And of course, there was the internal soundtrack, your own heartbeat, probably racing, especially if this was your first visit. Combine nerves, ambient chaos, and questionable acoustics, and you've got the Roman sensory experience in full stereo. You might imagine that Roman brothels operated in some shadowy legal grey zone, tucked in dark alleys, constantly raided by toga-wearing vice squads. But no. In ancient Pompeii, sex work wasn't just tolerated. It was regulated. Let's start with the licensing. Yes, to be a professional courtesan, or meretrix if we're being properly Latin, you needed to be officially registered. Your name was entered into the Roman tax system, and just like bakers or blacksmiths, you were expected to pay your dues. That's right, the empire always got its cut, even from the oldest profession. In fact, sex work was so normalized that brothels were sometimes state-sanctioned. This was a government that taxed urine, after all. Regulating pleasure was hardly a stretch. The Lupanar operated openly, its location no secret. If you wanted to shut it down, you'd have to also shut down half the taverns, bathhouses, and probably the Senate itself. But don't mistake legality for dignity. Sex workers were considered infames, a legal category just below citizen with any rights at all. They couldn't testify in court, own property, or marry respectable Romans. Essentially, you could sleep with them, but heaven forbid you respect them. If a dispute did arise, say a drunken sailor shorted his bill, or a client got too handsy in a non-contractual way, the brothel's owner, Leno, might take it up with the local magistrate, but the women rarely had a voice in such matters. Legal protections were, let's call them, decorative. There were laws against certain abuses, but enforcement was spotty. You could theoretically be fined for harming a prostitute, but only if she was registered, and the damage interfered with her ability to work. Yes, the Roman version of workers' comp. And what about the moralists, the ancient pearl clutchers? They existed, sure. Writers like Juvenal and Seneca occasionally wagged their fingers about declining virtue. But their concerns were aimed more at respectable men behaving badly, not at the brothel itself. In short, it wasn't the lupanar that offended. It was the senators caught sneaking out of it. You might think that ancient Roman religion and brothels were like oil and vinegar, best kept separate unless you're making a very questionable salad. But in Pompeii, gods and lust were often on speaking terms, sometimes loudly, with incense. Let's begin with Venus, the goddess of love, beauty, and highly selective morals. As the city's patron deity, her presence was everywhere. Temples, mosaics, amulets, and yes, brothels. If you wanted a bit of divine flair with your transactional visit, there was likely a little shrine to Venus watching over your performance. Encouraging? Perhaps. Slightly unsettling? Absolutely. In fact, some sex workers prayed before work, not for better conditions, but for more clients, generous tips, or simply a quieter neighbor in the next room. Offerings to Venus or Priapus, god of fertility and comedic phallic sculptures, weren't uncommon. You might light a candle next to a mural of a grinning god holding, let's just say, an intimidating staff. But religion didn't just bless the trade. It was deeply embedded in it. Fertility cults and rites tied to sexual expression weren't taboo in the way modern sensibilities might assume. In fact, some Roman festivals made Mardi Gras look like a church picnic. The boundary between sacred and scandalous was, at best, a loose guideline. Take Priapus, often painted on walls or carved into garden statues with proportions that defy physics and subtlety. His presence was meant to ward off evil, bring luck, and, quite literally, stand guard over properties. And when he appeared in the lupanar, it wasn't just decoration, it was protection and branding. There's also the odd overlap of ritual purity. Roman religion wasn't always bothered by sex per se, but it was very particular about who touched what, when, and in what order. Visiting a brothel didn't make you impure, unless you then wandered into a temple without washing. In which case, the gods might judge you, not for your activities, but for your hygiene. The lupanar had seen its share of drama, drunken brawls, awkward exits, maybe a few toga malfunctions. But nothing could prepare it for the morning of August 24th, 79 CE, when Mount Vesuvius woke up on the wrong side of the tectonic bed. It started subtly, a distant rumble, a puff of smoke. Patrons might have assumed it was a rowdy tavern party or some overzealous street theatre troupe doing a Wrath of the Gods reenactment. After all, what better place to ignore ominous signs than a city where the walls moaned louder than the earth? But then the sky turned black at noon. Not metaphorically, literally black. Birds stopped singing, dogs howled, and ash began falling like morbid confetti. Inside the lupanar, business likely ground to a halt, not because of a sudden attack of morals, but because volcanic pebbles began raining on the tile roof. Conversations turned from pricing to panicking. That sultry moaning in the background, now probably just someone yelling, "Run!" The brothel's architecture, sturdy but cramped, was no match for Vesuvius's rage. As the pyroclastic surges swept through Pompeii, superheated gases and volcanic debris engulfed the streets at over 100 miles per hour. It wasn't the fire that got most people. It was the heat. Instant, invisible, inescapable. What's haunting is what was left behind. In the ruins of the lupanar, archaeologists found remains, curled in corners, slumped on stairs, caught mid-flee. People didn't always make it out. Some might have hesitated to grab their money pouch or cloak. Others might have just thought, how bad could it be? Famous last thoughts. When the ash finally settled, Pompeii was preserved in eerie detail, like a paused documentary of Roman life. Graffiti frozen mid-insult, food still on plates, and in the lupanar, stone beds, erotic frescoes, and the ghost of human desire, all entombed beneath 20 feet of volcanic tantrum. Ironically, it was this disaster that gave us our clearest glimpse into ancient life. Without the eruption, the brothel would have decayed like the others. Instead, it became a museum of sin, commerce, and raw humanity, as if the gods said, let's save this one, for educational purposes. Imagine being a 19th century archaeologist, full of dreams about noble Roman forums and grand marble statues, only to uncover a building where every wall seems to be moaning in Latin. Welcome to the lupanar excavation. The brothel was officially unearthed in the 1860s, and let's just say the reactions were mixed. On one hand, you had scholars excited about discovering a well-preserved Roman building. On the other, you had uptight Victorians clutching their pearls as they realized every wall was basically a stone-carved OnlyFans. The frescoes? Unapologetically graphic. The graffiti? Equal parts crude and clever. The stone beds? Small, narrow, and about as romantic as a dentist chair. But it was the sheer honesty of the space that made it fascinating. Nothing was sugar-coated. The Romans weren't hiding their libido behind metaphors. They slapped it on the walls with artistic pride and a stunning lack of censorship. Of course, early excavators weren't quite sure how to present this cultural gem. Some pieces were hidden away in the so-called secret cabinet in Naples, a kind of NSFW ancient art vault where embarrassed museum curators could lock away anything too scandalous for polite society. The idea was simple. Preserve the art, but only let serious men with scholarly intentions take a peek. Wink, wink. Meanwhile, academics argued over the proper tone to take. Was this anthropology or smut? Were the frescoes symbolic or instructional? And most importantly, who was going to explain this to visiting school groups? Despite all the awkwardness, the lupanar became one of Pompeii's most visited sites. Not because tourists were perverts, though let's not rule that out, but because it told a story unfiltered by myth or marble. This was real Roman life, lived on the margins, now front and centre in the tourist brochure. Even today, new insights emerge from the brothel's walls, about class, gender, labour, and how humans have always found ways to mix business with pleasure, no matter the century. So yes, the lupanar is a bit awkward, a bit raw, but also strangely human. Because if there's one thing the ashes couldn't hide, it's the fact that history isn't just made by emperors and generals. Sometimes it's written in graffiti above a stone bed in a tiny room with terrible lighting. The year was 1119, and Jerusalem was once again in Christian hands. After the blood-soaked triumph of the First Crusade 2 decades earlier, waves of pilgrims streamed from Europe into the Holy Land. They were not knights, not warriors, not men of steel and banners, but humble believers. Peasants, artisans, widows and monks walked for weeks and months, sometimes barefoot, clinging to the hope that touching the sacred stones of Jerusalem would cleanse their souls and grant them eternal salvation. But their journey was anything but holy. The roads were narrow, winding, and filled with dangers lurking in every valley. Along the road from Jaffa to Jerusalem, pilgrims faced ambushes by brigands who knew that these travellers carried coins, relics and offerings for the churches. Muslim raiding parties, angered by the Crusader conquest, prowled the highways. Even fellow Christians, turned to banditry by poverty, preyed upon the faithful. The irony was bitter. The closer you came to the land of Christ, the more likely you were to die with a dagger in your ribs, or find your possessions stripped away in the dust. Chroniclers of the time paint a stark picture. Pilgrims were beaten, stripped, and left to rot along the roadside. Some were dragged away as hostages, sold into slavery in distant markets. Others never made it at all, vanishing into the hills between the coast and the Holy City. For many Europeans, The dream of salvation became a nightmare of blood and despair. The rulers of Jerusalem, first Baldwin I and later his cousin Baldwin II, understood the problem well. Without safe passage, the lifeblood of the kingdom would dry up. Pilgrims brought not only faith, but coin, labour and legitimacy to the fragile Crusader states. But Jerusalem's armies were stretched thin, its fortresses scattered, and its knights too few to guard every pilgrim. Something new was needed. A brotherhood of men willing to live not for land or gold, but for the defence of the defenceless. It was in this crucible of danger that the seed of the Knights Templar was planted. A handful of knights, poor in wealth but rich in devotion, would rise to take an oath not only to God, but to the weary, terrified pilgrims trudging toward Jerusalem. Their mission was simple but revolutionary: to fight so that others might pray in peace. In 1119, amid the dust and uncertainty of the Latin kingdom of Jerusalem, a small band of knights gathered with a bold idea. They were not lords of vast estates or commanders of mighty armies. They were men who had once lived for the clash of battle and the honour of war, but who now felt called to a higher purpose. At their head was Hugues de Payens, a knight from Champagne in France, whose vision was as sharp as his sword. By his side stood Godfrey de Saint-Omer, and together they convinced 7 others to bind themselves in an oath unlike any Europe had ever seen. They would live as monks, but monks with swords. Their vows echoed the strict discipline of monastic life: poverty, chastity, and obedience. Yet, unlike the Benedictines who prayed in cloisters, these men would take their prayers onto the road, where danger was constant. They called themselves the poor fellow soldiers of Christ and of the Temple of Solomon, a title that sounded humble, yet carried an aura of divine fire. The world would later shorten it simply to the Knights Templar. At first, their numbers seemed laughable. 9 knights to guard thousands of pilgrims travelling across a kingdom scarred by war. They had no fortresses, no treasure, and no banner to rally behind. But they had faith, and faith was a currency more valuable than coin in the medieval imagination. Chroniclers recorded that they swore to dedicate their swords only to defence, never to plunder, never for personal glory. In a world where knights often blurred the line between crusader and bandit, this vow marked them as something utterly new. King Baldwin II, ruling Jerusalem at the time, recognized their zeal. He granted them quarters within the sacred precincts of the Temple Mount, in what had once been part of the Al-Aqsa Mosque. Christians believed this site was none other than the ruins of Solomon's Temple, where God's presence had once dwelled. To live and pray, there was not only a privilege, but a sign that these warriors carried a mission of biblical proportions. For the pilgrims stumbling up the perilous road from Jaffa, the sight of a mounted knight in white cloak and cross was more than reassurance. It was a living symbol that God had not abandoned them. The Templars' beginnings were humble, but in their humility lay a strength that would one day make them the most feared and powerful order in Christendom. The Templars began as little more than a noble experiment. 9 men with swords and a vow. But an experiment cannot survive long without structure, and structure came in the form of one of the most influential churchmen of the age, Bernard of Clairvaux. Bernard was no ordinary monk. He was a Cistercian abbot, a reformer, and one of the most persuasive voices of the 12th century. When he spoke, kings listened, and when he wrote, the church followed. In 1129, at the Council of Troyes in France, the fledgling brotherhood was formally brought before the highest authorities of the church. Hugues de Payens himself stood to present the Templars' mission. They were poor, they had no lands, and their order was unlike any monastic tradition that had come before. But Bernard saw potential in them, potential not only for service, but for salvation. He argued that these men, by combining the humility of monks with the courage of knights, embodied a new kind of holiness. Under Bernard's guidance, the Templars received their rule, a written code of life that transformed them from a ragtag band into an official religious order. It was modelled after the strict Cistercian discipline: silence in the halls, simple meals without extravagance, no luxuries of clothing or gold. Their armour was plain, their cloaks white as a sign of purity, and their diet restricted even in times of war. They were to avoid pride, gluttony, and above all, personal ambition. In short, The rule sought to strip away everything worldly, leaving behind only men wholly devoted to God and the protection of his pilgrims. Yet there was a paradox at the heart of the rule. These monks were not called to flee the world, but to fight in it. Bernard himself resolved the tension in a fiery treatise titled In Praise of the New Knighthood. Traditional knights, he wrote, fought for vanity, for wealth, or for the applause of men. But the Templars fought for Christ himself. Their battlefield was their monastery, their sword, an instrument of prayer. When a Templar killed, Bernard claimed, it was not murder, but malicide, the destruction of evil itself. The rule gave the Knights Templar a soul, and Bernard's words gave them legitimacy. What began with 9 men now became an institution, recognized by the Pope, admired by the faithful, and feared by those who stood in their way. With Bernard of Clairvaux's blessing and papal recognition, the Knights Templar transformed almost overnight from a fragile experiment into a phenomenon. What began with 9 men now spread across Christendom like wildfire. By the mid-12th century, nobles, lords, and kings across Europe rushed to support the order. Some donated land, others wealth, and many gave their own sons. Often younger sons who had no inheritance but craved both purpose and salvation. The Templar image became iconic. Knights clad in white mantles marked with a stark red cross, riding 2 to a horse in humble acknowledgement of their vow of poverty. Yet their poverty was paradoxical. For while the individual knight owned nothing, the order as a whole amassed vast resources. Castles in Spain, farms in France, vineyards in Portugal, and estates in England all fell under the Templars' management. Pilgrims leaving for the Holy Land might sell or donate property to the order, and wealthy nobles, eager to curry divine favour, left entire villages in Templar hands. This sudden influx of wealth and land did not weaken their discipline, it fueled their mission. In the Holy Land, the Templars built fortresses that would become legendary. Safed, Tortosa, and the seemingly impregnable Crac des Chevaliers. From these strongholds they patrolled the dangerous roads, guarded ports, and fought alongside Crusader kings against Muslim armies. Their reputation on the battlefield grew quickly. Disciplined, fearless, and unwilling to retreat, the Templars often held their ground when others fled. But it wasn't just swords and castles. The Templars also pioneered something entirely new for medieval Europe, a network of financial support. Pilgrims travelling from London to Jerusalem could deposit money in a Templar preceptory in England and withdraw the equivalent in the Holy Land, sparing themselves the danger of carrying gold across hostile lands. It was a system so advanced that some historians call it the first international banking network. By the middle of the 12th century, the once humble, poor fellow soldiers of Christ had become one of the most powerful institutions in Europe. They were monks, yes, but monks who could marshal armies. They were poor, yes, but richer than kings. Their rise was meteoric, and it was only the beginning. If the white mantle and red cross made the Templar instantly recognizable, it was on the battlefield that their reputation was carved into legend. By the mid-12th century, they had become the shock troops of the Crusader states, a brotherhood bound not just by vows, but by the willingness to die shoulder to shoulder. Templar knights were trained to fight with a discipline that stood out in an age when battles often devolved into chaotic melees. They rode into combat in tight formations, their lances lowered like a wall of steel. When the order's banner, the Beauseant, was raised, no Templar was permitted to flee so long as it still waved. This rule, born of their sacred code, meant that they often held the line long after ordinary knights would have broken. Chroniclers tell us that when other armies scattered, the Templars stayed, sometimes to the last man. Their valour earned admiration even from enemies. Muslim chroniclers, while condemning the Crusaders as invaders, noted the ferocity of the white monks who charged into battle with terrifying resolve. At battles such as Montgisard in 1177, where a vastly outnumbered Christian force stunned Saladin, the Templars' courage was decisive. Saladin himself, the great Sultan of Egypt and Syria, reportedly remarked that while most Crusaders could be crushed, the Templars were made of sterner stuff. Inside the order, brotherhood ran deep. Each knight swore not only to God, but to his brothers in arms. They ate together in silence, trained together, and died together. Even their burial reflected equality, in plain graves, without gilded tombs or ornate monuments. Their identity was communal, not personal, knights of Christ rather than knights of their own glory. Yet this discipline came at a cost. The Templars were expected to obey without hesitation. To retreat without orders was a grave sin. Many knights perished not because victory was possible, but because the rule demanded unshakable loyalty to the order's banner. This stubbornness sometimes led to devastating losses, but it also cemented their fearsome mystique. By the late 12th century, the Templars were no longer merely guardians of pilgrims. They had become an elite warrior caste, equal parts monks and soldiers, feared by foes and admired by allies. In the crucible of constant war, their brotherhood was forged in blood and bound by unbreakable vows. Though remembered for their swords and their vows, the Knights Templar also wielded a quieter but equally formidable weapon: money. By the mid-12th century, their reputation for honesty and discipline made them trusted stewards of wealth across Christendom. Lords, kings, and even common pilgrims turned to the order not only for protection, but also for financial security. A pilgrim setting out from Paris or London might deposit his savings at a local Templar commandery. In return, he received a coded letter of credit, a slip of parchment, indecipherable to outsiders, which he could later redeem in Jerusalem for the same amount. This spared him the peril of carrying gold through bandit-ridden lands. To a medieval world accustomed to theft and dishonesty, the system was revolutionary. The Templars, with their far-flung network of castles and preceptories, had created what was effectively the first international banking service. Their financial reach extended far beyond pilgrim accounts. Monarchs, too, relied on the order. The kings of Aragon, England, and France entrusted Templars with their treasuries, knowing that no chest of coin would vanish under the white cloak. They financed crusading campaigns, collected rents on vast estates, and even acted as moneylenders, though they did so carefully, sidestepping accusations of usury by charging fees rather than interest. The Templars' Paris headquarters, known as the Temple, became a financial hub so secure that even kings could not touch the wealth stored within. England's King Henry III used the Temple as his personal treasury. Popes relied on Templar funds to finance their wars and diplomatic missions. For nearly 2 centuries, their system made them indispensable to rulers who found themselves constantly short of cash, but flush with ambition. Paradoxically, their vow of poverty was what gave them credibility. While individual knights owned nothing, not even the horses they rode, the order as a whole became staggeringly rich. They invested in farms, mills, vineyards, and ports. Their network stretched from the wheat fields of England to the olive groves of Cyprus. The profits did not line personal pockets, but flowed back into the mission, defending the Holy Land and sustaining the order's warriors. But with wealth came whispers. How could men sworn to poverty wield more money than many kingdoms? How could monks in armor also act as Europe's bankers? These questions, first murmured in markets and taverns, would one day fuel suspicion, envy, and ultimately, destruction. By the late 12th century, the Knights Templar stood at the heart of the Crusader struggle, and their greatest adversary was one of the most formidable figures of the medieval world: Saladin. Sultan of Egypt and Syria, Saladin was both a brilliant commander and a shrewd statesman. His rise posed an existential threat to the fragile Crusader states, and the Templars often found themselves directly in his path. The first great confrontation came in a series of raids and counter-raids across Palestine. The Templars were relentless defenders of the frontier, garrisoning castles and patrolling roads where Saladin's forces sought to undermine Christian control. Their discipline and refusal to retreat made them a thorn in the Sultan's side. Muslim chroniclers, even while condemning them as infidels, acknowledged the Templars' unmatched courage. Saladin himself reportedly called them the most dangerous of his enemies, noting that they fought to the death with a fanaticism difficult to overcome. But bravery could not always triumph against strategy. In 1187, the fragile Crusader kingdom suffered its most catastrophic defeat at the Battle of Hattin. The Templars rode at the forefront, but the Christian army, trapped without water under the blazing July sun, was annihilated. Nearly every knight was slain or captured. The Templar Grand Master, Gerard de Ridefort, fell into Saladin's hands. In an act meant to break the spirit of Christendom, Saladin ordered the execution of hundreds of captured Templars and Hospitallers, sparing only a handful who converted to Islam. For the Order, it was a massacre that seared itself into their collective memory. Yet the Templars were not destroyed. Within months, they regrouped, manning the fortresses that still resisted Saladin's advance. At the siege of Tyre and later at Acre, they played a crucial role in keeping a Crusader foothold in the Levant. When King Richard the Lionheart arrived for the Third Crusade, it was the Templars who fought beside him, charging into battle with the same iron resolve that had earned them both admiration and fear. The clash with Saladin revealed both the glory and the fragility of the Templar mission. They were fearless, yes, but not invincible. Their willingness to die on the battlefield, while inspiring, also bled the order of its finest warriors. Still, their resilience ensured that even after Hatton, the Red Cross continued to fly in the east. The 13th century marked the beginning of a slow unravelling for the Knights Templar. Once hailed as saviours of pilgrims and champions of Christ, they now faced a series of blows that eroded their strength, reputation, and very purpose. The first challenge was military. The Crusader kingdoms that the Templars had sworn to defend were crumbling. After the disastrous loss at Hattin and the fall of Jerusalem to Saladin, the Crusaders clung to a handful of ports and fortresses along the coast. The Templars poured their resources into defending these outposts, but one by one they fell. Acre, the last major Christian stronghold in the Holy Land, was lost in 1291 after a brutal siege. Thousands of Templars died in its defence, and those who survived retreated to Cyprus, exiled from the land that had given them their original mission. But geography was not their only problem. Perception was changing too. With no Holy Land to protect, many in Europe began to ask, what was the point of the Templars now? Their vast estates, castles, and wealth remained, but their visible purpose seemed gone. Pilgrims no longer needed escorts to Jerusalem. Jerusalem itself was lost. To kings desperate for money and power, the Order's riches looked less like sacred trust and more like tempting plunder. Accusations began to swirl. Whispers claimed the Templars had grown arrogant, that they had dabbled in secret rituals, that their vows masked corruption. Their role as Europe's bankers, once a service, now bred resentment. Lords indebted to them sneered at their poverty while envying their prosperity. Even monarchs who had relied on them began to fear their independence. Unlike other orders, the Templars answered only to the Pope. They paid no taxes, owed allegiance to no king, and operated across borders with a freedom few rulers could tolerate. The final spark came from Philip the Fair, King of France. Crushed under debt to the Templars, Philip saw both opportunity and danger in their continued existence. He began a campaign of rumour and suspicion, suggesting that these warrior monks were heretics who mocked Christ in secret rites. Whether believed or not, the idea took root, feeding on jealousy and fear. The once unshakable order now found itself under a shadow. Their castles still stood, their coffers were still full, but the foundation of trust, the faith of Christendom in their mission, was cracking. The stage was set for betrayal. The dawn of Friday, October 13th, 1307, shattered the Order's centuries of power. Acting on the orders of King Philip the Fair of France, royal officers stormed Templar preceptories across the kingdom. Hundreds of knights were arrested in a single coordinated strike. The charges were shocking. Heresy, idolatry, blasphemy, secret rites, even obscene initiation rituals. To a medieval audience, these accusations were damning, whether or not they were true. Philip's motives were plain. He was bankrupt, weighed down by the debts he owed to the Templars. By destroying them, he could erase what he owed and seize their wealth. But to succeed, he needed more than greed. He needed legitimacy. And so the Templars were dragged before inquisitors, tortured until they confessed to crimes they almost certainly did not commit. Under the lash and the rack, men admitted to spitting on the cross or worshipping strange idols. The confessions were paraded as proof, even though many knights later recanted, declaring their innocence before God. At first, the Pope Clement V hesitated. The Templars had long been under papal protection, answerable to no king. But Philip's pressure was relentless, and the scandal threatened to undermine the church itself if left unresolved. In 1312, under political duress, Clement officially suppressed the order at the Council of Vienne, dissolving the Knights Templar after nearly 2 centuries of existence. Their lands and wealth were, in theory, transferred to their rivals, the Hospitallers, but much of it conveniently found its way into royal coffers. The once feared warrior monks were scattered, some absorbed into other orders, others fading into obscurity. In Portugal, they re-emerged under a new name, the Order of Christ. But elsewhere, the Red Cross of the Templars vanished. The most dramatic moment came in 1314, when Jacques de Molay, the last Grand Master, was burned at the stake in Paris after retracting his forced confession. Chroniclers claim that as the flames consumed him, he called upon God to judge both Pope Clement and King Philip within the year. And indeed, within months, both men were dead. The legend of his curse echoed across Europe, casting a final, haunting shadow over the Order's end. The Knights Templar were gone, but their story did not end in ashes. Rumours of hidden treasures, secret knowledge, and underground survival gave them a second life in legend. From protectors of pilgrims to martyrs of politics, their rise and fall remains one of the most dramatic sagas of the Middle Ages. To imagine ancient Athens only as the city of Socrates and Plato is to miss the flavour of its daily life. Philosophy might have been debated in the shaded porticos of the Agora, but food was the real glue that bound the city together. At dawn, the streets of Athens stirred not with lofty speeches, but with the clatter of clay pots, the crackle of fires, and the cries of vendors hawking their goods. If you walked through the Agora in the 5th century BCE, you would be greeted by a symphony of scents. Roasted grains, salted fish, sweet honey drifting from stalls, and the constant buzz of people eating, buying, and talking. Street food was no afterthought. For the average Athenian, meals at home were simple and sparse. Bread, olives, and cheese might sustain a family, but it was in the bustling streets that food became an experience. Vendors carried trays of snacks slung from their shoulders, ready to sell to anyone who passed. At corners near the marketplace, small stands with clay ovens turned out steaming loaves and roasted chickpeas. The poor, the wealthy, slaves and citizens, all mingled together in this edible theatre of everyday survival. The Agora itself was not just the political and economic heart of the city, it was its cafeteria. Philosophers might argue about virtue, but they did so while chewing figs or sipping watered-down wine. Couriers paused for a bite of bread dipped in oil, and labourers fresh from the docks satisfied their hunger with grilled sardines sold for a single coin. The hum of conversation mixed with the hiss of hot pans, creating an atmosphere that was as social as it was practical. For Athenians, food on the street carried no stigma. It was quick, communal, and often festive. A man could grab a handful of nuts on his way to the assembly, or pause for honey cakes after attending a festival. Children darted between stalls, pestering vendors for scraps, while farmers arriving from the countryside bartered their goods for a taste of city cooking. Athens was, in short, a city that lived by its streets. The food there was not luxury, but rhythm, a daily beat of roasting, baking, and frying that nourished its citizens while binding them together in one bustling, flavourful community. If there was one food that embodied the daily life of ordinary Athenians, it was the humble chickpea. Vendors roasted them on flat pans over open flames, sprinkling them with a pinch of salt or herbs, and served them in little cones of papyrus. The aroma of toasted legumes drifted through the marketplace, luring passers-by to stop for a handful. They were cheap, filling, and packed with enough protein to sustain a labourer through a long day at the docks or in the fields. In a city where most people lived without wealth, roasted chickpeas were the true democratic snack, shared by everyone, from poor craftsmen to students of philosophy. But the chickpea was not eaten only roasted. Boiled and stewed with garlic, onions, or dill, it made a hearty porridge known to all social classes. A pot of chickpeas simmering slowly over the fire was a common sight in Athenian households, especially in the poorer districts, where meat was a rare luxury. Chickpeas were also ground into flour to thicken soups, or mixed with barley to stretch a meal further. They were the backbone of survival food, plain, earthy, and reliable. Alongside chickpeas stood the lentil, another humble legume that earned pride of place in the Athenian diet. A bowl of lentil stew was often called the poor man's meat, but this was not an insult. Lentils were hearty, rich in flavour when stewed with vinegar and herbs, and they could be prepared quickly for those who had little time or money. Philosophers themselves were fond of them. A saying attributed to Socrates teases young men to content themselves with lentils rather than chase after extravagance. In this sense, lentils were not just food, they were a moral lesson in moderation and simplicity. On the streets, vendors might carry steaming bowls of lentils to sell to workers rushing between tasks. For a few coins, a man could buy sustenance that filled his stomach and warmed his body. The poor could live for days on lentils, bread, and olives, a trio that represented both the austerity and resilience of Greek life. Chickpeas and lentils were not glamorous, but they were dependable. They carried the taste of home, of thrift, of resilience. In a city famed for its philosophers and warriors, these humble legumes quietly kept Athens alive, one roasted cone or simmering pot at a time. In ancient Athens, bread was not merely food, it was the foundation of life. Without bread, there was no meal. Every household, from the poorest hut to the wealthiest villa, revolved around the grinding of grain, the kneading of dough, and the daily baking that kept bellies full. In fact, to eat bread was synonymous with eating itself. Most Athenians relied on barley bread, a coarse, dark loaf made from the hardier grain that thrived in Greece's rocky soil. Barley bread was dense and heavy, often described by aristocrats with a kind of disdain, but for the common citizen, it was filling and reliable. Wheat bread, finer and softer, was a luxury imported from regions like Thrace or Egypt. To eat white bread was to declare one's wealth. It was food for the privileged few, not for the majority. On the streets of Athens, bakers rose before dawn to prepare the city's daily bread. Ovens fired with olive wood and brush filled the air with a nutty, smoky fragrance that drifted across the agora. Vendors sold loaves hot from the hearth, wrapped in cloth or leaves to retain warmth. A dock worker might break his loaf apart with his hands on the way to labour, dipping chunks into olive oil or wine for flavour. Children tore off pieces to nibble while running errands, and farmers, arriving from the countryside, often bought bread to eat alongside dried figs or cheese. Bread was rarely eaten plain. It was dipped into honey for sweetness, soaked in diluted wine, or used to scoop up stews of beans and lentils. Wealthier Athenians might sprinkle it with herbs, sesame, or cheese. There were even variations baked with onions or garlic, giving the loaves a pungent edge that filled the stomach and sharpened the senses. But bread was more than fuel. It was symbolic. In offerings to the gods, bread was laid upon altars. During festivals, special loaves shaped into coils or animals were baked as sacred gifts. Sharing bread was also a social act, a gesture of hospitality and community. To break bread with someone was to acknowledge trust and friendship. In every bite, bread carried the story of Athens, its soil, its labourers, its markets, and its gods. Whether barley dark or wheat white, humble or luxurious, bread was the thread that bound together survival and society in the streets of the ancient city. If bread was the foundation of the Greek diet, then fish was its flavour. In a land where the sea was never far away, the people of Athens turned to the waters for sustenance. The Aegean was their pantry, supplying everything from humble sardines to prized tuna. On the streets of the city, fish was not reserved for feasts. It was everyday fare, sizzling over flames for anyone with a few coins to spare. The cheapest and most common fish were the small ones: sardines, anchovies, and sprats. Vendors skewered them on sticks or wrapped them in fig leaves, grilling them quickly over open charcoal braziers. The smell of charred fish skin wafted across the agora, drawing in workers and travellers alike. A dockhand or potter might buy a skewer of fish to eat on the go, tearing the flesh apart with his fingers and licking the salty oil from his hands. These little fish were affordable, nutritious, and above all portable, a perfect street snack in a busy city. Larger fish were another matter. Tuna, mullet, or sea bass could fetch a high price, and their arrival in the marketplace was often a spectacle. Wealthier citizens, or those seeking to impress guests, would buy whole fish to be roasted or baked with herbs. But even these delicacies found their way into the streets, where innkeepers or cooks sold slices to those who could afford a small taste of luxury. A single portion of grilled mullet, crisped at the edges and drizzled with olive oil, could transform an ordinary meal into something memorable. What made fish so essential was its variety. Salted and dried fish were staples for long journeys or poor households who needed preservation. Smoked fish gave a deeper flavour and lasted longer than fresh. Fish soups, seasoned with leeks and dill, were sold steaming from clay pots in the back streets, warming both body and spirit. Even the scraps and bones were boiled into broths that stretched a meal further, ensuring nothing went to waste. For Athenians, fish was more than food. It was culture. Plays and comedies from the era often joked about the frenzy in fish markets, where housewives haggled fiercely with sellers. To love fish was to be Greek, and to argue over its price was a civic duty. In the smoky stalls of Athens, with sardines hissing over coals, the city's appetite was satisfied one skewer at a time. If savoury fish and bread sustained Athens through its daily rhythm, then honey cakes gave it joy. In a world without sugar, honey was the sole source of sweetness, a golden treasure harvested from hillside hives and revered as a gift from the gods. The Greeks called honey the nectar of the immortals, and on the streets of Athens it transformed simple dough into irresistible treats. Vendors fried small rounds of wheat or barley batter in bubbling oil until they puffed and crisped. Once golden, they drizzled them with honey, letting the syrup seep into every crevice before sprinkling them with sesame seeds. These treats, what we might recognize as the ancestors of donuts, were sticky, fragrant, and addictive. Children ran to stalls with sticky fingers, while adults savoured them slowly, the honey clinging to lips and beards. But honey cakes were not only indulgences, they were deeply tied to ritual. At festivals honouring the gods, especially Zeus and Artemis, honey cakes were offered at altars. Sometimes they were shaped into animals or coils, their sweetness meant to please divine appetites. To eat what had first been offered to the gods was to share in a sacred meal, blurring the line between devotion and delight. At weddings and births, honey cakes symbolized prosperity and fertility, binding the cycles of life to the taste of sweetness. On ordinary days, though, honey cakes were pure pleasure. The agora buzzed with vendors who balanced trays on their heads, shouting out the freshness of their fried cakes. The smell alone was enough to lure passers-by from debates and trade deals. For a few obols, anyone could enjoy a moment of luxury, no matter how poor. A sailor just back from Piraeus might spend his wages on a fistful of cakes, while a philosopher, supposedly above such temptations, might secretly nibble one between lectures. The texture was part of the appeal. Crisp outside, soft inside, drenched in honey that glistened in the Athenian sun. Eating them was messy, but in a city that thrived on noise, argument and laughter, no one cared if syrup dripped onto your tunic. In honey cakes, Athens revealed its sweeter side. They were food for the gods, food for the festivals, and food for the everyday man who wanted just a taste of golden joy in a life often filled with struggle. Not every street food in Athens required fire or frying pans. Some of the most beloved snacks were simple gifts of the earth: figs, olives, and nuts. Together, they formed the everyday fuel of the city, portable, nourishing, and endlessly versatile. They were as common in the hands of a child as in the rations of a soldier, and they appeared in both humble suppers and lavish banquets. The fig was Athens' pride. Plump, sweet, and bursting with seeds, figs grew across Attica, and their harvest marked the rhythm of the year. Fresh figs were sold from woven baskets in the agora, their skins glistening purple or green. They were eaten whole, juice dripping down fingers, or paired with cheese for a richer bite. Dried figs, flattened into leathery discs, were even more popular. Easy to carry, long-lasting, and cheap, they were the snack of workers, travellers, and students. To eat figs was so integral to Greek identity that laws even forbade their export, keeping the finest fruits for Athenians alone. If figs were the sweetheart of Greek food, olives were its soul. Every Athenian grew up with them, in one form or another. Black or green, pickled or cured, Olives were sold in heaps at market stalls, scooped into clay jars and eaten by the handful. Olive oil, pressed from these same fruits, flavoured nearly every dish, but the olives themselves were an essential street snack. Salty, tangy and filling, they were carried in pockets or wrapped in leaves for quick bites. To eat an olive was to taste the land of Greece itself: rocky soil, hot sun, and centuries of cultivation. Nuts, too, had their place in Athenian life. Almonds, walnuts, and hazelnuts were cracked open and eaten raw or roasted, often sold in small piles by vendors at festivals. Children tossed them like dice in games before eating them, while adults carried them as travel food. Mixed with honey, nuts became a sweet, energizing treat, beloved by athletes for their strength and by philosophers for their simplicity. Together, figs, olives, and nuts were more than food. They were a portable pantry, sustaining Athens at work, in play, and in worship. Sold cheaply on the streets, they embodied the balance of Greek eating: simple, natural, and tied to the rhythm of the earth. No Athenian meal, whether in the streets or at home, was complete without something to drink. And for the Greeks, that almost always meant wine. But forget the modern image of gulping it straight from the amphora. Athenians considered drinking unmixed wine barbaric. Instead, they diluted it with water, often in a 3-to-1 ratio, turning strong wine into a refreshing beverage suited for daily life. To drink it pure was considered a mark of savagery, fit only for Thracians and other uncivilized peoples. In the agora and neighborhood taverns, large clay jars called craters were filled with watered wine. Vendors dipped cups into them, selling cheap portions to laborers who wanted to wash down bread or fish. The drink was sometimes flavored with herbs, spices, or even honey to mask the roughness of cheaper vintages. A sailor back from Piraeus might spend his coins on a cup of spiced wine, while a student of rhetoric might sip a watered drink while debating philosophy with friends. Street water sellers also played their part, carrying amphorae from the city's fountains and springs. Water was plentiful in Athens thanks to aqueducts and cisterns, and while it was not unsafe, Athenians generally preferred it mixed with a splash of wine. The combination was practical. It stretched the wine further, dulled its intoxicating power, and gave even ordinary water a sense of festivity. For those with a sweet tooth, another option was kykeon, a simple mixture of barley, water, and sometimes herbs or honey. Though more rustic, it was refreshing, filling, and particularly popular among farmers and soldiers. At religious festivals, kykeon even carried a sacred meaning, tied to the rites of Demeter and the Eleusinian mysteries. To drink it was not only to quench thirst, but to participate in tradition. Wine drinking was also deeply social. Even a humble street-side cup echoed the practices of the symposium, the Greek drinking party where men reclined on couches, talking, singing, and debating under the influence of diluted wine. On the streets, Athenians did not lounge on cushions, but the same principle applied. Wine loosened tongues, forged connections, and turned a simple meal into a shared experience. For Athenians, watered wine was more than refreshment. It was culture in a cup. In every sip lay a blend of practicality, moderation, and community, echoing the balance that defined Greek life itself. If the agora was the beating heart of Athens, then its markets were the arteries through which food, voices, and energy flowed. Every day, before dawn, the square filled with vendors setting up their stalls, arranging baskets of figs, amphorae of olives, slabs of cheese, and trays of roasted chickpeas. By mid-morning, the place was a riot of noise, smells, and colours. The food vendors of Athens were not merely salesmen, they were performers. Each one cried out with exaggerated claims, boasting that his honey was sweeter than the rivals, or that his fish was fresher, caught at dawn from the harbour at Piraeus. Housewives haggled fiercely, slapping coins down and demanding better prices. Philosophers complained about the noise, but often found themselves lured into buying snacks between lectures. Slaves scurried through the crowds, sent by their masters to gather provisions. The market was chaotic, but it was also the glue of the city, a place where every class mixed in pursuit of sustenance. Some vendors carried their goods through the streets rather than setting up stalls. Bakers balanced trays of flatbread on their heads. Nut sellers rattled small baskets to attract attention, Fishmongers dripped seawater onto their catch to keep it glistening and fresh. The poorer citizens could buy just a single sardine or a handful of olives, while the wealthy might purchase amphorae of fine wine or large cuts of meat for household feasts. Markets were also places of innovation. Athenian cooks experimented with spices brought in from trade routes, offering flavoured bread, seasoned stews, or fish grilled with herbs for those who could pay a little extra. The variety gave the streets an international flavour. Egyptian grain, Thracian wine, and Anatolian nuts sat side by side with Attic olives and figs. For Athenians, eating at the market was not just about survival, it was about connecting to the larger world beyond Greece. And then there were the smells. Smoke rising from fish grills mixed with the sweetness of honey cakes. The sharp tang of pickled olives mingled with the earthy scent of lentils bubbling in clay pots. For the citizen, soldier, slave, or philosopher passing through, the market was an irresistible sensory assault, a reminder that in Athens, food was never far from reach. The agora's markets were more than commerce. They were theatre, politics, and survival wrapped into one. To walk through them was to experience Athens at its most human. In Athens, food was never just about filling the stomach. It was about connection between families, neighbours, classes, and even the gods themselves. Meals, whether taken at home, in the bustling agora, or at religious festivals, served as the glue that held the city together. For the ordinary Athenian, eating was communal. Families gathered around simple clay tables, sharing barley bread, olives, and lentil stew from common bowls. Nothing was wasted, and eating was as much about conversation and storytelling as about nourishment. Even the poorest labourer could find dignity in breaking bread with his kin. To eat alone was rare and often seen as joyless, a reminder that food was meant to be shared. On the streets, the same principle extended outward. Vendors sold roasted chickpeas or grilled sardines not to silent customers, but to people who lingered, chatted, and argued as they ate. A dock worker might share figs with a friend, while two philosophers debated politics over watered wine at a corner stand. The marketplace became a stage where Athenians of all ranks, from slaves to citizens, brushed shoulders and connected through food. Religious life reinforced this sense of unity. At festivals, sacrificial meat was divided among participants, allowing even the poor to taste what they normally could not afford. Honey cakes offered to the gods were later shared among worshippers, blurring the line between sacred offering and public feast. Food in this context was not private, it was civic, binding the community together in ritual and celebration. Even politics had its place at the table. Public meals, known as syssitia, especially in other Greek city-states like Sparta, found their Athenian echoes in communal feasting after victories or during great civic events. Here, food became a statement of equality, citizens dining together, setting aside rank for the shared act of eating. And of course, there were the symposia, drinking gatherings where men reclined, talked, sang, and plotted the ideas that would shape philosophy, drama, and politics for centuries. Though these were elite affairs, their roots were still in the Athenian belief that food and drink opened doors to fellowship and intellectual exchange. In the end, Athenian street food was more than chickpeas, honey cakes, or grilled fish. It was the taste of democracy in action, simple meals shared across divides, turning daily survival into a ritual of belonging. Through food, Athens fed not just its body, but its soul. The story of Vinland begins not with Leif Erikson, but with his father, Eric the Red. Fierce, ambitious, and exiled more than once for violence, Eric had carved out a life on the very edge of the known world. After being banished from Iceland, he set sail further west and stumbled upon Greenland, a land of glaciers, fjords, and harsh winds. To entice settlers, he named it Greenland, though the reality was far less inviting. Here, in scattered turf houses clinging to the coasts, the Norse carved out a fragile existence, hunting seals, tending sheep, and trading furs. Leif grew up in this world of scarcity. Unlike the lush fields of Norway, Greenland demanded toughness and ingenuity. Every harvest was uncertain, every winter a trial. From his father, Leif inherited not only boldness, but also the conviction that survival lay beyond the horizon. Eric had turned exile into opportunity. Leif would do the same, but whispers reached Greenland of something more, a land westward, beyond the icy seas. Sailors spoke of forests where timber grew thick, unlike the barren rock of Greenland. Some even claimed to have glimpsed wild grapes, a bounty unimaginable in the frozen north. These were not idle tavern tales. Norse seafarers were practical men, and Leif listened closely. If the rumours were true, this land could provide what Greenland could not: resources for survival, expansion, and perhaps even glory. Leif's world was already shaped by voyages. Norse ships carried not just warriors, but settlers and families across the Atlantic, from Norway to Iceland, from Iceland to Greenland. Each step further west was a gamble, but one the Norse had made before. Why stop at Greenland if richer shores lay just beyond? The sea, after all, was not a barrier for Leif's people. It was a road. By the year 1000, Leif Erikson was ready. Strong, ambitious, and hungry for discovery, he gathered his crew. His father Eric, though proud, was aging and cautious, warning of storms and unknown dangers. But Leif was not deterred. He had grown up on stories of sagas, of men who pushed past fear into legend. For him, sailing west was not just curiosity, it was destiny. And so, with Greenland's icy fjords at his back, Leif set his sights on the horizon. What awaited him was not just another settlement, but the beginning of one of history's greatest tales of discovery, the land that would come to be called Vinland. In the year 1000 CE, Leif Erikson made ready for a journey that even his bold father had hesitated to attempt. He gathered a crew of about 35 men, hardened farmers, hunters, and sailors who knew the moods of the North Atlantic all too well. They were not adventurers chasing glory alone. They were men of necessity, accustomed to hunger, cold, and danger. To them, the promise of new land was as much survival as it was exploration. Their ship was a Nar, a broad-bellied cargo vessel built for ocean crossings. Unlike the sleek, dragon-prowed longships of raiders, the Nar was steady, able to carry livestock, timber, and trade goods. Its oak planks flexed with the waves, and its single square sail of wool, dyed red and brown, caught the northern winds. Each man knew the rigging, the oars, and the rhythm of the sea. With their provisions of dried fish, seal meat, butter, and ale, they pushed westward, chasing the edge of the known world. Navigation was part science, part instinct. The Norse had no maps of these western seas. Instead, they read the sun's path, the flight of birds, the smell of salt and seaweed, even the colour of water against the hull. At night, they looked to the stars, fixing their course by the North Star, and constellations passed down through memory. Some sagas suggest that Leif carried with him a sunstone, a crystal that revealed the sun's position even on cloudy days. Whether legend or truth, such tools symbolized the ingenuity of Norse seafarers. The voyage was no calm passage. The North Atlantic could turn savage in moments. Winds tore at the sail, waves crashed over the deck, and icebergs drifted silently in the mist. The men bailed water, lashed themselves to the ship, and sang to keep fear at bay. Each morning they scanned the horizon, hoping for a glimpse of the land they had heard whispered in stories. Days stretched into weeks, and doubt crept in. Was there truly a fertile coast beyond Greenland? Or were they chasing ghosts? Yet Leif's confidence never wavered. He believed the sea was not emptiness, but a pathway. When at last the gulls began to circle overhead, and the scent of earth drifted on the wind, the crew's doubts turned to awe. Ahead lay a new shore, untouched and waiting. This was not just landfall, it was the moment when legend began to harden into history. At first, it appeared as a faint smudge against the endless grey horizon. The men squinted into the spray, unsure if it was another bank of mist or the dream they had chased for weeks. As the Nar drew closer, the blur sharpened into a coastline, rolling hills, dense forests, and a stretch of untouched shoreline that looked nothing like the icy barrens of Greenland. Voices rose in disbelief and wonder. Here was proof that the stories were true. There was land beyond the western sea. The Norse sagas describe the scene with reverence. Instead of glaciers and rocky cliffs, they found soft earth, thick woodlands, and meadows that promised pasture for animals. The beaches gave way to forests so dense that sunlight struggled to pierce their canopy. For men accustomed to the treeless wastes of Greenland, it was as if they had stumbled upon an earthly paradise. They steered the ship toward a sheltered bay and brought the Nar to shore. Leif was the first to step onto the soil, his boots sinking into rich earth. Around him, his crew fanned out, marveling at the abundance. Streams of fresh water trickled down from hills, cool and clear. Birds filled the air with their cries, and wild game rustled through the underbrush. The men drank, ate what they could gather, and for the first time in weeks, felt the comfort of a land that seemed generous rather than hostile. What struck them most, according to the sagas, were the wild vines heavy with grapes. The Norse were no strangers to wine, but in Greenland and Iceland, such luxuries were unheard of. Here, grapes grew freely, and the men eagerly picked them, staining their hands and mouths purple. To Leif, this abundance gave the land its name, Vinland, the land of wine. Whether the berries were truly grapes or another fruit misnamed by the Norse, their discovery became a symbol of plenty. As they explored further, they found tall trees, timber of a quality long denied to them in Greenland. Wood was life, for building homes, repairing ships, and heating through brutal winters. To see forests stretching to the horizon was to glimpse wealth beyond measure. That evening, as the sun sank over this new shore, the men built fires and feasted. For the first time in generations, Norsemen felt they had found not just survival, but possibility. Vinland was no myth, it was real, and it was theirs to explore. After the first night on Vinland's shores, the men awoke with the cautious excitement of pioneers. This was no longer just a voyage, it was the beginning of something new. Leif Erikson, mindful of both opportunity and danger, divided his crew into small groups to explore. Some stayed to guard the ship, while others fanned into the forests and along the rivers, eager to see what this land could offer. The sagas tell us they found resources beyond anything Greenland could provide. Forests stretched in every direction, offering timber strong enough for houses and ships. Streams teemed with salmon so fat and plentiful that men could catch them by hand. Meadows provided open pasture, perfect for grazing if settlers ever brought cattle here. The air itself seemed gentler, the winters shorter, though perhaps this was just the relief of men weary of ice and rock. They built a small camp of turf houses and wooden structures, temporary shelters that allowed them to endure the nights in safety. Fires burned in the hearths, their smoke curling into the air as proof that Norse hands had claimed yet another land. From these houses, Leif organized expeditions deeper inland, ensuring that no corner of the coastline was left unexamined. One group discovered a grove heavy with wild berries, not only the grapes that had inspired the name Vinland, but also blueberries and cranberries, which stained their hands and filled their sacks. Another group found hills rich with game, deer and perhaps even elk, that moved through the woods with little fear of men. The Norse hunters knew at once that this was land that could sustain life for generations. Each evening, the explorers returned to camp with their findings. They roasted fish, feasted on berries, and praised the land's generosity. The mood among the crew shifted from doubt to hope. They spoke not only of survival, but of settlement. For men hardened by Greenland's scarcity, Vinland was a dream of abundance made real. Yet Leif urged caution. He knew the sea was treacherous, and the land unpredictable. They were not the first to set foot here. He suspected others, perhaps native peoples, might already claim it. For now, though, Vinland remained theirs to explore, a land both wild and welcoming, waiting to test whether Norse ambition could truly take root so far from home. For weeks, Leif Erikson and his crew enjoyed the bounty of Vinland. They fished its rivers, hunted its game, and gathered its berries. But the Norse knew well that no land, however fertile, was ever truly empty. Sooner or later, they expected to find others, whether friend or foe. And in time, they did. The sagas describe the first inhabitants the Norse encountered as the Skraelings, a term used for the native peoples they met in both Greenland and Vinland. To the Norse eye, the Skraelings were unfamiliar, shorter in stature, dressed in hides, skilled with bows and arrows, and quick-moving across the land. Their language was strange, their customs alien. But what mattered most was how these two groups, separated by oceans and worlds of culture, would deal with one another. At first, the encounters were cautious. The Norse showed goods such as red cloth, metal tools, and milk, things unknown to the Skraelings. In return, the natives offered pelts, animal skins, and food. For a brief time, it seemed possible that trade might flourish. The Norse prized furs, and the Skraelings were intrigued by woven cloth and iron. Around the fires of their turf houses, Leif's men dreamed of a future where Vinland could be both a colony and a trading hub. But mistrust grew quickly. The Norse, though hardy farmers and sailors, were also warriors by heritage. They carried weapons and were not afraid to use them. The Skraelings, wary of the strangers with iron swords, began to see them as intruders. Conflicts sparked suddenly. Arrows loosed at Norsemen in the woods, a clash over trade gone wrong, shouts in languages neither side could understand. The sagas tell of one particularly fierce skirmish where the Skraelings attacked in numbers, driving the Norse back to their settlement. Arrows whistled, stones flew, and the Vinland camp trembled with chaos. The Norse fought back, shields raised, swords flashing. But they realized a grim truth. They were too few, and the land was not theirs alone. Though Leif sought peace where possible, these clashes made it clear that Vinland, however rich, was contested ground. The grapes, the timber, the salmon, all were tempting, but so long as the Skraelings defended their homeland, any Norse foothold would be fragile. What began as a voyage of discovery was turning into a lesson. The Atlantic had delivered them to new shores, but survival here depended not only on nature's bounty, but on how they faced the people who already called this land home. Once Leif Erikson and his men established their camp, Vinland became more than just a distant coastline. It became a lived reality. The Norse were not merely explorers, they were settlers at heart, accustomed to carving homes out of hostile landscapes. In Vinland, they built a small but sturdy base, likely of turf walls and timber roofs, much like the dwellings in Greenland. Smoke from their hearths curled above the camp, a sign that Norse hands were shaping this wild land into something familiar. Daily life followed a rhythm of survival and opportunity. At dawn, men set out to fish the rivers and streams, where salmon leapt in such numbers that catching them seemed almost effortless. Others hunted game, deer, bear, and waterfowl, returning with meat that was roasted on open fires or preserved for leaner days. The forests provided nuts and berries, while the grassy clearings suggested potential fields for grazing livestock should future settlers arrive. Food, however, was not their only concern. Timber was perhaps Vinland's greatest treasure. Greenland's settlers were starved of wood, forced to build with stone and turf. Here, forests stretched endlessly, offering logs for ships, houses, and tools. Crews felled trees, shaping them with axes, stockpiling planks and beams. Some of this lumber was destined not for Vinland itself, but for Greenland, resources to be ferried back across the ocean. Life in the settlement was not without hardship. The winters, though milder than Greenland's, were still biting, and provisions had to be carefully managed. Firewood was cut and stacked, stores of fish and meat salted or dried. Norse discipline, forged by years of survival on harsher shores, kept the camp organized. Evenings were quieter. Men gathered around the hearth, telling tales of their homelands or speculating about Vinland's future. Could families be brought here? Could farms thrive? Some dreamed of a permanent colony, a place where Norse children could grow among vines and forests instead of ice and rock. Others, more cautious, saw Vinland as a seasonal outpost, a place to gather timber and resources before returning east. What united them all was the sense of standing at the edge of possibility. Vinland was unlike any land they had known, generous, fertile, yet uncertain. Around their fires, Leif's men lived as pioneers, half in the present, half dreaming of what might be built upon these western shores. For a time, life in Vinland seemed promising. The Norse had food, timber, and shelter, and Leif Erikson's crew began to imagine futures rooted in this new land. Yet beneath the surface, tension grew. The Skraelings, the native people who already called Vinland home, had tolerated the strangers for a while, but suspicion and resentment began to rise. The Norse saw the land as empty for the taking. The Skraelings saw invaders cutting their trees, hunting their game, and planting their fires along the shore. At first, interactions were cautious exchanges. The Norse offered red cloth, milk, or iron tools, which fascinated the Skraelings, while they in turn traded animal pelts and food. But these fragile beginnings soured quickly. The Norse, proud and martial, carried weapons even to trade. Their warriors' presence was a constant reminder that their friendship rested on the edge of a sword. One saga tells of a skirmish sparked when a bull belonging to the Norse bellowed and frightened the Skraelings, who retaliated in fear. Another account describes a trade dispute, perhaps over milk or cloth, that erupted into violence. Whatever the spark, arrows flew, stones were hurled, and soon the Norse camp found itself under siege. The Skraelings came in numbers. They moved swiftly, their arrows raining down from a distance, forcing the Norse to raise shields in tight formations. The Norse countered with iron swords and axes, weapons that could cleave through bone and wood, but they were few, and each loss struck deeply. For every Norseman who fell, the survival of the whole settlement was threatened. The sagas highlight moments of desperation and bravery. Women in the camp carried water and urged the men to fight harder, while warriors charged out with wild cries to scatter the attackers. In some tellings, even a pregnant woman, Freydis, daughter of Eric the Red, picked up a sword, baring her chest and screaming at the Skraelings until they retreated in shock. Though the Norse won some clashes, they could not escape the truth. They were outsiders in a land already defended. Every arrow fired by the Skraelings reminded them that Vinland, for all its bounty, was not theirs to claim without cost. The dream of a peaceful colony gave way to the grim reality of a frontier bristling with hostility. Vinland's abundance was undeniable, but so too was its danger. The promise of Vinland was undeniable: fertile soil, thick forests, rivers brimming with fish, and vines heavy with fruit. Yet as months passed, Leif Eriksson's men realized that abundance alone could not guarantee survival. The Skraelings resisted their presence with determination, and every clash reminded the Norse of how precarious their settlement truly was. Vinland was rich, but it was also contested ground. The Norse were few. 35 men, even armed with iron and discipline, could not stand indefinitely against larger numbers who knew the land intimately. Hunting trips became dangerous, as arrows sometimes whistled from the tree line. Trade had broken down, replaced by suspicion and ambushes. The men could not sleep without keeping watch, and the once hopeful fireside talk of farms and families turned into uneasy whispers of retreat. Practicality weighed heavily. The Norse were not dreamers detached from reality. They were survivors. Their ancestors had crossed oceans, carved homes into Iceland's lava fields, and braved Greenland's ice. But they had always known when to press on and when to fall back. Vinland's timber and resources were valuable, yes, but permanent settlement seemed impossible with hostile neighbours and such a small force to defend it. The sagas tell us that Leif, though unwilling to abandon Vinland's promise, recognised the wisdom of caution. He and his men began preparing to leave. They harvested grapes, cut timber, and loaded their gnar with as much bounty as it could carry. The ship became a floating treasure chest of Vinland's riches, proof that the land was real and fertile, even if it could not yet be held. Their departure was tinged with regret. Some men wanted to stay longer, to fight harder, to stake a permanent claim. Others were relieved to turn their backs on a land that seemed to promise blood as much as plenty. Ultimately, the decision reflected the Norse ethos: survival above all else. To return alive, with stories and resources, was better than to die in a futile defence of distant shores. As the gnar pushed off from Vinland's coast, the men looked back at the forests fading into the horizon. They had found a new world, yet could not keep it. The Atlantic would carry them home, but the memory of Vinland, its grapes, its woods, and its dangers, would remain carved into their sagas. When Leif Erikson and his crew returned across the Atlantic, they carried with them more than timber and tales of grapes. They carried the memory of a new world, a place that stretched the imagination of what lay beyond the horizon. Vinland, though never fully settled, became a story told around hearths in Greenland, Iceland, and Norway. A story of opportunity, danger, and lands richer than any known in the north. The sagas that recorded these voyages, the saga of the Greenlanders and the saga of Eric the Red, preserved Vinland in legend. They told of Leif the Lucky, who brought back not just timber, but proof that the Atlantic concealed fertile shores. They spoke of Karlsefni, another would-be settler, who tried to establish a colony but was also driven back by the Skraelings. Each retelling kept Vinland alive, half memory, half myth. For centuries, Vinland hovered on the edge of credibility. To many in medieval Europe, the idea that Norsemen had reached a land far west of Greenland seemed fanciful. The story persisted in Icelandic tradition, but was little known elsewhere. Then, in modern times, evidence began to surface. The excavation at Lonceau Meadows in Newfoundland revealed turf houses unmistakably Norse in design, confirming what the sagas had whispered all along. The Vikings had reached North America around the year 1000, nearly 500 years before Columbus. The legacy of Vinland is twofold. On one hand, it showed the extraordinary reach of Norse seamanship. These were not merely raiders of Europe's coasts, but explorers who crossed oceans and touched new continents. On the other hand, Vinland became a reminder of limits. The Norse had found new shores, but they lacked the numbers and the alliances to hold them. Unlike Greenland or Iceland, Vinland never became a lasting colony. Yet, in a way, its greatest legacy lies in imagination. For the Norse, Vinland was proof that the world was larger than they had thought, that beyond every horizon lay the possibility of more. For later generations, the Vinland sagas became a prelude to the age of exploration, a whisper that the Atlantic had already been crossed long before Columbus. Leif Erikson's journey did not change the world immediately, but it ensured that the first footsteps of Europe in the Americas were not Spanish, but Norse, and that memory, carried in saga and soil, remains Vinland's enduring gift to history. Hey guys, tonight we begin with the strange and shadowy year of 536, a year so thoroughly cursed that even medieval peasants, who were not exactly strangers to misery, looked around and said, "Yeah, something's definitely wrong." So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And let me know in the comments where you're tuning in from and what time it is for you. It's always fascinating to see who's joining us from around the world. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. Let's set the scene. It's the early 6th century. You're a merchant, a monk, or possibly just someone hoping your turnip harvest doesn't fail again. Life isn't exactly glamorous, but it's predictable. The seasons come and go, the sun rises, does its job, and you complain about it like usual. Then 536 hits, and suddenly the sun doesn't. At first, it's subtle. A few grey mornings, a sky that just seems a bit off. People squint, farmers mumble. Someone makes a joke about the gods oversleeping, but the clouds don't clear. The light stays dim. Days pass. Weeks. The sun continues its half-hearted routine, like it's doing the bare minimum to not get fired. Across Europe and Asia, something is clearly wrong, and not in the rain ruined my toga kind of way. The Byzantine historian Procopius, not known for dramatics, wrote that the sun gave forth its light without brightness. That's historian speak for, this is deeply unsettling and we are all going to die. Other chroniclers describe a dry fog that blanketed the world. Not smoke, not mist, just a weird, lingering greyness that refused to go away. It didn't blow off with the wind. It didn't rain. It just hovered there, like the planet itself was trying to send a vague atmospheric warning and no one was picking up. The result? A year that didn't behave. Crops failed to ripen. Trees stopped growing. Birds migrated in circles. And humans, being humans, tried to explain it. Some said it was divine punishment. Others blamed sorcery, eclipses, or the sins of their neighbours. One guy probably blamed it on a goat. History never wrote his name down, but you know he was there. Meanwhile, the average person, the villager, the farmer, the overworked scribe, just had to live through it. No sun meant colder weather, less food, more confusion, and absolutely no idea how long this cosmic prank was going to last. 536 didn't start with a bang. It started with silence, a weird sky, a creeping sense of dread, and the unmistakable feeling that something was broken. And spoiler, it was just getting started. So, the sun is up, technically, but it's not really participating. It's 536, and across the world, people are looking at the sky like it owes them an explanation. What once was a reliable, bright, mildly judgmental sun has now been replaced with a pale, low-effort disk that looks like it's calling in sick. You'd get more warmth and enthusiasm from a dying candle. Eyewitnesses from Constantinople, China, Mesopotamia, and Ireland all noted the same unsettling thing. Daylight was barely distinguishable from twilight. You'd wake up and assume it was dawn. At noon, you'd assume you'd gone blind. At sunset, well, good luck figuring out when that was. The sun no longer set so much as wandered off quietly, mid-conversation. Contemporary writers describe the sun as bluish and without shadow. Now, if you're wondering what kind of sun casts no shadows, congratulations. You're asking the same question every terrified 6th century human was asking, right before they panic-prayed into their stew bowl. In China, they reported that stars were visible during the day. Let that sink in. You're tending your rice fields, look up and see constellations. That's not weather. That's the sky, soft resetting. And it wasn't just dim, it was also cold. With sunlight filtered out by something mysterious and inconvenient, temperatures dropped. Not in a pleasant hot cocoa kind of way. More in the your spring crops think it's January and your toes have stopped cooperating kind of way. It's worth noting that the people of 536 had no concept of atmospheric science. They had no clue what a volcano was doing thousands of miles away. All they knew was that the sun had stopped doing its job. And when your crops, warmth, and general will to live rely on that job, it becomes a bit of a crisis. Naturally, people looked for explanations. The religious saw divine punishment. The astrologers blamed ominous planetary alignments. Local leaders probably blamed foreigners, bad omens, and that one guy in the village who always seemed a bit off. Whatever the explanation, one thing was clear. The sun had stopped trying. And when the main character of the sky calls it quits, you know things are about to get dramatically worse. At some point in 536, people started realizing it wasn't just the sun being moody. The entire atmosphere had decided to act weird. Across continents, reports came in of a strange phenomenon. A lingering, dry fog that didn't behave like any normal weather. It wasn't mist. Mist clears. It wasn't smoke. Smoke smells like something's on fire. This fog just was. Like a vague, damp ghost following everyone around, ruining visibility and morale in equal measure. Procopius, the ever-grim Byzantine historian, described the sun as emitting light without brightness, and claimed this ghost fog hung over the world for a whole year. That's 12 months of not seeing the sky properly, not knowing what time it is, not knowing what season it is, and wondering whether this is just what life looks like now. In the east, Chinese sources noted yellow dust falling from the sky, and, in an extra dash of surrealism, summer snow. Imagine waking up in July to find your crops frosted over and your chickens very, very confused. Ireland's annals speak of a failure of bread, which is poetic code for mass starvation, and also deeply Irish. You know things are grim when the bread is the first to abandon you. So where was this fog coming from? We now believe it was the aftermath of a volcanic eruption, or possibly more than one. Think of it as nature's version of someone blowing out birthday candles with way too much enthusiasm and ruining the entire party. Ash and sulfate aerosols got blasted high into the stratosphere, where they hung out for months, reflecting sunlight, blocking warmth, and making sure your winter jacket became a year-round fashion statement. Of course, the people of the 6th century didn't know any of this. All they knew was that the world had become dim, cold, and vaguely cursed. Crops wouldn't grow. Rivers slowed, Entire regions stopped receiving rainfall. Livestock began dying off or just walking into the fog out of existential dread. Probably. And just when people started getting used to this new Twilight Zone reality, nature decided to spice things up by throwing in a bonus pandemic. Because what's better than fog that won't leave? A plague that follows it. Eventually, centuries after everyone had finished panicking and/or starving, science showed up. Late, but helpful. Historians and climate scientists, armed with ice cores and radiocarbon dating, asked, what made the sky go full Gothic in 536? The answer? Volcanoes. Specifically, a big one. Possibly 2, maybe even 3. Because when the Earth throws a tantrum, it really commits. The leading suspect is an eruption in Iceland. A massive one. Imagine the Earth saying, I'm tired, and then violently ejecting a few billion tons of ash into the stratosphere. That ash hangs out like a clingy X, blocks sunlight, and sends global temperatures tumbling. Greenland ice cores show a sharp spike in sulfur from that year. Basically, a frozen receipt proving the planet had an explosive outburst. Antarctica's ice tells a similar story, which is impressive considering it was minding its own business 10,000 miles away. But here's where it gets spicy. The first eruption may not have been alone. Evidence suggests a second eruption followed in 540, and possibly another in 547. That's right. This wasn't a one-time disaster. It was a trilogy, and not a fun one. The Volcanoes of Doom, Part 1, 2, and 3. Now featuring extended hunger scenes and bonus plague. Ash and sulfate aerosols from these eruptions spread across the globe, reflecting sunlight and dropping global temperatures. Think of it as Earth's way of applying a thick layer of SPF 5000 to the entire planet, just without the sunscreen smell. In places like Mesopotamia, this meant failed harvests and economic collapse. In China, snowfall in summer. In Europe, grain prices skyrocketed, and not in the cool stock market way. More in the, your neighbour just sold his goat for a sack of mouldy oats kind of way. And just to be clear, nobody in 536 knew what a volcano was. They didn't connect the dim sun to some mountain thousands of miles away having an existential crisis. They just looked up, saw permanent twilight, and assumed God was in a bad mood. Which, to be fair, is what it felt like. And while modern science now understands the mechanics, back then all they had were terrified priests, terrified farmers, and skies that looked like the world had forgotten to wake up. So the sun's on strike, the sky looks like it needs therapy, and nobody knows what season it is anymore. Welcome to 536, now with bonus hypothermia. Thanks to our ash-spewing volcanic villains, Earth entered what scientists now call a volcanic winter. That sounds cool, until you realize it wasn't metaphorical. Global temperatures dropped by up to 2.5 degrees Celsius, which, in medieval terms, is roughly equivalent to your entire food supply just died. Now, if that doesn't sound dramatic to your modern, central heated ears, try growing crops in a world where summer is colder than your ex's text replies. Wheat, barley, grapes, they all just sat there in the dirt like, yeah, no. This wasn't a short-term cold snap either. Tree ring data from all over the world, Ireland, Scandinavia, North America, Asia, shows stunted growth across the board. Trees weren't flourishing. They were surviving, barely. And if the trees were struggling, you can imagine what that meant for the people trying to eat things that grow on them. Frosts arrived earlier. Snow lingered longer. Spring became a rumour. And farmers? Farmers had to pretend they knew what they were doing while watching entire fields fail like poorly planned medieval group projects. In China, records describe yellow dust falling like snow. And in Korea, people wrote of summer frosts. In Europe, summer didn't come at all. Or if it did, it showed up drunk and left early. Meanwhile, animals weren't cooperating either. Herds thinned out. Some died, some migrated, some simply refused to breed, which, fair enough. What followed was a perfect storm of failing crops, starving communities, and the growing suspicion that the world was ending. Very slowly, and in extremely gloomy lighting. It wasn't just the cold. It was the confusion, the not knowing, the sheer unpredictability of the seasons. People had calendars and festivals and planting schedules, and none of them made sense anymore. You might plant in April, only to watch frost kill everything in May. By June, you're eating pine bark stew and pretending it's soup. So yes, the world got colder. But the real chill was the creeping dread that the warmth might never return. By the time the sun had faded and the temperatures had dropped, it was clear something else was dying too. Hope and wheat. But mostly wheat. In a pre-industrial world where nearly everyone was either farming, eating what farmers grew, or stealing from someone who had, a bad harvest wasn't just a bummer, it was an existential crisis. And in 5 and 36, it wasn't just one bad harvest. It was one after another, until people forgot what full stomachs felt like. Crops didn't stand a chance. With sunlight at a medieval minimum and cold air sneaking in like a disapproving in-law, fields across Europe and Asia simply stopped cooperating. Barley barely sprouted. Wheat gave up halfway. Grapes? Forget it. Your wine turned into sadness with a cork in it. In Ireland, the annals mention a failure of bread. A poetic phrase, sure, but in reality, that's famine. No bread meant no food. No food meant no energy. No energy meant no peasants tilling the land. And then suddenly, the whole system collapsed like a badly stacked hay cart. China didn't do much better. In the Northern Wei dynasty, frost came early, and harvests withered. Rice paddies froze. Fields turned to useless mud. And instead of thriving villages, you got wandering survivors gnawing on whatever roots they hadn't already eaten the previous week. Grain prices soared where they still existed. In Constantinople, people sold their last possessions for mouldy bread. In Britain, there's evidence of population decline. In India, monsoon cycles were disrupted. And in Ethiopia, royal inscriptions abruptly stopped, which is never a great sign. The really cruel part? This wasn't a quick disaster. It dragged on. By the time 537 arrived, the Earth still wasn't cooperating. It kept giving you a little hope, a mild day here, a budding sprout there, only to slap it down with a frost the next morning. The result was a farming community stuck in a loop of false starts and bitter ends. Over and over. Medieval farmers had a term for this: divine punishment. Modern scientists call it volcanically induced climate disruption. But the peasants on the ground just called it what it felt like: the world's longest, hungriest winter. If you were hoping this global catastrophe was limited to one unlucky corner of the world, think again. The year 536 wasn't picky. It was an equal opportunity disaster. Let's start in China, where things were going fine, until suddenly, summer snow. Yes, that's a real thing that happened. Chinese court records from the Northern Wei dynasty mention freak weather patterns, frost in midsummer, and crop failure on a scale that made people start questioning whether the heavens had simply unsubscribed from Earth. It wasn't just snow either. There were dust storms, droughts, and yellow mist. Basically, nature threw its entire special effects budget at Northern Asia. The emperor tried sending offerings to heaven. The heavens did not respond. Probably ghosted him. The result? Starvation, famine, rebellions. The dynasty collapsed not long after, because if there's one thing that makes people stop believing in your leadership, it's being both cold and hungry under your watch. Meanwhile, across the world in Ireland, the monks were scribbling grim little notes in their annals, things like failure of bread from the 12th year to the 15th, which, in medieval monk speak, is like screaming into a pillow. That phrase, failure of bread, sounds poetic. It also means no wheat, no oats, and no porridge, which for the Irish of the time meant they were one bad harvest away from eating moss and whatever didn't run away fast enough. Famine swept through communities. Livestock died or were eaten prematurely. Trade slowed. Villages shrank. And remember, this is an era when there were no food banks, no emergency grain shipments, and no helpful online recipes for how to make a meal from a turnip and regret. Even the weather seemed to mock them. Days were short, grey and cold. The sun came out like it had better things to do. And people began turning once again to religion, superstition, or blaming their neighbours. whichever felt more satisfying that week. This wasn't a regional weather event. It was a global catastrophe dressed as a really long, overcast day. From the mountains of China to the bogs of Ireland, people experienced the same terrifying thought. What if the world doesn't come back from this? While China froze and Ireland starved, Scandinavia just vanished. Not in a dramatic, dragon-riding fireball sort of way. No, this was much more unsettling. Scandinavia didn't go out with a bang. It just slowly dimmed the lights and left the party without saying goodbye. The evidence comes from trees, specifically tree rings. Trees are nature's historians, but with better longevity and fewer opinions. And around 536, the trees in Scandinavia stopped growing properly. Narrow rings. No expansion. Total arboreal sulking. You could almost hear them mutter, "Hard pass." This is a sign that temperatures had dropped so drastically and growing seasons had shortened so severely that not even the pine trees were coping. And these are trees built for northern gloom. Archaeologists also note a disturbing decline in human activity. Settlements go quiet. Farms are abandoned. Burial sites show a drop-off. It's as if entire communities said, "You know what? We're done here," and walked into the woods, possibly to starve, possibly to flee, possibly because even Vikings need a break from existential dread. This happened before the Viking Age officially began, which is important. By the time the Norse started raiding monasteries and terrifying everyone from Ireland to Byzantium, they had already survived one of the worst environmental collapses in history. Some scholars even suggest that the trauma of this period, the famine, the isolation, the population collapse, helped shape Norse culture. That grim, fatalistic worldview, the sagas about cold, cruel gods and long winters that never end. Yeah, that might have been less mythology and more accurate weather reporting from 536. And because the landscape was already unforgiving, the sudden climate catastrophe didn't just hurt, it devastated. Livestock herds would have been culled. Food stores emptied. Entire family lines might have ended in a single season. But unlike some parts of the world, the Scandinavians didn't leave behind dramatic chronicles or impassioned complaints. They left silence, and empty spaces where people used to live, which in some ways is worse. It's one thing to read about suffering in a scribe's rant. It's another to dig up a village and realize nobody ever came back. Now, while the sun was ghosting the rest of the planet, let's check in on the Byzantine Empire, specifically its glittering capital, Constantinople. Enter Emperor Justinian the Fern, a man with grand ambitions, a killer legal code, and absolutely no idea he was about to preside over one of the most catastrophic decades in human memory. Before 536, Justinian had been on a roll. He'd codified Roman law into the Corpus Juris Civilis. He'd funded enormous building projects like the Hagia Sophia. He was conquering old Roman territories like someone on a nostalgia tour. Things were going suspiciously well. Then the sky turned grey, the temperature dropped, the food ran out, and the empire that never sleeps got hit with the worst vibes possible. Constantinople, being a city that relied heavily on imported grain, was not amused when harvests failed in Egypt. Bread prices soared. Famine crept into the capital. And because that wasn't bad enough, the darkness in the sky made people wonder if the end times had finally RSVP'd. To make matters worse, Justinian, a man who prided himself on divine favour, now had to explain why God had apparently switched sides. Not ideal for imperial PR. Religious panic spread. Clergy warned of judgment. Some citizens turned to asceticism, others turned to blaming literally everyone else. And Justinian? He doubled down, funded more churches, prayed harder, and likely muttered, "This wasn't in the imperial handbook." But the hits kept coming, because no climate catastrophe would be complete without a bonus pandemic. In 541, Justinian's empire got walloped by the first recorded outbreak of bubonic plague, the infamous Plague of Justinian. It arrived by ship, as most bad news does, and within a few short years, it wiped out an estimated 25 to 50 million people, about half the empire's population. Justinian himself caught it. He survived somehow, but his body wasn't the same, and neither was his empire. Rebellions broke out. Military campaigns stalled, bureaucrats died faster than they could be replaced, and all Justinian wanted to do was restore Rome's glory. Instead, he ended up as the emperor who got hit by darkness, famine, plague, and disappointment in that order. As if 536 hadn't already won the gold medal in historical suffering, nature decided to introduce a new player to the misery team: disease. Specifically, the bubonic plague, starring in its terrifying debut performance as the Plague of Justinian. This wasn't your run-of-the-mill sniffles or a medieval case of ate the wrong mushroom. This was a full-blown pandemic, straight from the pages of future nightmares. And it hit at the worst possible time, which, in fairness, was sort of the decade's theme. By the year 541, just as the sun still hadn't fully recovered and everyone was either freezing or starving, or both, the plague casually rolled into Constantinople via grain shipments. Because of course it did. Nothing like a rat-infested cargo hold to really put the cherry on your apocalypse cake. Caused by the bacterium Yersinia pestis, the disease spread rapidly thanks to fleas, rats, and densely packed cities that hadn't exactly invented germ theory yet. Symptoms included fever, vomiting, swollen lymph nodes, and sudden death. The kind of thing that makes you nostalgic for famine. Estimates vary, but the death toll was staggering. 25 to 50 million people across the Byzantine Empire and beyond. That's up to half the population, gone in just a few short years. You couldn't swing a censer without hitting someone already buried. The Emperor Justinian himself caught it and survived, but many of his officials weren't so lucky. Bureaucracy ground to a halt, military campaigns fizzled, and cities emptied faster than a wine barrel at a bishop's banquet. To the average peasant, this wasn't a scientific event. This was God's megaphone, and it was screaming. And given that the sky was still grey and the crops still sucked, people assumed the plague was the final act, the divine mic drop. Mass graves were dug. Priests ran out of prayers. Funeral rites were shortened to something like, "He's dead. Next." What made it worse was the randomness. Some people died in a day. Others survived and watched everyone around them vanish. It wasn't just tragic. It was deeply unfair, even by medieval standards. And just like that, 536's dark legacy had officially gone viral. By now, the world in 536 and the years following wasn't just suffering. It was spiraling. The sun had taken a sabbatical, the crops had filed for bankruptcy, and the plague was treating Europe like an overachieving party crasher. But for the average person, the anonymous peasant, monk, or goat herder, the horror wasn't academic. It was daily survival on hard mode. You wake up and it's still dark. Not poetic fog rolling over the hills dark. More like, is the sun still functioning dark? You shuffle out into the cold, look at your field of wilted barley, and remember that dinner last night was half a turnip and a vague memory of bread. The livestock aren't doing great either. Chickens stopped laying. Cows are thin. Pigs have become alarmingly valuable and suspiciously scarce. A neighbour disappeared last week, and there's a very awkward silence when someone mentions stew. Food shortages weren't just local. They were continental. Markets collapsed. Grain became currency. And if you had a carrot and no children, you were basically a feudal overlord. In Constantinople, prices soared so high even nobles started to experience the novelty of being hungry. In remote villages, things were worse. Starvation didn't come all at once. It came slowly, cruelly, and with zero interest in fairness. And then there was the psychological effect. With no sunlight to mark the days properly, time itself became vague. Was it morning, evening, Wednesday? Nobody really knew. They just kept working, praying, and hoping the sky would eventually apologize. Spoiler, it didn't. The clergy preached repentance. The nobles hoarded food. And the common folk? They stared at the grey sky and wondered if this was just what life was now. A long, cold, dimly lit episode of suffering, punctuated by the occasional rat. Hope became a luxury. Most people were just trying not to be the next funeral. In fact, if you had managed to stay alive through crop failure, plague, freezing weather, and general existential dread, congratulations. You were now qualified to be described as a survivor, which in 536 meant malnourished, traumatized, and still squinting at the horizon for a sun that wasn't coming back. After years of famine, plague, and eternal twilight, society began to do what societies do best under pressure: fall apart in slow motion while insisting everything is fine. It wasn't just about hunger anymore. The social fabric, already more burlap than silk, began to fray. Hierarchies broke down, labor systems collapsed, and people started behaving less like a community and more like contestants in a very bleak survival game. Local governments, if they hadn't fled or died of plague, struggled to maintain order. Coinage lost value. Trade routes dried up. And justice. Let's just say if you stole a loaf of bread, you either got a sermon or a sword, depending on how recently the local magistrate had eaten. The aristocracy didn't come out of this looking great. Many hoarded food. Some tried to raise taxes. Yes, during a famine, which was either brave or suicidal, depending on the peasant to pitchfork ratio. Others simply fled their estates and left the serfs to figure things out on their own. Spoiler, they did not. Religious institutions, meanwhile, became both sanctuary and scapegoat. Some priests told the starving masses to repent harder. Others tried to help, handing out what meagre stores they had. And then there were those who decided this was the perfect time to proclaim the apocalypse and start a new sect in the woods. Moral boundaries blurred. Theft became common. Violence rose. If someone in your village had food, they were suddenly both very popular and very nervous. And remember, there was no central news, no plague tracker app, no reliable updates from distant cities. Just rumours of divine punishment, of demons, of sunlight returning in distant lands, or of entire regions wiped off the map. People fled cities, villages disappeared, entire regions depopulated, and with no one left to maintain roads, fields, or temples, even the landscape began to unravel. Civilization didn't collapse with fire and glory. It just quietly thinned out, like someone erasing a painting with a wet cloth. The historians of the time weren't writing about politics anymore. They were writing about how the sky still hadn't turned blue. In short, the world didn't end. It just lost track of itself. Eventually, after years of death, darkness, and what must have felt like a very elaborate divine prank, the world began to recover, not with a bang, not with sunshine breaking through the clouds in a cinematic crescendo. No. More like a tired sigh and a few patches of sunlight that didn't feel like a cruel joke. By the early 540s, the mysterious ash veil began to dissipate. The sun, as if returning from a poorly explained vacation, started shining again, tentatively, like it wasn't sure it was welcome. Crops slowly began to grow again. Not well, mind you, but they grew. Farmers started planting with hope instead of pure desperation, and when something green poked out of the dirt, they didn't immediately cry from despair, just mild disbelief. In Constantinople, grain prices finally stabilized. Bread, once a sacred artifact, became edible again. The empire limped forward, patching holes in its economy and pretending everything had been part of the plan. In rural villages, new generations were born, ones that didn't remember the sunless years, and those who had survived. They aged with the expressions of people who had seen too much weather and not enough soup. Culturally, the trauma left a mark. Some scholars believe the doomy tone of later medieval apocalyptic literature had roots in these years, because once you've lived through famine, plague, social collapse, and fog that won't go away, it's hard to write cheerful poetry about springtime again. The population across Europe and Asia remained significantly reduced. Entire settlements had vanished, and rebuilding wasn't just about houses. It was about relearning how to live like humans again instead of cold, hungry ghosts. And even as normalcy returned, people lived with a kind of existential caution, like the planet might turn off the sun again just to see what happens. The Byzantine Empire staggered back to its feet. China's dynasties reshuffled and adapted. Scandinavia re-emerged, and eventually those Norsemen would sail out and become everyone else's problem. But in the background of all that, a collective, quiet relief that the worst might, just might, be over. For most of history, year 536 remained a confusing entry in the "something really bad happened" file. Ancient writers knew it was awful. Medieval chroniclers muttered about darkness and famine, but nobody had any idea why the sun had ghosted humanity, unless you counted "God is mad" or "demons ate the sky" as explanations. It wasn't until the 20th century, when humanity developed the ability to drill into ice instead of just falling through it, that the mystery started to crack. Enter the ice cores, long cylinders of ancient frozen layers pulled from Greenland and Antarctica, like the Earth's extremely passive-aggressive memory sticks. Within those layers, spikes in sulfur and ash, right around 536 AD, as well as two more in 540 and 547, which led scientists to a conclusion the medieval world never saw coming. Volcanoes. Massive ones. Probably multiple. At first, researchers thought it was a big eruption in Iceland. Then they considered volcanoes in Central America. Then Indonesia. Or maybe Alaska. Basically, the planet coughed, and scientists are still arguing about which lung it came from. But the result was the same. Ash blasted into the stratosphere, where it spread across the globe, reflecting sunlight and lowering temperatures for years. Nature's version of dimming the lights and forgetting where the switch is. This insight changed how we understand climate disasters. It wasn't divine punishment. It was geophysics with terrible timing. What's fascinating is how modern science didn't just solve a mystery, it reframed history. Suddenly, the famines, plagues, and collapses of the 6th century weren't isolated events. They were connected. One massive natural event, or possibly three in a row, triggered a cascade of suffering that spanned continents. Even more sobering, it could happen again. Volcanoes don't care about your Wi-Fi or your global supply chains. They'll do what they did in 536, block out the sun and watch us panic. But at least now we'd understand why our tomatoes are dying. Still, knowing the cause doesn't change what people went through. For them, the sky went dark, the food ran out, and nobody had answers. It just took science 1,500 years to say, oh yeah, that was definitely the volcano. There have been bad years in history, plenty of them. 1347 had the Black Death. 1914 kicked off a world war. 2020, well, let's not open that can of face masks. But 536 AD still holds a special ice-crusted place in the top 10 most unpleasant human experiences list. It wasn't just bad. It was comprehensively miserable. A multi-year disaster combo platter with extra doom on the side. What makes 536 so haunting isn't just the volcanic winter, the famine, the plague, or the population collapse. It's the fact that all these things happened together, in a pre-modern world already balancing precariously on mud and superstition. Imagine surviving 1 year of near-permanent twilight, food shortages and existential sermons. Then imagine year 2 shows up with a fresh volcanic eruption and a helpful reminder that you still haven't seen the sun. Then imagine the Black Death's less famous, equally rude cousin knocks on your city gate in year 5 and says, "Hi, I live here now." People back then didn't know what was happening. They had no word for climate disruption, no concept of volcanoes erupting thousands of miles away, and definitely no epidemiology podcasts. All they saw was a world that suddenly stopped making sense. And perhaps that's what really sticks with us. Because even now, with satellites, scientists, and 24/7 news cycles, there's something profoundly unnerving about a year when the sky went out and nobody knew why. It reminds us that nature doesn't need a reason. The planet can, at any time, throw a tantrum powerful enough to send us scrambling back to firewood and guesswork. And yet, people endured. They suffered, starved, buried loved ones, and carried on. Not because they had answers, but because there wasn't really a choice. So yes, 536 was the worst year to be alive, and it lingered, like a cosmic hangover, for decades. But it's also a story of survival. Quiet, stubborn, frost-bitten survival. And maybe that's what makes it so compelling. Because deep down, we all suspect that if the sun went out tomorrow, we'd still argue over bread prices, blame the government, and try to make stew from whatever's left, just like they did. The 12th century didn't start with a bang, but with a whisper of stone blocks being hauled by oxen and chants echoing from dusty construction yards beside crumbling Romanesque churches. Something monumental was stirring. Across France, England, the Holy Roman Empire, and even the distant fringes of Spain, cathedrals began clawing their way up toward heaven. But why? Europe was changing, fast. Cities were growing, trade was rebounding, and the church wanted to show off a bit. It needed to remind everyone who was boss. And what better way to do that than by building the most awe-inspiring, terrifyingly massive buildings anyone had ever seen? These weren't simple upgrades. This was a full-on architectural arms race. Towns competed with each other not through war, but through stone. If one city built a church with a 50-foot nave, the next wanted one twice as long, with more stained glass, more towers, more miracles carved in limestone. Bishops wanted their legacy in stone. Kings wanted the people to see divine authority in architecture. And ordinary people? They were just trying to get into heaven. One coin, one pilgrimage, one back-breaking labor shift at a time. And yet, none of this would have worked if someone hadn't figured out how to cheat gravity. Enter the Gothic style. This new approach flipped everything people thought they knew about church design. No more thick, squat walls. No more tiny windows that let in just enough light to remind you that daylight existed. Gothic architecture embraced air and light. It wanted God to see in, and for you to see out. Pointed arches, ribbed vaults, and those miraculous flying buttresses. All of it was about going up, letting in more light, and making people feel utterly insignificant in the presence of the divine. What started with modest experiments at Saint-Denis and Sens would explode into a full-blown phenomenon. For the next 4 centuries, Europe would be locked in a frenzy of stone cutting, scaffold climbing, stained glass assembling madness. And the craziest part? Most of these cathedrals took centuries to build. Entire generations would be born and die before the final spire was added. This wasn't just construction, it was faith made physical, one flying buttress at a time. Behind every cathedral wasn't just divine inspiration, it was an army of dirt-covered geniuses. And at the front of that army? The master mason, not a priest, not a noble, but a glorified stone nerd with a compass, a chisel, and a death wish. These were the rock stars of the Middle Ages, except they didn't wear leather. They wore linen covered in limestone dust. Master builders weren't just contractors. They were architects, engineers, artists, and sometimes borderline cult leaders. Because when you're asking peasants to haul multi-ton stones 50 feet into the air using ropes and wooden pulleys, you better have charisma, or at least a very convincing floor plan. But here's the twist. Most of these men weren't nobles. They rose through the guild system, beginning as lowly apprentices, sweeping floors and fetching tools. Then they became journeymen, travelling from site to site, cathedral to cathedral, picking up secrets like Pokemon cards. Only after decades of experience, and possibly losing a few toes, would one be trusted with the title of master. And the math, terrifying. Without calculators or modern geometry textbooks, these builders figured out how to distribute weight from ceilings the height of a redwood tree, across vaults, down columns, and out through flying buttresses. If they got it wrong, entire sections could collapse, and often did. There were collapses in Beauvais, in Lincoln, even parts of Cologne. Each disaster became a lesson for the next project. But for every failure, there was a marvel. The precision in places like Reims or Amiens Cathedral is enough to make modern engineers sweat. These men calculated angles by eye, with strings and chalk, creating load-bearing marvels that still stand centuries later. They worked with stonecutters, woodworkers, glaziers, and labourers in what was essentially the most chaotic group project of the century. They didn't just draw blueprints, they commanded entire construction ecosystems. And sometimes they died before their vision was completed, leaving their successor to guess what on earth they were thinking when they sketched that weird triple arch over the nave. Gothic cathedrals weren't just big, they were alive, with stories, symbols, Saints, monsters, and morals chiseled into every surface. If you couldn't read Latin, no problem. The stone would preach to you. Let's start with the portals. These weren't doors, they were divine gatekeepers. Imagine walking into church beneath rows of saints, apostles, and the Last Judgment, all staring down at you, carved into arch after arch. Jesus at the centre, serene but judging. Sinners being dragged to hell by demons, right next to merchants and bakers. A subtle message. Pay your tithe, or else. And gargoyles. They weren't just medieval waterspouts. They were theological bouncers, meant to terrify evil spirits and perhaps a few ill-behaved parishioners. Grotesques snarled from rooftops, stretching their stone faces in eternal agony or laughter. Some were demons. Some were hybrids, dogs with human faces, bishops with wings. Every cathedral had a bestiary carved into its skin. Inside, the columns weren't plain cylinders. They were forests of symbolism. Capitals at the tops of pillars held tiny sculpted dramas. Cain killing Abel, drunken Noah flashing his sons, or monks fighting snails, don't ask. The choir stalls were even cheekier. Hidden in the woodwork were carvings of flatulent peasants, lusty monks, and animals doing very unholy things. But it wasn't all jokes and damnation. The stonework was also a Bible in 3D. From the creation to the Passion of Christ, from Old Testament kings to obscure local saints, every inch taught a lesson. These cathedrals were theology textbooks for the illiterate, monumental sermons frozen in limestone. And the artisans? They worked in secret. Most didn't sign their names. Their reward wasn't fame, it was faith, though occasionally one would sneak in a signature. A tiny self-portrait perhaps, or a carved insult aimed at a rival mason 2 levels below. The stone told stories, but also served as propaganda. Kings, bishops, and local patrons often demanded their own faces appear beside saints. Political rivals were turned into demons. Enemies of the church found themselves eternally boiling in bas-relief hells. Step inside a Gothic cathedral and the first thing you'd notice, after your neck started to ache from looking up, was the light. Not just sunlight, but coloured light. Divine light. Light that told stories and made you feel like you'd walked into another world entirely. Welcome to the age of stained glass. In the Gothic mind, light wasn't just illumination, it was theology. God was light. And the cathedral was supposed to be a taste of heaven on earth, so of course it needed windows that glowed with celestial fire. The windows were massive, especially compared to their Romanesque predecessors. And they weren't just decoration, they were epic murals in glass. The rose windows of Chartres and Notre Dame. They're basically round, radiant comic books. You'd see the creation of the world in one panel, Noah's Ark in another, and a full genealogy of Christ squeezed into a kaleidoscope of red and blue. Every pane had meaning. Red stood for blood and martyrdom, blue for the Virgin Mary, gold for divine light, green for rebirth. Each piece was hand-cut, painted with fine lines of iron oxide, then fired in a kiln. The result? Glass that could outlast kingdoms. These weren't solo projects either. Stained glass artists worked in teams. Designers, colorists, painters, glass cutters, all orchestrated like a medieval film studio. And the funding? Often crowdsourced. Local guilds would sponsor entire windows, sometimes sneaking in a self-serving panel at the bottom. This window donated by the fishmongers. May their herring always be fresh. The effect on worshippers? Pure awe. Imagine you're a peasant from a village where your biggest excitement is the yearly pig slaughter. Then you walk into Chartres, and boom, walls of light, saints beaming down in ruby and sapphire, halos blazing brighter than the sun. It was like stepping into the New Jerusalem. But there was more than just beauty. The windows preached. You'd learn the life of Christ in sequenced panels, see the virtues battling the vices, spot allegories of sin and redemption, all without needing to read a word. And as the sun moved, so did the mood. Morning brought golden warmth. Midday filled the nave with holy fire. At dusk the windows flickered like dying embers, reminding everyone that light, like life, was fleeting. To the average medieval villager, flying buttresses probably looked like architectural witchcraft. Big stone arms launching out from the cathedral's walls, connected to piers that didn't even touch the building. Madness. But to the master builders, these strange limbs were the secret weapon of the Gothic Revolution. Here's the problem they had to solve. Gothic cathedrals were tall, insanely tall. Their ceilings reached 100 feet or more. And those towering ribbed vaults? They pushed tons of weight outward, not just down. If you didn't support that sideways thrust, your fancy church would become a very expensive pile of rubble. Enter the flying buttress, a structural cheat code. Instead of building thick, heavy walls like the Romanesque churches, Gothic architects wanted walls full of windows. And since windows are basically architectural holes, they needed something else to hold the building up. That something else was the flying buttress, an external arch that caught the outward force of the ceiling and channeled it safely into a distant pier. The result? Interior walls could be thin, open, and filled with glorious stained glass. But these weren't just functional bones. They became part of the cathedral's aesthetic. Builders sculpted them, decorated them with pinnacles and crockets, even turned them into miniature stone forests. Look at Notre Dame of Paris or Amiens Cathedral, and you'll see these buttresses marching like Gothic soldiers around the apse. Each one was a mathematical triumph. They had to be placed precisely, angled correctly, and balanced with the exact amount of counterweight. Too weak and they'd snap under pressure. Too strong and they'd crush the nave. It was a medieval Goldilocks problem, except the porridge was tons of granite, and failure meant disaster. Of course, not every experiment went well. Beauvais Cathedral famously overreached. It aimed to be the tallest of them all, but despite flying buttresses and reinforcements, parts of it collapsed. Several times. It remains unfinished to this day, proof that even the best builders could fly too close to the architectural sun. But when they got it right, the effect was gravity-defying. You'd walk into a space that felt like it was floating. Walls disappeared. The ceiling hovered like a cloud. And you had to ask yourself, how is this even standing? At some point, Gothic builders looked up at their already impressive cathedrals and said, what if it were taller? And thus began one of the strangest arms races in medieval Europe, the vertical competition to see who could poke God in the eye first. Towers weren't just about ringing bells or getting a good view of the town square. They were statements of wealth, of faith, and of raw civic ego. Cities weren't content with modest steeples. They wanted the tallest, the most dazzling, the one pilgrims would talk about long after their feet stopped bleeding. Each cathedral had its own approach. Notre Dame in Paris grew two massive twin towers that loomed like stone guardians over the Seine. Chartres stacked its towers unevenly, one Romanesque, one later Gothic, because symmetry is for cowards. And Cologne Cathedral? It set out to become the tallest structure in the world. Construction began in the 1200s. They didn't finish until the 1880s. That's commitment. Spires came next. The pointed hats of the Gothic world. Not just towers, but elongated spears that reached absurd heights, defying logic and daring gravity to try something. Salisbury Cathedral's spire, for instance, stands over 400 feet tall. They built it without steel or modern cranes, just ropes, muscle, and a bit of medieval recklessness. But going higher came with danger. Every inch upward increased the load, the sway, the risk. High winds could snap unsupported spires. Lightning strikes were constant. Some towns even hired spire watchers, people who basically stared at the structure to see if it looked like it was about to fall. And yet, people kept building. Part of it was theological. The higher the structure, the closer to God. But part of it was also psychological. These were skyline wars. If your neighbour city had a taller spire, you were basically admitting their faith and purse was bigger. Unacceptable. The result? A jagged forest of stone erupting across Europe. These towers weren't just for looking pretty. They held bells the size of wagons, clock mechanisms, even relics. Some doubled as watchtowers or defensive platforms. Others just existed to impress, intimidate, or occasionally terrify. Gothic towers didn't whisper heaven. They screamed it. But for all the power and ambition in stone, the real heartbeat of a cathedral lay somewhere else, in the human drama of those who built, worshipped, and sometimes died within them. Beneath every towering cathedral was a foundation of bone, figuratively and sometimes literally. These monuments to faith weren't built by angels or saints. They were built by muddy-booted, callous-handed humans, stonecutters, carpenters, glaziers, blacksmiths, and a small army of anonymous labourers who got none of the glory and all of the back pain. Let's start with the masons. They weren't just stone stackers, they were craftsmen who turned quarried rock into load-bearing poetry. A master mason might have designed the cathedral, but it was the ordinary journeymen and apprentices who did the carving, chiselling and hauling. Every block had to fit perfectly, no margin for error. A mistake could mean collapse. Then there were the carpenters. They didn't just build scaffolding, they built machines. Giant treadwheel cranes powered by men walking like hamsters. Movable platforms, precision wood forms for pouring mortar. The wooden framework inside a vault or arch had to be exact, or the whole thing would cave in the second they removed it. No pressure. And let's not forget the mortar mixers, the rope makers, the water haulers, and the guys who had to climb to the very top of a spire to install that one final stone. All for a few coins a week, and the privilege of not dying on the job. Many labourers lived on site, in makeshift villages that grew up around cathedral grounds. These camps had their own rules, their own food stalls, and likely more than a few taverns. Accidents were frequent. Tools slipped, stones cracked. Sometimes entire scaffolds gave way. Injuries were often fatal, and workers simply replaced. But why did they do it? For some, it was steady work in a world with few options. For others, it was a way to serve God, to be part of something eternal. And for the few literate or ambitious ones, it was a path to guild membership, even social mobility. Most never saw their work completed. A cathedral could take 100 years or more. One mason might carve a corner of a doorframe, knowing that his grandson would finish the opposite side. That was the rhythm of cathedral building. Long, grueling, generational. You didn't build for yourself. You built for eternity. And though we don't know their names, their fingerprints are still there. In the stones, in the glass, in the weightless arches that somehow still stand. You've seen the outside. You've marvelled at the spires and light-drenched glass. But what was it for? Step inside a Gothic cathedral in its prime, and it wasn't just a building. It was a cosmic stage, and the Mass was the main performance. The day began at dawn, when monks or canons would chant the first of 7 daily prayers. If you were a peasant, you didn't come for those. You came on Sundays, feast days, or when the bells rang loud enough to remind you that salvation might be at stake. The Mass wasn't a quiet affair. It was sensory overload. Incense clouded the air. Bells rang at key moments. Latin chants echoed off the stone, reverberating through the vaulted ceilings. You might not understand a word of it, but that wasn't the point. You were witnessing the divine, not attending a lecture. And then there were the relics. Nearly every cathedral had one. A saint's finger, a splinter of the true cross, a vial of holy tears, some real, most creatively acquired. These weren't just curiosities. They were spiritual powerhouses. Pilgrims travelled hundreds of miles to see them, touch them, or be near them. And where pilgrims went, money followed. Relics meant prestige, donations, and a booming souvenir market. Special events turned the cathedral into full-blown theatre. Think of coronations, royal weddings, funerals, or Easter masses with choirs stacked in balconies, organs roaring, and bishops in gold-threaded vestments processing down the nave. It was holy pageantry, designed to awe and overwhelm. But it wasn't all grand occasions. Cathedrals were everyday spaces too. They served as meeting halls, schools, law courts, even shelters during storms. Merchants sometimes set up stalls outside. Townspeople gathered on steps. Children probably played tag in the cloisters when no one was looking. There was tension, of course. Not everyone was welcome equally. Women were often relegated to the back. The poor might get free bread, but were rarely heard. And the clergy? They lived in their own world, strictly hierarchical, well-fed, and occasionally more corrupt than holy. Still, the cathedral was the heart of the city, a place where heaven met earth, where time moved differently, and where stone and ritual wove together to remind everyone of their place in the grand, divine order. By the late 1500s, the Gothic cathedral, once the crown jewel of Christendom, was becoming a relic of its own. The world was changing, and those majestic towers and stained glass sermons were suddenly out of step with the times. The Renaissance had arrived, and with it came a new obsession: classical antiquity. Architects and patrons now looked to ancient Rome for inspiration. They wanted symmetry, domes and clean lines, not flying buttresses and forests of pointed arches. To the Renaissance mind, Gothic architecture wasn't divine, it was barbaric. They even called it Gothic as an insult, after the Goths who had sacked Rome centuries earlier. But it wasn't just aesthetics. The Protestant Reformation shook the very foundation cathedrals stood on. Reformers like Martin Luther railed against the Church's extravagance and its obsession with relics, rituals, and indulgences, all things cathedrals had come to embody. In many Protestant regions, cathedrals were stripped of their treasures. Stained glass was smashed, statues decapitated, altars whitewashed. The light that once danced across sacred scenes now fell on bare walls. Meanwhile, Catholic regions doubled down. The Counter-Reformation led to Baroque renovations. Gold, marble, and theatrical flair replaced subtle Gothic mystery. The once shadowy nave became a stage of glittering drama. Some cathedrals were altered so completely that their Gothic bones vanished under layers of stucco and cherubs. And let's not forget the financial collapse. Wars, plagues, and shifting trade routes meant less money for grand projects. Many cathedrals were left unfinished. Towers stopped mid-rise. Spires became stumps. Skilled guilds dissolved. The age of master masons faded like smoke through a broken rose window. But the death of the Gothic wasn't the end of its story. In the 19th century, a Gothic revival swept across Europe. Romanticism rekindled a fascination with the medieval. Writers like Victor Hugo turned decaying cathedrals into literary stars. Restoration campaigns, some careful, others catastrophic, tried to bring back their former glory. Think Notre Dame before the fire. Think Cologne Cathedral, finally finished after centuries. Today, Gothic cathedrals still stand, some pristine, others battle-scarred. They are monuments not just to faith, but to human ambition, imagination, and the desire to touch the heavens with stone. The Gothic boom may have ended, but its echo still rings through every arch, every shadow, every beam of coloured light. By the late 13th century, the age of Crusader kingdoms in the Holy Land was crumbling into dust. The great Christian conquests, Jerusalem, Antioch, Edessa, had all fallen one by one. All that remained of nearly 200 years of European crusading effort was the port city of Acre, a final flickering outpost on the Mediterranean coast, a symbol of glory turned into a fortress of desperation. Acre wasn't just another city. It was the Crusader capital, the beating heart of what was left of the Kingdom of Jerusalem, a place of stone walls, Gothic churches, and clashing cultures. It was packed with merchants from Genoa and Venice, warrior monks from the Templars and Hospitallers, and nobles clinging to titles long stripped of real power. But beneath the wealth and towering battlements, Acre was a powder keg. The European factions within the city spent as much time fighting each other as preparing for the inevitable siege. The writing had been on the wall for years. The Mamluks, a military elite from Egypt, had steadily wiped out every Crusader stronghold in their path. Under Sultan Qalawun, and later his son Al-Ashraf Khalil, the Mamluks crushed city after city, and they didn't negotiate. They erased. In 1290, a foolish spark ignited the storm. Newly arrived crusaders, hot-headed and ignorant, massacred Muslim merchants in Acre during a drunken rampage. It was exactly the excuse the Mamluks needed. Khalil declared war. By April of 1291, his massive army, possibly over 100,000 strong, had encircled the city. Siege towers were rolled forward, tunnels were dug under the walls, catapults hurled stone and fire day and night. Inside the city, panic swelled. The defenders, while courageous, were hopelessly outnumbered. Appeals for reinforcements to Europe went unanswered. Acre was isolated, cut off by land and soon by sea. Still, the defenders clung to hope. The double walls of Acre had resisted sieges before. The Templars and Hospitallers prepared for the worst. Noble families packed their treasures. Priests offered prayers. Soldiers sharpened blades that would likely never leave their sheaths. Because this wouldn't be a siege for ransom or territory. This would be the end of the Crusader presence in the Holy Land. On April 5th, 1291, the siege of Acre officially began. The Mamluk army, led by Sultan al-Ashraf Khalil, had arrived in force. Engineers, archers, elite cavalry, and enough siege equipment to flatten a city twice the size. They surrounded Acre on all sides, building massive wooden siege towers and digging trenches, while war drums thundered across the plains outside the city's great walls. The sound wasn't just for intimidation. It was a promise. No mercy. Inside Acre, the defenders stared out at a sea of tents and banners. The Mamluks were experienced and disciplined. This wasn't some ragtag force. These were the same warriors who had defeated the Mongols at Ain Jalut, destroyed Antioch, and taken Tripoli. Their track record was clear. When they came, cities burned. The Crusaders responded as best they could. The Templars, Hospitallers, and Teutonic Knights took up their positions on the battlements. Civilians were pressed into carrying water, repairing damage, and building makeshift barricades. Priests walked the walls, offering last rites to men who hadn't even drawn swords yet. But the unity inside the city was a fragile illusion. The Italians, Venetians, Genoese, and Pisans bickered over ships and control of the harbour. French and English factions distrusted each other. The King of Jerusalem, Henry II of Cyprus, was technically in command, but he was more figurehead than leader. No single strategy united them. Meanwhile, the Mamluks wasted no time. Their sappers began tunneling under Acre's outer walls, placing wooden supports and filling the shafts with flammable materials. When lit, these tunnels would collapse the walls from below. Siege engines hurled massive stones day and night, pounding towers, smashing rooftops, and sending splinters of masonry through homes, churches, and courtyards. Each day, more of the city crumbled. Each night, the defenders rebuilt, exhausted and outmatched. Khalil remained methodical. He knew Acre's walls were strong, but not unbreakable. He simply needed time. The defenders, already stretched thin, were trapped in a cycle of panic and false hope. And the psychological warfare was just as brutal. Muslim heralds shouted promises of death if the city didn't surrender. Survivors from previous Mamluk conquests knew those weren't empty threats. Acre was isolated, surrounded, and running out of time. As April turned into May, Acre's walls still stood, but barely. The constant pounding of Mamluk siege engines had reduced towers to rubble, breached outer defences, and left the streets littered with debris. The city's defenders clung to their remaining strongpoints, exhausted and outnumbered, but not yet broken. The Templars and Hospitallers led the charge, literally and figuratively. These weren't green recruits. They were veterans of brutal wars, trained for moments like this. Clad in chainmail, bearing blackened shields and blood-stained tunics, they launched counterattacks from the inner walls and towers, hoping to stall the Mamluk advance. Every sally outside the gate was a gamble. Sometimes they returned with heads, other times not at all. Inside the city, panic was spreading. Civilians, women, children, merchants, priests crowded the docks, praying for ships that never came. Some tried to flee, bribing sailors for space aboard merchant vessels. Others turned to the church, clinging to relics and saints, hoping for divine intervention. King Henry II of Cyprus had fled earlier, leaving behind a fractured command. Coordination among the defenders unravelled. The Genoese blamed the Pisans, who blamed the Templars, who blamed everyone else. It was a city besieged not only by the Mamluks, but by its own dysfunction. Still, there were moments of desperate heroism. One night, the Mamluks breached a small section of the wall near the accursed tower. Expecting a quick slaughter, they poured through, only to be met by a sudden countercharge led by the Hospitallers. In the chaos, swords clashed in torchlight, bodies tumbled into the surf, and for a brief moment, the Crusaders pushed them back. The breach was sealed, temporarily, but these victories were fleeting. Food supplies began to dwindle. Wells were poisoned or destroyed by falling debris. Disease crept through the refugee-packed quarters. Rats fed on the dead in the streets, and morale rotted with them. The defenders were running out of everything: men, weapons, time. Sultan Khalil, meanwhile, remained calm. His engineers dug deeper, his catapults fired higher, and his archers filled the skies with arrows. He was in no rush. He knew Acre's time was measured in days, not weeks, and the final blow was almost ready. The defenders of Acre still prayed for a miracle. On May 18th, 1291, the waiting ended. At dawn, the Mamluks launched their final assault. Siege towers rolled forward. Scaling ladders were raised. Tunnels dug beneath Acre's eastern wall were packed with kindling and set ablaze. The ground trembled as fire devoured the wooden supports, and with a thunderous crack, a massive section of the wall gave way. Stone, dust, and defenders collapsing into the moat below. The horn of battle sounded, and the Mamluks surged through the breach. They poured in by the thousands. Mamluk heavy infantry, Sudanese archers, horsemen leading charges even within the crumbling city streets. The Crusaders met them with everything they had. Templar knights formed a shield wall, halberds ready. Hospitallers rallied the terrified civilians, herding them toward the docks. Priests shouted prayers over the din of clashing steel. But it wasn't enough. The defenders were too few, too tired, and too disorganized. The city that had once withstood wave after wave now cracked like old armor. Buildings burned. Homes collapsed. The fighting moved from street to street, house to house, tower to tower. Every corner became a battlefield. The Genoese quarter fell first, overrun in hours. The Venetian compound held out longer, fortified like a mini-fortress, but was eventually set aflame. Screams echoed from the alleys as the Mamluks advanced with ruthless precision. Those who resisted were slaughtered. Those who fled were hunted down. One of the last strongholds was the Templar fortress near the harbour. Thick walls, reinforced towers. It had been the final fallback point in case of disaster. Now, it was the last place left. Inside, women and children huddled in cellars, while knights made a final stand on the battlements. From the roof, they could see the city dying. Acre, once the pride of the Crusader kingdoms, now a furnace of smoke and blood. As night fell, the Crusader resistance collapsed. Most surviving knights fell back to the docks, hoping to escape by sea. The harbour became a desperate bottleneck. Families crammed onto overcrowded ships, shouting, crying, some leaping into the water in panic. Only a few vessels made it out before the Mamluks seized control of the port. By the end of the day, Acre was no longer a city. It was a graveyard. As the rest of Acre burned and bled, one bastion still held, the Templar fortress, a massive stone complex near the sea. Its walls had resisted Mamluk sieges before. Now it became the last shelter for hundreds of survivors, knights, women, children, and priests, all crammed into the great halls, praying the walls would hold just one day longer. The fortress was commanded by Peter de Sèvres, the Templar Marshal of Acre. He knew what was coming. He ordered the gates barred, the battlements manned, and the underground passages sealed. The knights stood shoulder to shoulder, some wounded, others barely able to lift their swords. They were not fighting to win. They were fighting to die with purpose. Outside, the Mamluks surrounded the fortress. Sultan Khalil sent envoys to negotiate a surrender. The terms were harsh: imprisonment for the knights, slavery for civilians. The Templars refused. They had no illusions about mercy. The Mamluks brought up siege engines and began their final push. Day after day, they battered the walls. But the fortress was built to withstand far worse. For over a week, the Templars held them off, firing from towers, hurling stones, pouring boiling oil on attackers who dared the ladders. Inside, conditions were dire. Food had nearly run out. The wounded groaned in the dark. Children cried. But still, they fought. One knight reportedly dragged himself to the wall with a broken leg, just to hurl a stone before collapsing. Then, on May 28th, disaster struck. The Mamluks breached the outer wall of the fortress. Fighting raged inside the courtyard. Templars, civilians, everyone capable, picked up a weapon. It was hand-to-hand combat, brutal and unrelenting. The defenders were pushed back into the inner chambers of the fortress, step by bloody step. Realizing the end had come, the Templars made a desperate decision. They collapsed part of the fortress on purpose. In a final act of defiance, they lured Mamluk troops into the lower chambers and detonated the underground armory. The explosion ripped through the walls, killing attackers and defenders alike in a storm of fire and stone. The fortress fell. But it didn't surrender. The last Crusader stronghold in the Holy Land had gone down not with submission, but with fury. Acre was lost. The dream of Christendom in the east shattered. When the smoke cleared, Acre was no longer a city. What had once been the vibrant capital of the Crusader states, bustling with markets, churches, and foreign embassies, was now a field of ash and corpses. The Mamluks had taken it all, street by street, wall by wall, and they left nothing behind but ruin. Sultan al-Ashraf Khalil didn't just want victory. He wanted erasure. He ordered the complete demolition of the city's fortifications. Every tower, every wall, every stone that had once protected the Crusaders was pulled down or shattered. The harbour was filled with rubble. The churches, some centuries old, were stripped, burned, or turned to mosques. What couldn't be reused was destroyed. The destruction was systematic. This wasn't vengeance. It was strategy. Khalil wanted to make sure Acre would never again be a foothold for Europe. Never again a landing point for crusading armies. Never again a symbol of Christian presence in the East. Those few who survived, mostly non-combatants who'd been captured, were enslaved or executed. Some noblewomen were taken into the harems of Mamluk elites. Some children were sold in markets from Cairo to Damascus. Their names vanished. Their stories ended in silence. The sea was choked with the wreckage of broken ships and bloated bodies. And the stench? It lingered for weeks, months even. News of the fall reached Europe like a slap. Panic swept through the courts of France and England. Popes wept. Preachers called for another crusade. But the willpower was gone. The last spark of crusading fervour had died with the walls of Acre. The kings of Europe had their own wars, their own dynasties to worry about. The Holy Land was lost, and they knew it. The Templars, once the elite warriors of Christendom, were shattered by the loss. They returned to Europe, bruised and aimless. Their power would never recover. In less than 2 decades, they would be dissolved entirely, accused of heresy, tortured, and executed. The fall of Acre was the beginning of their end. And for the Mamluks, Acre's conquest was a jewel in their crown. The dream of a Crusader kingdom in the Levant had finally been crushed beneath their boots. But the deeper legacy of the siege was just beginning, because while the city died, the myth of Acre, of Crusader glory and tragic collapse, was only just being born. The fall of Acre in 1291 wasn't just a military defeat. It was a historical exclamation point. For nearly 2 centuries, European powers had poured blood, treasure, and faith into the Holy Land. With Acre's collapse, the entire Crusader experiment came crashing down like its shattered walls. There were no more cities to retreat to. Tyre, Sidon, Beirut, once strongholds, were quickly abandoned or surrendered. The Crusader states, once mapped in bold colours across Levantine coasts, vanished almost overnight. What remained was a faint memory, scattered relics, and the few who had escaped by sea, watching the smoke rise from the horizon. For the Christian world, it was a soul-crushing loss. The fall of Jerusalem in 1187 had been bad. But Acre, this was the last domino. It symbolized not just military failure, but spiritual failure. Popes issued desperate calls for renewed crusades, but they fell flat. Europe was exhausted. Internal wars, plagues, and economic shifts pulled attention away from the East. The age of kings donning crosses and leading armies into the desert was over. Meanwhile, the Islamic world celebrated. The Mamluks, under Khalil, had done what generations of Muslim leaders had dreamed of. They had wiped the Latin presence from the region. Cities were reclaimed, mosques re-established, and trade routes reopened. Islam once again controlled the heartlands of the Levant, from Cairo to Damascus. And yet, not everything was so clear-cut. The Crusades had left behind deep scars. Cultural exchange, for better or worse, had transformed both East and West. Arabic texts had flowed into Europe. Architecture, medicine, even food had changed. But the wars had also embedded a legacy of mistrust, violence, and religious division that would echo for centuries. Acre's fall didn't just close a chapter, it ended a worldview. The idea that Europe could plant itself in the Middle East, enforce its will through divine mission, and hold territory in the name of faith. Gone. Instead, the memory of the Crusades would be romanticized, dramatized, and weaponized for generations. Knights in shining armor, noble quests, glorious failures. The truth was far messier, bloody, chaotic, and ultimately tragic. The fall of Acre marked the end of an era. But the Crusader myth, that was just beginning its long afterlife in legend. The fall of Acre sent shockwaves across Europe, not just diplomatically or religiously, but psychologically. For generations, Christendom had believed it was meant to control the Holy Land, that God was on their side, that Jerusalem, Bethlehem, and Acre belonged to the faithful. Now, with the last Crusader stronghold gone, that illusion collapsed. The initial response was disbelief. Chroniclers wrote with outrage and grief. Priests blamed sin and corruption. Kings pointed fingers at each other. How could this have happened? How could an army of holy warriors lose to a sultan from Cairo? But beneath the surface, a quiet resignation set in. There would be no major crusade to reclaim Acre. No fifth, sixth, or seventh wave of European armies sailing to the east. Instead, Europe turned inward. The papacy shifted its focus to rooting out heresy at home. The Inquisition grew stronger. Monarchs redirected their ambitions to internal wars and dynastic struggles. The crusading spirit became more rhetoric than reality. In time, the image of Acre took on a different form in the European imagination. It was no longer a city. It became a symbol of lost glory, tragic bravery, and divine punishment. Songs and poems were written of noble knights fighting to the death. Painters and playwrights turned the fall into legend. But those who survived knew the truth. The refugees who had fled Acre, nobles, monks, merchants, children, returned to Europe broken. Many found no homes waiting for them. Some were taken in by monastic orders. Others wandered, telling stories of fire and blood. The Teutonic Knights eventually shifted their operations to Eastern Europe. The Templars returned to France, where the shadow of Acre would follow them to the pyre. In political circles, the fall of Acre marked the beginning of a new phase. Power was now rooted in land and law, not divine crusade. The era of religious conquest had reached its peak, and was beginning its decline. And yet, Acre lingered. It lingered in memory, in propaganda, in the way Europeans spoke of the East, a place of danger, mystery, and opportunity, a land lost, and perhaps someday to be won again. The city itself had vanished, but the myth of Acre had just begun to spread, far beyond its blackened walls. Centuries after its destruction, Acre still haunts the imagination. Its stones were ground to dust, its churches razed, its walls pulled into the sea, but in the minds of European chroniclers and later historians, Acre became more than a city. It became the symbol of the Crusades' tragic fall. The place where chivalry died, where faith collided with futility, and where the dream of a Christian East was buried beneath Mamluk boots. And yet, what survived wasn't the truth of Acre, it was the myth. Romanticized in ballads and epic poems, Acre's defenders were remembered not as fractious warlords and disillusioned mercenaries, but as noble knights fighting valiantly to the end. The political chaos, the greed, the internal betrayals, all smoothed over in favor of a more palatable narrative. Martyrdom, heroism, destiny lost. The irony? Those who had actually lived in Acre probably didn't see themselves as part of a grand epic. They were merchants, sailors, cooks, scribes, prostitutes, pilgrims. People living in a complex, multicultural city where Arabic, French, Italian, Greek and Latin mingled in the streets. A city of contradiction, of monasteries beside brothels, crusading orders alongside Venetian bankers. It was never simple, but history rarely is. In the Islamic world, Acre's fall was remembered as a great victory, proof of Allah's justice, of the triumph over foreign invaders. But even that narrative often fades beneath the towering legacies of other Islamic conquests. For the Mamluks, Acre was one jewel among many. It mattered, but it wasn't the whole crown. Today, modern Acre, Akko, is a living city once again. A UNESCO World Heritage Site, with layers of Crusader architecture buried beneath Ottoman streets. Tourists stroll through ancient tunnels where knights once bled. Minarets stand beside old Gothic arches. Fishermen cast their nets from the same docks where refugees once leapt for salvation. The past isn't gone. It's just buried, under stones, under myths, under time. And that is the true legacy of Acre. It wasn't just a city or a battle. It was a crossroads, a collision point of cultures, empires, and ideals, a place where faith, ambition, and fear crashed together in one final, fiery moment. The siege of Acre ended an era, but it also ensured that neither the Crusades nor the ghosts they left behind would ever truly be forgotten. Livia Drusilla was born in 58 BCE, at a time when the Roman Republic was convulsing. The daughter of Marcus Livius Drusus Claudianus, she came from a long line of patricians with a taste for power and a talent for surviving Rome's endless political bloodsport. Her birthright was privilege, but her world was chaos. Rome in the late Republic wasn't just politically unstable, it was an open wound. Civil wars raged between power-hungry generals, alliances shattered like pottery, and assassination was practically a career move. For a girl like Livia, raised in this furnace, the lesson was clear. Beauty might earn attention, but intellect, loyalty, and cold calculation earned survival. At just 15, Livia was married off to her cousin, Tiberius Claudius Nero, a staunch supporter of the Republic and an enemy of Julius Caesar. This wasn't a love match, it was a political maneuver, as most Roman marriages were. But young Livia quickly adapted to the role of Roman matron, loyal wife, mother-to-be, and quiet observer of the volatile tides around her. When Caesar was assassinated in 44 BCE, the real fireworks began. Civil war returned with a vengeance. Mark Antony and Octavian, Caesar's heir, fought to fill the vacuum. And Livia, she and her husband ended up on the losing side. Pregnant with her second child, she was forced to flee Rome, moving from one temporary refuge to another, while her husband dodged Octavian's wrath. That journey through exile, hardship, and near-constant uncertainty hardened her. And when she returned to Rome, under a fragile amnesty, she didn't just return as a survivor, she returned as someone to watch. That's when she met Octavian. He was 24, she was 19. Both were married. But when Octavian saw Livia, he saw something more than beauty. He saw an equal. Within months, both divorced their spouses. And in one of the most eyebrow-raising political marriages in Roman history, Octavian married Livia while she was visibly pregnant with her former husband's child. For the rest of her life, she would remain at Octavian's side. And when he became Augustus, the first emperor of Rome, Livia became more than just his wife. She became his advisor, his partner, and, some whispered, his puppeteer. When Livia married Octavian in 38 BCE, the Roman elite choked on their wine. He was a rising political star, soon to become Augustus, Rome's first emperor. and she was a pregnant, recently divorced woman. Scandalous didn't begin to cover it. But Augustus didn't care. And Livia? She knew exactly what she was doing. Unlike his previous wife, Scribonia, whom Augustus dismissed on the day their daughter was born, Livia was no emotional distraction. She was quiet, calculating, and politically shrewd. Augustus didn't just marry a woman, he gained a strategist. From the moment she entered his home, Livia positioned herself not as a decorative partner, but as a co-ruler in all but title. She hosted salons, courted senators, advised her husband on political rivals, and carefully cultivated her image as the ideal Roman matron, dignified, obedient, loyal. But beneath the modest stola and veiled head was a mind sharper than half the Senate combined. Though she never received the title of empress during her lifetime, there was no such formal role. Livia wielded influence from behind the curtain. She was given her own household, her own finances, and even her own bodyguard. That was unheard of for a Roman woman. But Augustus trusted her implicitly, and Livia played the long game. She didn't push for public power. She made herself indispensable instead. When Augustus was away, Livia managed his affairs. When senators plotted, she whispered counterplots. When rivals rose, they often fell, sometimes with suspicious speed. Livia's fingerprints were rarely visible, but her presence loomed behind the scenes like a quiet spectre. And perhaps most important of all, Livia never gave Augustus a son. Their marriage was childless. But rather than fade into irrelevance, she ensured her own son from her first marriage, Tiberius, stayed close to the imperial orbit. Livia wasn't interested in being queen. She wanted to found a dynasty. To outsiders, she appeared passive, graceful, pious. She attended religious ceremonies, praised Augustus in public, and lived modestly in a city obsessed with excess. But those who underestimated her did so at their peril. Because while Augustus consolidated the Roman world with legions and decrees, Livia shaped the empire in silence, with whispers, favours, and quiet erasures. The question is, just how far would she go to protect the dynasty she was building? Rumours, as we'll see, suggest she didn't stop at political advice. For all her public grace and devotion, Livia Drusilla's name has always carried a scent of suspicion. Specifically, the sharp, sweet scent of poison. As Rome transitioned from republic to empire, rivals to Augustus fell like dominoes. And though history doesn't record Livia's hand on the cup, it certainly doesn't rule it out. The most infamous accusation: that Livia systematically eliminated anyone who stood between her son, Tiberius, and the imperial throne. Let's look at the body count. Marcellus, Augustus's nephew and early favourite, dead at 19, supposedly of illness. Gaius and Lucius Caesar, Augustus's grandsons and adopted heirs, both dead young, far from home. Agrippa Posthumus, the brutish final grandson, disinherited and mysteriously murdered after Augustus's death. All inconvenient, all removed. And Livia was always near. To her defenders, these deaths were tragic coincidences. Rome was full of disease, and power games were brutal. To her critics, Livia was the Roman Lady Macbeth, working quietly, removing pawns, and setting the board so only her son remained standing. Ancient gossip, especially from writers like Tacitus and Cassius Dio, leaned into this narrative. They painted Livia as cool, cunning, and ruthlessly maternal. They suggested she was the real architect of the imperial succession, not Augustus. In some versions, she even doctored Augustus's will or concealed his death long enough to secure a smooth transfer of power. But it's important to separate smoke from fire. There's no hard evidence Livia poisoned anyone. No confession, no trial. Her alleged victims died far from Rome in ambiguous circumstances. The Roman elite loved a good conspiracy, especially when powerful women were involved. Still, the pattern is convenient. Too many rivals dead. Too many inheritances redirected. Too many murmurs in the dark. Even Augustus, who loved and trusted Livia deeply, once joked that she was more concerned with the empire than with his health. It may have been said in jest, but like most Roman jokes, it carried a dagger underneath. Whether Livia truly slipped poison into cups, or simply outmaneuvered her enemies with charm and strategy, the result was the same. One by one, the path to power cleared. And as the years passed, it became undeniable. Livia wasn't just building a dynasty. She was eliminating the competition. Tiberius was no golden boy. He lacked the charm of Marcellus, the popularity of Gaius and Lucius, or the legacy of Julius Caesar. He was awkward, cold, and deeply introverted, a man better suited for brooding alone on a cliff in Rhodes than standing at the head of the Roman Empire. And yet, thanks to Livia, Tiberius became emperor. Livia's mission to elevate her son wasn't easy. Augustus didn't trust him. Tiberius had a military mind but little love for politics. He was known for his moodiness, his disappearances, and his very public retirement from Roman life in 6 BCE, a sulky middle finger to both Augustus and Livia. But Livia was relentless. She orchestrated his return. Slowly, methodically, she eliminated rivals and wore down Augustus's resistance. With each imperial disappointment, Marcellus's early death, Lucius's sudden illness, Gaius's failed eastern expedition, Tiberius looked more and more like the least worst option. Eventually, Augustus adopted him formally as son and successor. It wasn't love, it was resignation. And when Augustus died in 14 CE, the empire passed to Tiberius. It should have been Livia's moment of triumph, her son on the throne, her legacy secure. But power did strange things to Tiberius. Once in power, he grew even colder. Paranoid, suspicious. He left the city for long stretches, ruled through letters, and delegated power to the monstrous Sejanus. He resented the Senate, the people, and increasingly, his own mother. Livia, for her part, tried to maintain influence. She expected to be treated as Augustus had once treated her, as an advisor, a partner. She received the title Augusta, an unprecedented honor for a Roman woman. Coins were minted with her image, statues were erected in her honor. She sat on a throne beside her son during public ceremonies. But behind closed doors, Tiberius simmered. He accused her of manipulating him, of orchestrating a life he didn't want. He reportedly refused to consult her, and, most scandalously, he didn't attend her funeral when she died in 29 CE, leaving her corpse unburied for days, in a final public insult to the woman who had given him everything. Livia may have won the war for succession, but she lost the battle for her son's affection. Livia Drusilla understood something most Roman men didn't. Real power didn't always come from the Senate or the battlefield. It came from perception. And so, while Augustus crafted the empire, Livia crafted herself into the ideal Roman woman. Not a queen, not a ruler, but something far more dangerous, a symbol. She dressed plainly, in traditional stola and veil, never flaunting jewels or gold. Her hair was styled in the severe, modest fashion of Rome's matronly past. Publicly, she praised simplicity, virtue, and piety. Behind the scenes, she was directing networks of influence, managing estates, arranging marriages, and shaping political futures. But her greatest project was her own image. Livia became the poster woman for Roman values. Statues of her popped up across the empire, not just in Rome, but in provinces where loyalty to the new imperial order needed reinforcing. These weren't statues of goddesses or warriors. They showed her seated, serene, motherly. The message was clear. Rome's new empire was safe in the hands of a wise, moral, and traditional woman. It was a masterclass in soft power. She sponsored public works and religious rituals. She aligned herself with the goddess Ceres and the cult of Vesta, symbols of fertility and domestic order. While Augustus claimed to have found Rome a city of brick and left it a city of marble, Livia made sure that marble included her. Even the coins changed. Some bore her face, something unheard of for a woman. Others referenced her virtues, pietas, concordia, fortuna. Livia wasn't just a matron, she was a moral compass carved in silver. This wasn't vanity, it was insurance. In a male-dominated world where women could be discarded at a whim, Livia embedded herself into Rome's political DNA. She wasn't an accessory to power. She was part of the machine, and Augustus played along. He mentioned her in his will. He left her a third of his fortune. He even adopted her into the Julian family posthumously, giving her the name Julia Augusta. A political move, yes, but also a recognition of her role in building the empire. Through image, through patience, and through ruthless charm, Livia turned herself into something new. A Roman woman too powerful to ignore, too revered to remove, and too intelligent to underestimate. When you look at the mess that was the Julio-Claudian dynasty, madmen, monsters, and megalomaniacs, you'd never guess it was built by a soft-spoken woman in a stola. But Livia Drusilla wasn't just Rome's first lady, she was its dynastic engineer. Her long game began with her own son, Tiberius. She cleared the board for him, but her ambitions didn't stop there. Her grandchildren, great-grandchildren, and stepchildren all were woven into a spider's web of alliances, betrothals, and strategic placements. This wasn't family planning. This was imperial architecture. She arranged the marriage between her granddaughter Livilla and Drusus the Younger, her own grandson. Another granddaughter, Julia the Younger, was tied to Lucius Aemilius Paulus, a senator. Every move was a brick laid in the imperial foundation. But Livia wasn't just playing matchmaker. She was reinforcing bloodlines, consolidating loyalty, and keeping potential enemies under her watchful gaze. Even Germanicus, the wildly popular general and adopted son of Tiberius, had Livia's fingerprints on his ascent. He married Agrippina the Elder, Augustus's granddaughter. The union united Julian and Claudian lines, a symbolic and strategic triumph. Of course, dynasties built on politics and paranoia rarely stay clean. Infighting erupted. Accusations of treason, adultery, and ambition flared among the imperial heirs, and many historians believe Livia had a hand in steering or manipulating the chaos. If someone had to be exiled, discredited, or quietly vanished to preserve the dynasty's core, so be it. And the irony? The Julio-Claudian line would spiral into madness. After Tiberius came Caligula, Germanicus's son, and one of history's most infamous tyrants. Then came Claudius, her great-nephew, and awkwardly, her grandson-in-law. Then Nero, who was descended from both Livia's bloodline and her political plans. By the time Nero fiddled while Rome burned, Livia's family tree looked more like a bonfire. But make no mistake, every branch of that tree had been shaped by Livia. She didn't live to see the dynasty crumble, but she built its bones. While Augustus ruled an empire of marble and legions, Livia ruled a quieter empire, one of blood, marriage, and manipulation. Every emperor for the next half-century could trace his legitimacy back to her. In the history of dynasties, she wasn't just a link in the chain, she forged the chain. Livia Drusilla lived long. Too long, if you asked her son Tiberius. She had survived Julius Caesar's assassination, the fall of the Republic, a dozen rival heirs, and the transition into empire. She outlived Augustus, outmaneuvered her enemies, and turned her family into gods. But in her final years, she found herself in an increasingly bitter standoff with the very man she had sacrificed everything to empower, Tiberius. Their relationship was never warm, but as emperor, Tiberius grew colder still. He resented her influence, her lingering presence in court, her continued efforts to advise, and, perhaps, control him. And Livia, having spent decades guiding an empire, was not about to quietly retire to her villa. The court became tense. Tiberius began retreating from Rome altogether, withdrawing to Capri in self-imposed exile. He left governance in the hands of Sejanus, his ambitious and ruthless Praetorian prefect. Livia remained in Rome, surrounded by statues, honours, and the eerie quiet of being revered but no longer needed. When she fell ill in 29 CE, her death was not met with the mourning one might expect for the matriarch of the Julio-Claudian dynasty. Tiberius refused to return to Rome. He didn't attend her funeral. He delayed her deification, denied her public honours, and, most cruelly, left her body unburied for days. For the woman who had shaped an empire, it was a cold and calculated dismissal. Was it petty vengeance? Guilt? or perhaps a final act of defiance from a son who never asked to be emperor. Historians would later paint Tiberius as a brooding, paranoid ruler, haunted by his mother's legacy. Livia had orchestrated his rise, cleared his path, and ensured his power. But in doing so, she may have crushed whatever warmth existed between them. To Tiberius, her guidance likely felt more like a leash. She died at age 86, having lived through nearly 9 decades of Rome's most transformative years. No other Roman woman had ever wielded such sustained influence or held court at the side of emperors for so long. And yet, her final chapter was marked not by triumph, but by silence. Betrayed not by enemies, but by the very son she had raised to rule. Livia Drusilla died a mortal, but Rome wasn't finished with her yet. Though Tiberius refused to honor her properly in death, the empire she helped shape still remembered. Her grandchildren, especially the Emperor Claudius, her own great-nephew and grandson-in-law, would eventually restore her place in the imperial pantheon. In 42 CE, over a decade after her death, Claudius formally deified Livia. She became Diva Augusta, a state goddess. It was a final cosmic promotion for the woman who had spent her life manipulating power from the shadows. Altars were built, priestesses appointed. Her image joined that of Augustus in temples and ceremonies. In death, she became what no woman before her had ever been, a god sanctioned by the Roman state. But sanctification didn't come with forgiveness. For centuries, Livia's name remained entangled in rumor. Ancient historians, mostly male, were never quite sure what to make of her. Tacitus portrayed her as calculating, cold, a woman who excelled in the arts of her sex. Cassius Dio cast her as an empress in all but name, domineering, manipulative, and possibly responsible for more than a few conveniently timed deaths. Then came Suetonius, with his blend of gossip and history. He didn't say outright that Livia poisoned Augustus, but he certainly let the rumor breathe. And yet, even her critics admitted her brilliance. She lived modestly. She ruled quietly. She never flaunted her influence, never gave a public speech, never took a formal political role. And yet she shaped the fate of Rome more than most men who wore the toga. Modern historians have tried to untangle fact from fantasy. Was she a murderer, or just a master strategist? A loyal wife, or a political operator? The truth may be all of the above. But her impact is undeniable. Without Livia, there is no Tiberius. Without Tiberius, there is no Julio-Claudian dynasty. Her hand guided the empire's first steps, her lineage ruled its first century, and her myth haunted its historians for 2 millennia. In a city of emperors, conquerors, and demigods, Livia did what no woman had ever done. She ruled Rome from the shadows and ascended to the heavens, not by sword or speech, but by survival. In the end, Livia Drusilla's story isn't just about palaces, poisons, or statues. It's about how one woman navigated the sharpest political landscape in history without ever raising a sword, or even her voice. Rome was a world that excluded women from real power. And yet, somehow, Livia rewrote the rules without ever admitting she held the pen. She never gave a speech in the Senate, never commanded an army, never held an official title during her husband's reign. And yet, for 5 decades, no major decision was made in the empire without her fingers brushing it first. She made herself indispensable to Augustus, not through seduction or softness, but through loyalty, intelligence, and absolute control over her image. In a culture that worshipped modesty in women, she became the living embodiment of Roman virtue. She was the wife, the mother, the goddess. But she was also the chess master, the kingmaker, and, some whispered, the Queen of Rome in all but name. Her genius was subtlety. Where other women of the imperial family, like Messalina or Agrippina the Younger, would be vilified for ambition, Livia escaped condemnation, cloaked in virtue. She wore tradition like armor. And in doing so, she created the blueprint for every powerful Roman woman who came after her. But her legacy is complex. The dynasty she built would unravel into madness and murder. Her descendants included emperors like Caligula and Nero, men whose excesses would stain the very name she had worked so hard to elevate. And her own relationship with Tiberius ended not in triumph, but in silence and coldness. Power came at a cost. Yet, despite all that, Livia endures. She remains one of the most fascinating figures in ancient history, not because she ruled Rome like a man, but because she ruled it like no man ever could, with patience, with silence, with the terrifying brilliance of someone who understood that real power doesn't shout, it whispers. Livia Drusilla didn't just witness the birth of an empire. She midwifed it. She didn't just preserve a dynasty. She engineered it. And she didn't need a throne or crown to make history. All she needed was time. And Livia had mastered the long game from the very beginning. Hey guys, tonight we begin with the remarkable lives and even more remarkable near-death experiences of medieval mothers. The women who braved childbirth in an era when your best prenatal care was a prayer, and your midwife also moonlighted as the village gossip. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And let me know in the comments where you're tuning in from and what time it is for you. It's always fascinating to see who's joining us from around the world. Congratulations, you've managed to get pregnant without modern medicine, without ovulation tracking, and probably without much personal space. Welcome to medieval motherhood, where your womb is now public property and science is mostly vibes. You don't pee on a stick. Instead, you pee in a clay pot, and someone examines it for colour, bubbles, or whether it smells like female essence. That's the closest you'll get to diagnostics. One herbalist might drop a needle in your urine and watch to see if it rusts. If it does, you're with child. Or haunted. Maybe both. Naturally, you don't tell anyone right away, but your vomiting gives you away by day 3. Within a week, half the village is whispering about your condition, and the local midwife starts dropping heavy hints like, "Don't lift anything heavier than your own sin." Your diet becomes a circus of contradictions. No eels, they'll make the child slippery. No cabbage, it breeds flatulence and heresy. And absolutely no rabbit meat, unless you want your child to grow up with wild eyes. You're instead advised to eat white bread, apples, and whatever the neighbour's goat didn't finish. Someone gives you a charm made of lead. Another insists on hanging wolf's fur above your bed. Your mother-in-law hands you a walnut carved with the Lord's Prayer and says it protected her through 9 births. 6 survived, which by medieval standards is practically bragging. You're warned not to look at the moon, lest your baby be marked. Don't step over dogs. Don't think sinful thoughts, especially about Brother Oswin the young monk. Definitely don't laugh during storms. Everything leaves a mark. The local priest advises confession, just in case your moral failings are contagious. You sit politely through a sermon about Eve and temptation, all while clutching a dried toad some healer gave you for womb balance. That's not a euphemism. It's literally a toad, sewn into a pouch, worn on your hip. Your husband? He's thrilled. Probably. He celebrates by drinking too much ale and boasting about how his seed took root. He won't be there for the delivery, of course. Childbirth is women's work. And witchcraft. But mostly work. And so you wait, charm-laden, frog-adjacent, and mildly terrified. Welcome to your first trimester, where the medical consensus is, don't anger God, and maybe drink some warm milk. So you're expecting, and unlike today, there's no prenatal yoga, no glowing bump pics, and definitely no baby shower where people gift you artisanal pacifiers. Instead, your medieval prenatal care package includes superstition, guesswork, a handful of roots, and a stern midwife who smells like garlic and knows all your secrets. First things first, your health. The village healer suggests you stay warm but not too warm, move but not too much, and think pleasant thoughts, unless they involve men. In short, avoid doing anything that might upset your humours. Yes, humours. Those charming bodily fluids that medieval doctors believed controlled everything from pregnancy to personality. You're mostly phlegm now, apparently. Congratulations. Your prenatal vitamins come in the form of plants with questionable reputations. Rue, fennel, mugwort. You're told to boil them into tea, but no one mentions side effects. Side effects include nausea, fainting, and hallucinations of St. Margaret telling you to lie down. St. Margaret is the patron saint of childbirth. She's very busy. As your belly grows, your midwife begins visiting more frequently, mostly to make sure you haven't done anything stupid, like ride a horse, look at a wolf, or speak Latin. These are all considered high-risk behaviors. You're supposed to stay calm, avoid storms, and never, under any circumstances, witness an execution. Apparently that can scare the baby crooked. Of course, executions are the town's main form of entertainment, so staying away is harder than it sounds. And then there's your emotional state. You're told that sadness leads to sickly babies, which is a little tricky given your medieval reality. To boost morale, women gather to sing hymns and gossip. They also tie red ribbons around your bedposts, hang garlic in the rafters, and sometimes sleep on the floor in case demons are attracted to your scent. How comforting. The baby's movement? That's called quickening, and when it happens, everyone treats it like a royal event. You're congratulated, kissed, and possibly sprinkled with holy water just to be safe. The midwife nods sagely and mutters, "A strong one. Probably not cursed." You spend your final months waddling around, avoiding stairs and trying not to sneeze too hard lest it trigger labour. And remember, no baths. You don't want to loosen anything. The big day has arrived. Not that you were given an ETA. There's no due date here. Just general groaning and a strong suspicion that if you drop a turnip, the baby might fall out too. Congratulations. It's time to be ushered into the sacred space known as the birthing chamber, which is, to be clear, just your bedroom, but darker, sweatier, and inexplicably filled with women carrying herbs. First step, block out the light. Windows are covered, candles are dimmed, and no man is allowed inside. Why? Because bright light is thought to confuse the baby, or summon demons, or make you sin with your eyes. It's unclear. What you can see in the dim glow are bundles of dried lavender, mugwort, and nettles hanging from the rafters. You're told they will calm the womb and protect the soul. You try not to question this logic, especially as one of them smells suspiciously like soup. The village midwife arrives, wearing what could generously be described as a blood-stained apron and a look of ancient competence. She's brought her tools, a birthing stool, a bucket of hot water, some cloths, and a crucifix. Possibly also a knife. Try not to ask questions. You're told to breathe, not too fast, not too slow, and definitely not loud enough to scare the baby. You're placed on the birthing stool, which is basically a wooden chair with a hole cut out of it, designed to let gravity do the heavy lifting. Comfort is not a priority. The women around you chant prayers to St. Margaret and occasionally toss holy water on your ankles. One of them waves a relic over your head. Another knits. Apparently it helps set a calming tone. Someone hands you a warm drink that tastes like wine and regret. And then you scream. Loudly. You try not to because women are supposed to be brave. But let's be honest. The stool is hard, the room is stuffy, and there's a woman rubbing goose fat on your thighs while reciting a psalm. This isn't spa day. This is childbirth, medieval edition. Outside, your husband paces nervously, or drinks, or sleeps. He will hear of the baby's arrival when someone shouts from the window, "It is done!" If anyone deserves sainthood in this whole process, it's the midwife. She's not just your birth assistant, she's the commander-in-chief of medieval womb warfare. Think battlefield medic meets therapist meets herbalist, with a dash of exorcist just in case things get weird. Your midwife, let's call her Agnes, because statistically that's probably her name, has seen it all. She's delivered more babies than the average monk has copied psalms. She walks in like she owns the room, carrying a bundle of herbs, a small wooden cross, and the air of someone who will not tolerate screaming unless it's constructive. Agnes isn't certified. Her qualifications are passed down through whispers, observation, and surviving childbirth herself, usually multiple times. Her medical kit includes a birthing stool, a knife for cutting cords or maybe warding off demons, a few dried roots, and a strong pair of hands, and perhaps most importantly, an unshakable poker face. She sets the tone. If she's calm, everyone's calm. If she raises her voice, someone is probably about to die. But usually, she's busy muttering phrases like, That's normal. The blood looks fine, or keep breathing, or I'll slap you. She knows exactly when to rub your back, when to hold your hand, and when to tell your mother-in-law to shut it. She's also memorized all the appropriate prayers, one for safe delivery, one for stillbirth, one for twins, and one for deliver this poor soul from whatever curse her mother gave her. Midwives have a strange social status. On one hand, they're respected. They keep villages alive, after all. On the other, they're watched closely. Too much success, and people whisper, witch. Too many deaths, and people whisper, bad omen. Basically, if you're a woman who knows too much and doesn't cry during thunder, you're already on a list. And yet Agnes shows up, every time. Rain or snow, plague or famine. She's been there for all of it. Breech births, stillbirths, births where a goat randomly wandered in. She doesn't flinch. She's the closest thing to a hospital you'll ever get. And when the baby finally comes, she doesn't celebrate. She wraps the child, nods once, and moves on. Another miracle. Another Tuesday. Thank you, Agnes, you chaotic medieval goddess. Ah yes, pain relief, that mythical concept your 21st century brain keeps hoping for. Sadly, you were born 700 years too early for epidurals, anesthesiologists, or even a mildly competent glass of wine. In the Middle Ages, the prevailing philosophy was, pain builds character, and if childbirth didn't hurt, God wouldn't have designed it that way. Thanks, theology. You, dear mother-to-be, are expected to endure labour with a sort of grim dignity. Screaming is permitted, but only if it sounds holy. Wailing too loudly might attract demons. Or worse, your neighbours, who will definitely talk about it at market. But wait. There are remedies. Sort of. First, there's holy relics. Someone presses a splinter from St. Margaret's femur into your palm. Is it real? Who knows? Does it help? Not in the slightest. But at least you now have a reason to clench your fist in agony. Next up, herbal brews. You're handed a steaming concoction of valerian, mugwort, and something that smells like despair. It tastes worse than it smells, and halfway through drinking it, you begin to wonder if pain relief just means distracting your taste buds while your uterus stages a coup. You might also be encouraged to bite on leather, wood, or a tightly woven cloth. Not for medical purposes, of course. It just keeps you from scaring the other pregnant women. For those suffering particularly long labours, there's the old favourite, chanting the right prayers at the right volume in hopes that God will fast-track your case through divine triage. Bonus points if a priest is nearby. Penalty points if he looks terrified and leaves. And finally, the midwife's hands. Surprisingly effective, but not because of technique. More because she's old, strong, and very persuasive. She says things like, "Don't be a coward," or "Your grandmother had 12," or simply, "Push, or I'll curse you myself." In short, your pain management options are as follows: hope, prayer, and the dulcet tones of distant livestock. But don't worry, the agony will pass. Eventually. Probably. Maybe. And if all goes well, you'll be rewarded not with rest, but with immediate breastfeeding and zero postpartum care. Because in the medieval world, the moment you give birth, you're back to being useful again. So, how long will this take? You ask the midwife, hopeful. She responds with a cryptic grunt and a prayer to St. Anne, which is not exactly encouraging. Welcome to medieval labour, where time has no meaning, and pain is measured in rosary cycles. Could take 2 hours. Could take 2 days. Either way, you're in it now, and no one brought a sundial. You sit on the birthing stool, then lie down, then squat, then pace, then kneel, then curse. Then return to sitting, because the other options make your knees sound like a bag of walnuts. Every time you shift positions, the midwife claims it's to help the child find its way. You begin to suspect the baby's using a medieval map, full of dragons and dead ends. The room grows hot, then cold, then hot again. Time stretches. Is it still Tuesday? Does Tuesday exist? Is this even your house anymore? The women around you keep the mood light by casually discussing previous labours. One of them gave birth during a thunderstorm and claims her son can smell lightning. Another insists that if you rub lard on your lower back and shout the psalms backward, the baby will slip right out. No one tests this. Meanwhile, your uterus continues its slow, thundering drumbeat. The contractions arrive like drunk knights at a feast, unpredictable, loud, and impossible to ignore. You try counting them. You lose track. You try singing between them. You lose your will to sing. Eventually, you just stare at the wall and begin naming the cobwebs. One is definitely moving. Every so often, someone brings you broth, or tells you you're doing great, or suggests you relax. That person is then removed from the chamber for their safety. There are no clocks, just the flickering of the candle, the sweat on your brow, and the constant presence of the midwife who somehow still hasn't blinked. Then, without warning, the chaos intensifies. The midwife leans in. She nods. It's time. But time for what exactly? Hope? Glory? Internal collapse? Doesn't matter. Your body takes over now, and you're about to push a tiny medieval citizen into a world of mud, superstition, and goat-based nutrition. Congratulations. You've reached the climax of eternity. Your husband, let's call him Wulfric because of course his name is Wulfric, is not in the room. That's by design. In medieval times, childbirth is firmly a women's domain, and men are kept outside, away from the screaming, bleeding, praying, and all-around chaos. Mostly for their protection, and everyone's patience. Wulfric is currently pacing in the courtyard, whispering to the local priest, fingering his prayer beads like he's trying to start a fire. He has no idea what's going on inside, but he assumes it involves lots of blood, maybe some screaming, and possibly Saint Margaret descending from heaven to assist personally. He wasn't invited into the birthing chamber, and frankly, no one wants him there. Men faint. They panic. They ask unhelpful questions like, is this normal? And should it be making that noise? And can someone fetch me a chair? No. Wulfric's job is moral support from a safe distance. He's expected to pray, pace, and look worried, ideally in that order. If he really wants to help, he can slaughter a chicken for the post-birth stew, or fetch clean linens, or stop bothering the midwife every 20 minutes with, is it here yet? The only exception to this ban is if you die. In that case, Wulfric might be allowed in to say goodbye, look dramatically stricken, and then immediately remarry your cousin within a fortnight. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Back inside, the women are doing just fine without him. You're being fanned with a goose wing, the midwife is muttering incantations, and the village herbalist has just spilled something green and sticky near the fireplace. Everything's going according to plan. Meanwhile, Wulfric continues pacing, flanked by older men who nod sagely and say things like, it's in God's hands now, or, my third wife survived one just like this. No one dares suggest going inside. The last man who tried was slapped by a midwife and excommunicated for impertinence. In short, childbirth is women's work. Men may contribute at the beginning and celebrate at the end, but in between, their best strategy is to stay out of the way and try not to weep into the turnips. After hours, possibly days of contractions, panting, praying, and wondering if your bones are slowly turning inside out, the moment finally arrives. You are now entering the main event, actual childbirth, medieval edition. Spoiler alert, it's messy. You're either squatting, lying on a straw-stuffed mattress, or seated on the sacred birthing stool, which sounds ceremonial but is really just a wooden toilet seat with ambition. Gravity is your friend. Sort of. Mostly it's just rude. The midwife, a battle-hardened woman with forearms like blacksmiths, positions herself with the calm confidence of someone who's done this hundreds of times, often with one hand and a soup ladle. She tells you to push, and you do. Then you push again, and again, and again, until you're fairly sure your soul is also trying to exit. There are no encouraging wail sounds or epidurals, just the rustle of fabric, the stifled gasps of other women, and the occasional chant. The priest outside mumbles a quick prayer. The chickens outside the window don't care. The baby, apparently, is on its own timeline. Then, suddenly, a shift, a cry, a splash, a collective intake of breath, and with one final, ungodly effort, you deliver what feels like a cannonball wrapped in slime. The baby emerges, screaming like a drunken minstrel. The midwife catches it with the casual grace of someone catching a falling turnip. She immediately declares the sex, gives the child a quick inspection to make sure it has all the expected limbs, and slaps its bottom, not for health, but for tradition and general medieval satisfaction. You're panting, sweating, possibly hallucinating St. Bridget, but you're alive. And somehow, so is this tiny, goo-covered, red-faced person wailing in your arms. The cord is tied with linen thread. Eventually, it will be cut using a knife that may or may not have recently been used to gut fish. But hey, antiseptic isn't invented yet, so what's the worst that could happen? You've done it. You've given birth in the Middle Ages, and no one fainted, no one died, yet, and your name will now be whispered with awe among the village women, unless the next baby comes in 13 months. In which case, you'll be back on the stool sooner than you think. You've given birth, but there's no crying, no midwife declaring the sex. Just silence. In medieval times, stillbirths are tragically common, and terrifying not only for emotional reasons but spiritual ones. Because here's the catch. If your baby isn't baptized, their soul won't go to heaven. It might not even make it to purgatory. Instead, they end up in limbo, which is like a cosmic waiting room with no toys, no snacks, and no exit. Naturally, this causes panic. The midwife immediately shifts from calm birth attendant to emergency priest in training. She dashes for the holy water, or at least water someone once called holy. If there's none around, wine, river water, or spit will do in a pinch. The theology is flexible when salvation's on the line. If the baby shows even a hint of life, a twitch, a gasp, a noise resembling a hiccup, it's considered alive. Just barely. Which means you can baptize it. And they will. Instantly. Often before the cord is even cut. In nomine patris, they mutter, urgently splashing a few drops on the baby's head. You're not even sure who's doing the baptizing anymore. The herbalist? A goat herder? Your cousin Mildred? Doesn't matter. Anyone can perform a valid emergency baptism. Yes, even women. Yes, even illiterate ones. Salvation waits for no credentials. But what if the baby is clearly stillborn? Now you're entering theological bureaucracy. Some communities practice a desperate ritual called baptism of intention, essentially saying, "We meant to baptize them, God." Others believe in baptism by desire, or even conditional baptism, just in case the baby was secretly alive for half a second. Of course, the Church debates all this endlessly, as only medieval theologians can. Meanwhile, grieving mothers are left clutching bundles of silence, unsure whether to name their child or simply bury them under a tree and pray no one talks about it. You're exhausted, devastated. But the midwife, while solemn, is practical. She washes the baby, wraps it. If baptism was achieved, the infant is treated like a tiny saint. If not, well, the village priest will mutter something vague and hopeful during burial. It's the best they can offer. And somehow, life, in all its messy uncertainty, goes on. Congratulations. You've just survived childbirth in the Middle Ages. This means you've earned a hot bowl of something vaguely edible, a weak prayer of gratitude, and now, utter abandonment. Postpartum care in the medieval world is a bit like being handed a newborn and then shoved out the castle gates with a cheerful, "You'll figure it out." Because while the birth was an all-hands-on-deck event, with midwives, wise women, herbalists, and at least one curious chicken, aftercare is less organized. You're bleeding, sore, and probably running a fever. The midwife has packed up her talismans and goose feathers and is already halfway to another village. Your husband is now more interested in celebrating the new heir, Red, drinking heavily with his brothers, than checking on your stitches, which, by the way, don't exist. There is no concept of pelvic rest, no lactation consultant, no soothing ice packs, just linen cloths, herbal compresses of unknown origin, and the hope that your uterus knows what it's doing. Oh, and let's not forget your other children. Yes, those sticky, plague-ridden bundles of joy. They still need feeding, dressing, and yelling at. Ideally by you, because the village doesn't pause for a postpartum nap. You've got chores. Sheep don't milk themselves, after all. Feeling faint from blood loss? That's normal. Experiencing melancholy? That's demons. If you cry too much or seem distant, The priest might be called to sprinkle you. If that doesn't work, it's probably because you didn't pray hard enough during labor. Again, best of luck. In some communities, there's a churching ritual, a formal purification to let you return to society, because obviously childbirth made you spiritually unclean. Until then, you're basically in quarantine, but without the luxury of being left alone. You might get a few gifts: bread, maybe some cheese, possibly a second-hand baby blanket someone found in a chest. No casseroles, no flowers, definitely no congratulatory Instagram post. The baby gets all the attention. You get back to work. Your recovery plan is simple. Don't die. If you can manage that, you're doing better than at least 30% of your peers. You've bled, screamed, torn, emotionally or otherwise, and survived the battlefield that is medieval childbirth. Surely now you get a reward. Perhaps a feast? A long nap? A warm bath? No. What you get is churching. Roughly 40 days after giving birth, assuming you haven't died, been accused of witchcraft, or become a ghost, it's time for your spiritual hygiene check. According to church doctrine, you are ritually impure because of all that messy, mortal, womanly bleeding you did. Not sinful per se, just icky. And so, your local priest will now perform a delightful public ceremony to cleanse your soul and officially welcome you back into the holy and socially acceptable fold. Think of it as a medieval re-entry permit. You dress in your best, try to hide how utterly exhausted you still are, and walk to the church, or hobble, depending on how things healed. You might carry a candle, not for symbolism, but to avoid being mistaken for a ghost. Once inside, the priest recites a few prayers. He thanks God that you, a vessel of both life and problematic fluids, did not die in the act of creating another soul. Then, and only then, are you allowed to enter the sacred parts of the church again. Yes, that's right. You've been banned from church for over a month, because birth makes you spiritually radioactive. The ceremony is quick, awkward, and a little insulting. But hey, at least you get to sit down without anyone whispering about your unclean presence. It's also your first real social outing since childbirth, so you smile through the nonsense, nod during the psalms, and pretend the whole thing isn't just a sanctified version of "go wash your hands." Some women, ironically, look forward to churching. Not for the purity, but because it means they can leave the house without being accused of tempting demons or spoiling the crops with their aura. Afterward, you're a free woman again, free to go to mass, free to walk in the marketplace, and tragically, free to become pregnant again. The cycle has been reset. God has forgiven your uterus. The villagers stop side-eyeing you, and you can now touch holy water without anyone hissing. Progress. You've named the baby, baptized it, and you've even managed a few hours of sleep that didn't involve hallucinating St. Margaret riding a goat. You might be thinking, we made it. Not so fast. In medieval times, infant mortality wasn't just common. It was expected. Roughly 1 in 3 babies never made it past their first year. Your village might have more tiny graves than living toddlers, and you'll quickly learn why most people didn't bother stitching the baby's name into anything until the 2nd birthday. That adorable little bundle currently drooling on your arm. He's up against a gauntlet of hazards: fevers, dysentery, pneumonia, plague, starvation, and whatever was floating in the family well that day. And of course, teething, which the church hadn't yet labelled a mortal danger, but every mother knew could still take a child. You do what you can. You swaddle. You breastfeed. You pray to St. Anne, St. Margaret, St. Bridget. Really anyone who might have pull with the celestial childcare department. You keep the fire going, tuck dried herbs under the cradle, and ward off evil spirits with an iron nail hammered into the doorframe. Because if death doesn't get your baby, the fairies might. Yes, some believe that sickly infants aren't sick. They've been swapped. A healthy baby stolen by woodland creatures and replaced with a changeling. Solutions vary. You might leave the baby overnight on a dung heap to scare the fairies off, or hold them over fire while reciting the Lord's Prayer. It's not medicine, but hey, it's medieval parenting. If your baby dies, you'll bury them quietly. There are no grief counselors, no casseroles, just a small wooden marker and a whisper to the priest. If the child was baptized, You can take some comfort knowing they're now in heaven. If not, well, the theology's murkier, and yet somehow families keep trying. You might name the next child the same as the last, recycling names like hand-me-down shoes. No one blinks. Grief is so woven into the fabric of life that it's practically embroidery. So yes, don't get too attached, but do. Because love is defiant, even when the odds are laughably unfair. And in the medieval world, surviving infancy is the real miracle. Welcome to the next phase of medieval motherhood, feeding the baby, also known as attempting to keep the tiny human alive using two leaky, unregulated medieval devices strapped to your chest. If you're lucky, your milk comes in. If not, you're already behind on medieval parenting's impossible checklist. Breastfeeding is the default, but it's also something of a gamble, like trying to churn butter with anxiety and no sleep. You try. You really do. You sit by the hearth, baby latched maybe, midwife shouting advice like a medieval lactation coach with no formal training but plenty of opinions. Rub goose fat on the nipples. Avoid cold bread. Pray to St. Agatha. She had her breasts removed, so she'll understand. Some days it works. Other days, the baby wails and your breasts feel like stone. Which brings us to wet nurses. If you're a noblewoman, or just very desperate and have a few coins to spare, you may outsource your milk supply. Wet nurses are women who've recently given birth themselves and now serve as professional human bottles. This arrangement is both practical and fraught with class-based tension, jealousy, and a strong scent of goat. Hiring a wet nurse comes with rules. She must not have sex. It'll spoil the milk. She must not eat garlic. Same reason. And she definitely mustn't get too attached to your baby, because heaven forbid someone show consistent affection. She's basically the Uber Eats of the feudal era, but with moral warnings from the church and far more saliva. If you're not rich, you might try animal milk. Cow, goat, or, in one ill-fated case, pig. But without refrigeration or sterilization, it's really just an elegant way to invite dysentery into the cradle. Feeding schedules? There aren't any. You feed when the baby cries or when your breasts start leaking through your only chemise. Growth charts don't exist. You eyeball it. He seems less shriveled than yesterday, is about as scientific as it gets. And let's not even begin to discuss weaning. That's a whole separate gamble involving gruel, chewed bread, and occasionally wine-soaked cloth. Still, if your baby is gaining weight, breathing steadily, and not vomiting up demons, you're probably winning. You've survived childbirth, avoided infection, navigated wet nurses and ghost babies, and even been officially uncleaned by the church. Surely now you can enjoy a few peaceful years of parenting? Absolutely not. Because this is the Middle Ages, and your uterus is seen less as a personal organ and more as a communal production facility. You are expected to conceive again. Soon. Preferably before you've even fully healed from the last one. There is no concept of family planning, unless you count the family planning to just hope for a boy this time. Contraception, when it exists, ranges from unreliable to flat-out disturbing. Things like sheep intestines, bitter herbs, or vague prayers to saints who are notably not gynecologists. Your husband, meanwhile, has been very patient, a full 40 days of abstinence while you were ritually impure. And now he's ready to resume his noble duties, which mostly involves lying down and contributing approximately 30 seconds of effort to the next potential heir. You, on the other hand, just managed to stop leaking from all available body parts and were really hoping for a year off, maybe a pilgrimage, or a nap. But no, the clock has reset, and your fertility is once again the village's favourite topic. If you're lucky, you'll go a few months without quickening. That's the medieval euphemism for fetal movement, not an enchanted Highlander duel. But don't get too comfortable. Statistically, you'll be pregnant again within 18 months. Your midwife is already making mental notes. The priest's eyes twitch every time you walk into church, as if he's wondering how soon he'll be sprinkling holy water on another screaming red blob. And your older children are now being trained to help raise their future siblings. Because that's what siblings are for. Free labour and funeral attendance. You've entered the rhythm of medieval motherhood, a dance between diapers, death, and divine forgiveness. And there's no exit until menopause or plague. And yet, despite the pain, danger, and absolutely bonkers medical advice, you press on. Maybe because of faith, maybe because of love, or maybe because it's the 14th century and there's not much else to do. Either way, the cycle begins again. Cue the ominous lute music. You're exhausted, stitched, sore, and vaguely sticky. But somehow, there's a baby in your arms. A real, living one. Breathing, squirming, screaming like it owns the place. And despite everything, the herbs, the prayers, the curses, the blood, the unhelpful menfolk standing outside, it's here, alive. And that's a miracle. Because in the Middle Ages, childbirth was a bit like medieval dice. You rolled, and you hoped not to land on death by fever, breech horror, or possession by womb spirits. The church might have said it was divine providence, but any woman who survived it knew better. This was survival against all odds, stitched together with instinct and sheer stubbornness. The midwife, bless her sharp elbows, pats your head like a proud blacksmith inspecting her finest horseshoe. The priest offers a half smile, clearly unsure whether to say congratulations or thank God you're not dead. You glance down at this red, squishy creature and think, how on earth do I keep you alive? You have no manuals, no pediatricians, no baby monitors, just intuition, breast milk, and an ancient talisman dangling near the cradle to keep demons at bay. Parenting, but medieval edition. And yet, something inside you knows you'll try, again and again. Because even though your world is filled with mud, firewood, and diseases with names that sound like tavern curses, this tiny heartbeat changes everything. It's hope bundled in linen, a future wrapped in mashed peas and potential. Soon, the neighbours will arrive with bread, superstitions, and unsolicited advice. The wet nurse will show up. You'll be told to avoid eels, butter, strong emotions, and songs in minor key. All for the baby's health, of course. You'll try to make sense of it. But for now, in this flickering half-light, you breathe. You cradle. You cry a little. Because for all the superstition and sorrow you made it, and if someone asks you how it felt, really felt, you'll never quite have the words. Because in a world where everything is dangerous and nothing is guaranteed, birth wasn't just a process. It was a rebellion, a miracle. Every time. Picture yourself in the middle of the 19th century. You're standing in the heart of Manchester or Birmingham, and the world smells like coal smoke and damp wool. The Industrial Revolution has locked you into a routine of 12-hour shifts, smog-choked skies, and streets so filthy that the idea of fresh air feels like a myth. For most working families, leisure doesn't exist, until one piece of technology changes everything: the railway. When railroads spread across Britain, they didn't just move coal and steel, they moved people. And for the first time, they moved ordinary people. Before the railway age, the seaside was the exclusive playground of the wealthy, aristocrats who had been told by their doctors that sea bathing could cure everything from gout to melancholy. They travelled in horse-drawn coaches to coastal towns like Brighton, staying in elegant villas and sipping mineral water as if it were liquid gold. But trains democratised the shoreline. Suddenly, a factory worker with a week's wages in his pocket could pack up the family, hop on a carriage, and by the afternoon be staring at the endless horizon of the English Channel. Brighton was the first star of this new leisure culture, thanks in no small part to the Prince Regent, later King George IV, who had turned the town into his playground decades earlier with the exotic onion-domed Royal Pavilion. But now Brighton's beaches weren't just for the fashionable elite. Blackpool soon followed, transforming from a quiet fishing village into the mecca of mass seaside holidays. By the 1850s, it was lined with piers, dance halls, and the famous Blackpool Tower, an Eiffel Tower imitation with more donkey rides than Paris could ever dream of. What's remarkable is how quickly the seaside went from medicine to fun. At first, Victorians still clung to the belief that sea air was medicinal, that salt water could cleanse not just the body, but the soul. But when you give working families sunshine, ice cream, and a chance to escape the choking city, something magical happens. The seaside became a release valve for the pressures of industrial life, a place where children could run wild, men could loosen their collars, and women could finally breathe without inhaling coal dust. The seaside holiday was born not in the mansions of the aristocracy, but in the steam and smoke of the railway age, and Britain would never look at leisure the same way again. Once trains made the coast accessible, seaside towns were transformed almost overnight. Places that had been sleepy fishing villages or modest spa towns suddenly found themselves overrun with day trippers, weekend families, and vacationing clerks eager to trade soot for salt air. Entrepreneurs wasted no time. They built piers that stretched dramatically into the sea, not just as docking platforms, but as playgrounds, lined with tea rooms, arcades, concert halls, and even small theatres. A stroll down the pier became as much a part of the holiday ritual as paddling in the surf. Blackpool is the perfect example of this transformation. Before the railway, it was little more than a cluster of cottages on the Lancashire coast. But once the tracks connected it to the industrial towns of northern England, Blackpool reinvented itself. By the 1870s it boasted the famous North Pier, followed by Central and South Piers, each adding its own blend of entertainment, brass bands, fortune tellers, and even early amusement rides. Eventually, the iconic Blackpool Tower would rise, modelled after Paris's Eiffel Tower, dominating the skyline and drawing in millions of visitors. Brighton too leaned into its royal glamour. It had long basked in the glow of George IV's royal pavilion, but now it became a fashionable hub for both the wealthy and the working classes. Its promenade bustled with visitors in their Sunday best, women in long dresses with parasols and men tipping their hats, while vendors shouted about oysters, sweets, and seaside souvenirs. For Victorians, these resorts represented something new: leisure as a commodity. This was the first time entire towns were built not for work, not for worship, but for play. Everything was designed to entertain, distract, and delight. Families could rent a modest boarding house, eat fish and chips wrapped in paper, and feel for a few days like they belonged to a different world. The strict rules of industrial life, the bell of the factory, the relentless hours, gave way to a more playful rhythm of donkey rides, seaside bands, and ice cream eaten before dinner. And perhaps most importantly, seaside resorts gave Victorians something they had never really experienced before: the idea of escape, a physical and psychological break from the grind of their everyday existence. Whether for a day trip or a fortnight, the seaside holiday created a new culture of fun, one that promised refreshment, laughter, and just a touch of sand in your shoes. If there's one image that sums up Victorian seaside culture, it's the bathing machine. These odd little wooden huts on wheels looked a bit like oversized garden sheds, except they were designed to roll straight into the sea. Why? Because Victorians had an obsession with modesty that extended even to splashing in the waves. For women in particular, bathing in public was a delicate matter. Society demanded that female bodies remain hidden, yet doctors and holiday guides swore by the health benefits of sea bathing. The solution? A horse, or sometimes sheer manpower, would haul the bathing machine down the sand and into the shallows. Inside, a woman could discreetly change into her voluminous bathing costume, which looked more like a layered dress than swimwear. When ready, she would step out directly into the water, shielded from curious onlookers by the structure itself. Some bathing machines were luxurious, outfitted with steps, handrails, and even curtains to ensure maximum discretion. Others were little more than rickety boxes. For men, the rules were looser. At some resorts, they were allowed to strip down to the waist and run straight into the waves. But even then, Victorian etiquette usually demanded some form of modest costume. The days of modern bikinis were, needless to say, still a century away. The real enforcers of seaside morality were the so-called dippers. These attendants, often strong women in coastal towns, helped guide bathers into the surf, sometimes quite literally dragging them into the waves for maximum invigoration. To a Victorian bather, the cold shock of the sea was believed to jolt the system into better health. To us, it probably felt more like punishment. Bathing machines soon became iconic features of every respectable beach. In Brighton, Scarborough, and Blackpool, they lined the shores like caravans at a festival. Holidaymakers accepted them not just as practical, but as essential. Without them, the whole notion of a family-friendly seaside outing would have been scandalous. Of course, the strictness of the rules began to loosen by the late Victorian era. Resorts that catered to working-class families were more relaxed, and young people soon found ways to flirt, splash, and enjoy the waves beyond the eyes of propriety. Still, the bathing machine stands as a perfect symbol of Victorian seaside life. Half leisure, half repression, and fully peculiar. No Victorian seaside holiday was complete without a stomach full of sugary delights and a turn on the sand with a donkey. Resorts quickly realized that fresh air alone wouldn't keep people entertained, so they filled the beach with food stalls, novelty rides, and treats that became synonymous with summer. Ice cream, for example, was a true sensation. The credit often goes to Carlo Gatti, a Swiss-Italian immigrant who helped popularize the idea of serving ices to the masses. Previously, chilled desserts had been luxuries reserved for the wealthy, since ice itself had to be cut from frozen lakes and stored in insulated icehouses. But by the mid-19th century, better transport and the clever use of ice imports meant that a humble factory worker could hand his child a penny lick, literally a small glass dish of ice cream meant to be licked clean and returned. Health regulations weren't exactly a thing yet. Hygiene was optional, but the thrill of cold sweetness on a hot day was unforgettable. And then there were donkey rides. Imagine being a child from the industrial north, stepping onto a sandy beach for the first time. The sea looks endless, the horizon impossible. And then someone offers you the chance to climb onto a small, slightly grumpy donkey and plod along the shoreline. It was the highlight of countless Victorian children's holidays. Donkey rides became so iconic that postcards from Blackpool, Brighton and Scarborough often featured rows of donkeys in their tacky saddles, waiting for eager riders. Other treats included sticks of rock candy, hard sugar sweets with the resort's name spelled right through the middle, and oysters, which at the time were cheap street food rather than luxury dining. Vendors pushed carts along the promenade, hawking gingerbread, fish and chips and peanuts. The seaside became a carnival of tastes and smells, a place where even a modest family could afford a little indulgence. Of course, the moral guardians weren't always pleased. Religious critics sometimes muttered that seaside fun distracted workers from their duties or encouraged idleness. But for the families trudging home, sunburnt and sticky-fingered, those donkey rides and ice creams weren't moral lapses, they were memories. The Victorian seaside was built not just on the promise of health and sea air, but on the sheer joy of simple pleasures, sweet, salty, sandy, and just a little bit silly. If the beach was the stage, then the pier was the theatre of the Victorian seaside. These wooden structures reached dramatically into the sea, offering not only a place to promenade, but also a hub of entertainment that defined the holiday experience. Walking out onto a pier wasn't just about the view, it was about entering a different world, one where the only purpose was pleasure. The first piers were simple walkways, giving visitors a chance to stroll above the water and catch a cool breeze. But it didn't take long for entrepreneurs to realize that piers were prime real estate for amusements. Soon they were lined with tea rooms, concert halls, penny arcades, and even small theatres where comic singers and music hall performers entertained the crowds. In some resorts, brass bands played daily, filling the air with jaunty tunes as children tugged at their parents' sleeves for another sweet or a turn at the hoopla stalls. Blackpool led the way with its North Pier in 1863, later followed by Central and South Piers. Each had its own distinct personality. The North was elegant, appealing to middle-class families who wanted refinement with their sea air. The Central was noisier, packed with shows and rides, and the South embraced spectacle, with dancing and variety acts. Brighton's West Pier and Palace Pier soon became equally famous, drawing throngs of holidaymakers eager for seaside glamour. The pier was also the perfect place for people watching. Victorians loved a good promenade. Men and women, dressed in their finest holiday clothes, would walk slowly up and down, exchanging nods and glances, as though the pier were one long catwalk. A seaside stroll could lead to flirtation, gossip, or simply the joy of being seen. For working families, the pier represented something radical, a space where everyone was invited. You didn't need to be wealthy to enjoy the brass band or the comic routines. A penny could buy you laughter, a memory, or at least a sticky bag of toffee. The seaside pier turned leisure into something collective, where the classes mingled, boundaries blurred, and the waves below kept up their endless applause. In short, the pier was where Victorian Britain learned how to have fun together. sunburn, silly songs, and all. For Victorians, the seaside wasn't just about fun, it was also about health. In fact, the whole seaside craze began with doctors recommending salt water and sea air as miracle cures. Long before donkey rides and sticks of rock candy, the beach was a kind of outdoor hospital. Physicians claimed that a plunge into the cold waves could strengthen the constitution, clear the lungs, and even calm the nerves. Parents were told to bring sickly children to the coast, convinced the bracing winds could restore weak bodies. But this medical angle was always entangled with morality. A seaside holiday had to be respectable. That meant strict rules on how one behaved on the beach. Men and women were often segregated into different bathing areas. Even walking along the promenade came with a code of conduct. Ladies with parasols, men in suits, no bare skin except for hands and faces. Resorts wanted to attract families, not scandal, and yet the seaside also tempted people to relax social rules. It was one of the few places where men and women of different classes might mingle in the same space, united by a craving for sunshine and a paddle in the sea. For religious reformers and moral watchdogs, this was alarming. Some sermons thundered that seaside resorts encouraged frivolity, vanity, and even sin. Young couples strolling along the pier or sharing a bag of sweets were viewed with suspicion, as if sugar and sea spray could lead to moral collapse. Still, for most Victorians, the seaside cure was both physical and emotional. Escaping the smoke-filled towns, feeling the sun on their faces, and hearing the crash of waves was a kind of therapy. Even if the medical claims were exaggerated, the relief was real. Families returned home healthier in spirit, if not in body, ready to face the grind of factory life once more. In this way, the seaside became a strange blend of doctor's prescription and family playground. It promised both virtue and indulgence, a place where you could heal your lungs with salt air, but also ruin your teeth with peppermint rock. And perhaps that paradox was exactly why it worked. Victorian Britain was obsessed with class, and nowhere was this more visible than at the seaside. The train may have opened the coast to everyone, but how you experienced it depended entirely on your place in the social hierarchy. For the upper and middle classes, the seaside was an opportunity to display refinement. They stayed in elegant hotels, rented well-furnished houses, and promenaded in carefully tailored clothes. At Brighton, the fashionable could still bask in the aura of royal patronage, strolling past the onion domes of the pavilion, or enjoying exclusive concerts. The pier, for them, was a place to be seen as much as to see, an outdoor stage where appearance mattered. Working-class families, by contrast, had a very different holiday. They might cram into cheap boarding houses, sleep several to a room, and eat simple meals of bread, cheese, and fish bought from street vendors. Their leisure was louder and more physical. Donkey rides for the children, fairground amusements, and dancing in packed halls. Blackpool became their capital, offering entertainment that didn't require deep pockets. For many factory workers, just walking barefoot on sand was luxury enough. Naturally, the classes sometimes rubbed shoulders, and not always comfortably. Middle-class visitors complained about the rowdiness of working-class holidaymakers. Too much drinking, too much singing, too much laughter. But there was no escaping the fact that the seaside was one of the few spaces where class barriers softened. A clerk and a mill worker might both ride the same donkey or lick the same sticky ice cream. The waves at least didn't care about social rank. Yet resorts also learned to separate clientele. Some beaches designated specific areas, quiet zones for the well-to-do, livelier stretches for the masses. Boarding houses advertised themselves as respectable, a coded term meaning no working-class lodgers. Even the piers developed identities, refined promenades for some, noisy arcades for others. Still, the seaside hinted at a new kind of social mixing. For a brief holiday week, families who rarely left their industrial towns found themselves alongside lawyers, doctors, and merchants, all chasing the same sea air. It wasn't equality, but it was proximity. And for Victorian Britain, that alone was remarkable. The seaside was both a mirror of class divides and a rare space where they could blur, however awkwardly, under the glare of the summer sun. For Victorian children, the seaside was nothing short of paradise. At home, their lives were often cramped and disciplined. In the factory towns, streets were dirty, play was limited, and fresh air was scarce. But on the beach, suddenly, there was space to run, water to splash in, and an endless supply of sand waiting to be moulded into castles. For many working-class children, their first sight of the ocean was a revelation, an adventure that etched itself into memory forever. Donkey rides were, of course, a classic highlight. A penny or two could buy a child a slow, wobbly trot along the sands, clutching the reins as though commanding a mighty steed. Donkeys became such icons of the Victorian seaside that families often posed for photographs beside them, proof that their little ones had truly done the seaside. And when not on donkey back, children scurried about with tin buckets and wooden spades, digging moats or attempting ambitious sand fortresses destined to collapse with the tide. But it wasn't all innocent play. Parents and guardians often viewed the beach as a kind of natural nursery, a place where children could be toughened up. Sea bathing was prescribed for even the youngest, with mothers and dippers dunking squirming toddlers into the icy surf in the name of health. The screams may not have sounded joyful, but Victorians were convinced that the shock of salt water was good for a child's constitution. Entertainment tailored to children soon flourished. Punch and Judy puppet shows became seaside staples, with their slapstick violence and shrill voices drawing laughter from crowds of little ones. Vendors sold sticks of rock candy and gingerbread men, small luxuries that turned sticky fingers and smiling faces into permanent seaside memories. Middle and upper-class children, meanwhile, experienced the beach differently. Their play was more supervised, their bathing costumes more elaborate, and their amusements more genteel, pony rides, promenades, or carefully planned excursions with tutors and governesses. Still, the magic of the seaside cut across class lines. Whether building sandcastles or clutching an ice cream, children discovered freedom at the shore that simply didn't exist back home. The seaside, in many ways, redefined childhood for the Victorians. It offered play, health, and escape all rolled into one. For parents, it was therapy. For children, it was wonder. And together, these families helped shape the seaside into the playground of a nation. By the time Queen Victoria's reign drew to a close in 1901, the seaside holiday had gone from an eccentric medical ritual to a cornerstone of British culture. What had begun as a doctor's prescription and a royal fad had transformed into a national tradition, one that would shape leisure for generations. The railways were key. They didn't just connect towns to beaches, they connected people to the very idea of escape. For the first time, working-class families experienced leisure as something they could buy, not just dream about. Blackpool, Brighton, Scarborough, and countless smaller resorts thrived because they offered the same promise: a temporary break from the grinding routine of industrial life. The infrastructure built in this period also left a permanent mark. The piers, promenades, and pavilions of the Victorian age became icons of the British coast. Blackpool Tower, Brighton Pier, and the grand hotels of Scarborough still stand today as reminders of a time when holiday-making was both spectacle and necessity. Even the humble bathing machine, long obsolete, survives in postcards, paintings, and museum exhibits, symbols of Victorian modesty and eccentricity rolled into one. More importantly, Victorian seaside holidays reshaped attitudes toward family life, leisure, and health. They made play legitimate. They taught a nation that taking time away from work wasn't laziness, it was refreshment. For children, they created magical memories of sand, donkeys, and ice cream. For adults, they offered a glimpse of freedom, even if only for a week. Of course, the seaside would continue to evolve in the 20th century. Amusement parks, cinemas, and later cheap overseas flights would change holiday culture forever. But the Victorian foundations remained. Without the railway day trippers and donkey rides, there would be no Butlins camps, no package holidays, no cheap flights to Spain. The DNA of the modern holiday traces straight back to Brighton's promenades and Blackpool's piers. Today, when families still head to the beach for a weekend of sandcastles and fish and chips, they are echoing a ritual invented more than a century and a half ago. The Victorian seaside holiday was more than a moment of leisure. It was a revolution in how ordinary people thought about life, work, and joy. And that legacy still lingers with every stick of rock and every squeal of gulls above the shore. For the Apache, health was never simply about the body. It was a matter of living in harmony with the land, the spirits, the ancestors, and the community. To be healthy was to be in balance, and to fall ill was to have drifted out of step with that delicate order. The Apache understood life as an interconnected web where the physical, spiritual, and emotional threads were all tightly woven together. Target one thread, through misfortune, wrongdoing, or even an encounter with hostile spiritual forces, and the whole web could unravel. Illness, therefore, was not just a fever or an injury. It was a sign that balance had been disturbed. A hunter who disrespected the animal he killed might find himself plagued with weakness. A family that quarreled endlessly might bring sickness into their home. Even dreams could warn that the spirit was uneasy and that healing was needed before the trouble grew worse. For the Apache, every sickness had both a visible cause and an invisible one, and both needed attention. The land itself played a central role in this philosophy. Mountains, rivers, animals, and plants were not seen as background scenery, but as living relatives, each with its own spirit. To harm nature carelessly was to wound oneself. To treat the earth with respect was to invite her healing powers. This meant that healing could never be confined to a single patient. It was a communal and environmental effort, a restoration of the larger balance in which the individual lived. At the heart of this worldview stood the medicine men, guardians of harmony and interpreters of imbalance. They were not only healers of the body, but also mediators between the human and spirit worlds. When illness struck, people sought their guidance not just for a cure, but for an understanding. Why has this happened? What must be done to restore balance? This perspective shaped every healing practice that followed, whether through herbs, chants, sand paintings, or ceremonies. The true goal was never only to ease pain or fight disease. It was to mend the broken threads, to bring the individual back into alignment with the community, the earth, and the unseen world. For the Apache, healing was not a quick fix. It was a journey back into harmony, a reminder that health was not owned, but shared. In Apache tradition, the medicine man was more than a healer. He was a spiritual guide, counselor, and protector of the community. His role combined the duties of a doctor, a priest, and a storyteller, yet it went even deeper. He was the one entrusted with knowledge passed down through generations, knowledge of herbs, chants, and ceremonies that maintained the balance of life itself. Becoming a medicine man was not a casual choice. It required years of apprenticeship, learning from elders who carefully selected their students. Apprenticeship was long and rigorous, involving memorization of sacred chants, understanding the spiritual significance of each herb, and mastering rituals that demanded precision. Every gesture, every word, every symbol had meaning. A mistake could lessen the power of a ceremony, or worse, invite harm instead of healing. Medicine men were also chosen for their calling. Sometimes, a vision or dream signaled that an individual was destined for this path. Illness, or a brush with death, could also mark someone as spiritually gifted, believed to have touched the world of the spirits, and returned with new insight. From that moment, their life became dedicated to serving others. Their responsibilities extended far beyond the sick room. A medicine man might be asked to bless a hunting party, protect warriors before battle, or preside over ceremonies marking life's milestones. He maintained the songs and stories that linked the Apache to their ancestors and to the natural world. His chants weren't simply words, they were bridges between realms, calls to the spirit forces that governed health and harmony. The community placed immense trust in medicine men, yet they carried heavy burdens. Healing was not always guaranteed, and failure could bring doubt or blame. Still, the medicine man was a central figure, embodying both hope and continuity. His presence reminded people that sickness, loss, or fear were never faced alone. There was always someone standing between them and the unseen, striving to bring balance back. In the Apache worldview, medicine men were not miracle workers in the Western sense. They were guardians of tradition, channels of sacred knowledge, and keepers of balance. Their power came not from themselves, but from their ability to align human life with the greater harmony of the universe. Among the Apache, the natural world was not just a backdrop, it was a pharmacy, a sacred storehouse of medicine. Every plant, root, and mineral had potential power, and the knowledge of how to use them was carefully preserved by medicine men and women. Healing the body often began with healing herbs, gathered respectfully from the land. Plants were chosen not only for their physical properties, but also for their spiritual associations. For example, sage was used to cleanse and purify, both in body and in spirit. Juniper berries could treat stomach troubles, but were also burned to ward off negative forces. Yucca, a plant with deep roots in Apache daily life, provided soap, shampoo, and poultices for wounds. Each plant was seen as a living ally, with its own spirit, deserving of gratitude and care when harvested. Preparation of these remedies was never casual. Herbs might be brewed into teas, ground into powders, or applied as poultices to the skin, but they were rarely administered alone. A medicine man would often combine them with prayer, song, or ritual, ensuring that the treatment worked on both the physical and spiritual levels. Healing was never considered complete unless both body and spirit were addressed together. The act of gathering the herbs was itself part of the ceremony. Plants were often collected at certain times of day or specific phases of the moon in locations believed to hold particular power. Offerings, such as a pinch of cornmeal or a whispered prayer, were left as thanks. This reciprocity underscored a key Apache belief. Taking medicine from the earth required respect and balance, not exploitation. What might strike outsiders as folk remedies were in fact part of a sophisticated system of knowledge. Generations of observation, trial, and spiritual practice informed which plant healed which ailment. And while Western medicine often dismissed such traditions as superstition, many of these herbs did indeed contain healing compounds later discovered by science. But for the Apache, the plants were never merely chemicals. They were living partners in the act of healing, and to use them without prayer or respect was to miss the point entirely. Healing with herbs was not just about curing sickness. It was about restoring harmony between humans and the natural world. In Apache healing, words were never just words. Spoken or sung with intention, they became medicine in their own right. Chants and sacred songs were believed to carry power, bridges between the human and the spiritual realms. To heal the body, the spirit had to be called into harmony, and chants were the language that made this possible. A healing chant was not improvised. Each song was part of a carefully preserved tradition, passed down through generations of medicine men. Some chants lasted only a few minutes, while others could extend through long ceremonies, unfolding in rhythmic patterns that mirrored the cycles of nature. The rising of the sun, the phases of the moon, the flowing of rivers. The words themselves were often combined with sounds that imitated the natural world. Bird calls, rustling winds, the steady beat of a drum echoing a heartbeat. Chants were used for different purposes. Some were prayers for protection, sung before hunts or battles. Others were designed to cure specific ailments, calling upon spiritual forces to drive out sickness. Still others were ceremonial, tied to major rituals like the sunrise dance, which marked a girl's passage into womanhood and was filled with songs celebrating renewal and strength. Importantly, these chants weren't just performed to the patient. They involved the community. Families and friends might join in, reinforcing the sense that healing was not an individual struggle, but a collective act of support. To hear the chant was to be reminded that one was not alone in illness, but surrounded by harmony in sound. The power of these songs was amplified by belief. The Apache understood that words shaped reality. To speak was to call something into being. A chant wasn't magic in the sense of tricks, but in the sense of alignment. It ordered the world, set things right. Combined with herbs, sand paintings, or ritual acts, chants were the thread that tied all parts of healing together. Even today, many Apache songs endure. They continue to be sung at ceremonies, carrying forward the same conviction that sound, rhythm, and sacred words can restore balance. In the Apache worldview, to heal with song is to remind the body, the spirit, and the community that they are one. Among the Apache, healing was never just about herbs and chants. It was also about images. Sand paintings, created with colored powders of crushed stone, pollen, charcoal, and clay, became sacred tools in ceremonies designed to restore balance. They were not decorative art in the modern sense, but living prayers drawn upon the earth itself. A sand painting was usually made on the ground of a ceremonial lodge or an outdoor space prepared for ritual. Medicine men, assisted by apprentices, would carefully scatter colored sands to form intricate patterns of figures, animals, and sacred symbols. Every line, every shade, carried meaning. These images represented the spiritual forces that governed health, holy beings, animals of power, and symbols of the four directions. By recreating these images, the healer invited these forces into the ritual, calling them to intervene in the patient's illness. The patient would often be placed directly upon the painting, seated or lying in its center. In this way, the image became a kind of spiritual map, placing the sick person within a restored order of the universe. Chants and prayers accompanied the act, activating the design and weaving it into the larger ceremony. What made sand paintings so powerful was their impermanence. Once the healing was complete, the painting was destroyed, its sand brushed away or scattered to the wind. This act symbolized the transitory nature of sickness itself. Illness did not belong to the patient forever. It could be erased just as the image was. The destruction also ensured that the painting's sacred power could not be misused outside the ritual. The symbols themselves were drawn from Apache cosmology. Animals like the bear or eagle, sacred mountains, or the rainbow might appear, each bringing its own protective or healing influence. To outsiders, the paintings may have looked like abstract art, but to the Apache they were blueprints of harmony, diagrams of the cosmos in miniature. Through sand paintings, healing became visible. It was not only spoken in chants or tasted in herbs, but seen on the earth itself. The patient, the healer, and the community could witness balance being restored before their very eyes. For the Apache, true healing was rarely a private act. It unfolded in ceremony, where the patient, the healer, and the entire community came together to restore balance. These rituals were more than treatments. They were sacred performances that bound people to each other and to the unseen forces of the world. Ceremonies could last for hours or even days, depending on the gravity of the illness or the purpose of the ritual. They combined song, prayer, dance, and symbolic acts, weaving together all the strands of Apache healing, herbs, sand paintings, chants, into a single, unified experience. The setting itself was carefully prepared, a ceremonial lodge or open-air space purified with smoke and aligned with the four sacred directions. Every detail mattered, because every detail reflected the cosmic order that healing sought to restore. Central to these ceremonies was participation. Healing was not a passive experience where a patient simply received treatment. Instead, the patient became the focus of collective energy, surrounded by family, friends, and fellow tribespeople who added their prayers and presence to the process. In this way, illness was addressed not as a private misfortune, but as a disruption that touched the entire community. When one person was out of harmony, everyone felt it. One of the most important ceremonies was the night chant, a ritual that invoked powerful holy beings to cleanse sickness and restore health. Another was the sunrise dance, often performed for young women coming of age, which symbolized renewal, fertility, and the strength of life. While not always strictly medical, these ceremonies underscored the Apache view that health was inseparable from life's major transitions and spiritual milestones. The ceremonies also carried immense psychological weight. The rhythm of the chants, the colors of the sand paintings, the collective beat of the drums, all created an atmosphere of awe and hope. For the patient, the experience was transformative, a reminder that they were supported not only by their people, but by the spirits themselves. Through ceremony, the Apache affirmed their most important truth. Healing was about more than curing the body. It was about restoring the circle of family, of community, of nature, and of spirit. To be healed was to be placed once more in harmony with all that existed. For the Apache, healing could never be separated from the land. Mountains, rivers, animals, and even the wind were considered living relatives, each with its own spirit. To be healthy meant being in balance with these forces, and illness often reflected a disruption in this relationship. Healing, then, required not only tending to the body, but also mending ties with the natural and spiritual worlds. Medicine men often led patients into sacred spaces, mountain foothills, riversides, or secluded groves, where the presence of nature itself was part of the cure. These places were chosen not at random, but because they were believed to be dwellings of holy beings, or sites where spiritual energy was especially strong. To pray in such a place, surrounded by the voices of birds and the scent of herbs, was to step into a living sanctuary. Animals, too, were part of this balance. The eagle, for instance, symbolized strength and carried prayers skyward with its feathers. The bear was revered as a healer, its spirit called upon to grant endurance and power. Even smaller creatures, like insects, held lessons, reminders of persistence, adaptability, or community. By recognizing the wisdom in all beings, the Apache affirmed their place within a much larger circle of life. Ritual acts often reinforced this relationship. Offerings of cornmeal or pollen were made before harvesting medicinal plants, acknowledging that taking from the earth required giving back. Ceremonies invoked the four directions: east, south, west, and north, each representing a different aspect of life and health. By aligning with these forces, the healer restored harmony not only within the patient, but between the patient and the universe itself. This approach also emphasized humility. Humans were not masters of nature, but participants in a shared world. Illness was a sign that the balance of that world had been disturbed, whether through personal choices, community conflict, or even disrespect toward the land. Healing was therefore not about conquering disease, but about repairing relationships with self, with others, with the environment, and with the spirits that watched over all. Through this worldview, the Apache offered a profound lesson: that true health is not an individual possession, but a state of harmony sustained by every living connection. In Apache culture, illness was never borne by the patient alone. Sickness was seen as a disruption of harmony that touched the entire community, and so healing became a collective responsibility. Family, friends, and neighbors all took part in the process, ensuring that the patient was supported physically, emotionally, and spiritually. When someone fell ill, their family gathered not just to care for their body, but to provide constant presence and encouragement. Food was prepared communally, children were watched by relatives, and prayers were offered in unison. This solidarity lessened the burden of illness, reminding the patient that they were woven into a living network of care. Healing was as much about restoring bonds with loved ones as it was about easing pain. Ceremonies amplified this sense of togetherness. When chants were sung or sand paintings made, it was rarely a solitary act. Dozens of voices might join in the songs, their rhythms carrying the patient's spirit upward. The entire community became part of the ritual, each participant lending their strength to the restoration of harmony. This shared energy created a powerful psychological and spiritual atmosphere, one where the patient knew that they were not battling sickness in isolation. Children, too, were included in these rituals. They learned by watching, listening, and participating, ensuring that the traditions of healing and support passed naturally from one generation to the next. To grow up in this environment was to understand that health was communal, not individualistic. The community's involvement also reflected Apache values of reciprocity. Just as one person's illness could unsettle the group, so too could their healing strengthen it. When a patient recovered, gratitude was expressed not only to the spirits and the medicine man, but also to those who had stood by them. This cycle of mutual support created resilience, reinforcing the idea that no one could truly be well unless the community itself was balanced. In many ways, this collective healing was the greatest medicine of all. While herbs soothed and chants aligned the spirit, it was the steady presence of kin and neighbors that reminded each person of their place in the circle of life. Health was not a private achievement, it was a gift shared by all. Although centuries have passed and modern medicine now dominates much of the world, Apache healing traditions continue to endure, adapted, preserved, and remembered as a vital part of cultural identity. These practices are not relics locked in the past, but living traditions that still guide many Apache families in how they view health, balance, and the world around them. The emphasis on harmony between body, spirit, nature, and community remains deeply relevant today. Many Apache people continue to turn to ceremonies, songs, and herbal remedies not only for healing, but also for maintaining spiritual strength in daily life. Even when hospitals and clinics are used for physical treatment, traditional practices often accompany them, ensuring that the spiritual side of illness is not neglected. This dual approach reflects a belief that Western and indigenous medicines can coexist, each addressing different layers of the human experience. Sand paintings, chants, and ceremonies are also preserved as part of cultural education. They are performed not only for healing, but for the teaching of younger generations. Each ritual becomes a classroom, passing on stories, songs, and values that ensure continuity of Apache identity. The sunrise dance, for example, still stands as a powerful ceremony of renewal, tying together health, spirituality, and cultural pride. These traditions also speak to a broader audience beyond the Apache. In a world where modern medicine sometimes struggles to address mental health, loneliness, and the stresses of disconnection from nature, the Apache worldview offers an alternative perspective. It suggests that true healing requires more than medicine bottles and diagnoses. It requires belonging, respect for the environment, and a sense of harmony with forces larger than oneself. Despite centuries of displacement, hardship, and pressure to abandon their customs, the Apache have safeguarded their healing ways. Elders, medicine men, and cultural leaders continue to emphasize that these practices are not just alternative medicine, but an entire philosophy of life. They remind us that to be healed is not simply to survive, but to live in balance, with the earth, with others, and with one's own spirit. The legacy of Apache healing endures as a testament to resilience. It carries forward the wisdom that health is not only a condition of the body, but a harmony of the whole, echoing across generations and reminding us all that balance is the truest medicine. In the medieval world, marriage was never just a private matter. Today, we think of weddings as deeply personal, two people choosing to share their lives. But in the Middle Ages, a wedding was as much about families, land, alliances, and reputation as it was about love. And because marriage was treated as a public contract, so too was its most intimate moment, the wedding night. A marriage wasn't truly considered valid until it had been consummated. In other words, until the couple had physically sealed the deal. To modern ears, this might sound invasive, even absurd, but for medieval communities, sex on the wedding night was proof that the marriage existed in both body and law. Without consummation, a union could be annulled, and property or inheritance rights thrown into question. The stakes were high, and so the act was ritualized, watched, and documented. In aristocratic households, the bedding ceremony was an essential part of the festivities. Guests often escorted the bride and groom to their chamber in a noisy procession filled with music, laughter, and bawdy jokes. Sometimes, relatives or attendants would literally tuck the couple into bed, pulling the covers up and offering blessings or teasing encouragement. In certain cases, witnesses were expected to remain in the room until the marriage was considered well and truly joined. Privacy was a luxury, and for newlyweds, it was often in very short supply. For peasants, the rituals were less formal, but no less communal. Villagers might gather outside the bridal chamber, singing ribald songs or banging pots to mark the occasion. Fertility charms, herbs, amulets, or symbolic foods were often placed near the bed to ensure that the night was fruitful. Because children were the ultimate goal of marriage, the pressure to consummate quickly was enormous. The church, too, had its eyes on the wedding bed. Priests preached that sex within marriage was not sinful but blessed, provided it was done with the intent of producing children. Yet rules abounded. Certain holy days prohibited intercourse, and certain positions were discouraged as improper. Even behind closed doors, the act was tightly policed by moral and spiritual expectations. In short, the medieval wedding night was never just about two people exploring intimacy. It was a public, ritualized event loaded with legal, religious, and social weight. The community had a stake in it, and the couple's first night together was treated less as a private memory and more as the final act of a binding contract. If there was one medieval ritual guaranteed to make the modern mind squirm, it was the bedding ceremony. For newlyweds, the first night together was less about whispered intimacy and more about being paraded, tucked in, and sometimes even observed by half the household. It was part comedy, part ritual, and very much a community event. In noble and royal weddings, the procession to the bedchamber was a performance in itself. Guests, often tipsy from hours of feasting, would accompany the couple through the halls with music, laughter, and teasing. Some sang bawdy songs, others shouted jokes or offered fertility blessings, while attendants carried torches to light the way. In some regions, the bride's shoes or stockings were stolen, supposedly ensuring fertility, though it mostly ensured a raucous chase. Once inside the chamber, the real ritual began. The couple was often undressed by attendants, sometimes down to their linen shirts, in full view of select witnesses. The bride was ceremoniously laid in bed first, followed by the groom, and the two were literally tucked in by friends and relatives. In aristocratic settings, bishops or high-ranking clergy sometimes gave a blessing over the bed itself, asking God to sanctify the union and grant children. Did people stay to watch what happened next? In some cases, yes. Particularly in royal or political marriages, witnesses might linger until they were satisfied that the couple was settled for the night. In extreme situations, usually to secure proof of consummation, trusted attendants remained until the act was, at least in part, completed. This was rare for ordinary folk, but crucial for dynasties, where legitimacy of heirs was everything. For common villagers, the bedding ceremony was less formal but no less noisy. Friends might escort the couple to their cottage while singing crude songs, banging pots, or throwing grain as a fertility charm. Privacy was still minimal. Neighbours might shout jokes through the window or sneak peeks to ensure the marriage was properly begun. To the medieval mind, all of this made perfect sense. Marriage was not private property, but a public contract, and the community had every right to ensure it was sealed. The bedding ceremony, however strange it appears to us, was seen as both protection and celebration. Protection against doubts about legitimacy, and celebration of a union that bound two families, two fortunes, and hopefully the next generation. If the medieval wedding night was the grand finale of the day, then fertility was its headline act. The entire ritual of marriage revolved around producing children, and couples were surrounded, sometimes smothered, by charms, superstitions, and symbolic acts, meant to guarantee that the bride's womb would not remain empty for long. One of the most common practices was the use of fertility foods. Guests might scatter wheat, oats, or barley on the marriage bed, symbols of abundance and new life. Bread and salt were also placed nearby to ward off bad luck and invite prosperity. Eggs, unsurprisingly, were associated with fertility, and in some regions, brides ate them before the wedding night to ensure conception. Honey, with its sticky sweetness, was consumed in large amounts, so much so that the very word honeymoon reflects this ancient association with marital fertility. Amulets and herbs were another layer of protection. Brides sometimes wore charms, stitched discreetly into their gowns or hidden in their jewellery. Rue, a bitter herb, was believed to protect against infertility and the evil eye, while rosemary was used to strengthen love and memory. In some households, sprigs of juniper or yarrow were tucked under the bed, said to encourage both passion and fertility. Superstitions extended even to timing. Certain nights were considered more auspicious for consummation, while others, especially those falling on holy days or during Lent, were strictly avoided. To ignore these rules was to risk misfortune not just for the couple, but for the children they might one day have. The Church reinforced this idea, preaching that sex had to be carefully ordered, even within marriage. The community, never far away, also played its part in these superstitions. Friends and neighbours might place charms on the bedchamber door, or sing songs filled with references to fertility. Some even pelted the bridal couple with nuts or seeds, both fertility symbols, as they were led to bed. Privacy was minimal, but encouragement was abundant. For medieval couples, these traditions were not seen as optional or quaint. They were essential. Failure to follow them risked more than social embarrassment. It risked childlessness, a devastating outcome in a world where lineage, labour, and survival all depended on children being born. In the flickering torchlight of a medieval bridal chamber, fertility wasn't just hoped for. It was engineered, with charms, foods, and rituals meant to make sure the marriage bed did what it was meant to do. In medieval Europe, no aspect of marriage escaped the gaze of the Church, and the wedding night was no exception. While villagers and noble households had their fertility charms and raucous bedding rituals, the Church insisted on being the ultimate authority in defining what counted as proper consummation. To them, sex within marriage was not only a private act, but a sacred duty. The Church's stance was clear. The purpose of marital sex was procreation. Pleasure for its own sake was frowned upon, and any act that strayed from this reproductive mission was labelled sinful. Priests preached sermons that spelled out the rules of marital intimacy. Certain days of the week and liturgical seasons, such as Lent, Advent, or major feast days, were strictly off-limits. To break these taboos was to risk spiritual punishment, even if it meant delaying consummation. Even the mechanics of the act were policed. The missionary position, with the man on top, was preached as the only acceptable method, as it was thought to reflect natural order. Other positions were condemned as improper, or even against nature. Manuals circulated among clerics described, in startling detail, what couples could and could not do in bed. While it's doubtful every couple followed these prescriptions to the letter, the Church's influence loomed large, shaping attitudes and anxieties around intimacy. Confession also played a role. Newlyweds who strayed from these expectations could be questioned about their bedroom practices, making the wedding night not entirely private, even in the years that followed. The Church framed sex as holy, if done with the intent to create life, but shameful if it veered into indulgence. Couples were reminded constantly that their union had a higher purpose, filling the earth with children and securing the future of Christendom. This oversight served more than spiritual ends. By regulating consummation, the Church also cemented its control over inheritance and legitimacy. If consummation could be proven, marriages were valid, heirs were legal, and dynastic claims secure. If not, annulments could be granted, alliances dissolved, and fortunes rearranged. In this way, the Church transformed the marriage bed into a battleground of morality and power. To the newlyweds, it might have felt like a night of personal discovery, but to priests and bishops, it was a sacrament, an act that bound two souls under divine authority, with rules that reached far beyond the bedroom. In the medieval world, consummation wasn't just an intimate act, it was legal evidence. The moment two bodies came together, a marriage passed from ceremony into binding contract. And because dynasties, inheritances, and land depended on that contract, proving consummation sometimes became a matter of politics, not privacy. Among royalty and nobility, witnesses were not merely tradition, they were insurance. Trusted attendants, midwives, or even clerics might remain in the room until they could swear that the couple had shared the bed as husband and wife. In the most high-stakes cases, like royal marriages, proof of consummation could determine whether an heir was legitimate or a marriage annulled. A king or noble might use failure to consummate as grounds to escape an unwanted alliance. Conversely, a bride's family needed evidence to ensure their daughter's union and their political advantage was secure. Physical tokens often came into play. The bridal sheets, once stained with blood, were sometimes displayed as proof that the marriage had been consummated and the bride was indeed a virgin. Families could preserve these linens as evidence in disputes. While this practice varied across regions, its existence highlights how invasive and public the private act became. A single sheet could mean the difference between an unshakable marriage bond and a scandal that rocked kingdoms. For peasants, the politics were less dramatic, but still real. A man accused of failing to consummate his marriage might face ridicule, fines, or even annulment. In some communities, neighbors expected to hear signs of the wedding night's success, whether through noise, jokes shouted through the window, or in some cases the display of symbolic tokens the next morning. The idea of proof was never far from anyone's mind, no matter the class. The church courts, too, were deeply involved. Records show countless cases where couples argued over whether a marriage had been consummated. If one spouse claimed impotence, or if no children came, the matter could end up in ecclesiastical courtrooms, where physicians and priests tried to determine the truth of what had, or hadn't, happened. In short, consummation was less about intimacy than about legitimacy. What happened in the bedchamber echoed in courts, villages, and royal palaces. For the couple, it might have been an awkward or anxious night. For everyone else, it was evidence, proof, and politics rolled into one. Few concepts carried as much weight in medieval marriage as virginity. For brides in particular, chastity was not just a personal virtue, but a commodity that shaped alliances, dowries, and family honor. The wedding night became the ultimate test, and the pressure to demonstrate purity was immense. Virginity was tied closely to religious ideals. The Church exalted the Virgin Mary as the model of womanhood, and brides were expected to reflect that purity until the moment of consummation. A virgin bride symbolized innocence, obedience, and the promise of fertility once united with her husband. Failure to prove this purity could stain not only her reputation, but that of her entire family. This expectation gave rise to rituals surrounding proof. As mentioned earlier, blood-stained sheets were sometimes displayed after the wedding night, tangible evidence that the bride's hymen had been broken. Families could keep these linens as legal proof if disputes arose over legitimacy. Of course, not every wedding produced such evidence, biology being less cooperative than social custom, but the symbolism carried enormous power regardless. For men, the rules were far looser. While noble grooms were sometimes expected to show moderation before marriage, virginity was not demanded of them in the same way. A groom might enter the wedding bed with sexual experience, and in some circles, this was even considered a benefit, ensuring he could consummate quickly and produce heirs. This double standard highlights how purity was less about morality and more about controlling women's bodies and reputations. Virginity also carried political weight. Royal and aristocratic marriages often hinged on the assurance of a bride's chastity. If a princess or noblewoman was rumoured to be anything less than untouched, alliances could crumble. In some notorious cases, accusations of lost virginity were wielded as weapons to annul marriages or disinherit children. Yet the emphasis on virginity was not purely oppressive, it also reflected the community's obsession with lineage. A bride who was unquestionably pure ensured that the children born from the marriage could not be contested. Virginity, then, was not only about moral ideals, but about securing bloodlines, inheritance, and political stability. On the wedding night, this expectation hung heavy over the chamber. For the bride, it was a test of her honour. For the groom, a confirmation of his rights. And for the families watching from outside, it was the seal on alliances that could shape generations. For all the official rules set by the church, the medieval wedding night was also wrapped in layers of superstition and folk magic. Families feared that bad luck, jealous neighbours, or even dark forces might interfere with a couple's first union, so protective rituals became just as important as the ceremony itself. One common practice was the use of charms hidden in the bridal chamber. Herbs like rue, rosemary, or yarrow were tucked beneath the mattress or woven into garlands hung over the bed. Each plant carried symbolic power. Rue was thought to drive away the evil eye, rosemary brought fidelity and memory, and yarrow promised fertility. These protections worked on two levels, warding off spiritual threats and reminding the couple of the virtues expected in marriage. Fire and iron also played important roles. In some regions, an iron key. Hey guys! Tonight we begin with the surprisingly well-documented, and often wildly misunderstood, daily life of Roman prostitutes. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And let me know in the comments where you're tuning in from and what time it is for you. It's always fascinating to see who's joining us from around the world. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You wake up, or more accurately, you regain consciousness, in a space barely large enough to turn around without elbowing a wall. Congratulations, you live in a cellar, the ancient Roman version of a work-from-home setup, if your home was a broom closet and your job required body oil. These rooms were standard issue for many of Rome's working women. Located in brothels, lupanars, or stacked above taverns and bathhouses, they were tiny, windowless chambers that doubled as both living quarters and workspace. Think of it as a studio apartment, designed by someone who hates light, air, and privacy. Your mattress is straw-stuffed, possibly shared with fleas, and smells faintly of wine, smoke, and disappointment. If you're lucky, there's a small oil lamp. If you're really lucky, it hasn't been stolen. Your few possessions, some cheap makeup, a comb, and maybe a bronze mirror if times are good, are shoved into the corner like they too are tired of being here. There's no running water. There's no plumbing. There's a bucket you try not to think about. Bathing? That'll be a group activity later at the nearest public bathhouse, where the water is communal and the awkward eye contact is free. But there's no time to lounge, because your room is also your office, and business hours are whenever someone knocks, or barges in, or yells through the door. Yes, privacy is a modern concept. Here in Rome, walls are suggestions and doors are decorative. Most days begin with a quick clean-up of the room. Sweep out yesterday's dust, wine stains, and any lost sandals left behind by last night's visitors. Then comes the prep. Face powder, rouge, and enough perfume to qualify as flammable. You're not trying to smell good. You're trying to smell better than the guy in line behind you. You practice your best sultry half-smile in the bronze mirror. Not because it works, but because pretending helps. A customer once described you as charmingly awake, and you're still riding the emotional high from that. Because here in the cellar, every day begins the same, cramped, rushed, and filled with just enough dignity to make it to lunchtime. After waking up in your glorified broom closet, it's time to prepare for another day of impressing clients and surviving public judgment. But first, hygiene, or what passed for it in ancient Rome. There is, of course, no private bathroom. That luxury is reserved for the wealthy, and even they just had pots with ambition. As a working girl in a city that worships marble statues but accepts open sewers, your best option is the nearest public fountain or bathhouse, depending on your mood and threshold for awkward nudity. If you're pressed for time, and let's face it, you usually are, you go for the quick rinse at the communal fountain. Splash some water on your face, rinse out your mouth with wine if you're fancy, and hope the fountain hasn't been used to clean a chicken that morning. There's no soap, but maybe you've got a bit of natron, a salty cleaning powder that exfoliates your skin and your self-esteem. If business is slow and coins are jangling in your little purse, you might splurge on a visit to the public baths, the great Roman equalizer. Everyone's there. Merchants, soldiers, philosophers, and that guy who talks too loudly about his hemorrhoids. You undress, store your belongings in a niche you trust way too easily, and wade into tepid water full of floating philosophical debates and someone else's toenail. Inside, you sweat in the steam room, scrape yourself with a strigil, a curved metal blade, and enjoy a brief moment of being the cleanest person in your street, a title that lasts about 5 minutes. After the bath, you dry off, apply more perfume, and try to remember if anyone's invented deodorant yet. They haven't. To finish the look, a bit of chalk-based face powder, a hint of rouge for the cheeks and lips, and kohl around the eyes. Not to highlight your beauty, to hide the fatigue. Clients don't want to see the woman who's already dealt with 3 senators and a sailor before noon. They want mystery, allure, and someone who doesn't smell like old lentils. Now that you're washed, or at least convincingly perfumed, it's time to get dressed. And while Roman society had a lot of complicated opinions about fashion, there was one outfit that made things very clear. The female toga. Yes, toga. That flowing white garment we usually associate with senators, emperors, and frat parties. But here's the twist. In Rome, a woman wearing a toga wasn't making a political statement. She was making a professional one. It was a visual billboard for, I'm not a respectable matron, and I am available for negotiation. Proper Roman women wore the stola, a long layered dress that said, my husband controls my dowry, and I go to bed at 9. Prostitutes, on the other hand, were denied the stola by law and required to wear a toga, often short, brightly coloured, and intentionally flashy. Think less Grecian goddess, more visible from across the forum. The look was usually accessorized with cheap jewellery, bronze or glass beads, maybe some loud earrings. The goal wasn't elegance, it was visibility. When you're competing with 20 other women in a 100-metre radius, subtlety is a luxury you can't afford. Footwear? Likely simple sandals, maybe even barefoot depending on location and budget. Comfort wasn't a priority. You're going to spend a lot of the day standing, walking, and occasionally sprinting away from a bad client or an overzealous moralist. Hair was its own ordeal. Roman prostitutes often curled and dyed their hair, sometimes wearing wigs, especially blonde ones, imported from Gaul. Blonde hair had a certain exotic appeal in Rome, kind of like imported luxury soap, only more alive. And let's not forget the finishing touches. Makeup. Pale face powder to contrast with red lips and cheeks, and thick kohl eyeliner to make your eyes pop. Or at least look less sleep-deprived. Once fully dressed, you looked obvious. And that was the point. In a city of 1 million people, your outfit was your business card. If it made you look bold, scandalous, and economically available, then congratulations. You were ready for another glorious day of being judged by society while being actively funded by it. So you're dressed, painted, perfumed, and hopefully not too hungover. Now comes the fun part. Drumming up business in a city where everyone wants sex but pretends they're shocked when they find out it's for sale. In ancient Rome, marketing wasn't subtle. There were no pamphlets, no websites, and definitely no branding consultants. If you wanted clients, you had to be seen, be loud, or be immortalized in graffiti. Preferably all three. Let's start with location strategy. If you worked out of a lupanar, brothel, your office was already built for visibility. Brothels were often located near bathhouses, markets, or drinking establishments. In short, anywhere people might already be sweaty, bored, or easily persuaded. Think ancient foot traffic optimization. Standing in the doorway, wearing your finest look-at-me outfit, you'd call out to passers-by with a mixture of flattery, negotiation, and time-sensitive offers. 2 denarii if you're quick. Hey, might sound desperate, but hey, rent was due and the next girl over just dropped her rate to 1. If you were freelance, it was all about roaming visibility. You might hover near temples, because nothing says divine inspiration like temptation, or hang around taverns, ready to flirt with a tipsy legionary who still had some coin left and questionable judgment. But perhaps the most bizarre, and weirdly effective, form of Roman advertising. Wall graffiti. Yes, Pompeii has immortalized the genius of ancient street marketing. Brothel walls were plastered with handwritten reviews like, "Maritimus gave me the best time of my life," or "Felicia, 2 denarii, very fast service." These weren't just vandalism, they were ancient Yelp, unfiltered, unregulated, and very, very public. Some women even paid someone to write their name and specialty somewhere visible, usually near tavern entrances or on columns. Others let their clients do the writing, which, as you might expect, ranged from glowing praise to confused haikus about being robbed. All this made one thing clear. A prostitute's survival depended as much on marketing as on skill. If people didn't know your name, your rates, and your approximate level of enthusiasm, someone else was getting the business. Because in ancient Rome, as now, the secret to success wasn't always talent. Sometimes it was just better PR. So you've advertised yourself. You've got the outfit, the eyeliner, and just enough confidence to fake a good mood. Now it's time to talk pricing, the part where ancient Rome pretends to be a free market while secretly judging you anyway. Let's be clear, there was no union. Rates were set by supply, demand, and whatever you could get away with before someone bartered you down with a loaf of stale bread. For street-level workers, or those in lower-end lupanars, prices could be as low as 1 or 2 asses, a small bronze coin that wouldn't even get you a glass of wine. That's right, some clients were paying less than the cost of a decent lunch. If that feels depressing, remember, some women accepted food, sandals, or even promises as payment. Yes, in a city with an empire's worth of coinage, IOUs still existed. On the other hand, high-end prostitutes, often called meretrices, operated more like luxury brands. These women could charge in denarii, silver coins, sometimes multiple per client, especially if they had skills beyond the bedroom. Conversation, music, poetry, basic literacy, anything that let a client believe they weren't just hiring company, but taste. Some prostitutes even had niches, not architectural ones, marketing ones. Maybe you specialized in working with sailors, or performing erotic dances, or reciting poetry during the act. Don't laugh. Ovid probably inspired someone. The more unique your brand, the less replaceable you became. Repeat clients might get a discount, or not. It depended entirely on whether they paid on time or smelled like fermented cabbage. And if you worked under a pimp or brothel owner, a hefty cut of your earnings disappeared before you saw a single coin. Some women were enslaved, which meant they didn't get paid at all, just food, shelter, and a vague promise that one day they might buy their freedom if they somehow won the Roman lottery. Welcome to the lupanar, the Roman brothel. It's not luxurious, but it has walls, which already makes it more dignified than working behind a tavern. Technically, it's a place of business. Realistically, it's a sweaty stone maze of bad decisions. The term lupanar comes from lupa, meaning she-wolf, which the Romans used as slang for prostitute. That's right. Your job title was also your animal comparison. Not exactly empowering, but at least it's consistent. Most lupanars were two-story buildings crammed between bathhouses and bars, perfect for catching foot traffic from half-drunk senators and bored sailors. Inside, you've got a narrow hallway lined with tiny rooms, each equipped with a stone bed, a thin mattress, and just enough space to reconsider your life choices. No doors, just curtains, for that open floor plan vibe. Privacy? That's something rich matrons had. You've got damp linen and the sound of someone snoring through your shift wall. You're not alone, of course. A proper lupanar had several working women and one delightful parasite known as the Leno, pimp, or Lena, madam. Their job was to take a cut of your earnings, promise repairs that never happened, and occasionally yell things like, "Work faster, he's important." Clients ranged from nervous teenagers to sweaty legionaries and balding senators claiming this was just a philosophical visit. Some were in and out faster than a dropped denarius. Others tried to talk about their poetry, which frankly was worse. During downtime, you'd sit near the entrance, giving your best "I'm flirty but dead inside" expression while calling out to passing foot traffic. Marketing was mostly volume-based. 2 coins! Special today! I'll pretend to listen. And yes, the walls were covered in graffiti, ancient Yelp reviews etched lovingly into the plaster. Felix was here, twice, or Thais gives a good time. Occasionally someone got artsy and drew pictures. Proportions were rarely accurate. Confidence, however, was never lacking. Working in a lupanar wasn't glamorous, but it was consistent. A roof over your head, a bed, if you squint, and if nothing else, you'd always have a front row seat to humanity's weirdest parade. Not every Roman prostitute worked in a lupanar. Some preferred, or were assigned to, the equally glamorous world of taverns. If the brothel was a chaotic office cubicle, the tavern was more like working in an open-air startup, with more vomit and fewer stock options. Taverns, kolpanai or popinai, were where Rome's finest drunkards, merchants, off-duty soldiers, and guys named Gaius with gambling debts gathered to drink, shout, and pretend they understood Virgil. For prostitutes working here, the motto was simple: serve the wine, sell the charm, dodge the gropes. A typical shift involved pouring watered-down wine into dirty cups for people who wouldn't notice the difference anyway. With your other hand, you flirted just enough to keep the denarii flowing, but not so much that a brawl broke out. Unless that brawl was entertaining, in which case, carry on. Unlike the brothel, taverns were technically food establishments, so you had the delightful backdrop of boiled cabbage, fish sauce, and body odour. It was an aroma that clung to your tunic and your soul. But it also meant you could upsell a client. For 2 more coins, I'll pretend you don't reek of garum. Some women worked the back rooms or upstairs areas, making the tavern a part-time brothel with table service. Others kept things more casual, offering company, lap-sitting, and heavily suggestive compliments like, "Your toga looks clean." This was high praise in Rome. Payment was often immediate. Credit did not exist. If a client tried to delay, you had options: yell, threaten, or grab the bouncer, who was usually a retired gladiator with one eye and a short temper. The upside: taverns offered more foot traffic and sometimes better tips. The downside: you were a waitress, therapist, and hostage negotiator all at once, and no one tipped for emotional labour. And of course, there was the endless soundtrack: shouting, dice clacking, lyre players trying to impress women, and the occasional argument over who invented democracy. Working tavern duty was unpredictable, exhausting, and smelled like despair. But it paid the bills. Sometimes, if the customers didn't vomit on your sandal first. For the entrepreneurial spirit with no brothel affiliation and too much confidence, there was always the street. Freelance prostitution in Rome meant walking the line between independent contractor and please don't arrest me. The Roman streets were alive with opportunity and sewage. Prostitutes who worked outdoors were called prostibulae, and they roamed the alleys, bathhouse entrances, marketplaces, and occasionally temple steps, because nothing says divine intervention like offering a discount outside a shrine to Venus. Daylight hours were decent for traffic, but risky. You had to navigate gawking citizens, nosy magistrates, and angry matrons who thought your existence was ruining their husband's self-control. Spoiler, it wasn't. You dressed brightly to stand out. Think short tunics, flashy jewellery, maybe a wig made from imported German hair. It was less understated elegance, more visible from across the Circus Maximus. The goal was to catch a client's eye before his wife caught him. Approaching a potential customer involved a delicate dance of flirtation, timing, and not getting mistaken for someone's runaway slave. You'd smile, compliment his sandals, and casually mention your rate before the local vigils, street guards, decided your entrepreneurialism was public disorder. Some clients were polite, others were aggressively cheap, and a few were very confused and just wanted directions to the bathhouse. You learned quickly to tell them apart, mostly by the level of eye contact and how many coins they jingled. Competition was fierce. You weren't just up against fellow prostibuli, you were up against free lovers, drunken party girls, and retired gladiators with a side hustle. Everyone was trying to make a denarius. There were no benefits, no security, just your charm, your wits, and the ability to walk very fast in sandals. Some carried small knives or relied on nearby tavern bouncers. Others simply prayed that tonight's customers weren't philosophers with commitment issues. Still, for all its chaos, the street scene had its advantages. You set your own hours, kept your own profits, and didn't have to answer to a Leno breathing down your neck. Sure, the job came with the occasional drunk goat or philosophical heckler, but at least you were your own boss, in a city where bosses were rarely the good guys. If you thought the life of a Roman prostitute was already tough, allow us to introduce your least favorite client, the Roman tax collector. Yes, the Roman Empire, brilliant engineers, conquerors of the Mediterranean, champions of togas, also invented a dedicated tax on prostitutes. It was called the vectigul ex capturis, and it ensured that even your most awkward encounters contributed to Rome's public infrastructure. Congratulations, your nightly services just funded another aqueduct. The tax wasn't just unofficial pocket skimming either. This was a state-sanctioned system, managed by professional collectors known as publicani, men who were somehow both boring and terrifying. They kept detailed records, demanded payment in cash, and probably judged your perfume choices while scribbling on their wax tablets. To legally operate, prostitutes had to register with the aediles, the Roman equivalent of a city inspector with an affinity for paperwork and moral superiority. Upon registration, you were entered into an official list of sex workers. Think of it as joining a trade union, except there were no benefits, and instead of a card, you got a branding. Literally. Yes, some sex workers, especially enslaved ones, were branded or tattooed with marks like Lupa or their owner's name. If you're wondering how that made clients feel, don't worry. The branding wasn't for them. It was to ensure you couldn't pretend to be respectable later. And the tax rate. It varied depending on location, class, and whether your clients were sad senators or discount gladiators. But it always stung. You paid per act or per week, depending on the region, and there was no deduction for emotional labor, uncomfortable silences, or existential dread. Refusing to pay could result in fines, arrest, or being barred from working, though enforcement was spotty, especially if you were paying under the table, or knew how to flirt with an aedile. Still, for a profession already swimming in stigma, this tax added insult to injury. Rome was essentially saying, "We disapprove of your lifestyle. Also, give us 10%. But hey, on the bright side, at least you could proudly say your labor was helping to fund another temple, probably dedicated to a goddess who still wouldn't return your prayers. In Rome, being a prostitute meant you had legal permission to exist, and social permission to be endlessly judged. Yes, prostitution was tolerated by the law, taxed, regulated, even registered. But that didn't stop every senator, priest, and bored philosopher from telling you how much they disapproved of you, often while zipping up their tunic. Enter the moral police, not an official squad with batons, but a vast unpaid network of senators, priests, matrons, and writers who all believed it was their divine duty to shame you while enjoying the fruits of your labor behind closed doors. At the top of the hypocrisy food chain was the Roman Senate, a group of aging elites who believed in preserving Roman virtue, a concept they typically defined as whatever we're not caught doing. Many of them publicly railed against moral decay while maintaining discreet tabs at every brothel from the Forum to Subura. Then you had the aediles, Rome's actual public officials who enforced laws on cleanliness, order, and decency. Their job was to regulate brothels, inspect establishments, and sometimes fine women for being too obvious about their profession, which, again, was legally required to be obvious. You couldn't make it subtle if you tried. Writers like Juvenal and Seneca had a field day. They mocked prostitutes in verse, lumping them in with greedy merchants, loud women, and, horror of horrors, women who read books. And yet these same writers gave vivid, suspiciously detailed descriptions of brothel life. Almost as if they'd done extensive research. Even Roman matrons, the respectable wives of the elite, got in on the judgment. They wouldn't speak to you, of course, but they'd walk past your street corner with a gaze that could sterilize a fig tree. Some even petitioned for laws banning prostitutes from wearing jewelry or entering public baths, which is rich considering many of their husbands treated bathhouse visits like part-time jobs. Working as a Roman prostitute came with certain occupational hazards, namely disease, injury, and whatever that thing was the sailor from Brundisium left behind. Welcome to the health and wellness chapter, where the only prescription is, hope you survive. Let's begin with the big one, venereal disease. Ancient Rome didn't have germ theory, but they did know that some men left you with more than a coin purse and a bad poem. There are Roman texts that describe symptoms ranging from persistent itching to things falling off that shouldn't. The medical advice? Usually a mix of vinegar washes, herbal ointments, and desperate prayers to Venus. Pregnancy was another ever-present concern. There was no birth control pill, but there were options if you had the guts and the budget. Prostitutes used natural contraceptives like silphium, an extinct plant famously over-harvested for this exact reason. Animal intestines as crude condoms, and wool tampons soaked in herbal concoctions. Effectiveness? Somewhere between maybe and miracle. If pregnancy occurred, things got complicated. Some women carried to term and raised their children, often within the brothel itself. Others gave infants up to foundling homes, or worse, the open streets. Infanticide wasn't legal, but turning a blind eye, that was practically a civic duty. For day-to-day ailments, sore muscles, cuts, stress-induced rage blackouts, the go-to remedy was usually wine, opium, or a slap from your leaner to stop whining. If that failed, you might visit a temple of Asclepius and sleep on the floor hoping for a healing dream. Ancient wellness culture was less spa weekend and more mystical nap with side effects. Infections were common. Hygiene was ambitious. There were no gloves, no antiseptics, and absolutely no one washing their hands before sticking fingers where fingers had no business being. And let's not forget the emotional toll. Depression, trauma, anxiety, all part of the job. Rome didn't have therapists. You had fellow prostitutes, wine, and the occasional stray cat who listened without judgment. In a city where divine intervention was blamed for everything from floods to flatulence, prostitutes weren't just dodging moral judgment. They were also trying to stay on the gods' good side, or at least bribe them for health, luck, and a low-maintenance clientele. Religion in Rome was a full-time job, and the gods were always watching, judging, occasionally cursing. But the divine pantheon had a few deities who were, let's say, more lenient toward your profession. First there was Venus, goddess of love, beauty, and general poor decision-making. Many prostitutes dedicated small altars to her in their rooms. Offerings of flowers, perfume, or a coin were made in hopes of attracting wealth, charm, or at the very least, clients who didn't smell like boiled goat. Then came Fortuna, goddess of luck. Given how random your daily income was, ranging from a gold bracelet to 3 mouldy grapes and a promise, Fortuna was kind of a big deal. You might wear a charm bearing her likeness, or mumble a quick prayer before a customer with too many rings and suspiciously clean sandals walked in. But religion wasn't all glitter and flirtation. The darker side of belief included superstition, omens, and magical countermeasures, because when in doubt, blame the spirits. You'd burn incense to ward off the evil eye, tie red cords around your ankle for protection, or hire a professional witch to curse a rival prostitute's hairline. Don't laugh. Curse tablets, called defixiones, have been found all over Roman brothel districts, many reading like ancient Yelp revenge reviews. May her tongue rot. May her clients dry up. May she trip in the street and land in donkey dung. If you were enslaved, you might also pray to Mercury, the god of commerce and transactions, because let's be honest, your life was one long receipt. And if you were lucky enough to save up for freedom, Libertas, the goddess of liberty, got a private altar and a slightly more expensive candle. All this spiritual effort wasn't just tradition, it was survival with flair. When Rome gave you judgment, disease, and rude senators, the gods were your HR department. Mostly useless, occasionally helpful, and always accepting offerings. Love, in the Roman world of prostitution, was complicated. At best, it was a pleasant delusion, and at worst, a financial liability in a tunic. Clients fell in love all the time, or claimed they did, usually after 3 cups of wine and half a monologue about their mother. Some were sincere, some were drunk, and some were trying to get a discount. "But baby, I'm different," they'd say, clutching your hand like a tragic poet. And you'd nod politely, mentally calculating how much they still owed you. Some working women reciprocated these feelings, or at least pretended to. Emotional labor was part of the package. Smile, listen, pretend his toga doesn't smell like despair. For a few clients, you might even develop something real: attachment, affection, or just mutual exhaustion. But more often than not, romance was a dangerous distraction, especially when you remembered that Rome legally categorized you as infames, meaning you could not legally marry a citizen even if you wanted to. That didn't stop people from trying. There are tales of prostitutes who fell in love with their regulars, who were promised freedom, marriage, a house with a garden, only to end up abandoned the moment another woman with better eyeliner walked by. There were also clients who genuinely adored their favorite companion, showering them with gifts, poems, and occasionally actual manumission, the legal act of freeing a slave. These stories exist, but they were the exception, not the rule. Among fellow prostitutes, real bonds were more likely. You worked side by side, endured the same insults, shared the same lice. Some of these friendships became sisterhoods. Others became quiet romantic partnerships, hidden beneath the radar of Roman patriarchy, which believed women couldn't fall in love with anyone except a man with a sword collection. And of course, there were lies you told yourself. That one day you'd quit, that your best client really would take you away, that if you could just save a little more, you'd open a perfume shop in Ostia and never look back. Maybe it wasn't true, but in Rome, everyone had a fantasy. Yours just came with better lighting and lower expectations. In the Roman world of sex work, beauty was currency, and youth was the exchange rate. So what happened when the blush wore off? The client stopped lingering, and your joint started popping louder than your earrings. Simple. You aged out, but you didn't disappear. Some women, having saved carefully, or miraculously had a client with both money and follow-through, managed to buy their freedom if they were enslaved and start over. The luckiest opened taverns or bathhouses, renting out rooms to the next generation of desperate optimists. Others became madams, linae, the brothel version of upper management. Less action, more shouting. As a lina, you didn't need to be young or pretty. You needed to be sharp, intimidating, and fluent in threats involving sandals and overdue debts. You ran the schedules, kept the books, and made sure the curtains were only mildly horrifying. Clients feared you. Workers pretended to respect you. The Edels sighed when they saw you coming. Other retired sex workers leaned into fortune-telling. After all, when you've heard every confession and watched every mistake walk through the door, predicting doom becomes second nature. A few became unofficial therapists, wise women, or herbalists, offering advice laced with sarcasm and slightly incorrect medical suggestions. But many simply kept working, because Rome wasn't in the habit of offering pensions to women who'd spent 2 decades in a toga. Older prostitutes still had clients, they just adjusted their marketing. Less blushing flower, more experienced, discreet, and tolerates poetry. Physical appearance mattered, but so did reputation. A woman known for conversation, kindness, or mind-blowing. Astrology readings could remain in demand long after her prime. And for those with no savings, no patrons, and no lucky breaks, the options weren't kind. You begged, you cleaned temples, you worked in laundries until your hands turned into shriveled olives. Rome didn't care how you got old, only that you did so quietly. But here's the truth they didn't carve into marble. For many, survival itself was the achievement. And if you made it to old age with your wit intact and at least one working sandal, you were already a legend. When people think of ancient Rome, they picture marble statues, grand speeches, and emperors with questionable family trees. What they rarely picture: the woman leaning in a brothel doorway, adjusting her wig, and mentally calculating how many coins she needs to not starve next week. Roman prostitutes didn't just work in the shadows. They've been kept there by history, carefully edited out of the noble narrative so school children could learn about aqueducts without asking uncomfortable questions. Yet they were everywhere. In graffiti, legal records, satire, poems, love letters, curse tablets, and receipts. Yes, actual receipts. They were a fixture of daily Roman life, even as society treated them like morally contagious wallpaper. What history usually gets wrong is the assumption that these women were powerless victims or morally bankrupt seductresses. In reality, many were savvy, adaptable, and, dare we say, better at business than half the Senate. They knew how to read a client, negotiate terms, avoid danger, and hustle a living in a city that cheered gladiators and stoned anyone who wore the wrong shoes. And they weren't all the same. Some were enslaved, some free. Some catered to the wealthy, others to whoever had 2 coins and bad breath. Some hated every second, others carved out small corners of power and routine. Most existed somewhere in between, like everyone else in Rome, pretending they weren't tired. Their stories were rarely written by them. Instead, they were remembered by poets looking for metaphors, by moralists clutching their pearls, or by archaeologists piecing together Pompeii's raciest wall scribbles. But here's what's remarkable: they're still visible. In stone carvings, in sarcastic graffiti, in laws and loopholes and offhand mentions in love poems. These women were erased from respectability, but not from reality. They worked, they laughed, they scammed, they wept, and they endured. All without marble statues or gilded tombs, just faint ink on a crumbling wall. Maritima was here, and worth every coin. So the next time someone waxes poetic about the glory of Rome, remember, behind every toga-clad philosopher was a working girl keeping the economy and the gossip alive. In the world of the Vikings, warfare was a constant presence, and with it came injuries, deep cuts from swords, axe wounds, broken bones, and burns from fire and frost. On the battlefield or back in the village, it was the leknir, the healer, who was called upon to treat the wounded. These individuals were respected members of society, combining the practical knowledge of herbs with the spiritual traditions of Norse belief. Among the most trusted herbs in a Viking healer's collection was yarrow, Achillea millefolium. Known for its ability to staunch bleeding, yarrow was used widely across northern Europe. Viking healers would crush the leaves and apply them directly to wounds, either alone or mixed into a poultice. Yarrow acted as a coagulant, helping to stop blood flow and prevent infection. It was believed to possess sacred properties, with legends connecting its power to Odin himself. The preparation of such remedies was both methodical and rooted in cultural ritual. The healer might wash the wound with boiled water infused with antiseptic herbs, apply crushed yarrow, and bind the area tightly with linen or animal skin strips. In some cases, chants or prayers were recited during the process, invoking protection or healing from the gods. Healing was not just physical, it was also spiritual. Beyond battlefield wounds, yarrow was used internally as well. A tea made from its flowers and leaves could reduce fevers, ease digestive complaints, or help relieve menstrual cramps. It was a versatile plant, and one that could be found growing throughout the Viking homelands, in fields, near rivers, or in small garden plots maintained by women of the household. Healers in Viking society had a deep understanding of their environment. They knew which plants grew in which seasons, how to harvest them properly, and how to preserve them for use during the long, dark winters. Knowledge was passed down through generations, often from mother to daughter, or from elder to apprentice. These traditions blended elements of Germanic herbal lore with the rich cosmology of Norse mythology. In a world without hospitals or modern antibiotics, the skill of the healer and the power of plants like yarrow were essential to survival and to maintaining strength in a warrior-driven culture. While yarrow addressed bleeding and surface wounds, the Viking healers' battle against infection required deeper remedies. One of the most revered herbs in this regard was Angelica, Angelica archangelica, a tall aromatic plant with hollow stalks and umbrella-shaped clusters of greenish-white flowers. It thrived in the cold climates of Scandinavia and was considered so valuable that it was cultivated in monastery gardens long after the Viking Age ended. Angelica held a central place in early northern European medicine, prized for its broad-spectrum medicinal properties. Viking healers used the root, leaves and seeds to prepare a variety of treatments. Most commonly, the root was dried and then steeped into decoctions to fight internal infections. It was known for its warming effect on the body and was used to stimulate circulation, cleanse the blood, and reduce inflammation. The antiseptic properties of Angelica were vital in treating infected wounds, especially those that had been neglected or exposed to dirt and decay. A healer might grind the root and mix it with animal fat or beeswax to create a salve, then apply it to festering injuries. When ingested as a tea or tincture, Angelica helped combat respiratory infections, fevers and digestive issues, ailments that could become life-threatening in a time without antibiotics. But Angelica's power extended beyond physical healing. In Norse cosmology, certain plants were believed to carry divine energy. The name Angelica itself, though Latin in origin, echoes the spiritual reverence surrounding the plant. In Christianized Europe, it was said to have been revealed by an angel to cure the plague. While Viking belief systems were different, they too held that some plants were gifts from the gods. It is likely that Angelica, with its strong scent and dramatic appearance, was associated with protection and sacred power. Women, who often served as herbalists within the household, used Angelica to treat gynecological conditions. It was thought to regulate menstrual cycles and ease childbirth, a dangerous and sacred moment in Norse society. Because of its reputation as a purifier, Angelica was also used in smoke rituals to cleanse homes and ward off disease during times of illness. In every Viking community, from remote farms to coastal trading towns, Angelica was a cornerstone of natural medicine. Its effectiveness and symbolic weight made it a trusted ally in the healer's quest to preserve life in a harsh and unpredictable world. As spring arrived in the Viking world, it brought with it one of the most vital remedies for fever and fatigue: birch sap. The birch tree, widespread across Scandinavia, was more than just a source of wood. It was a living pharmacy. Vikings tapped the tree in early spring, collecting the clear, slightly sweet sap as it rose from the roots to nourish new leaves. This seasonal practice required skill and timing, as the sap could only be harvested for a short period before the tree fully awakened. Healers used birch sap as a tonic for those weakened by long winters, illness, or lingering fevers. It was served fresh or fermented into a lightly alcoholic drink known for its revitalizing qualities. Rich in minerals, electrolytes, and natural sugars, birch sap helped rehydrate the body and restore lost energy, especially after the depletion caused by sickness or extended fasting. In an era without formal nutrition science, Viking healers recognized the restorative power of this gift from nature. In cases of fever, healers often paired birch sap with infusions of cooling herbs such as meadowsweet or elderflower. This gentle combination helped bring down body temperature while nourishing the patient. In more serious cases, the sap might be mixed with bitter herbs like wormwood to purge the body of what was believed to be harmful humours. The logic was simple: cleanse, restore, and rebalance. Beyond its internal uses, the birch tree had a role in external treatments too. The bark, when boiled, produced a tar-like substance with antiseptic properties. It was used to treat skin infections, minor burns, and bites. Birch leaves were also used in poultices and steam baths to draw out toxins from the body, often accompanied by prayer or ritual to align the physical with the spiritual. Symbolically, the birch tree represented renewal and purity. It was often the first tree to grow after land was cleared or burned, and this regenerative quality made it sacred in both Germanic and Norse traditions. The use of its sap in healing reflected this belief, returning vitality to the sick and offering the promise of recovery after hardship. In the healer's practice, birch sap was a seasonal treasure, a clear, life-giving elixir that marked the changing of the year and the persistence of health in a cold and often merciless land. In Viking herbal medicine, juniper was revered for its powerful cleansing properties, both physical and spiritual. Growing abundantly in the rocky soils of Scandinavia, juniper bushes with their prickly needles and aromatic berries were among the most trusted tools in a healer's repertoire. Whether burned, boiled, or brewed, juniper was used to purify the body, the air, and even the spirit. Juniper berries were commonly used as a diuretic and a remedy for urinary tract infections. When consumed as a tea or decoction, they stimulated kidney function, helping the body to flush out excess water and harmful substances. This made them especially useful during illnesses that involved swelling, bloating, or lingering fevers. The berries also had mild antiseptic properties, allowing them to address infections from within, a crucial function in an age with no antibiotics. For respiratory issues, juniper smoke played a vital role. Healers would burn dried juniper branches and let the smoke fill a room or a tent, believing it could drive out disease. This wasn't just symbolic. The antimicrobial compounds in juniper smoke helped disinfect the air. During outbreaks of sickness or after a death, Viking homes and ships might be cleansed in this way. The practice was both practical and spiritual, banishing what could be seen and what could not. In steam baths and sweat lodges, a tradition shared across many northern European cultures, juniper branches were sometimes laid on the hot stones or added to the water. As the vapor rose, it carried the sharp, invigorating scent of the plant, opening the lungs and inducing heavy sweating. This was thought to cleanse the body of toxins and the soul of imbalance, reconnecting a person with the rhythms of nature and health. Juniper also held ritual importance. Branches might be hung over doorways to ward off evil, or carried in small bundles by travelers for protection. Its strong, earthy fragrance symbolized resilience, and its presence in healing was a reminder that purification was as much about the unseen forces as it was about physical ailments. For Viking healers, juniper was not merely a remedy, it was a symbol of renewal and defense, a guardian plant that stood between the fragile human body and the chaotic forces of the world. Its sharp needles and potent berries helped them keep sickness at bay, one breath of smoke or sip of tea at a time. Among the many herbs known to Viking healers, meadowsweet, Filipendula ulmaria, was particularly valued for its ability to ease pain and reduce inflammation. Found in damp meadows and along riverbanks, this fragrant plant with creamy white flowers was a staple in early Germanic and Norse herbal medicine. Though they lacked modern terminology, Viking healers recognized that some plants had the power to cool fevers, relieve discomfort, and help the body recover more gently. Meadowsweet was often used to treat headaches, joint pain, and digestive problems. The flowers and leaves were dried and steeped into teas, which were given to patients suffering from fevers or general aches, common complaints in a harsh climate where physical labor and exposure were part of daily life. The herb's soothing effects made it an essential remedy during times of illness and recovery. Unbeknownst to the Vikings, meadowsweet contains compounds similar to salicylic acid, the basis for modern aspirin. This natural pain-relieving ability explains why it was so effective and frequently used. Healers didn't know the chemistry, but they knew the results. Less fever, reduced swelling, and relief from discomfort. These benefits were especially important during the winter months, when colds, joint pain, and respiratory infections were widespread. For digestive issues, meadowsweet was considered a gentle treatment for nausea, heartburn, and stomach cramps. Its calming properties helped settle the stomach, and it was sometimes combined with other herbs like chamomile or mint if available, to create a broader treatment. The plant's sweet scent also made it a comforting addition to healing rituals, which often blended the sensory with the medicinal. Meadowsweet's role wasn't limited to physical healing. Its delicate, almost ethereal presence tied it to the natural cycles of growth and decay, life and death. As with many Viking remedies, its use may have included symbolic gestures, such as laying its flowers near the ill, or including it in burial rites to ease the journey to the afterlife. Some sagas and later folk traditions refer to sweet-smelling herbs as gifts from the gods or spirits of the land. In a culture that respected strength, but understood the necessity of healing, meadowsweet was a quiet, yet powerful ally. It helped warriors rest, allowed children to recover, and gave the elderly comfort in their final years. For the healer, it was one of the gentlest and most reliable tools in their care. Mugwort, Artemisia vulgaris, held a special place in the Viking healer's practice, not only as a medicinal herb, but also as a spiritual tool. Known across northern Europe for its bitter aroma and silvery leaves, mugwort was considered one of the most sacred plants in Germanic tradition. For Viking societies, where healing was never just physical, mugwort served as a bridge between the body, the mind, and the unseen world. Medicinally, mugwort was used to treat a wide range of ailments. It helped with digestive problems, menstrual irregularities, and fatigue. The tea made from its leaves was used to ease stomach cramps, stimulate appetite, and support the liver. Viking women in particular relied on mugwort to regulate their cycles and aid with childbirth. In a world without midwives or formal obstetrics, the healer's knowledge of such herbs was vital for survival during pregnancy and delivery. Mugwort also had powerful nervine properties, meaning it calmed the nervous system. For warriors who experienced restlessness or nightmares, mugwort tea or smoke was thought to restore inner balance and protect the mind. Sleep, which was often disturbed after battle or illness, could be coaxed back by burning dried mugwort near the bedside or placing it under the pillow. This wasn't simply superstition. Many aromatic herbs do have mild sedative effects, but beyond its medicinal uses, mugwort was strongly linked to ritual and magic. Viking healers and wise women, often referred to as Völur or Seidkunur, used mugwort in ceremonies to invoke dreams, protection, or visions. It was sometimes burned during rites of Cider, the Norse form of trance magic and prophecy. The rising smoke was believed to carry prayers to the gods or ward off harmful spirits. Healers might also use mugwort during solstice ceremonies, seasonal changes, or in times of emotional distress. A bundle of mugwort could be hung over the door for protection, carried in a pouch during travel, or placed on the body during healing rituals. Its bitter scent and strong energy made it a plant of thresholds, used when the body or soul was in transition. To the Viking healer, mugwort was more than a plant. It was an ancient ally, one that stood at the intersection of medicine and magic, guiding the sick not only toward physical recovery, but toward spiritual realignment with the world and the gods. Among the most practical and powerful remedies in the Viking healer's collection was garlic, Allium sativum. Though not native to Scandinavia, garlic had long been traded across Europe and may have reached the Viking world through early contact with the British Isles, Frankish territories, and Eastern markets. Its strong scent and potent medicinal qualities made it an essential part of early Norse medicine, especially for infections, parasites, and protection against disease. Garlic's antibacterial and antifungal properties were well known, even if not scientifically understood. Viking healers used crushed garlic in poultices to clean wounds and prevent festering, particularly important for injuries sustained during battle or travel. When applied directly to cuts, garlic could kill harmful microbes and reduce inflammation. Though painful, this treatment was effective in preventing deeper infections in a time when even minor wounds could turn deadly. Internally, garlic was often eaten raw, pounded into pastes, or brewed into strong infusions. It was believed to strengthen the immune system, purify the blood, and warm the body during illness. In harsh northern winters, when colds, fevers, and coughs were widespread, garlic served as a valuable tonic. It was sometimes combined with honey, another antimicrobial agent, to make the strong flavor more palatable and to enhance its healing effect. Garlic was also used to treat parasites, especially intestinal worms, which were common due to poor sanitation and frequent contact with livestock. A mixture of garlic and vinegar was administered in small doses to purge the body. Its pungent nature made it a strong cleansing agent, and its association with vitality gave it symbolic weight in Norse healing traditions. Beyond the body, garlic was believed to repel evil spirits and malevolent forces. Healers or household members might hang braided garlic near doorways or in sleeping areas, not just to ward off disease, but to protect from unseen dangers, especially during times of illness, war, or childbirth. It served both as a physical remedy and a spiritual safeguard. For Viking warriors, garlic was not only a cure, but a form of daily defense. Before raids or journeys, some are believed to have consumed it as part of preparation, viewing its strength and fire as a shield within the body. In this way, garlic stood as a symbol of endurance, fighting infection, energizing the weak, and anchoring the body in a dangerous, ever-changing world. In the Viking Age, the stinging nettle, Urtica dioica, was more than a nuisance. It was a plant of power. Despite its painful sting, nettle was one of the most useful and respected herbs in Norse healing traditions. It grew abundantly in meadows, forest edges, and near settlements, making it easily accessible to healers and households alike. Its medicinal benefits were numerous, and its resilience in harsh conditions mirrored the strength and endurance the Vikings valued. Nettle was used primarily to treat conditions related to blood and vitality. Viking healers prepared nettle teas or broths to combat fatigue, iron deficiency, and overall weakness. Rich in iron, calcium, and vitamin C, nettle acted as a natural tonic, especially important during long winters when fresh food was scarce and illness spread easily. Warriors recovering from battle or children recovering from fever were often given nettle to rebuild strength. The leaves were dried or cooked to reduce their sting and then brewed into infusions. These drinks were believed to purify the blood, promote circulation, and encourage the body to rid itself of harmful substances. Nettle also had a mild diuretic effect, making it useful for treating fluid retention and joint pain, common issues among labourers and older community members. In external treatments, nettle was sometimes used in surprising ways. The practice of urtication, striking sore limbs with fresh nettle stalks, was used to stimulate circulation and relieve arthritis or muscle stiffness. Though painful, it was believed to bring warmth and life back to cold or stiff areas of the body. This method, though unusual by modern standards, was rooted in generations of observation and belief in the plant's invigorating properties. Nettle also served practical roles beyond medicine. Its fibers were used to make rope, fishing nets, and even cloth, especially during times when flax or wool were scarce. This dual utility, nourishing the body and supporting daily life, made nettle a deeply integrated part of Viking culture. Symbolically, nettle was a plant of resilience. It thrived in disturbed soil and returned year after year, no matter how often it was cut back. In Norse society, where survival required both strength and adaptation, nettle embodied those values. For the healer, it was a reminder that even the most painful plants could bring healing, and that power often came from what first seemed harmful. Viking herbal medicine was never written down in formal texts during the age itself. Instead, it lived in the spoken word, in chants passed from mother to daughter, in gestures shared among wise women, and in the quiet work of healers who blended tradition, observation, and belief. These practices formed a body of knowledge deeply rooted in both the natural environment and Norse cosmology. To treat illness in the Viking world was not just to cure the body, but to restore balance to the person, the household, and the invisible threads connecting them to the gods. Healers in Viking society worked with what the land provided. They knew which herbs to gather in spring, which roots to dry in autumn, and how to preserve medicinal plants through the long winter months. Yarrow, angelica, birch, juniper, meadowsweet, mugwort, garlic, and nettle. Each had a specific role, but all were part of a larger system of understanding the body in harmony with nature. Treatments were physical, yes, but also symbolic. Illness might be seen as a disturbance in fate, a challenge from the gods, or an imbalance between the seen and unseen worlds. Women played a central role in maintaining and passing down this knowledge. In longhouses and farmsteads, female healers oversaw the care of families and communities. Some took on more specialized roles, like the voleurs, seers who blended healing with prophecy, often called upon during crises. Their work often included sacred herbs, spiritual rituals, and appeals to divine forces like Frigg, Air, or Freya. Healing was not just a duty, it was an act of connection between mortal life and the mythic world. With the spread of Christianity and the decline of Norse paganism, much of this oral tradition faded or was absorbed into new religious frameworks. Monasteries adopted and preserved some of the herbs and techniques, while others disappeared or became entangled in superstition and fear. But echoes of Viking herbal medicine can still be found today, in Scandinavian folk healing, in modern herbalism, and in the renewed interest in ancestral plant knowledge. The legacy of Viking healers lies not just in the herbs they used, but in the worldview they preserved, that nature holds power, that healing is both physical and spiritual, and that wisdom often resides in the hands of those who listen to the land. Joan of Arc was born in the winter of 1412 in the rural village of Domremy, a quiet hamlet in northeastern France, nestled near the border of Burgundy. At the time, France was fractured by war and civil unrest. The 100 Years' War between England and France had already dragged on for decades, and northern France was caught in the crossfire. Joan was born into this turbulence, the daughter of Jacques d'Arc and Isabelle Romay, devout peasants who raised their children in the Roman Catholic faith. Her family lived modestly. They owned a small patch of land, a few animals, and relied on farming to survive. Joan was not taught to read or write, like most girls of her class, but she was known for her hard work and deep religious devotion from an early age. She spent much of her childhood helping around the house, tending sheep and attending church. Her world was humble and steeped in faith. The voices she would later claim to hear would come to someone who already spent hours in prayer and contemplation. Domremy itself was a contested area. Though technically loyal to the French crown, it bordered Burgundian territory, a faction allied with the English. The threat of violence was constant. Raids by Anglo-Burgundian forces occasionally swept through the region, destroying crops and burning homes. Joan would have grown up with stories of heroism and defeat, of saints and warriors, of kings and traitors. Her early years were shaped by instability, fear, and a longing for peace. Despite the fear that hung over France, Joan's childhood was not without community. She was well liked in the village and described by neighbours as kind, pious, and unusually serious for her age. She often prayed at a nearby chapel dedicated to the Virgin Mary, where she would later claim her divine mission began. These years laid the spiritual and emotional foundation for what would come. Her faith, her loyalty to the king, and her sense of purpose were not formed in the royal court, but in the fields and chapels of her village. From such humble origins, no one could have imagined that this peasant girl, illiterate, unknown, and barely a teenager, would one day stand before kings, lead armies, and challenge the might of empires. At the age of 13, Joan of Arc's life changed forever. She later testified that in the summer of 1425, while alone in her father's garden, she experienced a vision, accompanied by a voice that seemed to come from beyond this world. At first, she was afraid. The voice, surrounded by a dazzling light, was accompanied by the appearance of figures she identified as Saint Michael, Saint Catherine, and Saint Margaret, 3 powerful saints in Catholic tradition. These visions would continue, growing in intensity and clarity over time. The message was clear but extraordinary. She was chosen by God to help save France. More specifically, her divine mission was to drive the English out of French territory and to ensure the coronation of Charles, the Dauphin, as the rightful king of France. It was a staggering revelation for a young peasant girl with no military experience, no formal education, and no standing in society. Joan told no one at first. She kept the visions private, fearing disbelief or punishment. But the voices persisted, urging her to act. Over the next few years, she became increasingly convinced that her mission was real. She began to devote herself even more deeply to prayer, fasting, and religious discipline, believing that her purity and obedience were essential for fulfilling God's will. By 1428, the political and military situation in France had worsened. The English had captured much of northern France, and the city of Orléans, a key stronghold, was under siege. The Dauphin Charles remained uncrowned, his legitimacy in question. Joan, now 16, believed the time had come to act. She travelled to the nearby town of Vaucouleurs and requested an audience with the local commander, Robert de Baudricourt, claiming she had a message for the king. At first, Baudricourt and his men laughed her off. The teenage girl claiming divine guidance was hardly taken seriously. But Joan was persistent. She returned again and again, speaking with a conviction that unsettled some and impressed others. Eventually, after hearing reports of her reputation for piety and learning that she had predicted a military setback in Orléans before news had reached the town, Baudricourt relented. He agreed to send her, dressed in men's clothing and under armed escort, to meet the Dauphin. Joan's journey from peasant child to military envoy had begun, led by visions, faith, and an unshakable sense of destiny. In early 1429, Joan of Arc arrived in Chinon, where Charles, the uncrowned Dauphin of France, held his court. The journey had been long and dangerous. She travelled more than 300 miles through enemy territory, dressed as a man to avoid attention and assault. When she finally stood before the royal court, she was met with skepticism and curiosity. Charles, unsure of her motives and wary of trickery, decided to test her. To begin, he disguised himself in plain clothes and hid among his courtiers. Joan, having never seen him before, immediately picked him out and addressed him directly. Witnesses were astonished. She reportedly told him details that only he and his closest advisers would have known, possibly regarding a private prayer or secret doubt. For many in the court, it was the first sign that something beyond explanation was at work. Still, Charles was cautious. He ordered that Joan be examined by theologians and church officials in Poitiers. For several weeks she was questioned about her visions, her morality, and her doctrine. She was a teenage girl being grilled by learned men, yet she answered with composure and confidence. Her virginity was tested, as it was believed her purity was essential for her divine mission. The examiners found nothing heretical in her claims, and noted her remarkable character and intelligence, despite her lack of formal education. The court's advisers concluded she could be sent to Orléans with the army. But first, Joan requested something symbolic, something that would signal her role not merely as a soldier, but as a divine emissary. She asked for a banner. The banner she received was white, embroidered with an image of Christ and the words Jesus Maria. It would become her most treasured possession, and she carried it into every battle, declaring that she preferred the banner to the sword. She was also fitted with a custom suit of white armor and given a sword, which she claimed to have been divinely led to discover behind the altar of a chapel in Sainte Catherine de Fierbois. With her armor, banner, and a company of soldiers, Joan prepared to march toward Orléans. She was yearned and utterly convinced that God had sent her to save France. Her arrival at the besieged city would mark the beginning of one of the most legendary military campaigns in European history. By the spring of 1429, the city of Orléans had been under siege by the English for several months. Its fall would have opened the way to the heart of France, and with it, likely the collapse of French resistance. Morale was low, supplies were dwindling, and the Dauphin's cause teetered on the edge of defeat. Then Joan of Arc arrived. She entered the city on April 29th, met by cheering crowds who believed her to be a miracle sent by God. Clad in white armor and riding a white horse, she quickly became a symbol of hope and divine favor. Her presence reinvigorated the French troops and citizens alike. Though she had no formal military training, Joan spoke with boldness and authority, urging immediate action against the English fortifications. French commanders, initially hesitant to take orders from a teenage peasant girl, soon found themselves drawn to her conviction. Joan urged an aggressive strategy, claiming her voices had promised victory. Despite her youth, she rode into battle beside the soldiers, often placing herself in the most dangerous positions. Her courage on the field inspired others to fight with renewed determination. Over the course of a week, the French launched a series of offensives to break the siege. Joan wielded not just her sword but her banner, rallying the troops with cries of faith and purpose. She was wounded during the assault on the fortress of Les Tourelles, shot in the shoulder by an arrow. Refusing to retreat, she returned to the field after having the wound dressed, continuing to urge the men forward. On May 8th, the English finally lifted the siege and withdrew. It was a stunning victory, one that changed the momentum of the war. For the first time in years, the French had dealt a decisive blow to English forces. Joan's role was undeniable. Her leadership, her fearlessness, and her spiritual authority had turned the tide. The victory at Orléans was more than a military achievement. It was a turning point in the national consciousness of France. The peasant girl from Domremy had fulfilled the first part of her divine mission. Now, she turned her focus toward her second goal, to see the Dauphin crowned as king at Reims, the traditional site of French coronations. The road to legitimacy had begun. With the siege of Orléans lifted, Joan of Arc's mission shifted toward a far more symbolic objective, the coronation of Charles the Dauphin. In her visions, this was not merely a political event, it was a divine command. Charles needed to be crowned at Reims, the traditional site where French kings were anointed with sacred oil. But Reims was deep in territory controlled by the Burgundians, allies of the English. To reach it, Joan and the French army would have to march through hostile lands. Despite the risk, Joan was adamant. Her belief that God had cleared the path gave her confidence, and her conviction began to influence even the cautious Charles. After several victories along the Loire Valley, including battles at Jargeau, Meung-sur-Loire, and Beaugency, momentum was on their side. The army gained strength as towns submitted, and morale surged. By July 1429, Joan and the royal court set out on what would later be called the coronation journey. Along the way, cities and castles opened their gates without resistance. Word of Joan's miraculous success had spread. Many believed that to resist her was to resist divine will. Her presence in the army, young, determined, and riding under her white banner, created an aura of invincibility. On July 16th, the French forces reached Reims. The city's leaders, after some hesitation, surrendered peacefully. The next day, inside the Cathedral of Reims, Charles was crowned King Charles VII of France. Joan stood beside him, holding her banner high. For her, it was the fulfillment of the prophecy she had received from her voices. The coronation was a moment of triumph, both for the new king and for Joan. From an obscure village, she had risen to command armies and to place a crown on a monarch's head. The people saw her not just as a heroine but as a chosen messenger of God. Her presence had transformed the war from a political struggle into a spiritual cause. But success brought tension. With Charles now crowned, some at court questioned Joan's continued influence. Politics returned to the forefront. Joan had completed the task she was called to, but she was not finished. Her next desire was to press forward, to reclaim Paris. Yet the support she once commanded so easily was beginning to waver. After the coronation at Reims, Joan of Arc pushed for a bold new objective: the liberation of Paris, still under English and Burgundian control. For Joan, reclaiming the French capital was not just a political necessity. It was part of her divine mission to fully restore France to its rightful king. But not everyone shared her urgency. King Charles VII, newly crowned and politically cautious, hesitated. His advisers urged diplomacy, favouring a negotiated truce with the Burgundians. But Joan remained resolute. She believed that delay would only strengthen the enemy, and that God had already cleared the way for victory. Eventually, Charles agreed to an assault on Paris, though without full commitment. He provided limited troops and delayed the campaign, weakening the effort before it began. Joan arrived outside the city in early September 1429 and prepared for battle. Paris was well defended with strong walls and experienced English and Burgundian forces inside. On September 8th, she led an assault on the Porte Saint-Honoré, one of the city's main gates. As always, she carried her banner and fought at the front lines, encouraging the troops with prayers and determination. The fighting was fierce, the defenders poured down arrows and stones. Joan was struck by a crossbow bolt in the thigh, but refused to abandon the field. She continued to direct the battle from behind the lines, calling for another charge. But the attack stalled. With nightfall approaching and casualties rising, Charles's commanders ordered a retreat against Joan's protests. The failed attack on Paris marked a turning point. Joan's reputation remained intact among the common soldiers and citizens, but at court, doubts began to grow. Her influence over royal policy started to wane. Charles, now king, no longer relied on her as he once did. Political interests, fear of provoking further conflict, and distrust of Joan's spiritual authority began to eclipse her earlier triumphs. Yet Joan was undeterred. She continued to lead minor campaigns in the following months, capturing towns like Saint-Pierre-le-Moutier and La Charité, often financing the operations herself with donations from supporters. But the tide was shifting. Her vision of total victory clashed with the king's increasingly cautious stance. Despite her injuries, her dwindling support, and the growing political isolation, Joan remained convinced that her mission was not yet complete. She would not stop until France was free, but in the shadows, betrayal and danger were closing in. In the spring of 1430, Joan of Arc continued her campaign, though her position had grown increasingly precarious. Her successes on the battlefield had not translated into lasting political power. King Charles VII, now more focused on diplomacy than war, offered only lukewarm support. Joan, acting largely on her own initiative, turned her attention to the town of Compiègne, which was under threat from Burgundian forces. She arrived in May 1430, hoping to defend the city and rally the local population. But the odds were stacked against her. The Burgundians, allies of the English, were closing in with superior numbers. On May 23rd, Joan led a small force in a sortie to challenge the besiegers and disrupt their lines. As the battle unfolded outside the city walls, French forces were pushed back. Joan remained behind to cover the retreat, determined to protect her soldiers. In the chaos, the city gates closed too soon. Joan and a few companions were trapped outside. Surrounded by Burgundian cavalry, she fought until she was pulled from her horse and taken captive. Her capture was a devastating blow, not only for Joan herself, but for the morale of the French people. The girl who had once lifted the siege of Orléans and crowned a king now found herself a prisoner. The Burgundians held Joan for months, treating her more as a political prize than a common captive. She was eventually sold to the English for a large sum, an act that confirmed her status as a threat to their cause. The English viewed her not only as a military adversary, but as a dangerous symbol of resistance and divine legitimacy. Throughout her captivity, Joan attempted escape more than once. In one instance, she jumped from a high tower, injuring herself badly, but surviving. Even in chains, her will remained unbroken. She demanded to be treated as a noble prisoner of war, not as a criminal or heretic. But the English had other plans. They did not intend to hold her indefinitely. They meant to destroy her credibility, her image, and the power she had come to represent. Her trial was already being prepared. Joan's capture at Compiègne marked the beginning of her final, most harrowing chapter. She had risen from obscurity to the heights of power, only to be betrayed, abandoned, and delivered into the hands of her enemies. But her story was far from over. After months in Burgundian custody, Joan of Arc was transferred to English hands and brought to Rouen, the English administrative capital in occupied Normandy. There, beginning in January 1431, she faced a formal ecclesiastical trial, not as a prisoner of war, but as a heretic, a designation that allowed her captors to strip her of honour and execute her under church law. The trial was orchestrated by the English but carried out by a panel of pro-English French clergy, led by Bishop Pierre Cauchon, a staunch opponent of Joan and loyal to the Burgundian cause. Its true goal was not justice, but the destruction of Joan's legacy. By branding her a heretic, the English sought to undermine the legitimacy of Charles VII, whose coronation she had enabled. Joan was held in a secular prison, guarded by male soldiers, a direct violation of church law. She was denied access to legal counsel, threatened with torture, and interrogated repeatedly, often for hours at a time without rest or support. Despite being a 19-year-old peasant girl facing some of the most educated men in France, she defended herself with remarkable intelligence and composure. Over the course of several months, she was questioned about her visions, her clothing, her faith, and her role in the war. The judges focused especially on her claim to divine voices and her habit of wearing men's clothing, an act considered both heretical and unnatural by church standards. Despite their pressure, Joan remained firm in her testimony. She maintained that her voices came from God, that she had acted in obedience to divine command, and that she had always remained faithful to the church. At one point, when asked whether she believed she was in God's grace, she famously responded, "If I am not, may God place me there. If I am, may God keep me there." It was a powerful answer, neither arrogant nor self-condemning, and one that impressed even her inquisitors. But the outcome was never truly in question. Political necessity outweighed truth. Joan was eventually condemned for heresy, based largely on her refusal to renounce her visions and her insistence on wearing male attire, which she had resumed in prison for protection. Her sentence was death. The girl who had once lifted a nation would now be silenced, not by defeat in battle, but by a court of men determined to erase her from history, or so they thought. On the morning of May 30th, 1431, Joan of Arc was led to the marketplace in Rouen, tied to a wooden stake and burned alive. She was just 19 years old. As the flames rose around her, she reportedly called out the name of Jesus repeatedly and asked for a cross to be held before her eyes. A soldier, moved by her courage, handed her a small wooden cross. Witnesses said she faced death with calm resolve. Her execution was meant to be final, a warning, a silencing of a dangerous symbol. But it had the opposite effect. Instead of being erased, Joan became a martyr. Even English and Burgundian observers were disturbed by the spectacle. Some wept, others openly questioned whether the church had committed a grave injustice. One of the English clerics present was said to have exclaimed, "We are lost! We have burned a saint!" Over the years that followed, Joan's image only grew stronger. Her unwavering faith, her courage in battle, and her dignified defence at trial became the foundation for a powerful legend. In 1456, 25 years after her death, and following a formal investigation ordered by Pope Calixtus III, Joan's trial was declared invalid. She was officially exonerated, her name cleared of heresy. In the centuries that followed, Joan of Arc became a unifying symbol for France. During times of national crisis, particularly during the French Wars of Religion and later during the Franco-Prussian War, her story was invoked as a beacon of courage, patriotism, and divine mission. Artists, writers, and historians immortalized her life. Her face appeared in stained glass, sculpture, and literature. She was celebrated as both a warrior and a mystic, a simple peasant and a national heroine. In 1920, nearly 500 years after her execution, the Catholic Church formally canonized Joan of Arc as a saint. The girl who had been condemned by church officials was now one of its most revered figures. Her feast day is celebrated on May 30th, the anniversary of her martyrdom. Today, Joan of Arc remains one of the most iconic figures in world history. Her life defied every expectation. Peasant, prophet, warrior, prisoner, saint. Through faith and conviction, she altered the course of a kingdom. Through fire, she entered legend. And through memory, she lives on. The life of a medieval baker began in darkness. Long before roosters crowed or church bells tolled, bakers were already hard at work. Their day often started around midnight, when most of the town was fast asleep. The quiet streets were cold and still, but inside the bakehouse, flames crackled, flour dust hung in the air, and the rhythm of kneading began. Medieval bread wasn't made on a whim. It required precise timing and a practiced hand. Bakers relied on sourdough starters, carefully nurtured fermenting dough that gave rise and flavour to the loaves. There were no commercial yeasts. Everything was done by feel, smell, and experience. The flour was often coarse, ground at a local mill, and carried its own unique character based on region, season, and grain quality. Some bakers even mixed in bran, barley, or beans to stretch their flour supplies. Water was drawn from wells or public fountains. Everything had to be measured and mixed by hand. often in the dim light of oil lamps or candles. The mixing trough was usually wooden, and the dough had to be kneaded until it reached the right texture, a task that required strength and repetition. In colder months, the dough had to be kept warm with cloths or near the hearth to rise properly. The oven, usually a large domed brick structure, had to be heated long before baking. Bakers would burn bundles of wood inside until the walls radiated enough heat to bake several batches of bread. Ashes were raked out carefully, and the oven floor cleaned with a damp cloth or a wooden peel before the loaves were slid in. By the time the town stirred, merchants setting up stalls, church doors opening for morning mass, the baker's first loaves were already out of the oven. The smell of warm bread filled the air. It was the scent of sustenance, of daily survival. For many in the medieval world, bread was the cornerstone of every meal. But for the baker, it was just the beginning. Deliveries had to be made, customers served, and records kept. And once the ovens cooled and the counters cleared, there was little time to rest, because tomorrow's dough would need mixing before the moon set again. In medieval towns, the baker's work never truly ended. To master the daily grind of medieval baking, a baker needed more than just flour and fire. They relied on a trusted set of tools, each shaped by generations of craftsmanship. The bakehouse itself was often a simple stone or timber-framed structure, but inside, it was a specialized world. Every item had a purpose, and efficiency could mean the difference between profit and punishment. The heart of any bakery was the oven. Typically made of clay or brick, these were dome-shaped and massive, designed to retain heat for hours. Heating the oven wasn't quick. Bundles of wood, often oak or beech, were burned inside until the walls radiated the ideal temperature. Then the ashes were raked out and the bread loaded using a peel, a long-handled wooden paddle that allowed bakers to slide loaves deep into the hot chamber without burning themselves. The kneading trough was another essential item, usually carved from a single block of wood or built from heavy planks. These troughs were wide and low, allowing bakers to lean into their work. The dough was mixed and worked by hand, and larger bakeries sometimes had several troughs going at once to keep up with demand. Measuring tools were primitive, but vital. Most bakers used wooden scoops or hand-carved measures for flour and salt, though consistency varied. Scales were rare, and accuracy was often enforced by local guilds or town officials. Cheating customers by underweighting loaves could lead to heavy fines, or worse. Flour was stored in cloth sacks or wooden barrels, while water was hauled in buckets from wells or streams. Some bakeries also had sieves for removing husks or debris, especially in more prosperous towns where finer bread was expected by wealthier clients. Coarser flours, however, were common for the lower classes. Perhaps the most valuable tool was the baker's hands, calloused, experienced, and trained by years of repetition. They knew when dough was ready, when the oven was hot enough, and when a loaf was just beginning to sing its final crusty notes. Everything had to be cleaned and prepared before the next day. The tools, humble though they seemed, were part of a larger rhythm, a cycle of labour, skill, and heat that transformed raw grain into life-sustaining bread. In the hands of a medieval baker, each tool helped feed a town. In the medieval world, bread was more than food. It was the foundation of every meal and a marker of social class. Nearly everyone ate it daily, but not all bread was created equal. What you ate said a great deal about who you were. The wealthiest citizens, nobles, clergy, and prosperous merchants demanded the finest bread, known as manchet, or white bread. Made from finely sifted wheat flour, this bread was soft, pale, and expensive. Producing it required extra labour, grinding, sifting out bran, and using only the most refined parts of the grain. This labour-intensive process raised its cost, placing it far out of reach for commoners. For townsfolk and tradesmen, ravel or wheaten bread was the standard. Still made from wheat, it was less refined, slightly darker, and more nutritious. It struck a balance between cost and quality, and bakers sold it in greater quantities than manchet. In some towns, regulations dictated that this bread must be sold at a fixed weight and price, preventing bakers from exploiting the hungry. But for the poor, the labourers, peasants, and beggars, there was maslin or black bread, often made from a mix of rye, barley, oats, and whatever else was available. This bread was dense, coarse, and sometimes bitter. In hard times, bakers might even stretch it with beans, peas, or chestnut flour. It was filling, yes, but also a reminder of one's place in society. In monasteries, bread varied depending on the order. Some monks ate simple loaves in keeping with their vows of poverty, while wealthier institutions produced high-quality white bread for guests and ranking clergy. Bread was also used as a social tool. During feasts, wealthy lords would use trenchers, thick slices of stale bread, as plates. After the meal, these were either eaten by servants or given to the poor. Charity was often dispensed in the form of bread, handed out at monastery gates or from noble kitchens. A skilled baker had to understand these divisions. They didn't just bake one type of loaf. They produced multiple varieties daily to meet the needs of the entire town. Bread wasn't just nourishment. It was economy, hierarchy, and identity, baked into every crust. In a world where most people lived on little, bread defined who had more and who survived on less. Being a baker in medieval Europe was not just a matter of skill, it was also a matter of law. Bread was considered so essential to life that its production was heavily regulated by local authorities and trade guilds. For a baker, failing to follow the rules didn't just mean bad business, it could mean public humiliation, loss of livelihood, or even imprisonment. In most towns and cities, guilds controlled the profession. These were associations of craftsmen who regulated quality, training, pricing, and supply. Bakers' guilds established strict standards for the weight, size, and ingredients of bread. These standards weren't optional. They were enforced through regular inspections and harsh penalties. New bakers often had to apprentice for several years before they were allowed to operate their own ovens. Guild membership was both a privilege and a protection. It gave bakers the right to sell in the town market and guaranteed some degree of economic stability. But it also bound them to a system of accountability. If a baker was caught selling underweight loaves or substituting poor ingredients, guild officials could fine them, suspend them, or revoke their right to bake altogether. Beyond the guilds, municipal authorities also monitored bread quality. In England, for instance, the assize of bread and ale, a law dating back to the 13th century, dictated exactly how much bread a customer should receive for a set price, which adjusted with grain costs. Officials known as bread weighers or ale tasters conducted surprise inspections and reported violators. Punishment for breaking bread laws could be dramatic. Some bakers were pilloried, locked into public stocks where they were mocked or pelted with stale bread and rotten food. Others were forced to parade through town with substandard loaves strung around their necks. In extreme cases, a repeat offender could be banned from the trade or exiled from the town altogether. These rules weren't just about fairness, they were about survival. Bread riots were a real threat in times of famine or inflation. Town leaders knew that if people suspected they were being cheated out of their daily bread, unrest could follow. For the medieval baker, then, precision wasn't just a point of pride, it was a legal obligation. Every loaf had to meet the mark, because in the eyes of both the guild and the town, baking was not just a trade, it was a public service. Running a medieval bakehouse wasn't just demanding, it was dangerous. Fire was both a necessity and a constant threat. Ovens had to reach incredibly high temperatures to bake dense loaves, and maintaining that heat meant burning large quantities of wood, often in enclosed spaces made of timber, thatch, or stone blackened by years of smoke. Most bakehouses were constructed with a large domed oven built from clay or brick, positioned against an outer wall to allow for airflow and loading. To heat it, bakers lit a roaring fire inside the oven itself. This wasn't a casual campfire. This was an intense blaze meant to superheat thick walls that could radiate warmth for hours. Once the fire had burned long enough, bakers would rake out the embers, clean the hearth with a damp rag or sand-soaked brush, and begin baking. But even a moment's carelessness could lead to catastrophe. Embers could escape, thatched roofs could ignite, and in densely packed towns and cities, a bakehouse fire could spread with terrifying speed. For this reason, many towns required that bakehouses be located on the outskirts or built with specific fire-resistant materials, if the baker could afford them. Bakers also faced health risks. Prolonged exposure to heat and smoke took a toll on the lungs and skin. The heavy lifting of flour sacks and kneading of massive batches of dough wore down the body over time. Burns were common, on arms, hands, and faces, earned while loading and unloading hot loaves with long wooden peels. Some cities had communal bakehouses, especially in poorer neighborhoods. Families would prepare dough at home and bring it to a central oven managed by a professional baker. While this system saved fuel and reduced fire hazards in private homes, it introduced its own risks. Loaves could be burned, stolen, or tampered with. Bakers were held responsible for the integrity of each household's bread, and any negligence could lead to formal complaints. Because bread was such a vital staple, a disrupted bakehouse, whether due to fire, illness, or accident, could ripple across the whole town. It wasn't just the baker who suffered. The entire community felt the loss. Despite these dangers, the bakehouse remained the beating heart of daily life. It was a place of labor, heat, and vital routine, where risk and reward burned side by side with every glowing loaf. While the image of the medieval baker often centers on male guild members and apprentices, women played a critical, if often overlooked, role in the daily production of bread. In many towns and villages, especially outside major cities, women were the primary bakers for both family and community. Their presence in the bakehouse was essential to keeping the ovens hot and the population fed. In rural areas, household baking was typically done by women. They baked for their families using communal ovens or small hearths, and in times of surplus, they might sell loaves at market or from their doorstep. For many women, this side trade in bread offered a rare source of independent income. In cities too, widows of bakers were often permitted to continue their husbands' businesses, sometimes becoming successful bakery owners in their own right. Guilds were usually male-dominated,